Part 2, Chapter 5 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 5. 1. I was late for dinner, but they had not yet sat down to table. They had waited for me, perhaps because I did not often dine with them. Some special additions to the menu had been made on my account. With the savories there were sardines and so on. But to my surprise and regret, I found them all rather worried and out of humour. Liza scarcely smiled when she saw me, and mother was obviously uneasy. Versaloff gave me a smile, but it was a forced one. Had they been quarrelling, I wondered. Everything went well at first, however. Versaloff only frowned over the soup with dumplings in it, and made wry faces when he was handed the beef olives. I have only to mention that a particular dish does not suit me. For it to reappear next day, he pronounced in vexation. But how's one to invent things, Andrei Petrovitch? There's no inventing a new dish of any sort, my mother answered timidly. Your mother is the exact opposite of some of our newspapers, to whom whatever is new is good. Versaloff tried to make a joke in a more playful and amiable voice. But it somehow fell flat, and only added to the discomfiture of my mother, who, of course, could make nothing of the comparison of herself with the newspapers, and looked about her in perplexity. At that moment Tatiana Pavlovna came in, and announcing that she had already dined, sat down near mother on the sofa. I had not yet succeeded in gaining the good graces of that lady, quite the contrary, in fact. She used to fall foul of me more than ever for everything and about everything. Her displeasure had of late become more accentuated than ever. She could not endure the sight of my foppish clothes, and Liza told me that she almost had a fit when she heard that I kept a coachman and a smart turnout. I ended by avoiding meeting her as far as possible. 2 months before, when the disputed inheritance was given up to Prince Sergei, I had run to Tatiana Pavlovna, meaning to talk over Versaloff's conduct with her. But I met with no trace of sympathy. On the contrary, she was dreadfully angry. She was particularly vexed that the whole had been given back instead of half the fortune. She observed sharply, "I'll bet you are persuaded that he has given up the money and challenged the prince to a duel, solely to regain the good opinion of Arkady Makarovitch." And indeed she was almost right. I was in reality feeling something of the sort at the time. As soon as she came in, I saw at once that she would infallibly attack me. I was even inclined to believe that she had come in expressly with that object, and so I immediately became exceptionally free and easy in my manner. This was no effort to me, for what had just happened had left me still radiant and joyful. I may mention once and for all that a free and easy manner never has been right for me. That is to say, it never suits me, but always covers me with disgrace. So it happened now. I instantly said the wrong thing, with no evil intent, but simply from thoughtlessness. Noticing that Liza was horribly depressed, I suddenly blurted out, without thinking of what I was saying, "I haven't dined here for such ages, and now I have come. See how bored you are, Liza." "My head aches," answered Liza. "Good gracious!" said Tatiana Pavlovna, instantly catching at it. "What if you are ill? Arkady Makarovitch has deigned to come to dinner. You must dance and be merry." "You really are the worry of my life, Tatiana Pavlovna. I will never come again when you are here," and I brought my hand down on the table with genuine vexation. Mother started, and Versaloff looked at me strangely. I laughed at once, and begged their pardon. "Tatiana Pavlovna, I take back the word worry. I said, turning to her with the same free and easy tone. No, no, she snapped out. It's much more flattering to be a worry to you than to be the opposite. You may be sure of that. My dear boy, one must learn to put up with the small worries of life, Versaloff murmured with a smile. Life is not worth living without them. Do you know you are sometimes a fearful reactionary? I cried, laughing nervously. My dear boy, it doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Why not tell the blunt truth to an ass if he is an ass? Surely you are not speaking of yourself. To begin with, I can't judge any one, and I don't want to. Why don't you want to? Why can't you? Laziness and distaste. A clever woman told me once that I had no right to judge others because I don't know how to suffer, that before judging others one must gain the right to judge from suffering. Rather exalted, but as applied to me, perhaps it's true, so that I very readily accepted the criticism. Wasn't it Tatiana Pavlovna who told you that? I cried. Why, how do you know? Said Versaloff, glancing at me with some surprise. I knew it from Tatiana Pavlovna's face. She gave a sudden start. I guessed by chance. The phrase, as it appeared later, actually had been uttered by Tatiana Pavlovna the evening before in a heated discussion. And indeed, I repeat, I had, brimming over with joy and expansiveness, swooped down upon them at an unfortunate moment. All of them had their separate troubles, and they were heavy ones. I don't understand it, I went on, because it's all so abstract. It's dreadful how fond you are of abstract discussion, Andrei Petrovitch. It's a sign of egoism. Only egoists are fond of generalization. That's not a bad saying, but don't persecute me. But let me ask, I insisted expansively, what's the meaning of gaining the right to judge? Anyone who is honest may be a judge. That's my idea. You won't find many judges in that case. I know one, anyway. Who's that? He is sitting and talking to me now. Versaloff laughed strangely. He stooped down to my ear, and taking me by the shoulder, whispered, "He is always lying to you." I don't know to this day what was in his mind, but evidently he was in some agitation at the time, in consequence of something he had learned, as I found out later. But those words, "He is always lying to you," were so unexpected, and uttered so earnestly, and with such a strange and far from playful expression, that it gave me a nervous shudder. I was almost alarmed, and looked at him wildly, but Versaloff made haste to laugh. "Well, thank God," murmured my mother, who was uneasy at seeing him whisper to me. "I was almost thinking. Don't be angry with us, our Kasia. You'll have clever friends apart from us, but who is going to love you if we don't love one another?" "The love of one's relations is immoral, mother, just because it's undeserved. Love ought to be earned." "You'll earn it later on, but here you are loved without." Every one suddenly laughed. "Well, mother, you may not have meant to shoot, but you hit your bird," I cried, laughing too. "And you actually imagined that there's something to love you for?" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, falling upon me again. "You are not simply loved for nothing, you are loved in spite of loathing." "Oh, not a bit of it!" I cried gaily. "Do you know, perhaps some one told me to day I was loved." "Said it laughing at you," Tatiana Pavlovna said suddenly, with a sort of unnatural malignity, as though she had just been waiting for me to say that. "Yes, a person of delicacy, especially a woman, would be moved to disgust by the uncleanness of your soul. Your hair is done with a smart parting, you have fine linen, and a suit made by a French tailor, but it's all uncleanness, really. Who's paid your tailor's bill? Who keeps you and gives you money to play roulette with? Think who it is you've been so shameless as to sponge on." My mother flushed painfully, and I had never seen a look of such shame on her face before. Everything seemed to be giving way within me. "If I am spending money, it's my own, and I am not bound to give an account of it to any one," I blurted out, turning crimson. "Whose own? What money's your own?" If it's not mine, it's Andrei Petrovitch's. He won't refuse it me. I borrowed from what Prince Sergei owes Andrei Petrovitch." "My dear boy," Versalof said firmly, all of a sudden, "not a farthing of that money is mine." The phrase was horribly significant. I was dumbfoundered. Oh, of course, considering my paradoxical and careless attitude at that time, I might quite well have turned it off with some outburst of generous feeling, or high-sounding phrase, or something. But I suddenly caught on Liza's face a resentful, accusing expression, an expression I had not deserved, almost a sneer, and a devil seemed to prompt me. "You seem," I said, turning to her suddenly, "to visit Daria Onisimovna very often at Prince Sergei's flat, miss, so will you be pleased to give her this 300 roubles, which you've given me such a nagging about already to day?" I took out the money and held it out to her. But will it be believed that those mean words were uttered entirely without motive, that is, without the faintest allusion to anything? And indeed there could have been no such allusion, for at that moment I knew absolutely nothing. Perhaps I had just a desire to vex her by something comparatively most innocent, by way of a gibe. "Since you are such an interfering young lady, wouldn't you like to return the money yourself to the prince, a charming young man and a Petersburg officer, as you are so anxious to meddle in young men's business?" But what was my amazement when my mother got up, and with a menacing gesture cried, "How dare you? How dare you?" I could never have conceived of anything like it from her, and I, too, jumped up from my seat, not exactly in alarm, but with a sort of anguish, a poignant wound in my heart, suddenly realizing that something dreadful had happened. But unable to control herself, mother hid her face in her hands and ran out of the room. Liza followed her out without so much as a glance at me. Tatiana Pavlovna gazed at me for half a minute in silence. "Can you really have meant to jeer?" she exclaimed enigmatically, looking at me in profound astonishment. But without waiting for me to answer, she too ran out to join them. With an unsympathetic, almost angry expression, Versalof got up from the table and took his hat from the corner. "I imagine that you are not so much a fool as an innocent," he mumbled to me ironically. "If they come back, tell them to have their pudding without waiting for me. I'm going out for a little." I remained alone. At first I felt bewildered, then I felt resentful, but afterwards I saw clearly that I was to blame. However, I did not know exactly how I was to blame. I simply had a feeling of it. I sat in the window and waited. After waiting 10 minutes, I, too, took my hat and went upstairs to the attic, which had been mine. I knew that they, that is, my mother and Liza, were there, and that Tatiana Pavlovna had gone away. And so I found them on my sofa, whispering together about something. They left off whispering at once when I appeared. To my amazement, they were not angry with me. Mother, anyway, smiled at me. "I am sorry, mother," I began. "Never mind," mother cut me short. "Only love each other, and never quarrel, and God will send you happiness." "He is never nasty to me, mother, I assure you," Liza said, with conviction and feeling. "If it hadn't been for that Tatiana Pavlovna, nothing would have happened," I cried. "She's horrid." "You see, mother? You hear?" said Liza, with a motion towards me. "What I want to tell you both is this," I declared. "If there's anything nasty in the world, it's I that am nasty, and all the rest is delightful." "Arkasha, don't be angry, darling. But if you really would give up—" "Gambling? You mean gambling? I will give it up, mother. I am going there for the last time to day, especially since Andrei Petrovitch himself has declared that not a farthing of that money is his. You can't imagine how I blush. I must go into it with him, though. Mother, darling, last time I was here I said something clumsy. It was nonsense, darling. I truly want to believe it was only swagger. I love Christ." On my last visit there had been a conversation about religion. Mother had been much grieved and upset. When she heard my words now, she smiled at me, as though I were a little child. "Christ forgives everything, Arcasia. He forgives your wrongdoing, and worse than yours. Christ is our Father. Christ never fails us, and will give light in the blackest night." I said good-bye to them, and went away, thinking over the chances of seeing Versalov that day. I had a great deal to talk over with him, and it had been impossible that afternoon. I had a strong suspicion that he would be waiting for me at my lodging. I walked there on foot. It had turned colder and begun to freeze, and walking was very pleasant. 2. I lived near the Voznesensky Bridge, in a huge block of flats overlooking the courtyard. Almost as I went into the gate, I ran into Versalov coming out. "As usual, when I go for a walk, I only get as far as your lodging, and I've been to Piotr Ippolitovitch's, but I got tired of waiting for you. Your people there are forever quarreling, and to-day his wife is even a little tearful. I looked in and came away." For some reason I felt annoyed. "I suppose you never go to see any one except me and Piotr Ippolitovitch. You have no one else in all Petersburg to go to." "My dear fellow, but it doesn't matter." "Where are you going now?" "I'm not going back to you. If you like, we'll go for a walk. It's a glorious evening." If instead of abstract discussions you had talked to me like a human being, and had, for instance, given me the merest hint about that confounded gambling, I should perhaps not have let myself be drawn into it like a fool," I said suddenly. "You regret it? That's a good thing," he answered, bringing out his words reluctantly. "I always suspected that play was not a matter of great consequence with you, but only a temporary aberration. You are right, my dear boy, gambling is beastly, and what's more, one may lose, and lose other people's money too." "Have you lost other people's money?" "I have lost yours. I borrowed of Prince Sergei from what was owing you. Of course it was fearfully stupid and absurd of me to consider your money mine, but I always meant to win it back." "I must warn you once more, my dear boy, that I have no money in Prince Sergei's hands. I know that young man is in straits himself, and I am not reckoning on him for anything, in spite of his promises. That makes my position twice as bad. I am in a ludicrous position. And what grounds has he for lending me money, and me for borrowing in that case?" "That's your affair. But there's not the slightest reason for you to borrow money from him, is there?" "Except that we are comrades." "No other reason? Is there anything which has made you feel it possible to borrow from him? Any consideration whatever?" "What sort of consideration do you mean? I don't understand." "So much the better if you don't, and I will own, my boy, that I was sure of it. Brise sans la, mon cher, and do try to avoid playing somehow." "If only you had told me before. You seem half-hearted about it, even now." "If I had spoken to you about it before, we should only have quarrelled, and you wouldn't have let me come and see you in the evenings so readily. And let me tell you, my dear, that all such saving counsels and warnings are simply an intrusion into another person's conscience at another person's expense. I have done enough meddling with the consciences of others, and in the long run I get nothing but taunts and rebuffs for it. Taunts and rebuffs, of course, don't matter. The point is that one never obtains one's object in that way. No one listens to you, however much you meddle, and every one gets to dislike you." "I am glad that you have begun to talk to me of something besides abstractions. I want to ask you one thing. I have wanted to for a long time. But it's always been impossible when I've been with you. It is a good thing we are in the street. Do you remember that evening, the last evening I spent in your house 2 months ago, how we sat upstairs in my coffin, and I questioned you about mother and Makar Ivanovitch. Do you remember how free and easy I was with you then? How could you allow a young puppy to speak in those terms of his mother? And yet you made not the faintest sign of protest. On the contrary, you let yourself go, and so made me worse than ever." "My dear boy, I'm very glad to hear such sentiments from you. Yes, I remember very well. I was actually waiting to see the blush on your cheek, and if I fell in with your tone, it was just to bring you to the limit." "And you only deceived me then, and troubled more than ever the springs of purity in my soul. Yes, I'm a wretched raw youth, and I don't know from minute to minute what is good and what is evil. Had you given me the tiniest hint of the right road, I should have realized things, and should have been eager to take the right path. But you only drove me to fury." "Cher enfant, I always foresaw that, one way or another, we should understand one another. That blush has made its appearance of itself without my aid, and that, I swear, is better for you. I notice, my dear boy, that you have gained a great deal of late. Can it be the companionship of that princeling?" "Don't praise me. I don't like it. Don't leave me with a painful suspicion that you are flattering me without regard for truth, so as to go on pleasing me. Well, lately, you see, I've been visiting ladies. I am very well received, you know, by Anna Andreevna, for instance." "I know that from her, my dear boy. Yes, she is very charming and intelligent. Mais brisons la, mon cher. It's odd how sick I feel of everything to day. Spleen, I suppose." "I put it down to hemorrhoids. How are things at home? All right? You made it up, of course, and embraces followed. Cela va sans dire." "It's melancholy sometimes to go back to them, even after the nastiest walk. In fact, I sometimes go a longer way round in the rain, simply to delay the moment of returning to the bosom of my family. And how bored I am there! Good God, how bored!" "Mother, your mother is a most perfect and delightful creature. Mais in short, I am probably unworthy of them. By the way, what's the matter with them to day? For the last few days they've all been out of sorts somehow. I always try to ignore such things, you know, but there is something fresh brewing to day. Have you noticed nothing?" "I know nothing positive, and in fact I should not have noticed it at all if it hadn't been for that confounded Tatiana Pavlovna, who can never resist trying to get her knife in." "You are right, there is something wrong. I found Liza at Anna Andreevna's this morning, and she surprised me, in fact. You know, of course, that she visits Anna Andreevna." "I know, my dear. And you? When were you at Anna Andreevna's to day? At what time? I want to know for a reason." "From 2 till 3, and only fancy as I was going out Prince Sergey arrived." Then I described my whole visit very circumstantially. He listened without speaking. He made no comment whatever on the possibility of a match between Prince Sergey and Anna Andreevna. In response to my enthusiastic praise of Anna Andreevna, he murmured again that she was very charming. I gave her a great surprise this morning with the latest bit of drawing-room gossip that Madame Amakov is to be married to Baron Buring. I said all of a sudden, as though something were torn out of me. "Yes, would you believe it? She told me that news earlier in the day, much earlier than you can have surprised her with it." "What do you mean?" I was simply struck dumb. From whom could she have heard it? Though, after all, there's no need to ask. Of course she might have heard it before I did, but only imagine, she listened to me when I told her as though it were absolutely news to her. But what of it? Hurrah for breadth. One must take a broad view of people's characters, mustn't one? I, for instance, should have poured it all out at once, and she shuts it up in a snuff-box. And so be it, so be it. She is none the less a most delightful person and a very fine character. "Oh, no doubt of it. Every one must go his own way, and something more original. These fine characters can sometimes baffle one completely. Just imagine. Anna Andreevna took my breath away this morning by asking whether I were in love with Katerina Nikolaevna. Amakov or not?" "What a wild and incredible question!" I cried, dumbfounded again. There was actually a mist before my eyes. I had never yet broached this subject with him, and here he had begun on it himself. "In what way did she put it?" "No way, my dear boy, absolutely no way." The snuff box shut again at once, more closely than ever, and what's more, observe, I've never admitted the conceivability of such questions being addressed to me, nor has she. However, you say yourself that you know her, and therefore you can imagine how far such a question is characteristic. Do you know anything about it by chance?" "I am just as puzzled as you are. Curiosity, perhaps, or a joke." "Oh, quite the contrary. It was a most serious question. Hardly a question, in fact. More a cross examination. And evidently there were very important and positive reasons for it. Won't you be going to see her? Couldn't you find out something? I would ask you as a favour, do you see?" "But the strangest thing is that she could imagine you to be in love with Katerina Nikolaevna. Forgive me, I can't get over my amazement. I should never, never have ventured to speak to you on this subject, or anything like it." "And that's very sensible of you, my dear boy." "Your intrigues and your relations in the past. Well, of course the subject's out of the question between us. And indeed it would be stupid of me, but of late, the last few days, I have several times exclaimed to myself that if you had ever loved that woman, if only for a moment, oh, you could never have made such a terrible mistake in your opinion of her as you did. I know what happened. I know of your enmity, of your aversion, so to say, for each other. I've heard of it. I've heard too much of it. Even before I left Moscow, I heard of it. But the fact that stands out so clearly is intense aversion, intense hostility, the very opposite of love. And Anna Andreevna suddenly asks, point blank, "Do you love her?" Can she have heard so little about it? It's wild. She was laughing, I assure you, she was laughing. "But I observe, my dear boy," said Versolov, and there was something nervous and sincere in his voice that went to one's heart, as his words rarely did, "that you speak with too much heat on this subject. You said just now that you have taken to visiting ladies, of course for me to question you on that subject as you expressed it. But is not that woman perhaps on the list of your new acquaintances?" "That woman?" My voice suddenly quivered. "Listen, Andrei Petrovitch, listen. That woman is what you were talking of with Prince Sergey this morning. Living life. Do you remember? You said that living life is something so direct and simple, something that looks you so straight in the face that its very directness and clearness make us unable to believe that it can be the very thing we're seeking so laboriously all our lives. With ideas like that, you met the ideal woman, and in perfection, in the ideal, you recognized all the vices. That's what you did. The reader can guess what a state of frenzy I was in. All the vices? Oho, I know that phrase," cried Versolov. "And if things have gone so far that you are told of such a phrase, oughtn't I to congratulate you? It suggests such a degree of intimacy that perhaps you deserve credit for a modesty and reserve of which few young men are capable." There was a note of sweet, friendly, and affectionate laughter in his voice. There was something challenging and charming in his words, and in his bright face, as far as I could see it in the night. He was strangely excited. I beamed all over in spite of myself. "Modesty, reserve? Oh, no, no!" I exclaimed, blushing, and at the same time squeezing his hand, which I had somehow seized and was unconsciously holding. "No, there's no reason. In fact, there's nothing to congratulate me on, and nothing of the sort can ever, ever happen." I was breathless, and let myself go. I so longed to let myself go. It was so very agreeable to me. "You know, well, after all, I will, just this once. You are my darling, splendid father. You will allow me to call you father. It's utterly out of the question for a son to speak to his father, for any one, in fact, to speak to a third person of his relations with a woman, even if they are of the purest. In fact, the purer they are, the greater the obligation of silence. It would be distasteful, it would be coarse. In short, a confidant is out of the question." But if there's nothing, absolutely nothing, then surely one may speak, mayn't one?" "As your heart tells you." "An indiscreet, a very indiscreet question. I suppose in the course of your life you've known women, you've had intimacies. I only ask generally, generally. I don't mean anything particular." I blushed, and was almost choking with delight. "We will assume there have been transgressions." "Well, then, I want to ask you this, and you tell me what you think of it, as a man of more experience. A woman suddenly says, as she is taking leave of you, casually looking away, 'Tomorrow at 3 o'clock I shall be at a certain place,' at Tatiana Pavlovna's, for example." I burst out, taking the final plunge. My heart throbbed and stood still. I even ceased speaking. I could not go on. He listened eagerly. "And so next day at 3 o'clock I went to Tatiana Pavlovna's, and this is what I thought. When the cook opens the door, you know her cook, I shall ask first thing whether Tatiana Pavlovna is at home. And if the cook says Tatiana Pavlovna is not at home, but there's a visitor waiting for her, what ought I to conclude? Tell me if it were you. In short, if you simply that an appointment had been made you. Then I suppose that did happen, and it happened to day. Yes?" "Oh, no, 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 nothing of the sort. It did happen, but it wasn't that. It was an appointment, but not of that sort, and I hasten to say so, or I should be a blackguard. It did happen, but, my dear fellow, all this begins to be so interesting that I suggest. I used to give away 10 roubles and 25 roubles at a time to those who begged of me for a drink, just a few coppers. It's a lieutenant implores your aid, a former lieutenant begging of you." Our road was suddenly barred by the figure of a tall beggar, possibly, in fact, a retired lieutenant. What was more singular was that he was very well dressed for his profession, and yet he was begging. 3. I purposely do not omit this paltry incident of the wretched lieutenant, for my picture of Versalov is not complete without the petty details of his surroundings at that minute, which was so momentous for him. Momentous it was, and I did not know it. "If you don't leave off, sir, I shall call the police at once," Versalov said, suddenly raising his voice unnaturally, and standing still before the lieutenant. I could never imagine such anger from a man so philosophic, and for such a trivial cause. And note, our conversation was interrupted at the point of most interest to him, as he had just said himself. "What, you haven't a 5-kopeck piece?" the lieutenant cried rudely, waving his hand in the air. And indeed, what canaille have 5 kopecks nowadays? The low rabble, the scoundrels. He goes dressed in beaver, and makes all this to do about a copper. "Constable!" cried Versalov. But there was no need to shout. A policeman was standing close by at the corner, and he had heard the lieutenant abuse himself. "I ask you to bear witness to this insult. I ask you to come to the police station," said Versalov. "Oh, ho, I don't care. There's nothing at all you can prove. You won't show yourself so wonderfully clever." "Keep hold of him, constable, and take us to the police station," Versalov decided emphatically. "Surely we are not going to the police station? Bother the fellow," I whispered to him. "Certainly we are, dear boy. The disorderly behaviour in our streets begins to bore one beyond endurance, and if every one did his duty, it would make it better for us all. C'est comique, mais c'est ce que nous ferons." For 100 paces the lieutenant kept up a bold and swaggering demeanour, and talked with heat. He declared that it was not the thing to do, that it was all a matter of 5 kopecks, and so on, and so on. But at last he began whispering something to the policeman. The policeman, a sagacious man, with apparently a distaste for exhibitions of nerves in the street, seemed to be on his side, though only to a certain degree. He muttered in an undertone in reply that it was too late for that now, that it had gone too far, and that if you were to apologize, for instance, and the gentleman would consent to accept your apology, then perhaps— "Come, listen, honoured sir, where are we going? I ask you, what are we hurrying to, and what's the joke of it?" the lieutenant cried aloud. "If a man who is down on his luck is willing to make an apology— in fact, if you want to put him down, damn it all, we are not in a drawing room, we are in the street. For the street, that's apology enough." Versalov stopped and suddenly burst out laughing. I actually imagined that he had got the whole thing up for amusement, but it was not so. I entirely accept your apology, Monsieur l'Officier, and I assure you that you are a man of ability. Behave like that in the drawing-room. It will soon pass muster perfectly there, too. And meanwhile here are 20 kopecks for you. Eat and drink your fill with it. Pardon me, constable, for troubling you. I would have thanked you more substantially for your pains, but you are so highly respectable nowadays. My dear boy," he added, turning to me, "there's an eating-house close here. It's really a horrible sewer, but one could get tea there, and I invite you to a cup. This way, quite close. Come along." I repeat, I had never seen him so excited, though his face was full of brightness and gaiety. Yet I noticed that when he was taking the coin out of his purse to give it to the officer, his hands trembled, and his fingers refused to obey him, so that at last he asked me to take out the money and give it to the man for him. I cannot forget it. He took me to a little restaurant on the canal side in the basement. The customers were few. A loud barrel organ was playing out of tune. There was a smell of dirty dinner napkins. We sat down in a corner. Perhaps you don't know, I am sometimes so bored, so horribly bored in my soul, that I like coming to all sorts of stinking holes like this. These surroundings, the halting tune from Lucia, the waiters in their unseemly Russian get-up, the fumes of cheap tobacco, the shouts from the billiard-room, it's all so vulgar and prosaic that it almost borders on the fantastic. Well, my dear boy, that son of Mars interrupted us, I believe, at the most interesting moment. Here's the tea. I like the tea here. Imagine Pyotr Ippolitovitch suddenly began to-day assuring the other lodger, the one marked with smallpox, that during the last century a special committee of lawyers was appointed in the English Parliament to examine the trial of Christ before the high priest and Pilate, with the sole object of finding how the case would have gone nowadays by modern law, and that the inquiry was conducted with all solemnity, with counsel for the prosecution, and all the rest of it, and that the jury were obliged to uphold the original verdict. A wonderful story. That fool of a lodger began to argue about it, lost his temper, quarrelled, and declared he should leave next day. The landlady dissolved in tears at the thought of losing his rent. Mais passons. In these restaurants they sometimes have nightingales. Do you know the old Moscow anecdote à la Pyotr Ippolitovitch? A nightingale was singing in a Moscow restaurant. A merchant came in. "I must have my fancy, whatever it costs," said he. "What's the price of the nightingale?" "100 roubles. Roast it and serve it." So they roasted it and served it up. Cut me off 2 pen'orth. I once told it to Pyotr Ippolitovitch, but he did not believe it, and was quite indignant. He said a great deal more. I quote these fragments as a sample of his talk. He repeatedly interrupted me every time I opened my mouth to begin my story. He began each time talking of some peculiar and utterly irrelevant nonsense. He talked gaily, excitedly, laughed goodness knows what at, and even chuckled in an undignified way, as I had never seen him do before. He swallowed a glass of tea at one gulp, and poured out another. Now I can understand it. He was like a man who had received a precious, interesting, and long expected letter, and who lays it down before him, and purposely refrains from opening it, turning it over and over in his hands, examining the envelope and the seal, going to see to things in another room, in short, deferring the interesting moment of perusal, knowing that it cannot escape him, and all this he does to make his enjoyment more complete. I told him all there was to tell, of course, everything from the very beginning, and it took me perhaps an hour telling it, and indeed how could I have helped telling him? I had been dying to talk of it that afternoon. I began with our very first meeting at the old prince's on the day she arrived from Moscow. Then I described how it had all come about by degrees. I left nothing out, and indeed I could not have left anything out. He led me on, he guessed what was coming, and prompted me. At moments it seemed to me that something fantastic was happening, that he must have been sitting or standing behind the door for those 2 months. He knew beforehand every gesture I made, every feeling I had felt. I derived infinite enjoyment from this confession to him, for I found in him such intimate softness, such deep psychological subtlety, such a marvelous faculty for guessing what I meant from half a word. He listened as tenderly as a woman. And above all, he knew how to save me from feeling ashamed. At times he stopped me at some detail. Often when he stopped me, he repeated nervously, "Don't forget details. The great thing is not to forget any details. The more minute a point is, the more important it may sometimes be." And he interrupted me several times with words to that effect. Oh, of course, I began at first in a tone of superiority to her, but I quickly dropped into sincerity. I told him honestly that I was ready to kiss the spot on the floor where her foot had rested. The most beautiful and glorious thing was that he absolutely understood that she might be suffering from terror over the letter, and yet remain the pure and irreproachable being she had revealed herself to be. He absolutely realized what was meant by the word student, but when I was near the end of my story, I noticed that behind his good-natured smile there were signs in his face from time to time of some impatience, some abruptness and preoccupation. When I came to the letter, I thought to myself, shall I tell him the exact truth or not? And I did not tell it, in spite of my enthusiasm. I note this here, that I may remember it all my life. I explained to him, as I had done to her, that it had been destroyed by Kraft. His eyes began to glow. A strange line, a line of deep gloom, was visible on his forehead. "You are sure you remember, my dear boy, that the letter was burned by Kraft in the candle? You are not mistaken?" "I am not mistaken," I repeated. "The point is that that scrap of paper is of such importance to her, and if you had only had it in your hands to day, you might—" "But what?" "I might," he did not say. "But you haven't it in your hands now." I shuddered all over inwardly, but not outwardly. Outwardly I did not betray myself. I did not turn a hair, but I was still unwilling to believe in the question. "Haven't it in my hands? In my hands now? How could I, since Kraft burned it that day?" "Yes." A glowing, intent look was fastened upon me, a look I shall never forget. He smiled, however, but all his good nature, all the feminine softness that had been in his expression, suddenly vanished. It was replaced by something vague and troubled. He became more and more preoccupied. If he had controlled himself at that moment, as he had till then, he would not have asked me that question about the letter. He had asked it, no doubt, because he was carried away himself. I say this, however, only now. At the time I did not so quickly perceive the change that had come over him. I still went on plunging, and there was still the same music in my heart, but my story was over. I looked at him. "It's strange," he said suddenly, when I had told him everything, to the minutest detail. "It's a very strange thing, my dear boy. You say that you were there from 3 o'clock till 4, and that Tatiana Pavlovna was not at home." "From 3 o'clock till half past 4 exactly." "Well, only fancy. I went to see Tatiana Pavlovna exactly at half past 4 to the minute, and she met me in the kitchen. I nearly always go to see her by the back entrance." "What, she met you in the kitchen?" I cried, staggering back in amazement. "As she told me she could not ask me in, I only stayed 2 minutes. I only looked in to ask her to come to dinner." "Perhaps she had only just come home from somewhere." "I don't know. Of course not, though she was wearing a loose dressing gown. That was at half past 4 exactly." "But Tatiana Pavlovna didn't tell you I was there?" "No, she did not tell me you were there. Otherwise I should have known it, and should not have asked you about it." "Listen, that's awfully important." "Yes, from a certain point of view, and you've turned quite white, my dear. But after all, what is there important in it?" "They've been laughing at me as though I were a baby." "It's simply that she was afraid of your impulsiveness, as she expressed it herself, and so she felt safer with Tatiana Pavlovna there." "But, good God, what a trick! Think, she let me say all that before a third person, before Tatiana Pavlovna. So she heard everything I said. It's horrible to conceive of." "C'est cela, mon cher. Besides, you spoke just now of breadth of view in regard to women, and exclaimed hurrah for breadth." "If I were Othello, and you Iago, you could not have done better. I am laughing, though. There can be no sort of Othello, because there have been no relations of the kind. And why laugh, indeed? It doesn't matter. I believe she's infinitely above me, all the same, and I have not lost my ideal. If it was a joke on her part, I forgive her. A joke with a wretched raw youth doesn't matter. Besides, I did not pose as anything. And the student was there in her soul, and remained there in spite of everything. It was in her heart. It exists there, and would always exist there. Enough. Listen. What do you think? Shall I go to her at once to find out the whole truth, or not?" I said, "I am laughing," but there were tears in my eyes. "Well, my dear boy, go if you want to. I feel as though I were defiled in soul from having told you all this. Don't be angry, dear, but I repeat, one can't tell things about a woman to a third person. No confidant will understand. Even an angel wouldn't understand. If you respect a woman, don't confide in anyone. If you respect yourself, don't confide in anyone. Now, I don't respect myself. Goodbye for the present. I can't forgive myself." "Nonsense, my dear boy. You exaggerate. You say yourself that there was nothing in it." We came out on the canal bank and said good-bye. "Will you never give me a real warm kiss, as a child kisses its father?" he said, with a strange quiver in his voice. I kissed him fervently. "Dear boy, may you be always as pure in heart as you are now." I had never kissed him before in my life. I never could have conceived that he would like me to. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 6. "I'll go, of course." I made up my mind as I hurried home. "I'll go at once. Very likely I shall find her at home alone. Whether she is alone or with someone else makes no difference. I can ask her to come out to me. She will receive me. She'll be surprised, but she will receive me. And if she won't see me, I'll insist on her seeing me. I'll send in word that it's most urgent. She will think it's something about that letter, and will see me. And I'll find out all about Tatiana there, and what then? If I am not right, I will be her servant. If I am right, and she is to blame, it's the end of everything. In any case, it's the end of everything. What am I going to lose? I can lose nothing. I'll go. I'll go. I shall never forget, and I recall with pride, that I did not go. It will never be known to any one. It will die with me, but it's enough that I know of it, and at such a moment I was capable of an honorable impulse. This is a temptation, and I will put it behind me. I made up my mind at last, on second thoughts. They had tried to terrify me with a fact, but I refused to believe it, and had not lost my faith in her purity. And what had I to go for? What was there to find out about? Why was she bound to believe in me as I did in her, to have faith in my purity, not to be afraid of my impulsiveness, and not to provide against all risks with Tatiana? I had not yet, as far as she could see, deserved her confidence. No matter, no matter that she does not know that I am worthy of it, that I am not seduced by temptations, that I do not believe in malicious calumnies against her. I know it, and I shall respect myself for it. I shall respect my own feeling. Oh, yes, she had allowed me to utter everything before Tatiana. She had allowed Tatiana to be there. She knew that Tatiana was sitting there listening, for she was incapable of not listening. She knew that she was laughing at me out there. That was awful, awful. But what if it were impossible to avoid it? What could she have done in her position, and how could one blame her for it? Why, I had told her a lie about craft. I had deceived her because that too could not be helped, and I had lied innocently against my will. "My God!" I cried suddenly, flushing painfully. "What have I just done myself? Haven't I exposed her too before Tatiana? Haven't I repeated it all to Versalov just now? Though, after all, there was a difference. It was only a question of the letter. I had in reality only told Versalov about the letter because there was nothing else to tell, and could be nothing else. Was not I the first to declare that there could not be? He was a man of insight. But what hatred there was in his heart for this woman even to this day, and what sort of drama must have taken place between them in the past, and about what? All due to vanity, of course. Versalov cannot be capable of any feeling but boundless vanity. That last thought rose spontaneously in my mind, and I did not even remark it. Such were the thoughts that floated through my mind one after another, and I was straightforward with myself. I did not cheat or deceive myself, and if there was anything I did not understand at that moment, it was not from sophistry with myself, but only from lack of brains. I returned home in great excitement, and, I don't know why, in a very cheerful though confused state of mind. But I was afraid of analyzing my feelings, and did my utmost to distract my mind. I went in at once to see my landlady. It turned out that a terrible quarrel really had taken place between her husband and her. She was in advanced consumption, and though perhaps she was a good-natured woman, like all consumptives, she was of uncertain temper. I began trying to reconcile them at once. I went to the lodger, who was a very vain little bank clerk called Cherviak, a coarse pock-marked fool. I disliked him very much, but I got on with him quite well, for I often was so mean as to join him in turning Pyotr Ippolitovitch into ridicule. I had once persuaded him to keep on the lodgings, and indeed he would not in any case have really gone so far as to move. It ended in my reassuring the landlady completely, and even succeeding in very deftly putting a pillow under her head. Pyotr Ippolitovitch would never have known how to do it, she commented malignantly. Then I busied myself in the kitchen preparing mustard plasters for her, and succeeded in making two capital ones with my own hand. Poor Pietro Ippolitovitch looked on envious, but I did not allow him to touch them, and was rewarded by liberal tears of gratitude from the lady. I remember I suddenly felt sick of it all, and suddenly realized that I was not looking after the invalid from kindness at all, but from something else, some very different motive. I waited for Matvey with nervous impatience. I had resolved that evening to try my luck at cards for the last time, and apart from my need to win, I had an intense longing to play. But for that, my excitement would have been unbearable. If I had not gone anywhere, I might have been unable to hold out, and should have gone to her. It was almost time for Matvey to come, when the door was opened, and an unexpected visitor, Daria Anasimovna, walked in. I frowned, and was surprised. She knew my lodging, for she had been there once with some message from my mother. I made her sit down, and looked at her inquiringly. She said nothing, and only looked straight into my face with a deferential smile. "You've not come from Liza?" it occurred to me to ask. "No, it's nothing special." I informed her that I was just going out. She replied again that it was nothing special, and that she was going herself in a minute. I suddenly, for some reason, felt sorry for her. I may observe that she had met with a great deal of sympathy from all of us, from my mother, and still more from Tatiana Pavlovna, but after installing her at Madame Stolbiev's, all of us had rather begun to forget her, except perhaps Liza, who often visited her. I think she was herself the cause of this neglect, for she had a special faculty for effacing herself, and holding herself aloof from people in spite of her obsequiousness and her ingratiating smiles. I personally disliked those smiles of hers and her affected expression, and I even imagined on one occasion that she had not grieved very long for her Olia. But this time, for some reason, I felt very sorry for her. And behold, without uttering a word, she suddenly bent forward with her eyes cast down, and all at once, throwing her arms round my waist, hid her face on my knees. She seized my hand. I thought she meant to kiss it, but she pressed it to her eyes, and hot tears trickled upon it. She was shaking all over with sobs, but she wept silently. It sent a pang to my heart, even though I felt at the same time somehow annoyed. But she was embracing me with perfect confidence, and without the least fear that I might be vexed, though only just before she had smiled so timidly and cringingly. I began begging her to calm herself. "Kind, good friend, I don't know what to do with myself. As soon as it gets dark, I can't bear it. As soon as it gets dark, I can't go on bearing it, and I feel drawn into the street, into the darkness. And I am drawn there by my imaginings. My mind is possessed by the fancy that as soon as ever I go out I shall meet her in the street. I walk and seem to see her. That is, other girls are walking along the street, and I walk behind them on purpose, and I think, 'Isn't it she? There she is,' I think. It really is my Olia. I dream and dream. I turn giddy at last, and feel sick, and stumble and jostle against people. I stumble as though I were drunk, and some swear at me. I hide by myself, and don't go to see any one, and wherever one goes it makes one's heart more sick. I passed by your lodging just now, and thought, 'I'll go in to him. He is kinder than any of them, and he was there at the time. Forgive a poor creature who's no use to any one. I'll go away directly. I'm going.' She suddenly got up and made haste to depart. Matvey arrived just then. I made her get into the sledge with me, and left her at Madame Stolbiev's on my way." 2. I had of late begun to frequent Zertchikov's gambling saloon. I had so far visited 3 gambling houses, always in company with Prince Sergey, who had introduced me to these places. At one of these houses the game was faro especially, and the stakes were high. But I did not care for going there. I saw that one could not get on there without a long purse, and also that the place was crowded with insolent fellows and swaggering young snobs. This was what Prince Sergey liked. He liked playing too, but he particularly liked getting to know these young prodigals. I noticed that though he went in with me, he kept away from me during the evening, and did not introduce me to any of his set. I stared about me like a wild man of the woods, so much so that I sometimes attracted attention. At the gambling table people spoke to one another freely, but once I tried bowing next day to a young fop, with whom I had not only talked but laughed the previous evenings, sitting beside him, and had even guessed 2 cards from him. Yet when I greeted him in the same room next day, he actually did not recognize me, or what was worse, stared at me with simulated amazement, and passed by with a smile. So I quickly gave up the place, and preferred to visit a sewer. I don't know what else to call it. It was a wretched, sordid little place for roulette, managed by a kept woman, who, however, never showed herself in the saloon. It was all horribly free and easy there, and though officers and wealthy merchants sometimes frequented it, there was a squalid filthiness about the place, though that was an attraction to many. Moreover, I was often lucky there. But I gave that place up too, after a disgusting scene, which occurred when the game was at its hottest, and ended in a fight between 2 players. I began going instead of Zertchikov's, to which Prince Sergey took me also. The man was a retired captain, and the tone at his rooms was very tolerable, military, curt, and businesslike, and there was a fastidiously scrupulous keeping up of the forms of punctilio. No boisterous practical jokers or very fast men frequented it. Moreover, the stakes played for were often considerable. Both faro and roulette were played. I had only been there twice before that evening, the 15th of November, but I believe Zertchikov already knew me by sight. I had made no acquaintance there, however. As luck would have it, Prince Sergey did not turn up till about midnight, when he dropped in with Darzin, after spending the evening at the gambling saloon of the young snobs, which I had given up. And so that evening I found myself alone and unknown in a crowd of strangers. If I had a reader, and he had read all I have written so far of my adventures, there would be certainly no need to inform him that I am not created for any sort of society. The trouble is I don't know how to behave in company. If I go anywhere among a great many people, I always have a feeling as though I were being electrified by so many eyes looking at me. It positively makes me shrivel up, physically shrivel up, even in such places as a theatre, to say nothing of private houses. I did not know how to behave with dignity in these gambling saloons and assemblies. I either sat still inwardly upbraiding myself for my excessive mildness and politeness, or I suddenly got up and did something rude. And meanwhile all sorts of worthless fellows, far inferior to me, knew how to behave with wonderful aplomb. And that's what exasperated me above everything, so that I lost my self-possession more and more. I may say frankly, even at that time, if the truth is to be told, the society there, and even winning money at cards, had become revolting and a torture to me. Positively a torture. I did, of course, derive acute enjoyment from it, but this enjoyment was at the cost of torture. The whole thing, the people, the gambling, and most of all myself in the midst of them, seemed horribly nasty. As soon as I win, I'll chuck it all up, I said to myself every time when I woke up in my lodgings in the morning after gambling overnight. Then again, how account for my desire to win, since I certainly was not fond of money? Not that I am going to repeat the hackneyed phrases usually in such explanations, that I played for the sake of the game, for the pleasure of it, for the risk, the excitement, and so on, and not for gain. I was horribly in need of money. And though this was not my chosen path, not my idea, yet somehow or other I had made up my mind to try it by way of experiment. I was continually possessed by one overwhelming thought. You maintained that one could reckon with certainty on becoming a millionaire if only one had sufficient strength of will. You've tested your strength of will already, so show yourself as strong in this case. Can more strength of will be needed for roulette than for your idea? That is what I kept repeating to myself. And as I still retained the conviction that in games of chance, if one has perfect control of one's will, so that the subtlety of one's intelligence and one's power of calculation are preserved, one cannot fail to overcome the brutality of blind chance and to win. I naturally could not help growing more and more irritated when at every moment I failed to preserve my strength of will, and was carried away by excitement like a regular child. Though I was able to endure hunger, I am not able to control myself in an absurd thing like this. That was what provoked me. Moreover, the consciousness that, however absurd and abject I might seem, I had within me a rich store of strength, which would one day make them all change their opinion of me. That consciousness has been, from the days of my oppressed childhood, the one spring of life for me, my light, my dignity, my weapon, and my consolation, without which I might have committed suicide as a little child. And so how could I help being irritated when I saw what a pitiful creature I became at the gambling table? That is why I could not give up playing. I see it all clearly now. This was the chief reason, but apart from that, my petty vanity was wounded. Losing had lowered me in the eyes of Prince Sergei of Versalov, though he did not deign to speak of it, of every one, even of Tatiana Pavlovna. That is what I thought, I felt. Finally, I will make another confession. By that time I had begun to be corrupted. It had become hard for me to give up a dinner of 7 dishes at the restaurant, to give up Matvey and the English shop, to lose the good opinion of my hairdresser, and all that, in fact. I was conscious of it even at the time, but I refused to admit the thought. Now I blush to write it. 3. Finding myself alone in a crowd of strangers, I established myself at first at a corner of the table, and began staking small sums. I remained sitting there without stirring for 2 hours. For those 2 hours the play was horribly flat, neither one thing nor another. I let slip some wonderful chances, and tried not to lose my temper, but to preserve my coolness and confidence. At the end of the 2 hours I had neither lost nor won. Out of my 300 roubles I had lost 10 or 15 roubles. This trivial result exasperated me, and what's more, an exceedingly unpleasant, disgusting incident occurred. I know that such gambling saloons are frequented by thieves who are not simply pickpockets out of the street, but well-known gamblers. I am certain that the well-known gambler Aferdov is a thief. He is still to be seen about the town. I met him not long ago driving a pair of his own ponies, but he is a thief, and he stole from me. But this incident I will describe later. What happened this evening was simply a prelude. I spent there 2 hours sitting at a corner of the table, and beside me on the left there was all the time an abominable little dandy, a Jew. I believe he is on some paper though, and even writes something and gets it published. At the very last moment I suddenly won 20 roubles. 2 red notes lay before me, and suddenly I saw this wretched little Jew put out his hand and remove one of my notes. I tried to stop him, but with a most impudent air he immediately informed me, without raising his voice in the least, that it was what he had won, that he had just put down a stake and won it. He declined to continue the conversation and turned away. As ill luck would have it, I was in a state of extreme stupidity at that moment. I was brooding over a great idea, and with a curse I got up quickly and walked away. I did not want to dispute, so made him a present of the red note. And indeed it would have been difficult to go into the matter with an impudent thief, for I had let slip the right moment, and the game was going on again. And that was my great mistake, the effect of which was apparent later on. 3 or 4 players near us saw how the matter ended, and noticing how easily I had given way, took me for another of the same sort. It was just 12 o'clock. I walked into the other room, and after little reflection formed a new plan. Going back, I changed my notes at the bank for half imperials. I received over 40 of them. I divided them into 10 lots, and resolved to stake 4 half imperials 10 times running on the 0. If I win, it's my luck. If I lose, so much the better. I'll never play again. I may mention that 0 had not turned up once during those 2 hours, so that at last no one was staking on 0. I put down my stakes, standing silent, frowning, and clenching my teeth. At the 3rd round, Zertchikov called aloud 0, which had not turned up all day. 140 half imperials were counted out to me in gold. I had 7 chances left, and I went on, though everything seemed whirling round and dancing before my eyes. "Come here," I shouted right across the table to a player beside whom I had been sitting before, a grey-headed man with a moustache and a purple face, wearing evening dress, who had been for some hours staking small sums with ineffable patience, and losing stake after stake. "Come this end. There's luck here." "Are you speaking to me?" the moustached gentleman shouted from the other end of the table, with a note of menacing surprise in his voice. "Yes, you. You'll go on losing for ever there." "That's not your business. Please not to interfere." But I could not restrain myself. An elderly officer was sitting facing me at the other side of the table. Looking at my stake, he muttered to his neighbour, "That's queer. 0. No, I won't venture on 0." "Do, Colonel," I shouted, laying down another stake. "Kindly leave me alone, and don't force your advice upon me," he rapped out sharply. "You are making too much noise." "I'm giving you good advice. Would you like to bet on 0's turning up directly? 10 gold pieces. I'll bet that. Will you take it?" And I laid down 10 half imperials. "A bet of 10 gold pieces, that I can do," he brought out dryly and severely. "I'll bet against you that 0 won't turn up." "10 louis d'or, Colonel." "What do you mean by 10 louis d'or?" "10 half imperials, Colonel, and in grand language 10 louis d'or." "Well, then, say they are half imperials, and please don't joke with me." I did not, of course, hope to win the bet. There were 36 chances against 1 that 0 would not turn up again, but I proposed it out of swagger, and because I wanted to attract every one's attention. I quite saw that for some reason nobody here liked me, and that they all would have taken particular pleasure in letting me know it. The roulette wheel was sent spinning, and what was the general amazement when it stopped at 0 again. There was actually a general shout. The glory of my success dazed me completely. Again 140 half imperials were counted out to me. Zertchikov Zertchikov asked me if I would not like to take part of them in notes, but I mumbled something inarticulate in reply, for I was literally incapable of expressing myself in a calm and definite way. My head was going round, and my legs felt weak. I suddenly felt that I would take a fearful risk at once. Moreover, I had a longing to do something more, to make another bet, to carry off some thousands from some one. Mechanically I scooped up my notes in gold in the hollow of my hand, and could not collect myself to count them. At that moment I noticed Prince Sergey and Darzin behind me. They had only just come from their faro saloon, where, as I heard afterwards, they had lost their last farthing. "Ah, Darzin," I cried, "there's luck here. Stake on zero." "I've been losing. I've no money," he answered dryly. Prince Sergey actually appeared not to notice or recognize me. "Here's money," I cried, pointing to my heap of gold. "As much as you like." "Hang it all!" cried Darzin, flushing crimson. "I didn't ask you for money, I believe." "You are being called," said Zertchikov, pulling my arm. The colonel, who had lost 10 half-imperials to me, had called to me several times, almost abusingly. "Kindly take this," he shouted, purple with rage. "It's not for me to stand over you, but if I don't, you'll be saying afterwards you haven't had the money. Count it." I trust you, colonel, without counting. Only please don't shout at me like that, and don't be angry." And I drew his heap of gold towards me. "Sir, I beg you to keep your transports for someone else, and not to force them on me," the colonel rasped out. "I've never fed pigs with you." "It's queer to admit such people. Who is he?" "Only a lad," I heard exclamations in undertones. But I did not listen. I was staking at random, not on zero this time. I staked a whole heap of 100-rouble notes on the first 18 numbers. "Let's go, Darzin," I heard Prince Sergey's voice behind me. "Home?" I asked, turning round to them. "Wait for me. We'll go together. I've had enough." My stake won. I had gained a big sum. "Enough!" I cried, and without counting the money, I began with trembling hands gathering up the gold and dropping it into my pockets, and clumsily crumpling the notes in my fingers, and trying to stuff them all at once into my side pocket. Suddenly Afrodov, who was sitting next to me on the right, had been playing for high stakes, laid a fat hand with a ring on the first finger over 3 of my 100-rouble notes. "Excuse me, that's not yours," he brought out sternly and incisively, though he spoke rather softly. This was the prelude which was destined a few days afterwards to have such a serious sequel. Now I swear on my honour those 3 notes were mine, but to my misfortune at the time, though I was convinced they were mine, I still had the fraction of a doubt, and for an honest man that is enough, and I am an honest man. What made all the difference was that I did not know at the time that Afrodov was a thief. I did not even know his name then, so that at that moment I might very well imagine I had made a mistake, and that those 3 notes were really not in the heap that had just been paid me. I had not counted my gains at all. I had simply gathered up the heaps with my hands, and there had been money lying in front of Afrodov too, and quite close to mine, but in neat heaps and counted. Above all, Afrodov was known here and looked upon as a wealthy man. He was treated with respect. All this had an influence on me, and again I did not protest. A terrible mistake. The whole beastly incident was a result of my enthusiasm. "I'm awfully sorry. I don't remember for certain, but I really think they are mine." I brought out, with lips trembling with indignation. These words at once aroused a murmur. "To say things like that, you ought to remember for certain, but you've graciously announced yourself that you don't remember for certain," Afrodov observed with insufferable superciliousness. "Who is he? It can't be allowed!" I heard several exclamations. "That's not the first time he has done it. There was the same little game over a 10-rouble note with Reckberg just now," a mean little voice said somewhere near. "That's enough," I exclaimed. "I'm not protesting. Take it. Where's Prince? Where are Prince Sokolsky and Darzin? Have they gone? Gentlemen, did you see which way Prince Sokolsky and Darzin went?" And gathering up all my money at last, I could not succeed in getting some of the half-imperials into my pocket, and holding them in my hands, I rushed to overtake Prince Sergey and Darzin. The reader will see, I think, that I don't spare myself, and am recording at this moment what I was then, and all my nastiness, so as to explain the possibility of what followed. Prince Sergey and Darzin were going downstairs without taking the slightest notice of my shouts and calls to them. I had overtaken them, but I stopped for a moment before the hall porter, and goodness knows why, thrust 3 half-imperials into his hand. He gazed at me in amazement, and did not even thank me. But that was nothing to me, and if Matvey had been there, I should probably have pressed handfuls of gold upon him. And so, indeed, I believe I meant to do. But as I ran out on the steps, I suddenly remembered that I had let him go home when I arrived. At that moment Prince Sergei's horse came up, and he got into his sledge. "I'm coming with you, Prince, and to your flat," I cried, clutching the fur cover and throwing it open to get into the empty seat. But all at once Darzin skipped past me into the sledge, and the coachman snatched the fur cover out of my hands and tucked it round them. "Damn it all!" I cried, dumbfoundered. It looked as though I had unbuttoned the cover for Darzin's benefit, like a flunkey. "Home!" shouted Prince Sergei. "Stop!" I roared, clutching at the sledge, but the horse started, and I was sent rolling in the snow. I even fancied they were laughing. Jumping up, I took the first sledge I came across, and dashed after Prince Sergei, urging on the wretched nag at every second. 4. As ill luck would have it, the wretched beast crawled along with unnatural slowness. Though I promised the driver a whole rouble, the driver did nothing but lash the beast to earn his rouble. My heart was sinking. I began trying to talk to the driver, but I could not even articulate my words, and I muttered something incoherent. This was my condition when I ran up to Prince Sergei's. He had only just come back. He had left Darzin on the way, and was alone. Pale and ill-humoured, he was pacing up and down his study. I repeat again, he had lost heavily that evening. He looked at me with a sort of preoccupied wonder. "You again?" he brought out, frowning. "To settle up with you for good, sir," I said breathlessly. "How dared you treat me like that?" He looked at me inquiringly. "If you meant to drive with Darzin, you might have answered that you were going with him, but you started your horse, and I—" "Oh, yes, you tumbled into the snow," he said, and laughed into my face. An insult like that can be only answered with a challenge. So, to begin with, we'll settle accounts. And with a trembling hand I began pulling out my money and laying it on the sofa, on the marble table, and even on an open book, in heaps and handfuls, and in rolls of notes, several coins rolled on the carpet. "Oh, yes, you've won, it seems. One can tell that from your tone." He had never spoken to me so insolently before. I was very pale. "Here, I don't know how much. It must be counted. I owe you 3,000, or how much, more or less. I'm not pressing you to pay, I believe. No, it's I want to pay, and you ought to know why. I know that in that roll there's 1,000 roubles here." And I began with trembling fingers to count the money, but gave it up. "It doesn't matter. I know it's 1,000. Well, that 1,000 I will keep for myself, but all the rest, all these heaps, take for what I owe you, for part of what I owe you. I think there's as much as 2,000, or maybe more." "But you're keeping 1,000 for yourself, then?" said Prince Sergei with a grin. "Do you want it? In that case, I was thinking you didn't wish it, but if you want it, here it is." "No, you need not," he said, turning away from me contemptuously, and beginning to pace up and down again. "And what the devil's put it into your head to want to pay it back?" he said, turning to me suddenly with a horrible challenge in his face. "I'm paying it back to be free to insist on your giving me satisfaction," I vociferated. "Go to the devil with your everlasting words and gesticulations!" He stamped at me suddenly, as though in a frenzy. "I've been wanting to get rid of you both for ages, you and your Versalov." "You've gone out of your mind," I shouted, and indeed it did look like it. "You've worried me to death with your high-sounding phrases, and never anything but phrases, phrases, phrases. Of honour, for instance. Tfoo! I've been wanting to have done with you for a long time. I'm glad, glad that the minute has come. I considered myself bound, and blushed that I was forced to receive you both. But now I don't consider myself bound in any way, in any way. Let me tell you. Your Versalov induced me to attack Madame Almakoff, and to cast aspersions on her. Don't dare to talk of honour to me after that, for you are dishonourable people, both of you, both of you. I wonder you weren't ashamed to take my money." There was a darkness before my eyes. "I borrowed from you as a comrade," I began, speaking with a dreadful quietness. "You offered it to me yourself, and I believed in your affection. I'm not your comrade. That's not why I have given you money. You know why it is. I borrowed on account of what you owed Versalov. Of course it was stupid, but you could not borrow on Versalov's account without his permission, and I could not have given you his money without his permission. I gave you my own money, and you knew it and took it, and I allowed this hateful farce to go on in my house." "What did I know? What farce? Why did you give it to me?" "Pour vos beaux yeux, mon cousin. he said, laughing straight in my face. "Go to hell," I cried. "Take it all. Here's the other 1,000 too. Now we are quits, and to-morrow." And I flung at him the roll of 100-rouble notes I had meant to keep to live upon. The notes hit him in the waistcoat and flopped on the floor. With 3 rapid strides he stepped close up to me. "Do you dare to tell me," he said, savagely articulating his words as it were syllable by syllable, "that all this time you've been taking my money, you did not know your sister was with child by me?" "What? What?" I screamed, and suddenly my legs gave way under me, and I sank helplessly on the sofa. He told me himself afterwards that I literally turned as white as a handkerchief. I was stunned. I remember we still stared into each other's faces in silence. A look of dismay passed over his face. He suddenly bent down, took me by the shoulder, and began supporting me. I distinctly remember his set smile, in which there was incredulity and wonder. Yes, he had never dreamed of his words having such an effect, for he was absolutely convinced of my knowledge. It ended in my fainting, but only for a moment. I came to myself. I got on my feet, gazed at him, and reflected, and suddenly the whole truth dawned upon my mind, which had been so slow to awaken. If some one had told me of it before, and asked me what I should have done at such a moment, I should no doubt have answered that I should have torn him in pieces. But what happened was quite different, and quite independent of my will. I suddenly covered my face with both hands and began sobbing bitterly. It happened of itself. All at once the child came out again in the young man. It seemed that fully half of my soul was still a child's. I fell on the sofa and sobbed out, "Liza, Liza, poor unhappy girl!" Prince Sergei was completely convinced all at once. "Good God, how unjust I've been to you!" he cried in deep distress. "How abominably I've misjudged you in my suspiciousness! Forgive me, Arkady Makarovitch." I suddenly jumped up, tried to say something to him, stood facing him, but said nothing, and ran out of the room and out of the flat. I dragged myself home on foot, and don't know how I got there. I threw myself on the bed in the dark, buried my face in the pillow, and thought and thought. At such moments orderly and consecutive thought is never possible. My brain and imagination seemed torn to shreds, and I remember I began dreaming about something utterly irrelevant. I don't know what. My grief and trouble came back to my mind suddenly with an ache of anguish, and I wrung my hands again and exclaimed, "Liza, Liza," and began crying again. I don't remember how I fell asleep, but I slept sweetly and soundly. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 7. 1. I waked up at 8 o'clock in the morning, instantly locked my door, sat down by the window, and began thinking. So I sat till 10 o'clock. The servant knocked at my door twice, but I sent her away. At last, at 11 o'clock, there was a knock again. I was just going to shout to the servant again, but it was Liza. The servant came in with her, brought me in some coffee, and prepared to light the stove. It was impossible to get rid of the servant, and all the time Thekla was arranging the wood and blowing up the fire, I strode up and down my little room, not beginning to talk to Liza, and even trying not to look at her. The servant, as though on purpose, was inexpressibly slow in her movements, as servants always are when they notice they are preventing people from talking. Liza sat on the chair by the window and watched me. "Your coffee will be cold," she said suddenly. I looked at her. Not a trace of embarrassment, perfect tranquillity, and even a smile on her lips. Such are women, I thought, and could not help shrugging my shoulders. At last the servant had finished lighting the stove and was about to tidy the room, but I turned her out angrily, and at last locked the door. "Tell me, please, why have you locked the door again?" Liza asked. I stood before her. "Liza, I never could have imagined you would deceive me like this. I exclaimed suddenly, though I had never thought of beginning like that, and instead of being moved to tears, an angry feeling, which was quite unexpected, stabbed me to the heart. Liza flushed. She did not turn away, however, but still looked straight in my face. "Wait, Liza, wait. Oh, how stupid I've been!" But was I stupid? I had no hint of it till everything came together yesterday, and from what could I have guessed it before? From your going to Madame Stolbayeva's, and to that Daria Onisimovna. But I looked upon you as the son, Liza, and how could I dream of such a thing? Do you remember how I met you that day 2 months ago at his flat, and how we walked together in the sunshine and rejoiced? Had it happened then? Had it?" She answered by nodding her head. "So you were deceiving me even then. It was not my stupidity, Liza, it was my egoism. More than stupidity, the egoism of my heart, and maybe my conviction of your holiness." "Oh, I've always been convinced that you were all infinitely above me. And now this. I had not time yesterday in one day to realize in spite of all the hints, and besides I was taken up with something very different yesterday." At that point I suddenly thought of Katerina Nikolaevna, and something stabbed me to the heart like a pin, and I flushed crimson. It was natural that I could not be kind at that moment. "But what are you justifying yourself for? You seem to be in a hurry to defend yourself, Arcady. What for?" Liza asked, softly and gently, though her voice was firm and confident. "What for? What am I to do now, if it were nothing but that question? And you ask what for? I don't know how to act. I don't know how brothers do act in such cases. I know they go with pistols in their hands, and force them to marry. I will behave as a man of honour ought, only I don't know how a man of honour ought to behave. Why? Because we are not gentlefolk, and he's a prince, and has to think of his career. He won't listen to honest people like us. We are not even brother and sister, but nondescript illegitimate children of a house serf, without a surname. And princes don't marry house serfs. Oh, it's nauseating. And what's more, you sit now and wonder at me." "I believe that you are very much distressed," said Liza, flushing again. "But you are in too great a hurry, and are distressing yourself." "Too great a hurry? Why, do you think I have not been slow enough? Is it for you, Liza, to say that to me?" I cried, completely carried away by indignation at last. "And what shame I've endured, and how that prince must despise me. It's all clear to me now, and I can see it all like a picture. He quite imagined that I had guessed long ago what his relation was to you, but that I held my tongue, or even turned up my nose, while I bragged of my honour. That's what he may well have thought of me, and that I have been taking his money for my sister's shame. It was that he loathed so, and I think he was quite right too, to have every day to welcome a scoundrel because he was her brother, and then to talk of honour. It would turn any heart to stone, even his. And you allowed it all. You did not warn me. He despised me so utterly that he talked of me to Stebelkov, and told me yesterday that he longed to get rid of us both, Verisaloff and me. And Stebelkov, too, Anna Andreevna, is as much your sister as Lizaveta Makarovna." And then he shouted after me, "My money's better than his." And I insolently lolled on his sofa, and forced myself on his acquaintances, as though I were an equal, damn them. And you allowed all that. Most likely Darzin knows by now, judging at least by his tone yesterday evening. Every one knew it except me." "No one knows anything. He has not told any one of his acquaintances, and he could not," Liza added. "And about Stebelkov, all I know is that Stebelkov is worrying him, and that it could only have been a guess on Stebelkov's part anyway. I have talked to him about you several times, and he fully believed me that you know nothing, and I can't understand how this happened yesterday." "Oh, I paid him all I owed him yesterday, anyway, and that's a load off my heart. Liza, does mother know?" "Of course she does." "Why, yesterday she stood up for you against me. Oh, Liza, is it possible that in your heart of hearts you think yourself absolutely right, that you really don't blame yourself in the least? I don't know how these things are considered nowadays, and what are your ideas? I mean, as regards me, your mother, your brother, your father. Does Versaloff know?" "Mother has told him nothing. He does not ask questions. Most likely he does not want to ask." "He knows, but does not want to know. That's it. It's like him. Well, you may laugh at a brother, a stupid brother, when he talks of pistols, but your mother. Surely you must have thought, Liza, that it's a reproach to mother?" "I have been tortured by that idea all night. Mother's first thought now will be, 'It's because I did wrong,' and the daughter takes after the mother." "Oh, what a cruel and spiteful thing to say!" cried Liza, while the tears gushed from her eyes. She got up and walked rapidly towards the door. "Stay, stay!" I caught her in my arms, made her sit down again, and sat down beside her, still keeping my arm round her. "I thought it would be like this when I came here, and that you would insist on my blaming myself. Very well, I do blame myself. It was only through pride I was silent just now, and did not say so. I am much sorrier for you and mother than I am for myself." She could not go on, and suddenly began crying bitterly. "Don't, Liza, you mustn't. I don't want anything. I can't judge you. Liza, what does mother say? Tell me, has she known long?" "I believe she has, but I only told her a little while ago, when this happened," she said softly, dropping her eyes. "What did she say?" "She said, 'Bear it,'" Liza said, still more softly. "Ah, Liza, yes, bear it. Don't do anything to yourself. God keep you." "I'm not going to," she answered firmly, and she raised her eyes and looked at me. "Don't be afraid," she added. "It's not at all like that." "Liza, darling, all I can see is that I know nothing about it. But I've only found out now how much I love you. There's only one thing I can't understand, Liza. It's all clear to me, but there's one thing I can't understand at all. What made you love him? How could you love a man like that? That's the question." "And I suppose you've been worrying yourself all night about that too?" said Liza, with a gentle smile. "Stay, Liza, that's a stupid question. And you are laughing. Laugh away. But one can't help being surprised, you know. You and he, you are such opposite extremes. I have studied him. He's gloomy, suspicious. Perhaps he is very good hearted. He may be. But on the other hand, he is above all extremely inclined to see evil in everything, though in that he is exactly like me. He has a passionate appreciation for what's noble, that I admit, but I fancy it's only in his ideal. Oh, he is apt to feel remorse. He has been all his life continually cursing himself and repenting, but he will never reform. That's like me, too, perhaps. Thousands of prejudices and false ideas, and no real ideas at all. He is always striving after something heroic, and spoiling it all over trifles. Forgive me, Liza. I'm a fool, though. I say this and wound you, and I know it. I understand it." "It would be a true portrait," smiled Liza, "but you are too bitter against him on my account. And that's why nothing you say is true. From the very beginning he was distrustful with you, and you could not see him as he is. But with me, even at Luga, he has had no eyes for any one but me, ever since those days at Luga. Yes, he is suspicious and morbid, and but for me he would have gone out of his mind. And if he gives me up, he will go out of his mind, or shoot himself. I believe he has realized that, and knows it," Liza added dreamily, as though to herself. "Yes, he is weak continually, but such weak people are capable at times of acting very strongly. How strangely you talked about a pistol, Arcady. Nothing of that sort is wanted, and I know what will happen. It's not my going after him, it's his coming after me. Mother cries and says that if I marry him I shall be unhappy, that he will cease to love me. I don't believe that. Unhappy, perhaps, I shall be, but he won't cease to love me. That's not why I have refused my consent all along. It's for another reason. For the last 2 months I've refused, but to day I told him, yes, I will marry you. Arkasha, do you know, yesterday," her eyes shone, and she threw her arms round my neck, "he went to Anna Andreevna's and told her with absolute frankness that he could not love her. Yes, he had a complete explanation with her, and that idea's at an end. He had nothing to do with the project. It was all Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch's notion, and it was pressed upon him by those tormentors, Stebelkov and some one else. And to day for that I've said yes. Dear Arcady, he is very anxious to see you, and don't be offended because of what happened yesterday. He's not quite well this morning, and will be at home all day. He's really unwell. Arcady, don't think it's an excuse. He has sent me on purpose and told me to say that he needs you, that he has a great deal he must tell you, and that it would be awkward to say it here in your lodging. Well, good bye. Oh, Arcady, I am ashamed to say it. As I was coming here, I was awfully afraid that you would not love me any more. I kept crossing myself on the way, and you've been so good and kind. I shall never forget it. I'm going to mother, and you try and like him a little, won't you?" I embraced her warmly, and told her. "I believe, Liza, you're a strong character, and I believe that it's not you who are going after him, but he who is going after you. Only what made you love him? That's the question." Liza put in with her old mischievous laugh, pronouncing the words exactly as I had done. "That's the question." And as she said it, she lifted her forefinger exactly as I do. We kissed at parting, but when she had gone my heart began to ache again. 2. I note merely for myself, there were moments after Liza had gone when a perfect host of the most unexpected ideas rushed into my mind, and I was actually quite pleased with them. "Well, why should I bother?" I thought. "What is it to me? It's the same with every one, or nearly so. What of it if it has happened to Liza? Am I bound to save the honour of the family?" I mention all these details to show how far I was from a sound understanding of the difference between good and evil. It was only feeling saved me. I knew that Liza was unhappy, that mother was unhappy, and I knew this by my feeling when I thought of them, and so I felt that what had happened must be wrong. Now I may mention beforehand that from that day right up to the catastrophe of my illness, events followed one another with such rapidity that, recalling them now, I feel surprised myself that I was able to stand up against them, crushing as they were. They clouded my mind and even my feelings, and if in the end I had been overwhelmed by them and had committed a crime, I was within an ace of it. The jury might well have acquitted me. But I will try to describe it all in the exact order of events, though I forewarn the reader that there was little order in my thoughts at that time. Events came rushing on me like the wind, and my thoughts whirled before them like the dead leaves in autumn. Since I was entirely made up of other people's ideas, where could I find principles of my own when they were needed to form independent decisions? I had no guide at all. I decided to go to see Prince Sergei that evening, that we might be perfectly free to talk things over, and he would be at home till evening. But when it was getting dark, I received again a note by post, a note from Stebelkov. It consisted of 3 lines, containing an urgent and most persuasive request that I would call on him next morning at 11 o'clock on most important business, and you will see for yourself that it is business. Thinking it over, I resolved to be guided by circumstances, as there was plenty of time to decide before to morrow. It was already 8 o'clock. I should have gone out much earlier, but I kept expecting Versalov. I was longing to express myself to him, and my heart was burning. But Versalov was not coming, and did not come. It was out of the question for me to go to see my mother and Liza for a time, and besides, I had a feeling that Versalov certainly would not be there all day. I went on foot, and it occurred to me on the way to look in at the restaurant on the canal side, where we had been the day before. Sure enough, Versalov was sitting there in the same place. "I thought you would come here," he said, smiling strangely and looking strangely at me. His smile was an unpleasant one, such as I had not seen on his face for a long time. I sat down at the little table and told him in full detail about the prince and Liza, and my scene with Prince Sergei the evening before. I did not forget to mention how I had won at roulette. He listened very attentively, and questioned me as to Prince Sergei's intention to marry Liza. Pauvre enfant! She won't gain much by that, perhaps, but very likely it won't come off, though he is capable of it. Tell me as a friend. You knew it, I suppose, had an inkling of it?" "My dear boy, what could I do in the matter? It's all a question of another person's conscience and of feeling, even though only on the part of that poor girl. I tell you again, I meddled enough at one time with other people's consciences, a most unsuitable practice. I don't refuse to help so far as I'm able, and if I understand the position myself. And you, my dear boy, did you really suspect nothing all this time?" "But how could you?" I cried, flaring up. "How could you, if you'd a spark of suspicion that I knew of Liza's position, and saw that I was taking money at the same time from Prince Sergey? How could you speak to me, sit with me, hold out your hand to me, when you must have looked on me as a scoundrel? For I bet anything you suspected I knew all about it, and borrowed money from Prince Sergey knowingly." "Again it's a question of conscience," he said with a smile. "And how do you know," he added distinctly, with unaccountable emotion, "how do you know I wasn't afraid, as you were yesterday, that I might lose my ideal, and find a worthless scamp instead of my impulsive, straightforward boy? I dreaded the minute, and put it off. Why not, instead of indolence or duplicity, imagine something more innocent in me, stupid, perhaps, but more honourable? Que diable! I am only too often stupid without being honourable. What good would you have been to me if you had had such propensities? To persuade and try to reform in that case would be degrading. You would have lost every sort of value in my eyes, even if you were reformed." "And Liza? Are you sorry for her?" "I am very sorry for her, my dear. What makes you think I am so unfeeling? On the contrary, I will try my very utmost. And you, what of your affair?" "Never mind my affair. I have no affairs of my own now. Tell me, why do you doubt that he'll marry her? He was at Anna Andreevna's yesterday, and positively refused. That is, disowned the foolish idea that originated with Prince Nikolai Ivanitch of making a match between them. He disowned it absolutely." "Yes? When was that? And from whom did you hear it?" he inquired with interest. I told him all I knew. "Hum." He pronounced it as it were dreamily and pondering. "Then it must have happened just about an hour before another explanation." "Hum. Oh, well, of course such an interview may have taken place between them, although I know that nothing was said or done either on his side or on hers, though of course a couple of words would be enough for such an explanation. But I tell you what, it's strange," he laughed suddenly, "I shall certainly interest you directly with an extraordinary piece of news. If your prince did make his offer yesterday to Anna Andreevna, and, suspecting about Liza, I should have done my utmost to oppose his suit, entre nous soit dit, Anna Andreevna would in any case have refused him. I believe you are very fond of Anna Andreevna. You respect and esteem her. That's very nice on your part, and so you will probably rejoice on her account. She is engaged to be married, my dear boy, and judging from her character, I believe she really will get married, while well, I give her my blessing, of course." "Going to be married? To whom?" I cried, greatly astonished. "Ah, guess! I won't torment you. To Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch, to your dear old man." I gazed at him with open eyes. "She must have been cherishing the idea for a long time, and no doubt worked it out artistically in all its aspects," he went on languidly, dropping out his words one by one. "I imagine this was arranged just an hour after Prince Sergey's visit. You see how inappropriate was his dashing in. She simply went to Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch and made him a proposal." "What made him a proposal? You mean he made her a proposal?" "Oh, how could he? She did, she herself, though to be sure he is perfectly ecstatic. They say he is simply sitting now wondering how it was the idea never occurred to him." I've heard he has even taken to his bed from sheer ecstasy, no doubt." "Listen, you are talking so ironically. I can hardly believe it. And how could she propose to him? What did she say?" "I assure you, my dear boy, that I am genuinely delighted," he answered, suddenly assuming a wonderfully serious air. "He is old, of course, but by every law and custom he can get married. As for her, again it's a matter of another person's conscience, as I've told you already, my dear boy. However, she is quite competent to have her own views and make her own decision, but the precise details and the words in which she expressed herself I am not in a position to give you, my dear boy. But no doubt she was equal to doing it, in a way which neither you nor I would have imagined. The best of it all is that there's nothing scandalous in it. It's all très comme il faut in the eyes of the world. Of course it's quite evident that she was eager for a good position in the world, but you know she deserves it. All this, my dear boy, is an entirely worldly matter. And no doubt she made her proposal in a magnificent and artistic style. It's an austere type, my dear boy, the girl nun, as you once described her. The cool young lady has been my name for her a long time past. She has almost been brought up by him, you know, and has seen more than one instance of his kindly feeling towards her. She assured me some time ago that she had such a respect for him, and such a high opinion of him, such feeling for him, and such sympathy with him, and all the rest of it, so that I was to some extent prepared. I was informed of all this morning in her name, and at her request, by my son, her brother Andrei Andreevitch, whom I believe you don't know, and whom I see regularly twice a year. He respectfully approves of the step she has taken." "Then it is public already? Good heavens, I am amazed." "No, it's certainly not public yet, not for some time. I don't know. I am altogether out of it, in fact. But it's all true. But now, Katerina Nikolaevna, what do you think? It won't suit Böring's taste, will it?" "I don't know, actually, that he will dislike it. But you may be sure that on that side Anna Andreevna is a highly respectable person. But what a girl she is! Yesterday morning, immediately before this, she inquired of me whether I were in love with the widow Amakov. Do you remember I told you of it yesterday with surprise? It would have been impossible for her to marry the father if I had married the daughter. Do you understand now?" "Oh, to be sure!" I cried. "But could Anna Andreevna really have imagined that you could possibly want to marry Katerina Nikolaevna?" "Evidently she could, my dear boy. But, however, I believe it's time for you to go where you were going. My head aches all the time, you know. I'll tell them to play Lucia. I love the solemnity of its dreariness, but I've told you that already. I repeat myself unpardonably. Perhaps I'll go away from here, though. I love you, my dear boy, but good bye. Whenever I have a headache or toothache, I thirst for solitude." A line of suffering came into his face. I believe now he really was suffering with his head particularly. "Till to morrow," I said. "Why till to morrow? And what is to happen to morrow?" he said with a wry smile. "I shall go to see you, or you come to see me." "No, I shan't come to you, but you'll come running to me." There was something quite malevolent in his face, but I had no thoughts to spare for him. What an event! 3. Prince Sergey was really unwell, and was sitting alone with his head wrapped in a wet towel. He was very anxious to see me, but he had not only a headache, he seemed to be aching morally all over. To anticipate events again, all that latter time, right up to the catastrophe, it was somehow my fate to meet with people who were one after another so excited that they were all almost mad, so that I couldn't help being infected with the same malady myself. I came, I must confess, with evil feelings in my heart, and I was horribly ashamed, too, of having cried before him the previous night. And anyway, Liza and he had so clearly succeeded in deceiving me that I could not help seeing myself as a fool. In short, my heart was vibrating on false notes as I went in. But all this affectation and false feeling vanished quickly. I must do him the justice to say that his suspiciousness had quickly disappeared, that he surrendered himself completely. He betrayed almost childish affection, confidence, and love. He kissed me with tears, and at once began talking of the position. Yes, he really did need me. His words and the sequence of his ideas betrayed great mental disorder. He announced with great firmness his intention to marry Liza, and as soon as possible. The fact that she is not of noble birth does not trouble me in the least. Believe me, he said to me, my grandfather married a serf girl who sang in a neighboring landowner's private theatre. My family, of course, have rested certain expectations upon me, but now they'll have to give way, and it will not lead to strife. I want to break with my present life for good, for good. To have everything different, everything new. I don't understand what made your sister love me, but if it had not been for her, I should not have been alive to this day. I swear from the depth of my soul that my meeting her at Luga was the finger of Providence. I believe she loved me because I had fallen so low. Can you understand that, though, Arkady Makarovitch? Perfectly, I declared in a voice of full conviction. I sat at the table, and he walked about the room. I must tell you the whole story of our meeting without reserve. It began with a secret I had guarded in my heart, of which she alone heard, because only to her could I bring myself to trust it, and to this day no one else knows it. I went to Luga then with despair in my heart, and stayed at Madame Stolbiev's. I don't know why, seeking solitude, perhaps. I had only just resigned my commission in the regiment which I had entered on my return from abroad, after my meeting with Andrei Petrovitch out there. I had some money at the time, and in the regiment I led a dissipated life, and spent freely. While the officers, my comrades, did not like me, though I tried not to offend any one, and I will confess it to you, no one has ever liked me. There was a certain Cornet Stepanoff, I must admit an extremely empty-headed, worthless fellow, not distinguished in any way. There was no doubt he was honest, though. He was in the habit of coming to see me, and I did not stand on ceremony with him. He used to sit in a corner, mute but dignified, for days together, and he did not get in my way at all. One day I told him a story that was going the round, with many foolish additions of my own, such as that the colonel's daughter was in love with me, and that the colonel had his eye upon me for her, and so would do anything to please me. In short, I will pass over the details, but it led to a very complicated and revolting scandal. It was not Stepanoff who spread it, but my orderly, who had overheard and remembered it all, for I had told an absurd story compromising the young lady. So when there was an inquiry into the scandal, and this orderly was questioned by the officers, he threw the blame on Stepanoff. That is, he said that it was to Stepanoff I told the story. Stepanoff was put in such a position that he could not deny having heard it. It was a question of honor. And as two-thirds of the story had been lying on my part, the officers were indignant, and the commanding officer who had called us together was forced to clear the matter up. At this point the question was put to Stepanoff in the presence of all. Had he heard the story or not? And at once he told the whole truth. Well, what did I do then? I, a prince whose line goes back 1,000 years. I denied it, and told Stepanoff to his face that he was lying, in the most polite way, suggesting that he had misunderstood my words, and so on. I'll leave out the details again, but as Stepanoff came to me so often, I was able with some appearance of likelihood to put the matter in such a light that he might seem to be plotting with my orderly for motives of his own, and this told in my favour. Stepanoff merely looked at me in silence, and shrugged his shoulders. I remember the way he looked at me, and shall never forget it. Then he promptly resigned his commission. But how do you suppose it ended? Every officer, without exception, called on him and begged him not to resign. A fortnight later I, too, left the regiment. No one turned me out. No one suggested my resigning. I alleged family reasons for my leaving the army. That was how the matter ended. At first I didn't mind, and even felt angry with them. I stayed at Luga, made the acquaintance of Lizaveta Makarovna, but a month afterwards I began to look at my revolver and to think about death. I looked at everything gloomily. Arkady Makarovitch, I composed a letter to the commanding officer and my former comrades, with a full confession of my lie, and a vindication of Stepanoff's honor. When I had written the letter, I asked myself the question, should I send it and live, or should I send it and die? I should never have decided that question. Chance, blind chance, brought me near to Lizaveta Makarovna, after a strange and rapid conversation with her. She had been at Madame Sobiev's before that. We had met and parted with bows, and had rarely spoken. I suddenly told her everything. It was then she held out a hand to me. How did she settle the question? I didn't send the letter. She decided that I should not send it. She argued that if I did send the letter, I should of course have been doing an honorable action, sufficient to wash away all the filth of the past, and far more, but she doubted my having the strength to endure it. It was her idea that no one would have the strength to bear it, for then the future would be utterly ruined, and no new life would be possible. It is true Stepanoff had suffered for it, but he had been acquitted by public opinion as it was. It was a paradox, of course, but she restrained me, and I gave myself into her hands completely. Her reasoning was Jesuitical, but feminine. I cried. She had begun to love you already. It was my regeneration into a new life. I vowed to change, to begin a new life, to be worthy of myself and of her, and this is how it has ended. It has ended in my going with you to roulette, in my playing faro. I could not resist the fortune. I was delighted at being in the swim, delighted with all these people, with race horses. I tortured Liza to my shame. He rubbed his forehead with his hand and walked up and down the room. We are both, you and I, stricken by the same Russian curse, Arkady Makarovitch. You don't know what to do, and I don't know what to do. If a Russian deviates ever so little from the rut of routine laid down for him by tradition, at once he is at a loss what to do. While he's in the rut, everything's clear: income, rank, position in society, a carriage, visits, a wife, but ever so little off it. And what am I? A leaf fluttering before the wind. I don't know what to do. For the last 2 months I have striven to keep in the rut. I have liked the rut. I've been drawn to the rut. You don't know the depth of my downfall here. I love Liza, but at the same time I've been thinking of Madame Amakoff. Is it possible? I cried in distress. By the way, what did you say yesterday about Versaloff's having instigated you to behave in a mean way to Katerina Nikolaevna? I may have exaggerated it, and perhaps I have been unfair to him in my suspiciousness, as I have been to you. Let us drop the subject. Why, do you suppose that I have not been brooding over a lofty ideal of life all this time, ever since Luga, perhaps? I swear that ideal has never left me. It has been with me continually, and has lost none of its beauty in my heart. I remembered the vow I made to Lizaveta Makarovna to reform. When Andrei Petrovitch talked about the aristocracy to me yesterday, he said nothing new, I can assure you. My ideal is firmly established. A few score acres, and only a few score, for I've scarcely anything left of the fortune. Then absolutely complete abandonment of the world and a career. A rural home, a family, and myself a tiller of the soil, or something of the sort. Oh, in our family it's nothing new. My uncle, my grandfather too, tilled the soil with their own hands. We have been princes for 1,000 years, as aristocratic and as ancient a name as the Rohans, but we are beggars. And this is how I will train my children. Remember always, all your life, that you are a nobleman, that the sacred blood of Russian princes flows in your veins, but never be ashamed that your father tilled the soil with his own hands. He did it like a prince. I should not leave them property, nothing but that strip of land, but I would bring them up in the loftiest principles. That I should consider a duty. Oh, I should be helped by Liza, by work, by children. Oh, how we have dreamed of this together, dreamed of it here in this room, And would you believe it? At the same time I was thinking of Madame Amakov, and of the possibility of a worldly and wealthy marriage, though I don't care for the woman in the least. And only after what Nashokin said about Breering, I resolved to turn to Anna Andreevna. But you went to decline the match. That was an honorable action anyway, I suppose? You think so?" He stopped short before me. "No, you don't know my nature, or else there is something I don't know myself, because it seems I have more than one nature. I love you sincerely, Arkady Makarovitch, and besides I am terribly to blame for the way I've treated you for the last 2 months, and so I want you as Liza's brother to know all this. I went to Anna Andreevna to make her an offer of marriage, not to disown the idea." "Is it possible? But Liza told me—" "I deceived Liza. Tell me, please, you made a formal offer, and Anna Andreevna refused it. Was that it? Was that it? The facts are of great importance to me, Prince." "No, I did not make an offer at all. But that was only because I hadn't time. She forestalled me, not in direct words, of course, though the meaning was clear and unmistakable. She delicately gave me to understand that the idea was henceforth out of the question. So it was the same as your not making her an offer, and your pride has not suffered." "How can you reason like that? My own conscience condemns me. And what of Liza, whom I have deceived and meant to abandon? And the vow I made to myself and my forefathers to reform and to atone for all my ignoble past? I entreat you not to tell her that. Perhaps that is the one thing she would not be able to forgive me. I have been ill since what happened yesterday, and now it seems that all is over, and the last of the Sokolskis will be sent to prison. Poor Liza! I have been very anxious to see you all day, Arkady Makarovitch, to tell you as Liza's brother what she knows nothing of as yet. I am a criminal. I have taken part in forging railway shares." "Something more? What? You are going to prison?" I cried, jumping up and looking at him in horror. His face wore a look of the deepest gloom and utterly hopeless sorrow. "Sit down," he said, and he sat down in the arm-chair opposite. "To begin with, you had better know the facts. It was more than a year ago, that same summer, that I was at Elms with Lydia and Katerina Nikolaevna, and afterwards at Paris, just at the time when I was going to Paris for 2 months. In Paris, of course, I was short of money, and it was just then Stebelkoff turned up, though I knew him before. He gave me some money and promised to give me more, but asked me in return to help him. He wanted an artist, a draughtsman, engraver, lithographer, and so on, a chemist, an expert, and for certain purposes. What those purposes were he hinted pretty plainly from the first, and would you believe it, he understood my character. It only made me laugh. The point is that from my school days I had an acquaintance, at present a Russian exile, though he was not really a Russian, but a native of Hamburg. He had been mixed up in some cases of forging papers in Russia already. It was on this man that Stebelkoff was reckoning, but he wanted an introduction to him, and he applied to me. I wrote a couple of lines for him, and immediately forgot all about it. Afterwards he met me again and again, and I received altogether as much as 3,000 from him. I had literally forgotten all about the business. Here I've been borrowing from him all the time, with IOUs and securities, and he has been cringing before me like a slave, and suddenly yesterday I learned from him for the first time that I am a criminal." "When? Yesterday?" "Yesterday morning, when we were shouting in my study just before Nashokin arrived. For the first time he had the effrontery to speak to me quite openly of Anna Andreevna. I raised my hand to strike him, but he suddenly stood up and informed me that his interests were mine, and that I must remember that I was his accomplice, and in as much a swindler as he, though he did not use those words, that was the sense." "What nonsense! Why, surely it's all imagination." "No, it's not imagination. He has been here to day and explained things more exactly. These forged documents have been in circulation a long time, and are still being passed about, but it seems they've already begun to be noticed. Of course I've nothing to do with it, but you see, though, you were pleased to give me that little letter. That's what Stebelkoff told me." "So you didn't know, of course. What for? Or did you know?" "I did know," Prince Sergey answered in a low voice, dropping his eyes. "That's to say, I knew and didn't know, you see. I was laughing, I was amused, I did it without thinking, for I had no need of forged documents at that time, and it wasn't I who meant to make them. But that 3,000 he gave me then he did not put down in his account against me, and I let it pass." "But how do you know?" "Perhaps I really am a forger. I could not help knowing. I'm not a child. I did know, but I felt in a merry humor, and I helped scoundrels, felons, helped them for money. So I, too, am a forger." "Oh, you are exaggerating. You've done wrong, but you're exaggerating. There's some one else in it, a young man called Zibielski, some sort of attorney's clerk. He, too, had something to do with these forgeries. He came afterwards from that gentleman at Hamburg to see me about some nonsense. Of course, I didn't know what it was about myself. It was not about those forgeries, I know that, but he has kept in his possession 2 documents in my handwriting, only brief notes, and of course they are evidence too. I understood that to day. Stebelkoff makes out that this Zibielski is spoiling everything. He has stolen something, public money, I believe, but means to steal something more and then to emigrate. So he wants 8,000, not a penny less, to help him on his way. My share of the fortune I had inherited would satisfy Stebelkoff, but he said Zibielski must be satisfied too. In short, I must give up my share of the fortune, and 10,000 besides. That's their final offer, and then they will give me back my 2 letters. They're in collusion, that's clear." "It's obviously absurd. If they inform against you, they will betray themselves. Nothing will induce them to give information." "I understand that. They don't threaten to give information at all. They only say, 'We shall not inform, of course, but if it should be discovered, then,' that's what they say, and that's all, but I think it's enough. But that's not the point, whatever happens, and even if I had those letters in my pocket now, yet to be associated with those swindlers, to be their accomplice for ever and ever, to lie to Russia, to lie to my children, to lie to Liza, to lie to my conscience." "Does Liza know?" "No, she does not know everything. It would be too much for her in her condition. I wear the uniform of my regiment, and every time I meet a soldier of the regiment, at every second, I am inwardly conscious that I must not dare to wear the uniform." "Listen," I cried suddenly, "there's no need to waste time talking about it. There's only one way of salvation for you. Go to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch. Borrow 10,000 from him, ask for it without telling him what for, then send for those 2 swindlers, settle up with them finally, buy back your letters, and the thing is over. The whole thing will be ended, and you can go and till the land. Away with vain imaginings, and have faith in life." "I have thought of that," he said resolutely. "I've been making up my mind all day, and at last I have decided. I have only been waiting for you. I will go. Do you know, I have never in my life borrowed a farthing from Prince Nikolai Ivanitch. He is well disposed to our family, and even, and has come to their assistance, but I personally have never borrowed money from him. But now I am determined to. Our family, you may note, is an older branch of the Sokolskis than Prince Nikolai Ivanitch's. They are a younger branch, collaterals, in fact, hardly recognized. There was a feud between our ancestors. At the beginning of the reforms of Peter the Great, my great-grandfather, whose name was Peter too, remained an old believer, and was a wanderer in the forest of Kostroma. That Prince Peter married a second wife who was not of noble births, so it was then these other Sokolskis dropped out. But what was I talking about?" He was very much exhausted, and seemed talking almost unconsciously. "Calm yourself," I said, standing up and taking my hat. "Go to bed, that's the first thing. Prince Nikolai Ivanitch is sure not to refuse, especially now in the overflow of his joy. Have you heard the latest news from that quarter? Haven't you really? I've heard a wild story that he is going to get married. It's a secret, but not from you, of course." And I told him all about it, standing hat in hand. He knew nothing about it. He quickly asked questions, inquiring principally when and where the match had been arranged, and how far the rumour was trustworthy. I did not, of course, conceal from him that it had been settled immediately after his visit to Anna Andreevna. I cannot describe what a painful impression this news made upon him. His face worked and was almost contorted, and his lips twitched convulsively in a wry smile. At the end he turned horribly pale and sank into a reverie, with his eyes on the floor. I suddenly saw quite clearly that his vanity had been deeply wounded by Anna Andreevna's refusal of him the day before. Perhaps in his morbid state of mind he realized only too vividly at that minute the absurd and humiliating part he had played the day before in the eyes of the young lady of whose acceptance, as it now appeared, he had all the time been so calmly confident. And worst of all, perhaps, was the thought that he had behaved so shabbily to Liza, and to no purpose. It would be interesting to know for what these foppish young snobs think well of one another, and on what grounds they can respect one another. This prince might well have supposed that Anna Andreevna knew of his connection with Liza, in reality her sister, or if she did not actually know, that she would be certain to hear of it sooner or later, and yet he had no doubt of her acceptance. "And could you possibly imagine," he said suddenly, with a proud and supercilious glance at me, "that now, after learning such a fact, I could be capable of going to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch and asking him for money? Ask him, the accepted fiancé of the lady who has just refused me, like a beggar, like a flunkey? No, now all is lost. And if that old man's help is my only hope, then let my last hope perish." In my heart I shared his feeling, but it was necessary to take a broader view of the real position. Was the poor old prince really to be looked upon as a successful rival? I had several ideas fermenting in my brain. I had, apart from Prince Sergei's affairs, made up my mind to visit the old man next day. For the moment I tried to soften the impression made by the news, and to get the poor prince to bed. "When you have slept, things will look brighter, you'll see." He pressed my hand warmly, but this time he did not kiss me. I promised to come and see him the following evening, and "we'll talk, we'll talk. There's so much to talk of." He greeted these last words of mine with a fateful smile. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8, of a Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 8. 1. All that night I dreamed of roulette, of play, of gold, and reckonings. I seemed in my dreams to be calculating something at the gambling table, some stake, some chance, and it oppressed me all night like a nightmare. To tell the truth, the whole of the previous day, in spite of all the startling impressions I had received, I had been continually thinking of the money I had won at Zerstchikov's. I suppressed the thought, but I could not suppress the emotion it aroused, and I quivered all over at the mere recollection of it. That success had put me in a fever. Could it be that I was a gambler, or at least, to be more accurate, that I had the qualities of a gambler? Even now, at the time of writing this, I still at moments like thinking about play. It sometimes happens that I sit for hours together absorbed in silent calculations about gambling, and in dreams of putting down my stake, of the number turning up, and of picking up my winnings. Yes, I have all sorts of qualities, and my nature is not a tranquil one. At 10 o'clock I intended to go to Stebelkov's, and I meant to walk. I sent Matvey home as soon as he appeared. While I was drinking my coffee, I tried to think over the position. For some reason I felt pleased. A moment's self-analysis made me realize that I was chiefly pleased because I was going that day to the old prince's. But that day was a momentous and startling one in my life, and it began at once with a surprise. At 10 o'clock my door was flung wide open, and Tatiana Pavlovna flew in. There was nothing I expected less than a visit from her, and I jumped up in alarm on seeing her. Her face was ferocious, her manner was incoherent, and I dare say if she had been asked she could not have said why she had hastened to me. I may as well say at once that she had just received a piece of news that had completely overwhelmed her, and she had not recovered from the first shock of it. The news overwhelmed me, too. She stayed, however, only a half a minute, or perhaps a minute, but not more. She simply pounced upon me. "So this is what you've been up to?" she said, standing facing me and bending forward. "Ah, you young puppy, what have you done? What, you don't even know? Goes on drinking his coffee? Oh, you babbler, you chatterbox, oh, you imitation lover. Boys like you are whipped, whipped, whipped." "Tatiana Pavlovna, what has happened? What is the matter? Is mother—" "You will know," she shouted menacingly, ran out of the room, and was gone. I should certainly have run after her, but I was restrained by one thought, and that was not a thought, but a vague misgiving. I had an inkling that of all her vituperation, imitation lover was the most significant phrase. Of course I could not guess what it meant, but I hastened out, that I might finish with Stebelkoff and go as soon as possible to Nikolai Ivanitch. The key to it all is there, I thought instinctively. I can't imagine how he learned it, but Stebelkoff already knew all about Anna Andreevna, down to every detail. I will not describe his conversation and his gestures, but he was in a state of enthusiasm, a perfect ecstasy of enthusiasm over this master stroke. "She is a person! Yes, she is a person!" he exclaimed. "Yes, that's not our way. Here we sit still and do nothing, but as soon as she wants something of the best, she takes it. She's an antique statue. She is an antique statue of Minerva, only she is walking about and wearing modern dress." I asked him to come to business. This business was, as I had guessed, solely to ask me to persuade and induce Prince Sergei to appeal to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch for a loan, "or it will be a very, very bad look out for him, though it's none of my doing. That's so, isn't it?" He kept peeping into my face, but I fancy did not detect that I knew anything more than the day before, and indeed he could not have imagined it. I need hardly say that I did not, by word or hint, betray that I knew anything about the forged documents. Our explanations did not take long. He began at once promising me money, and a considerable sum, if only you will manage that the prince should go. The matter is urgent, very urgent, and that's the chief point, that the matter's so pressing. I did not want to argue and wrangle with him as I had done the day before, and I got up to go, though to be on the safe side, I flung him in reply that I would try. But he suddenly amazed me beyond all expression. I was on my way to the door, when all at once he put his arm round my waist affectionately, and began talking to me in the most incomprehensible way. I will omit the details of the conversation, that I may not be wearisome. The upshot of it was that he made me a proposition that I should introduce him to Monsieur de Gatchef, since you go there. I instantly became quiet, doing my utmost not to betray myself by the slightest gesture. I answered at once, however, that I was quite a stranger there, and though I had been in the house, it was only on one occasion by chance. "But if you've been admitted once, you might go a second time. Isn't that so?" I asked him point blank, and with great coolness, why he wanted it. And to this day I can't understand such a degree of simplicity in a man who was apparently no fool, and who was a business man, as Voisin had said of him. He explained to me quite openly that he suspected that something prohibited, and sternly prohibited, was going on at Der Gatchef's, and so if I watch him, I may very likely make something by it. And with a grin he winked at me with his left eye. I made no definite answer, but pretended to be considering it, and promised to think about it, and with that I went hastily away. The position was growing more complicated. I flew to Vassin, and at once found him at home. "What, you too?" he said enigmatically on seeing me, without inquiring the significance of this phrase. I went straight to the point, and told him what had happened. He was evidently impressed, though he remained absolutely cool. He cross-examined me minutely. "It may very well be that you misunderstood him." "No, I quite understood him. His meaning was quite clear." "In any case, I am extremely grateful to you," he added with sincerity. "Yes, indeed. If that is so, he imagined that you could not resist a certain sum of money. And besides, he knows my position. I've been playing all this time, and behaving badly, Basson." "I've heard about that. What puzzles me most of all is that he knows you go there constantly, too," I ventured to observe. "He knows perfectly well," Vasson answered quite simply, "that I don't go there with any object. And indeed all those young people are simply chatterers, nothing more. You have reason to remember that as well as any one." I fancied that he did not quite trust me. "In any case, I am very much obliged to you. I've heard that Monsieur Stebelkoff's affairs are in rather a bad way." I tried to question him once more. "I've heard anyway of certain shares." "What shares have you heard about?" I mentioned the shares on purpose, but of course not with the idea of telling him the secret Prince Sergey had told me the day before. I only wanted to drop a hint, and see from his face, from his eyes, whether he knew anything about shares. I attained my object. From a momentary, indefinable change in his face, I guessed that he did perhaps know something in this matter too. I did not answer his question, "What shares?" I was silent, and it was worth noting that he did not pursue the subject either. "How's Lizaveta Makarovna?" he inquired with sympathetic interest. "She's quite well. My sisters always thought very highly of you." There was a gleam of pleasure in his eyes. I had guessed long before that he was not indifferent to Liza. "Prince Sergei Petrovitch was here the other day," he informed me suddenly. "When?" I cried. "Just 4 days ago." "Not yesterday?" "No, not yesterday." He looked at me inquiringly. "Later, perhaps, I may describe our meeting more fully, but for the moment I feel I must warn you," Vasson said mysteriously, "that he struck me as being in an abnormal condition of mind." "And of brain indeed. I had another visit, however," he added suddenly with a smile, "just before you came, and I was driven to the same conclusion about that visitor too." "Has Prince Sergei just been here?" "No, not Prince Sergei. I'm not speaking of the prince just now. Andrei Petrovitch Versolov has just been here. And you've heard nothing? Hasn't something happened to him?" "Perhaps something has, but what passed between you exactly?" I asked hurriedly. "Of course I ought to keep it secret. We are talking rather queerly, with too much reserve." He smiled again. "Andrei Petrovitch, however, did not tell me to keep it secret. But you are his son, and as I know your feelings for him, I believe I may be doing right to warn you. Only fancy, he came to me to ask the question, in case it should be necessary for him very shortly, in a day or two, to fight a duel. Would I consent to be his second? I refused absolutely, of course." I was immensely astonished. This piece of news was the most disturbing of all. Something was wrong. Something had turned up. Something had happened of which I knew nothing as yet. I suddenly recalled in a flash how Versolov had said to me the day before, "I shan't come to you, but you'll come running to me." I rushed off to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch, feeling more than ever that the key to the mystery lay there. As he said good-bye, Vasson thanked me again. 2. The old prince was sitting before an open fire with a rug wrapped round his legs. He met me with an almost questioning air, as though he were surprised that I had come. Yet almost every day he had sent messages inviting me. He greeted me affectionately, however, but his answers to my first questions sounded somewhat reluctant, and were fearfully vague. At times he seemed to deliberate, and looked intently at me, as though forgetting and trying to recall something which certainly ought to be connected with me. I told him frankly that I had heard everything, and was very glad. A cordial and good-natured smile came into his face at once, and his spirits rose. His mistrust and caution vanished at once, as though he had forgotten them. And indeed he had, of course. "My dear young friend, I knew you would be the first to come, and, do you know, I thought about you yesterday. Who will be pleased? He will. Well, no one else will, indeed, but that doesn't matter. People are spiteful gossips, but that's no great matter. Cher enfant, this is so exalted and so charming. But of course you know her well, and Anna Andreevna has the highest opinion of you. It's a grave and charming face out of an English keepsake. It's the most charming English engraving possible. 2 years ago I had a regular collection of such engravings. I always had the intention, always. I only wonder why it was I never thought of it. You always, if I remember rightly, distinguished Anna Andreevna, and were fond of her. My dear boy, we don't want to hurt any one. Life with one's friends, with one's relations, with those dear to one's heart, is paradise. All the poets, in short, it has been well known from prehistoric times. In the summer, you know, we are going to Soden, and then to Bad Gastein. But what a long time it is since you've been to see me, my dear boy. What's been the matter with you? I've been expecting you. And how much has happened meanwhile, hasn't it? I'm only sorry that I am uneasy. As soon as I am alone, I feel uneasy. That is why I must not be left alone, must I? That's as plain as twice two make four. I understood that at once from her first word. Oh, my dear boy, she only spoke 2 words, but it was something like a glorious poem. But of course you are her brother, almost her brother, aren't you? My dear boy, it's not for nothing I'm so fond of you. I swear I had a presentiment of all this. I kissed her hand and wept." He took out his handkerchief as though preparing to weep again. He was violently agitated, suffering, I fancy, from one of his nervous attacks, and one of the worst I remember in the whole course of our acquaintance. As a rule, almost always, in fact, he was ever so much better and more good-humoured. "I would forgive everything, my dear boy," he babbled on. "I long to forgive every one, and it's a long time since I was angry with any one. Art, la poésie dans la vie, philanthropie, and she, a biblical beauty, quel charmant person, eh? Les chants de Salomon, non, ce n'est pas Salomon, c'est David qui mettait une jambelle dans son lit pour se chauffer dans sa vieillesse. Enfin, David, Salomon, all that keeps going round in my head, a regular jumble. Everything, cher enfant, may be at the same time grand and ridiculous. Cette jambelle de la vieillesse de David, c'est tout un poème, and Paul de Kock would have made of it a scène de bassinois, and we should all have laughed. Paul de Kock has neither taste nor sense of proportion, though he is a writer of talent. Katerina Nikolaevna smiles. I said that we would not trouble any one. We have begun our romance, and only ask them to let us finish it. Maybe it is a dream, but don't let them rob me of this dream." "How do you mean it's a dream, Prince?" "A dream? How a dream? Well, let it be a dream, but let me die with that dream." "Oh, why talk of dying, Prince? You have to live now, only to live." "Why, what did I say? That's just what I keep saying. I simply can't understand why life is so short. To avoid being tedious, no doubt, for life, too, is the Creator's work of art, in a perfect and irreproachable form, like a poem of Pushkin's. Brevity is the first essential of true art. But if any one is not bored, he ought to be allowed to live longer." "Tell me, Prince, is it public property yet?" "No, my dear boy, certainly not. We have all agreed upon that. It's private, private, private. So far I've only disclosed it fully to Katerina Nikolaevna, because I felt I was being unfair to her. Oh, Katerina Nikolaevna is an angel. She is an angel." "Yes, yes." "Yes, and you say yes? Why, I thought that you were her enemy, too. Ah, by the way, she asked me not to receive you any more, and only fancy, when you came in, I quite forgot it." "What are you saying?" I cried, jumping up. "Why? Where?" My presentiment had not deceived me. I had had a presentiment of something of this sort ever since Tatiana's visit. "Yesterday, my dear boy, yesterday. I don't understand, in fact, how you got in, for orders were given. How did you come in?" "I simply walked in." "The surest way. If you had tried to creep in by stealth, no doubt they would have caught you, but as you simply walked in, they let you pass. Simplicity, cher enfant, is in reality the deepest cunning." "I don't understand. Did you, too, decide not to receive me, then?" "No, my dear boy. I said I had nothing to do with it. That is, I gave my full consent. And believe me, my dear boy, I am much too fond of you, but Katerina Nikolaevna insisted so very strongly. So there it is." At that instant Katerina Nikolaevna appeared in the doorway. She was dressed to go out, and as usual came in to kiss her father. Seeing me, she stopped short in confusion, turned quickly, and went out. "Voilà!" cried the old prince, impressed and much disturbed. "It's a misunderstanding," I cried. "One moment. I'll come back to you directly, prince." And I ran after Katerina Nikolaevna. All that followed upon this happened so quickly that I had no time to reflect, or even to consider in the least how to behave. If I had had time to consider, I should certainly have behaved differently. But I lost my head like a small boy. I was rushing towards her room, but on the way a footman informed me that Katerina Nikolaevna had already gone downstairs and was getting into her carriage. I rushed headlong down the front staircase. Katerina Nikolaevna was descending the stairs in her fur coat, and beside her, or rather arm in arm with her, walked a tall and severe-looking officer, wearing a uniform and a sword, followed by a footman carrying his greatcoat. This was the baron, who was a colonel of 35, a typical smart officer, thin, with rather too long a face, ginger moustache, and even eyelashes of the same color. Though his face was quite ugly, it had a resolute and defiant expression. I describe him briefly as I saw him at that moment. I had never seen him before. I ran down the stairs after them without a hat or coat. Katerina Nikolaevna was the first to notice me, and she hurriedly whispered something to her companion. He slightly turned his head, and then made a sign to the footman and the hall porter. The footman took a step towards me at the front door, but I pushed him away and rushed after them out on the steps. Buring was assisting Katerina Nikolaevna into the carriage. "Katerina Nikolaevna, Katerina Nikolaevna!" I cried senselessly, like a fool, like a fool. Oh, I remember it all. I had no hat on. Buring turned savagely to the footman again, and shouted something to him loudly, one or two words. I did not take them in. I felt some one clutch me by the elbow. At that moment the carriage began to move. I shouted again, and was rushing after the carriage. I saw that Katerina Nikolaevna was peeping out of the carriage window, and she seemed much perturbed. But in my hasty movement I jostled against Buring unconsciously, and trod on his foot, hurting him a good deal, I fancy. He uttered a faint cry, clenched his teeth with a powerful hand, grasped me by the shoulder, and angrily pushed me away, so that I was sent flying a couple of yards. At that instant his greatcoat was handed him. He put it on, got into his sledge, and once more shouted angrily to the footman and the porter, pointing to me as he did so. Thereupon they seized me and held me. One footman flung my greatcoat on me, while a second handed me my hat. And I don't remember what they said. They said something, and I stood and listened, understanding nothing of it. All at once I left them and ran away. 3. Seeing nothing, and jostling against people as I went, I ran till I reached Tatiana Pavlovna's flat. It did not even occur to me to take a cab. Buring had pushed me away before her eyes. I had, to be sure, stepped on his foot, and he had thrust me away instinctively, as a man who had trodden on his corn, and perhaps I really had trodden on his corn. But she had seen it, and had seen me seized by the footman. It had all happened before her, before her. When I had reached Tatiana Pavlovna's, for the first minute I could say nothing, and my lower jaw was trembling as though I were in a fever. And indeed I was in a fever, and what's more, I was crying. Oh, I had been so insulted. "What, have they kicked you out? Serve you right, serve you right," said Tatiana Pavlovna. I sank on the sofa without a word, and looked at her. "What's the matter with him?" she said, looking at me intently. "Come, drink some water. Drink a glass of water. Drink it up. Tell me what you've been up to there now." I muttered that I'd been turned out, and that Buring had given me a push in the open street. "Can you understand anything, or are you still incapable? Come here, read and admire it." And taking a letter from the table, she gave it to me, and stood before me expectantly. I at once recognized Versilov's writing. It consisted of a few lines. It was a letter to Katerina Nikolaevna. I shuddered, and instantly comprehension came back to me in a rush. The contents of this horrible, atrocious, grotesque, and blackguardly letter were as follows, word for word: "Dear Madam Katerina Nikolaevna, depraved as you are in your nature and your arts, I should have yet expected you to restrain your passions and not to try your wiles on children. But you are not even ashamed to do that. I beg to inform you that the letter you know of was certainly not burnt in a candle and never was in Kraft's possession, so you won't score anything there. So don't seduce a boy for nothing. Spare him. He is hardly grown up, almost a child, undeveloped mentally and physically. What use can you have for him? I am interested in his welfare, and so I have ventured to write to you, though with little hope of attaining my object. I have the honor to inform you that I have sent a copy of this letter to Baron Buring. A. Versilov." I turned white as I read, then suddenly I flushed crimson, and my lips quivered with indignation. "He writes that about me, about what I told him the day before yesterday!" I cried in a fury. "So you did tell him!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, snatching the letter from me. "But I didn't say that. I did not say that at all. Good God, what can she think of me now? But it's madness, you know. He's mad. I saw him yesterday. When was the letter sent?" "It was sent yesterday, early in the day. It reached her in the evening, and this morning she gave it me herself." "But I saw him yesterday myself. He's mad. Versilov was incapable of writing that. It was written by a madman. Who could write like that to a woman?" "That's just what such madmen do, write in a fury when they are blind and deaf from jealousy and spite, and their blood is turned to venom. You did not know what he is like. Now they will pound him to a jelly. He has thrust his head under the axe himself. He'd better have gone at night to the Nikolaevsky railway and have laid his head on the rail. They'd have cut it off for him if he's weary of the weight of it. What possessed you to tell him? What induced you to tease him? Did you want to boast?" "But what hatred! What hatred!" I cried, clapping my hand on my head. "And what for? What for? Of a woman? What has she done to him? What can there have been between them that he can write a letter like that?" "Hatred!" Tatiana Pavlovna mimicked me with furious sarcasm. The blood rushed to my face again. All at once I seemed to grasp something new. I gazed at her with searching inquiry. "Get along with you!" she shrieked, turning away from me quickly and waving me off. "I've had bother enough with you all. I've had enough of it now. You may all sink into the earth for all I care. Your mother is the only one I'm sorry for." I ran, of course, to Versilov. But what treachery! What treachery! For Versilov was not alone. To explain the position beforehand. After sending that letter to Katerina Nikolaevna the day before, and actually dispatching a copy of it to Baron Buring, God only knows why, naturally he was bound to expect certain consequences of his action in the course of to day, and so had taken measures of a sort. He had in the morning moved my mother upstairs to my coffin, together with Liza, who, as I learned afterwards, had been taken ill when she got home, and had gone to bed. The other rooms, especially the drawing room, had been scrubbed and tidied up with extra care, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon a certain Baron R. did in fact make his appearance. He was a colonel, a tall, thin gentleman, about 40, a little bald, of German origin, with ginger-colored hair like Buring's, and a look of great physical strength. He was one of those Baron R's of whom there are so many in the Russian army, all men of the highest baronial dignity, entirely without means, living on their pay, and all zealous and conscientious officers. I did not come in time for the beginning of their interview. Both were very much excited, and they might well be. Versilov was sitting on the sofa facing the table, and the Baron was in an armchair on one side. Versilov was pale, but he spoke with restraint, dropping out his words one by one. The Baron raised his voice, and was evidently given to violent gesticulation. He restrained himself with an effort, but he looked stern, supercilious, and even contemptuous, though somewhat astonished. Seeing me, he frowned, but Versilov seemed almost relieved at my coming. "Good morning, Baron. This is the very young man mentioned in the letter, and I assure you he will not be in your way, and may indeed be of use." The baron looked at me contemptuously. "My dear boy," Versaloff went on, "I am glad that you've come, indeed, so sit down in the corner, please, till the baron and I have finished. Don't be uneasy, baron, he will simply sit in the corner." I did not care, for I had made up my mind, and besides, all this impressed me. I sat down in the corner without speaking, as far back as I could, and went on sitting there without stirring or blinking an eyelid till the interview was over. "I tell you again, baron," said Versaloff, rapping out his words resolutely, "that I consider Katerina Nikolaevna Amakoff, to whom I wrote that unworthy and insane letter, not only the soul of honour, but the acme of all perfection." "Such a disavowal of your own words, as I have observed to you already, is equivalent to a repetition of the offence," growled the baron. "Your words are actually lacking in respect." "And yet it would be nearest the truth if you take them in their exact sense. I suffer, do you see, from nervous attacks and nervous ailments, and am in fact being treated for them, and therefore it has happened in one such moment. These explanations cannot be admitted. I tell you for the third time that you are persistently mistaken, perhaps purposely wish to be mistaken. I have warned you from the very beginning that the whole question concerning that lady, that is, concerning your letter to Madame Amakoff, must be entirely excluded from our explanation. You keep going back to it. Baron Buring begged and particularly charged me to make it plain that this matter concerns him only. That is, your insolence in sending him that copy, and the postscript to it, in which you write that you are ready to answer for it when and how he pleases. But that, I imagine, is quite clear without explanation." "I understand, I hear. You do not even offer an apology, but persist in asserting that you are ready to answer for it when and how he pleases. But that would be getting off too cheaply, and therefore I now, in view of the turn which you obstinately will give to your explanation, feel myself justified on my side in telling you the truth without ceremony. That is, I have come to the conclusion that it is utterly impossible for Baron Buring to meet you on an equal footing. Such a decision is no doubt advantageous for your friend Baron Buring, and I must confess you have not surprised me in the least. I was expecting it." I note in parenthesis, it was quite evident to me from the first word and the first glance that Versaloff was trying to lead up to this outburst, that he was intentionally teasing and provoking this irascible baron, and was trying to put him out of patience. The baron bristled all over. "I have heard that you are able to be witty, but being witty is very different from being clever." "An extremely profound observation, colonel." "I did not ask for your approbation," cried the baron. "I did not come to bandy words with you. Be so good as to listen. Baron Buring was in doubt how to act when he received your letter, because it was suggestive of a madhouse, and of course means might be taken to suppress you. However, owing to certain special considerations, your case was treated with indulgence, and inquiries were made about you. It turns out that though you have belonged to good society, and did at one time serve in the Guards, you have been excluded from society, and your reputation is dubious. Yet in spite of that, I've come here to ascertain the facts personally. And now, to make things worse, you don't scruple to play with words, and inform me yourself that you are liable to nervous attacks. It's enough. Baron Buring's position and reputation are such that he cannot stoop to be mixed up in such an affair. In short, I am authorized, sir, to inform you that if a repetition or anything similar to your recent action should follow hereafter, measures will promptly be found to bring you to your senses, very quickly and very thoroughly, I can assure you. We are not living in the jungle, but in a well-ordered state." "You are so certain of that, my good baron?" "Confound you!" cried the baron, suddenly getting up. "You tempt me to show you at once that I am not your good baron." "Ach, I must warn you once again," said Versaloff, and he too stood up, "that my wife and daughter are not far off, and so I must ask you not to speak so loud, for your shouts may reach their ears." "Your wife, the devil! I am sitting here talking to you solely in order to get to the bottom of this disgusting business," the baron continued, as wrathfully as before, not dropping his voice in the least. "Enough!" he roared furiously. "You are not only excluded from the society of decent people, but you're a maniac, a regular raving maniac, and such you've been proved to be. You do not deserve indulgence, and I can tell you that this very day measures will be taken in regard to you, and you will be placed where they will know how to restore you to sanity, and will remove you from the town." He marched with rapid strides out of the room. Verslov did not accompany him to the door. He stood gazing at me absent-mindedly, as though he did not see me. All at once he smiled, tossed back his hair, and taking his hat, he, too, made for the door. I clutched at his hand. "Ach, yes, you are here, too. You heard?" he said, stopping short before me. "How could you do it? How could you distort, disgrace with such treachery?" He looked at me intently. His smile broadened and broadened till it passed into actual laughter. "Why, I've been disgraced before her, before her. They laughed at me before her eyes. And he pushed me away," I cried, beside myself. "Really? Ah, poor boy, I am sorry for you. So they laughed at you, did they? You are laughing yourself. You are laughing at me. It amuses you." He quickly pulled his hand away, put on his hat, and laughing aloud, went out of the flat. What was the use of running after him? I understood, and I had lost everything in one instant. All at once I saw my mother. She had come downstairs and was timidly looking about her. "Has he gone away?" I put my arms around her without a word, and she held me tight in hers. "Mother, my own, surely you can't stay. Let us go at once. I will shelter you. I will work for you like a slave, for you and for Liza. Leave them all, and let us go away. Let us be alone. Mother, do you remember how you came to me at Touchard's, and I would not recognize you?" "I remember, my own. I have been bad to you all your life. You were my own child, and I was a stranger to you." "That was his fault, mother. It was all his fault. He has never loved us." "Yes, yes, he did love us. Let us go, mother. How could I go away from him? Do you suppose he is happy?" "Where's Liza?" "She's lying down. She felt ill when she came in." "I'm frightened. Why are they so angry with him? What will they do to him now? Where's he gone? What was that officer threatening?" "Nothing will happen to him, mother. Nothing does happen to him, or ever can happen to him. He's that sort of man. Here's Tatiana Pavlovna. Ask her, if you don't believe me. Here she is." Tatiana Pavlovna came quickly into the room. "Good bye, mother. I will come to you directly, and when I come I shall ask you the same thing again." I ran away. I could not bear to see any one, let alone Tatiana Pavlovna. Even mother distressed me. I wanted to be alone, alone. 5. But before I had crossed the street, I felt that I could hardly walk, and I jostled aimlessly, heedlessly, against the passers-by, feeling listless and adrift. But what could I do with myself? What use am I to any one? And what use is anything to me now? Mechanically I trudged to Prince Sergei's, though I was not thinking of him at all. He was not at home. I told Pyotr, his man, that I would wait in his study, as I had done many times before. His study was a large one, a very high room, cumbered up with furniture. I crept into the darkest corner, sat down on the sofa, and, putting my elbows on the table, rested my head in my hands. Yes, that was the question. What was of any use to me now? If I was able to formulate that question then, I was totally unable to answer it. But I could not myself answer the question, or think about it rationally. I have mentioned already that towards the end of those days I was overwhelmed by the rush of events. I sat now, and everything was whirling round like chaos in my mind. Yes, I had failed to see all that was in him, and did not understand him at all, was the thought that glimmered dimly in my mind at moments. He laughed in my face just now. That was not at me. It was all Buring then, not me. The day before yesterday he knew everything, and he was gloomy. He pounced on my stupid confession in the restaurant, and distorted it, regardless of the truth. But what did he care for the truth? He did not believe a syllable of what he wrote to her. All he wanted was to insult her senselessly, without knowing what for. He was looking out for a pretext, and I gave him the pretext. He behaved like a mad dog. Does he want to kill Buring now? What for? His heart knows what for, and I know nothing of what's in his heart. No, no, I don't know even now. Can it be that he loves her with such passion, or does he hate her to such a pitch of passion? I don't know, but does he know himself? Why did I tell mother that nothing could happen to him? What did I mean to say by that? Have I lost him, or haven't I? She saw how I was pushed away. Did she laugh too, or not? I should have laughed. They were beating a spy. A spy. What does it mean? suddenly flashed on my mind. What does it mean that in that loathsome letter he puts in that the document has not been burnt, but is in existence? He is not killing Buring, but is sitting at this moment, no doubt, in the restaurant listening to Lucia. And perhaps after Lucia he would go and kill Buring. Buring pushed me away, almost struck me. Did he strike me? And Buring disdains to fight even Versalov. So would he be likely to fight with me? Perhaps I ought to kill him tomorrow with a revolver, waiting for him in the street. I let that thought flit through my mind quite mechanically without being brought to a pause by it. At moments I seemed to dream that the door would open all at once, that Katerina Nikolaevna would come in, would give me her hand, and we should both burst out laughing. Oh, my student, my dear one, I had a vision of this, or rather an intense longing for it, as soon as it got dark. It was not long ago I had been standing before her, saying good-bye to her, and she had given me her hand and laughed. How could it have happened that in such a short time we were so completely separated? Simply to go to her and to explain everything this minute, simply, good heavens, how was it that an utterly new world had begun for me so suddenly? Yes, a new world, utterly new. And Liza and Prince Sergei, that was all old. Here I was now at Prince Sergei's, and mother, how could she go on living with him if it was like this? I can do anything, but she, what will be now? And the figures of Liza, Anna Andreevna, Stebelkov, Prince Sergei, Averdov, kept disconnectedly whirling round in my sick brain. But my thoughts became more and more formless and elusive. I was glad when I succeeded in thinking of something and clutching at it. I have my idea, I thought suddenly. But have I? Don't I repeat that from habit my idea was the fruit of darkness and solitude? And is it possible to creep back into the old darkness? Oh, my God, I never burnt that letter. I actually forgot to burn it the day before yesterday. I will go back and burn it in a candle, of course, only I don't know if I'm thinking properly. It had long been dark, and Pyotr brought candles. He stood over me and asked whether I had had supper. I simply motioned him away. An hour later, however, he brought me some tea, and I greedily drank a large cupful. Then I asked what time it was. It was 8:30, and I felt no surprise to find I'd been sitting there 5 hours. "I've been in to you 3 times already," said Pyotr, "but I think you were asleep." I did not remember his coming in. I don't know why, but I felt all at once horribly scared to think I'd been asleep. I got up and walked about the room, that I might not go to sleep again. At last my head began to ache violently. At 10 o'clock Prince Sergei came in, and I was surprised that I had been waiting for him. I had completely forgotten him, completely. "You were here, and I've been round to you to fetch you," he said to me. His face looked gloomy and severe, and there was not a trace of a smile. There was a fixed idea in his eyes. "I've been doing my very utmost all day, and straining every nerve," he said with concentrated intensity. "Everything has failed, and nothing in the future but horror." Note well, he had not been to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch's. "I have seen Zibyelski. He is an impossible person. You see, to begin with, we must get the money. Then we shall see. And if we don't succeed with the money, then we shall see. I've made up my mind not to think about that. If only we get hold of the money to day, to morrow we shall see everything. The 3,000 you won is still untouched, every farthing of it. It's 3,000, all except 3 rubles. After paying back what I lent you, there is 340 rubles change for you. Take it, another 700 as well, to make up 1,000, and I will take the other 2,000. Then let us both go to Zertchikov and try at opposite ends of the table to win 10,000. Perhaps we shall do something if we don't win it. Then this is the only way left, anyhow." He looked at me with a fateful smile. "Yes, yes," I cried suddenly, as though coming to life again. "Let us go. I was only waiting for you." I may remark that I had never once thought of roulette during those hours. "But the baseness, the degradation of the action?" Prince Sergei asked suddenly. "Our going to roulette? Why, that's everything," I cried. "Money's everything. Why, you and I are the only saints. While Buring has sold himself, Anna Andreevna's sold herself, and Versalov, have you heard that Versalov's a maniac, a maniac, a maniac?" "Are you quite well, Arkady Makarovitch? Your eyes are somehow strange." "You say that because you want to go without me. But I shall stick to you now. It's not for nothing I've been dreaming of play all night. Let us go, let us go," I kept exclaiming, as though I had found the solution to everything. "Well, let us go, though you're in a fever." And there he did not finish. His face looked heavy and terrible. We were just going out when he stopped in the doorway. "Do you know," he said suddenly, "that there is another way out of my trouble besides play?" "What way?" "A princely way." "What's that? What's that?" "You'll know what afterwards. Only let me tell you I'm not worthy of it, because I have delayed too long. Let us go. But you remember my words. We'll try the lackey's way. And do you suppose I don't know that I am, consciously of my own free will, behaving like a lackey?" 6. I flew to the roulette table as though in it were concentrated all hopes of my salvation, all means of escape. And yet, as I have mentioned already, I had not once thought of it before Prince Sergei's arrival. Moreover, I was going to gamble, not for myself, but for Prince Sergei, and with his money. I can't explain what was the attraction, but it was an irresistible attraction. Oh, never had those people, those faces, those croupiers with their monotonous shouts, all the details of the squalid gambling saloon seemed so revolting to me, so depressing, so coarse, and so melancholy as that evening. I remember well the sadness and misery that gripped my heart at times during those hours at the gambling table. But why didn't I go away? Why did I endure and, as it were, accept this fate, this sacrifice, this devotion? I will only say one thing. I can hardly say of myself that I was then in my right senses. Yet at the same time I had never played so prudently as that evening. I was silent and concentrated, attentive and extremely calculating. I was patient and niggardly, and at the same time resolute at critical moments. I established myself again at the zero end of the table, that is, between Zertchikov and Afrodov, who always sat on the former's right hand. The place was distasteful to me, but I had an overwhelming desire to stake on zero, and all the other places at that end were taken. We had been playing over an hour. At last, from my place, I saw Prince Sergei get up from his seat, and with a pale face move across to us and remain facing me the other side of the table. He had lost all he had, and watched my play in silence, though he probably did not follow it, and had ceased to think of play. At that moment I just began winning, and Zertchikov was counting me out what I had won. Suddenly, without a word, Afrodov, with the utmost effrontery, took one of my 100-rouble notes before my very eyes, and added it to the pile of money lying before him. I cried out, and caught hold of his hand. Then something quite unexpected happened to me. It was as though I had broken some chain that restrained me, as though all the affronts and insults of that day were concentrated in that moment, in the loss of that 100-rouble note. It was as though everything that had been accumulating and suppressed within me had only been waiting for that moment to break out. "He's a thief! He has just stolen my 100 roubles!" I exclaimed, looking round, beside myself. I won't describe the hubbub that followed. Such a scandal was a novelty there. At Zertchikov's people behaved with propriety, and his saloon was famous for it. But I did not know what I was doing. Zertchikov's voice was suddenly heard in the midst of the clamor and din. "But the money's not here, and it was lying here, 400 roubles." Another scene followed at once. The money in the bank had disappeared under Zertchikov's very nose, a roll of 400 roubles. Zertchikov pointed to the spot where the notes had only that minute been lying, and that spot turned out to be close to me, next to the spot where my money was lying, much closer to me than to Afrodov. "The thief is here. He has stolen it again. Search him," I cried, pointing to Afrodov. "This is what comes of letting in all sorts of people," thundered an impressive voice in the midst of the general uproar. "Persons have been admitted without introduction. Who brought him in? Who is he?" "A fellow called Dolgoruki." "Prince Sokolsky brought him," cried someone. "Listen, Prince," I yelled to him across the table in a frenzy. "They think I'm a thief, when I've just been robbed myself. Tell them about me. Tell them about me." And then there followed something worse than all that had happened that day, worse than anything that had happened in my life. Prince Sergei disowned me. I saw him shrug his shoulders, and heard him, in answer to a stream of questions, pronounce sharply and distinctly, "I'm not responsible for any one. Please leave me alone." Meanwhile Afrodov stood in the middle of the crowd, loudly demanding that he should be searched. He kept turning out his own pockets, but his demands were met by shouts of "No, no, we know the thief." 2 footmen were summoned, and they seized me by my arms from behind. "I won't let myself be searched. I won't allow it," I shouted, pulling myself away. But they dragged me into the next room. There, in the midst of the crowd, they searched me to the last fold of my garments. I screamed and struggled. "He must have thrown it away. You must look on the floor." Some one decided. "Where can we look on the floor now?" "Under the table. He must have somehow managed to throw it away. Of course there's no trace." I was led out, but I succeeded in stopping in the doorway and with senseless ferocity I shouted, to be heard by the whole saloon, "Roulette is prohibited by the police. I shall inform against you all to day." I was led downstairs, my hat and coat were put on me, and the door into the street was flung open before me. End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 9. The day had ended with a catastrophe. There remained the night, and this is what I remember of that night. I believe it was 1 o'clock when I found myself in the street. It was a clear, still, and frosty night. I was almost running, and in horrible haste, but not towards home. Why home? Can there be a home now? Home is where one lives. I shall wake up tomorrow to live. But is that possible now? Life is over. It is utterly impossible to live now, I thought. And as I wandered about the streets, not noticing where I was going, and indeed I don't know whether I meant to run anywhere in particular, I was very hot, and I was continually flinging open my heavy raccoon-lined coat. No sort of action can have any object for me now, was what I felt at that moment. And strange to say, it seemed to me that everything about me, even the air I breathed, was from another planet, as though I had suddenly found myself in the moon. Everything, the town, the passers-by, the pavement I was running on, all of these were not mine. This is the palace square, and here is St. Isaac's, floated across my mind. But now I have nothing to do with them. Everything had become suddenly remote. It had all suddenly become not mine. I have mother and Liza, but what are mother and Liza to me now? Everything is over. Everything is over at one blow, except one thing, that I am a thief forever. How can I prove that I'm not a thief? Is it possible now? Shall I go to America? What should I prove by that? Versalov will be the first to believe I stole it. My idea? What idea? What is my idea now? If I go on for 50 years, for 100 years, some one will always turn up to point at me and say, "He's a thief. He began his idea by stealing money at roulette." Was there resentment in my heart? I don't know. Perhaps there was. Strange to say, I always had, perhaps from my earliest childhood, one characteristic. If I were ill-treated, absolutely wronged and insulted to the last degree, I always showed at once an irresistible desire to submit passively to the insult, and even to accept more than my assailant wanted to inflict upon me, as though I would say, "All right, you have humiliated me, so I will humiliate myself even more. Look and enjoy it." Touchard beat me and tried to show I was a lackey and not the son of a senator, and so I promptly took up the role of a lackey. I not only handed him his clothes, but of my own accord I snatched up the brush and began brushing off every speck of dust, without any request or order from him, and ran after him brush in hand, in a glow of menial devotion, to remove some particle of dirt from his dress coat, so much that he would sometimes check me himself and say, "That's enough, Arcady, that's enough." He would come and take off his overcoat, and I would brush it, fold it carefully, and cover it with a check silk handkerchief. I knew that my schoolfellows used to laugh at me and despise me for it. I knew it perfectly well, but that was just what gratified me. Since they want me to be a lackey, well, I am a lackey then. If I'm to be a cad, well, I will be a cad. I could keep up a passive hatred and underground resentment in that way for years. Well, at Zertchikov's I had shouted to the whole room in an absolute frenzy. "I will inform against you all. Roulette is forbidden by the police, and I swear that in that case, too, there was something of the same sort. I was humiliated, searched, publicly proclaimed a thief, crushed. Well, then, I can tell you, you have guessed right. I am worse than a thief. I am an informer. Recalling it now, that is how I explain it. At the time I was incapable of analysis. I shouted that at the time unintentionally. I did not know indeed a second before that I should say it. It shouted itself. The characteristic was there already in my heart. There is no doubt that I had begun to be delirious while I was running in the streets, but I remember quite well that I knew what I was doing, and yet I can confidently assert that a whole cycle of ideas and conclusions were impossible for me at that time. I felt in myself, even at those moments, that some thoughts I was able to think, but others I was incapable of. In the same way, some of my decisions, though they were formed with perfect consciousness, were utterly devoid of logic. What is more, I remember very well that at some moments I could recognize fully the absurdity of some conclusion, and at the same time, with complete consciousness, proceed to act upon it. Yes, crime was hovering about me that night, and only by chance was not committed. I suddenly recalled Tatiana Pavlovna's saying about Versalov, he'd better have gone at night to the Nikolaevsky railway and have laid his head on the rails. They'd have cut it off for him. For a moment that idea took possession of all my feelings, but I instantly drove it away with a pang at my heart. If I lay my head on the rails and die, they'll say tomorrow he did it because he stole the money. He did it from shame. No, for nothing in the world. And at that instant, I remember, I experienced a sudden flash of fearful anger. To clear my character is impossible, floated through my mind. To begin a new life is impossible too. And so I must submit, become a lackey, a dog, an insect, an informer, a real informer, while I secretly prepare myself, and one day suddenly blow it all up into the air, annihilate everything and every one, guilty and innocent alike, so that they will all know that this was the man they had all called a thief, and then kill myself. I don't remember how. I ran into a lane somewhere near Konodvardaysky Boulevard. For about 100 paces on both sides of this lane there were high stone walls enclosing backyards. Behind the wall on the left I saw a huge stack of wood, a long stack such as one sees in timber yards, and more than 7 feet higher than the wall. I stopped and began pondering. In my pocket I had wax matches in a little silver matchbox. I repeat, I realized quite distinctly at the time what I was thinking about and what I meant to do, and so I remember it even now. But why I meant to do it, I don't know. I don't know at all. I only know that I suddenly felt a great longing to do it. To climb over the wall is quite possible, I reflected. At that moment I caught sight of a gate in the wall not 2 paces away, probably barred up for months together. Standing on the projection below, and taking hold of the top of the gate, I could easily climb on to the wall, I reflected, and no one will notice me. There's no one about, everything's still, and there I can sit on the wall, and easily set fire to the wood stack. I can do it without getting down, for the wood almost touches the wall. The frost will make it burn all the better. I've only to take hold of a birch log with my hand. And indeed there's no need to reach a log at all. I can simply strip the bark off with my hand while I sit on the wall, set light to it with a match, and thrust it into the stack, and there will be a blaze. And I will jump down and walk away. There will be no need to run, for it won't be noticed for a long while. That was how I reasoned at the time, and all at once I made up my mind. I felt an extraordinary satisfaction and enjoyment, and I climbed up. I was very good at climbing. Gymnastics had been my speciality at school, but I had my overboots on, and it turned out to be a difficult task. I succeeded somehow in catching hold of one very slight projection above, and raised myself. I lifted my other hand to clutch the top of the wall, but at that instant I slipped and went flying backwards. I suppose I must have struck the ground with the back of my head, and must have lain for 2 or 3 minutes unconscious. When I came to myself I mechanically wrapped my fur coat about me, feeling all at once unbearably cold, and scarcely conscious of what I was doing. I crept into the corner of the gateway, and sat crouching and huddled up in the recess between the gate and the wall. My ideas were in confusion, and most likely I soon fell into a doze. I remember now, as it were in a dream, that there suddenly sounded in my ears the deep heavy clang of a bell, and I began listening to it with pleasure. 2. The bell rang steadily and distinctly, once every 2 or 3 seconds. It was not an alarm bell, however, but a pleasant and melodious chime, and I suddenly recognized that it was a familiar chime, that it was the bell of St. Nicolai's, the red church opposite Tuchards, the old-fashioned Moscow church which I remembered so well, built in the reign of Tsar Alexei Mihailovitch, full of tracery, and with many domes and columns. That Easter was only just over, and the new-born little green leaves were trembling on the meagre birches in Tuchard's front garden. The brilliant evening sun was pouring its slanting rays into our classroom, and in my little room on the left, where a year before Tuchard had put me apart that I might not mix with counts and senators' children, there was sitting a visitor. Yes, I, who had no relations, and suddenly got a visitor for the first time since I had been at Tuchard's. I recognized this visitor as soon as she came in. It was mother, though I had not seen her once since she had taken me to the village church, and the dove had flown across the cupola. We were sitting alone together, and I watched her strangely. Many years afterwards I learned that, being left by Versolov, who had suddenly gone abroad, she had come on her own account to Moscow, paying for the journey out of her small means, and almost by stealth, without the knowledge of the people who had been commissioned to look after her, and she had done this solely to see me. It was strange, too, that when she came in and talked to Tuchard, she did not say one word to me of being my mother. She sat beside me, and I remember I wondered at her talking so little. She had a parcel with her, and she undid it. In it there turned out to be 6 oranges, several gingerbread cakes, and 2 ordinary loaves of French bread. I was offended at the sight of the bread, and with a constrained air I announced that our food was excellent, and that they gave us a whole French loaf for our tea every day. "Never mind, darling. In my foolishness I thought maybe they don't feed them properly at school. Don't be vexed, my own." "And Antonina Vassilievna, Tuchard's wife, will be offended. My schoolfellows will laugh at me, too." "Won't you have them? Perhaps you'll eat them up." "Please don't." And I did not even touch her presents. The oranges and gingerbread cakes lay on the little table before me, while I sat with my eyes cast down, but with a great air of dignity. Who knows? Perhaps I had a great desire to let her see that her visit made me feel ashamed to meet my schoolfellows, to let her have at least a glimpse, that she might understand, as though to say, "See, you are disgracing me, and you don't understand what you are doing." Oh, by that time I was running after Tuchard with a brush to flick off every speck of dust. I was picturing to myself, too, what taunts I should have to endure as soon as she was gone, from my schoolfellows, and perhaps from Tuchard himself, and there was not the least friendly feeling for her in my heart. I only looked sideways at her dark coloured old dress, at her rather coarse, almost working class hands, at her quite coarse shoes, and her terribly thin face. There were already furrows on her forehead, though Antonina Vassilievna did say that evening after she had gone, "Your mamma must have been very pretty." So we sat, and suddenly Agafya came in with a cup of coffee on a tray. It was just after dinner, and at that time Tuchard always drank a cup of coffee in his drawing room. But mother thanked her, and did not take the cup. As I learned afterwards, she never drank coffee in those days, as it brought on palpitations of the heart. The fact was that Tuchard inwardly considered her visit, and his permitting me to see her, an act of great condescension on his part, so that the cup of coffee sent her was, comparatively speaking, a signal proof of humanity, which did the utmost credit to his civilization, feelings, and European ideas, and, as though on purpose, mother refused it. I was summoned to Tuchard, and he told me to take all my lesson books and exercise books to show my mother. that she may see what you have succeeded in attaining in my establishment." At that point Antonina Vassilyevna, pursing up her lips, minced out to me in a jeering and insulting way, "Your mamma does not seem to like our coffee." I collected my exercise books and carried them to my waiting mother, passing through the crowd of counts and senators' children in the class room, who were staring at mother and me; and it actually pleased me to carry out Touchard's behests with literal exactitude. "Here are my lessons in French grammar. Here are my dictation exercises. Here are the conjugations of the auxiliary verbs avoir and être. Here is the geography descriptions of the principal towns of Europe and all parts of the world," and so on. For half an hour or more I went on explaining in a monotonous little voice, keeping my eyes sedately cast down. I knew that my mother knew nothing of these learned subjects, could not perhaps even write; but in this, too, I was pleased with my part. But I did not succeed in wearying her. She listened all the time without interrupting me, with extraordinary and even reverent attention, so that at last I got tired of it myself and left off. Her expression was sad, however, and there was something pitiful in her face. She got up to go at last. Touchard suddenly walked in, and with an air of foolish importance asked her whether she was satisfied with her son's progress. Mother began muttering incoherent thanks. Antonina Vassilyevna came up too. Mother began begging them both not to abandon the orphan, who was as good as an orphan now, but to treat him with kindness; and with tears in her eyes she bowed to them both, each separately, and to each with a deep bow, exactly as simple people bow down when they ask a favor of the gentry. The Touchards had not expected this, and Antonina Vassilyevna was evidently softened, and revised her opinion about the cup of coffee. Touchard humanely responded with even greater dignity that he made no distinction between the children, that here all were his children, and he was their father, that I was almost on an equal footing with the sons of senators and counts, and that she ought to appreciate that, and so on, and so on. Mother only bowed down, but was much embarrassed. At last she turned to me, and with tears shining in her eyes, said, "Good bye, darling." She kissed me, that is, I allowed myself to be kissed. She evidently wanted to go on kissing, embracing, and hugging me, but either she herself felt ashamed before company, or felt hurt by something else, or guessed that I was ashamed of her, for she hurriedly went out, bowing once more to the Touchards. I stood still. "Mais suivez donc votre mère," said Antonina Vassilyevna. "Il n'a pas de cœur, cet enfant." Touchard responded by shrugging his shoulders, which meant, of course, "It's not without reason that I treat him as a lackey." I obediently followed my mother. We went out on to the steps. I knew that they were all looking at me out of the window. Mother turned towards the church and crossed herself 3 times. Her lips were trembling. The deep bell chimed musically and regularly from the belfry. She turned to me and could not restrain herself. She laid both hands on my head and began crying over it. "Mother, stop! I'm ashamed. They can see from the window." She broke out hurriedly. "Well, God be with you. The heavenly angels keep you. Holy Mother, Saint Nicolay, my God," she repeated, speaking rapidly, and making as many signs of the cross over me as she possibly could. My darling, stay, my darling." She hurriedly put her hand in her pocket and drew out a handkerchief, a blue checked handkerchief with a tightly fastened knot at the corner, and began untying the knot. But it would not come untied. "Well, never mind. Take it with the handkerchief. It's clean. It may be of use, perhaps. There are 4 fourpenny bits in it. Perhaps you'll need the money. Forgive me, darling. I have not got any more just now. Forgive me, darling." I took the handkerchief. I wanted to observe that we were allowed very liberal diet by Monsieur Touchard and Antonina Vassilyevna, and were not in need of anything, but I restrained myself and took the handkerchief. Once more she made the sign of the cross over me. Once more she whispered a prayer, and suddenly bowed to me exactly as she had done to the Touchards upstairs, a prolonged low bow. I shall never forget it. Then I shuddered, I don't know why. What had she meant by that bow? Was she confessing the wrong she had done me, as I fancied once long afterwards? I don't know. But at the time it made me more ashamed than ever that they were looking out of window and that Lambert would most likely begin beating me. At last she went away. The apples and oranges had been devoured by the sons of counts and senators, and the 4 fourpenny bits were promptly taken from me by Lambert and spent at the confectioner's on tarts and chocolates, of which I was not offered a taste. Fully 6 months had passed, and it was a wet and windy October. I had quite forgotten about mother. Oh, by then hate, a blind hatred of everything, had crept into my heart, and was its sustenance, though I still brushed Tushar as before. But I hated him with all my might, and every day hated him more and more. It was then that in the melancholy dusk of one evening I began rummaging for something in my little box, and suddenly in the corner I saw her blue cotton handkerchief. It had been lying there ever since I had thrust it away. I took it out, and even looked at it with some interest. The corner of the handkerchief still retained the creases made by the knot, and even the round impress of the money was distinctly visible. I put the handkerchief in again, however, and pushed the box back. It was the eve of a holiday, and the bells were ringing for the all-night service. The pupils had all gone to their homes after dinner, but this time Lambert had stayed for Sunday. I don't know why he hadn't been fetched. Though he used still to beat me as before, he used to talk to me a great deal, and often needed me. We talked the whole evening about Lepage's pistols, which neither of us had seen, and Circassian swords, and how they cut, how splendid it would be to establish a band of brigands. And finally Lambert passed to the familiar obscene subjects, which were his favourite topics, and though I wondered at myself, I remember I liked listening. Suddenly I felt it unbearable, and I told him I had a headache. At 10 o'clock we went to bed. I turned away with my head under the quilt, and took the blue handkerchief from under my pillow. I had for some reason fetched it from the box an hour before, and as soon as our beds were made, I put it under the pillow. I put it to my face, and suddenly began kissing it. "Mother, mother," I whispered, and my whole chest contracted as though in a vice. I closed my eyes, and saw her face with the quivering lips when she crossed herself facing the church, and afterwards made the sign of the cross over me, and I said to her, "I'm ashamed. They are looking at us. Mother, darling, mother, were you really with me once? Mother, darling, where are you now, my faraway visitor? Do you remember your poor boy whom you came to see? Show yourself to me just this once. Come to me, if only in a dream, just that I may tell you how I love you, may hug you and kiss your blue eyes, and tell you that I'm not ashamed of you now, and tell you that I loved you even then, and that my heart was aching then, though I simply sat like a lackey. You will never know, mother, how I loved you then. Mother, where are you now? Do you hear me? Mother, mother, do you remember the dove in the country?" "Confound him, what's the matter with him?" Lambert grumbled from his bed. "Stop it, I'll give it you. You won't let me sleep." He jumped out of bed at last, ran to me, and began pulling off the bedclothes, but I kept tight hold of the quilt which I had wrapped round my head. "You are blubbering. What are you blubbering about, you fool? I'll give it you." And he thumped me. He thumped me hard on my back, on my side, hurting me more and more, and I suddenly opened my eyes. It was bright daylight, and the snow on the wall was glistening with hoar frost. I was sitting huddled up, almost frozen and almost numb in my fur coat, and someone was standing over me, waking me up, abusing me loudly, and kicking me in the ribs with his right foot. I raised myself and looked. I saw a man wearing a splendid bear-lined coat and a sable cap. He had black eyes, foppish pitch-black whiskers, a hooked nose, white teeth grinning at me, a face white and red like a mask. He bent down over me very close, and a frosty vapour came from his lips at each breath. "Frozen, the drunken fool! You'll freeze like a dog. Get up, get up!" "Lambert," I cried, "who ever are you?" "Dolgoruki." "Who the devil's Dolgoruki?" "Simply Dolgoruki, Tushar, the one you stuck a fork into in the restaurant." "Ha!" he cried, with a slow smile of recollection. Could he possibly have forgotten me? "Ha! So it's you, it's you!" He lifted me up and put me on my legs. I could hardly stand, could hardly walk. He led me, supporting me with his arm. He looked into my eyes as though considering and recalling and listening to me intently, and I babbled on continuously without pause, and I was delighted, so delighted to be talking, and so delighted, too, that it was Lambert. Whether for some reason I looked on him as my salvation, or whether I pounced on him at that moment because I took him for some one of another world, I don't know. I did not consider it then, but I pounced on him without considering. What I said then I don't remember at all, and I doubt whether any of it was coherent. I doubt whether I even pronounced a word clearly, but he listened very attentively. He took the first sledge we came upon, and within a few minutes I was sitting in his room in the warmth. 3. Every man, whoever he may be, must certainly preserve a recollection of something which has happened to him, upon which he looks, or is inclined to look, as something fantastic, exceptional, outside the common order of things, almost miraculous, whether it be a dream, a meeting, a divination, a presentiment, or anything of that kind. I am to this day inclined to look upon this meeting with Lambert as something almost supernatural, judging, that is, from the circumstances and consequences of that meeting. It all happened, from one point of view, however, perfectly naturally. He was simply returning from one of his nocturnal pursuits, the nature of it will be explained later on, half drunk, and stopping at the gate for a moment, caught sight of me. He had only been in Petersburg a few days. The room in which I found myself was small and furnished in an unsophisticated style, a typical example of the ordinary Petersburg furnished lodgings of the middling sort. Lambert himself, however, was very well and expensively dressed. On the floor there lay two trunks, only half unpacked. A corner of the room was shut off by a screen which concealed the bed. "Alphonsine!" cried Lambert. "Présent!" responded from behind the screen a cracked female voice with a Parisian accent, and 2 minutes later Mademoiselle Alphonsine emerged, just out of bed, hurriedly dressed in a loose wrapper, a queer creature, tall and as lean as a rake, a brunette with a long waist and a long face, with dancing eyes and sunken cheeks, who looked terribly the worse for wear. "Make haste," he spoke to her in French. I translate. "They must have got a samovar. Hot water quick, red wine and sugar. A glass here. Look sharp. He's frozen. It's a friend of mine. He's been sleeping the night in the snow." "Malheureux!" she exclaimed with a theatrical air, clasping her hands. "Now then," he shouted, holding up his fingers, and speaking exactly as though to a dog. She at once desisted, and ran to carry out his orders. He examined me and felt me over, tried my pulse, touched my forehead and my temple. "It's strange," he muttered, "that you did not freeze. However, you were entirely covered with your fur coat, head and all, so that you were sitting in a sort of nest of fur." A glass of something hot arrived. I sipped it greedily, and it revived me at once. I began babbling again. I was half lying on the sofa in a corner, and was talking all the time. I talked even as I sipped. But what I said again I scarcely remember. Moments and even whole intervals of time I've completely forgotten. I repeat, whether he understood anything of what I said I don't know. But one thing I distinctly gathered afterwards, and that was that he succeeded in understanding me sufficiently to deduce that he must not take his meeting with me lightly. I will explain later in its proper place how he came to make this calculation. I was not only extremely lively, but at moments, I believe, cheerful. I remember the sun suddenly flooding the room with light when the blinds were drawn up, and the crackling stove which some one was lighting, who and how I forget. I remember, too, the tiny black lap dog which Mademoiselle Alphonsine held in her arms, coquettishly pressing it to her heart. This lap dog attracted me so much that I left off talking and twice stretched out towards it, but Lambert waved his hand, and Alphonsine, with her lap dog, instantly vanished behind the screen. He was very silent himself. He sat facing me, and bending close down to me, listened without moving. At times he smiled, a broad, slow smile, showing his teeth and screwing up his eyes as though reflecting intensely and trying to guess something. I have a clear recollection only of the fact that when I told him about the document, I could not express myself intelligibly and tell the story consecutively, and from his face I quite saw that he could not understand me, but that he would very much have liked to understand, so much so that he even ventured to stop me with a question, which was risky, as at the slightest interruption I broke off and forgot what I was talking of. How long we sat and talked like this I don't know and cannot even imagine. He suddenly got up and called to Alphonsine. He needs rest. He may have to have the doctor. Do everything he asks. That is, vous comprenez, ma fille. Vous avez l'argent. No? Here, and he drew out a 10-rouble note. He began whispering with her. Vous comprenez, vous comprenez, he repeated to her, holding up his finger menacingly to her and frowning sternly. I saw that she was dreadfully afraid of him. I'll come back, and you had better go to sleep, he said, smiling to me, and took his cap. Mais vous n'avez pas dormi du tout, Maurice. Alphonsine began pathetically. Taisez-vous, je dormirai après, and he went out. Sauvé, she murmured, pathetically pointing after him. Monsieur, monsieur, she began declaiming at once, taking up an attitude in the middle of the room. Jamais homme ne fut si cruel, si bismarck que cet être qui regarde une femme comme une saleté de hasard, une femme, qu'est-ce que c'est dans notre époque? Tu la voilà le dernier mot de l'Académie française. I stared at her open-eyed. I saw everything double. I had a vision of two Alphonsines. I suddenly noticed that she was crying. I started, and realized that she had been talking to me for a long time, and that I must have been asleep or unconscious. Hélas! De quoi m'aurait servi de la découvrir plus tôt? She exclaimed. Et n'aurais-je pas autant gagné à tenir ma honte cachée toute ma vie? Peut-être n'est-il pas honnête à une demoiselle de s'expliquer si librement devant monsieur. Mais enfin, je vous avoue que s'il m'était permis de vouloir quelque chose, ce serait de lui plonger au cœur mon couteau, mais en détournant les yeux, de peur que son regard exécrable ne fît trembler mon bras et ne glaçât mon courage. Il a assassiné ce pape russe, monsieur. Il lui arracha sa barre russe pour la vendre à un artiste en chevaux au pont de Maréchaux, tout près de la maison de monsieur Andrieux. Haute nouveauté, article de Paris, linge, chemise, vous savez, n'est-ce pas? Oh, monsieur, quand l'amitié rassemble à table épouse, enfants, sœurs, amis, quand on vive à la Grèce, enflamme au cœur, je veux le demander, monsieur, est-il bonheur préférable à celui dont tu jouis? Mais il rit, monsieur, se montre exécrable et inconcevable, et si ce n'était pas par l'entremise de monsieur Andrieux, jamais, oh jamais je ne serais, mais quoi, monsieur, qu'avez-vous, monsieur? She rushed up to me. I believe I had an attack of shivering, perhaps a fainting fit. I cannot express what a painful and miserable impression this half-crazy creature made upon me. She imagined, perhaps, that she had been commanded to entertain me. At any rate, she did not leave my side for one instant. She had, perhaps, at one time or another been on the stage. She declaimed in a terrible way, pirouetted, talked incessantly, while I had long been silent. All I could understand from her story was that she had been closely connected with la maison de Monsieur Andrieux, haute nouveauté, article de Paris, etc., and perhaps was one of the family of la maison de Monsieur Andrieux, but she had somehow been torn forever from Monsieur Andrieux par ce monstre furieux et inconcevable, and that was the point of the tragedy. She sobbed, but I fancied that this was all part of the performance, and that she was not really crying at all. Sometimes I fancied that she would suddenly drop to pieces like a skeleton. She articulated her words in a jangling, broken voice. The word préférable, for instance, she pronounced préférable, and on the syllable a positively bad, like a sheep. Coming to myself on one occasion, I found her executing a pirouette in the middle of the room, but she was not actually dancing. The pirouette had some connection with her story, and she was simply impersonating some figure in it. Suddenly she rushed and opened a little old out of tune piano that was in the room, and began strumming on it and singing. I believe that for 10 minutes or more I lost consciousness completely. I fell asleep, but the lapdog yelped, and I waked up again. For a moment consciousness returned completely, and suddenly flooded my mind with light. I jumped up in horror. Lambert, I am at Lambert's, I thought, and snatching up my hat, I rushed to my fur coat. "Où allez-vous, monsieur?" cried the vigilant Alphonsine. "I want to get out. I want to go away. Let me out. Don't keep me." "Oui, monsieur," Alphonsine assented vigorously, and she rushed to open the door into the corridor herself. "Mais ce n'est pas loin, monsieur. C'est pas loin du tout. Ça ne vaut pas la peine de mettre votre chouba. C'est ici près, monsieur." She shouted for the benefit of the whole corridor. Running out of the room, I turned to the right. "Par ici, monsieur, c'est par ici," she shouted at the top of her voice, clutching at my coat with her long bony fingers, and with the other hand pointing to the left of the corridor, where I did not at all want to go. I broke away and ran to the outer door opening on to the stairs. "Il s'en va! Il s'en va!" Alphonsine ran after me, shouting in her cracked voice. "Mais il me tuera, monsieur! Il me tuera!" But I was already on the stairs, and though she ran after me downstairs, I succeeded in opening the front door, dashing out into the street, and jumping into the first sledge I met. I gave the driver my mother's address. 4. But the clear consciousness that had flickered up for one moment was soon dimmed. I still have a faint recollection of the drive, and being taken up to my mother's, but there I sank almost at once into complete unconsciousness. Next day, as they told me afterwards, and indeed I remember it myself, I had a moment of lucidity again. I found myself in Versilov's room, and on his sofa. I remember around me the faces of Versilov, my mother, Liza. I remember particularly Versilov speaking to me about Zertchikov and about Prince Sergei, and showing me some letter to soothe me. They told me afterwards that I kept asking with horror about someone called Lambert, and kept hearing the barking of some lapdog. But the faint light of consciousness was soon quenched again. By the evening of the second day I was completely prostrate with brain fever, but I will anticipate events and explain what had happened. When I had run out in the street from Zertchikov's that evening, and when calm had been restored there, Zertchikov, who had returned to the table, proclaimed aloud that a regrettable mistake had been made. The missing money, 400 roubles, had been found in a pile of other money, and the bank account turned out to be quite correct. Then Prince Sergei, who had remained in the room, went up to Zertchikov and insisted that he should make a public declaration of my innocence, and should moreover send me an apology in the form of a letter. Zertchikov on his side accepted this suggestion as a very proper one, and promised in the presence of all to send me next day a letter of explanation and apology. Prince Sergei gave him Versilov's address, and Versilov did in fact receive next day a letter addressed to me in Zertchikov's hand, and more than 1,300 roubles belonging to me, which I had left on the roulette table. And so the affair with Zertchikov ended. This joyful news did much to hasten my recovery when I regained consciousness. When Prince Sergei returned from the gambling saloon that night, he wrote 2 letters, one to me and the other to his old regiment, in which he had behaved so scandalously to Cornet Stepanov. He dispatched both letters next morning. After that he wrote a report for the authorities, and with that report in his hand he went early in the morning to the officer in command of his regiment, and announced to him that he, a common criminal who had taken part in the forging of the ex-railway shares, surrendered to justice and asked to be tried. Therewith he handed him the report in which all this was set out in writing. He was arrested. Here is the letter he wrote to me that night, word for word. Precious Arkady Makarovitch, having tried the lackey's way of escape, I have lost the right to comfort my soul a little with the thought that I was able in the end to dare to do what was just and fine. I have sinned against my fatherland and against my family, and for this I, the last of my family, am punishing myself. I don't know how I could have caught at the bare idea of self-preservation, and for a time have dreamed of buying them off with money. I should have still remained to all eternity a criminal in my conscience. Even if those people had given back the notes that compromised me, they would never have been induced to let me alone as long as I lived. What remained? To live with them, to be on a level with them all my life. That was the fate awaiting me. I could not accept it, and have at last found in myself strength enough, or perhaps only despair enough, to act as I am acting now. I have written a letter to my old regiment, to my fellow officers, clearing Stepanoff's character. This is not and cannot be an atonement. It is only the last will and testament of a man who will be dead tomorrow. That is how one must look at it. Forgive me for turning away from you in the gambling saloon. It was because at the moment I was not sure of you. Now that I am a dead man, I can make this confession from the other world. Poor Liza, she knows nothing of this decision. Let her not curse me, but judge of it herself. I cannot defend myself, and cannot even find the words to explain anything to her. I must tell you, too, Arkady Makarovitch, that when she came to me yesterday morning for the last time, I confessed that I had deceived her, and owned that I had been to Anna Andreevna with the intention of making her an offer. I could not, seeing her love, keep this upon my conscience in face of my last determination, and I told her. She forgave me, she forgave everything, but I could not believe her. It is not forgiveness. In her place I could not forgive. Remember me a little, your unhappy friend, the last Prince Sokolsky. I lay unconscious for exactly 9 days. End of Part 2, Chapter 9.
Part 3, Chapter 1 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 1. Now for something quite different. I kept declaring, something different, something different. Yet I kept on scribbling of nothing but myself. Yet I have announced 1,000 times already that I don't want to describe myself at all, and I firmly meant not to do so when I began my story. I quite understand that I am not of the slightest interest to the reader. I am describing, and want to describe, other people, not myself. And if I keep coming in, it's only a lamentable mistake, because I can't avoid it, however much I should like to. What I regret most is that I describe my own adventures with such heat. By doing so, I give ground for supposing that I am still the same as I was. The reader will remember, however, that I have exclaimed more than once, "Oh, if one could only change the past and begin all over again." I could not have uttered that exclamation if I were not radically changed and had not become an entirely different man now. That is quite evident. And no one can imagine how sick I am of these apologies and prefaces which I am continually forced to squeeze into the very middle of my narrative. To return. After 9 days' unconsciousness, I came to myself, regenerated, but not reformed. My regeneration was a stupid one, however, of course, if the word is taken in the wide sense, and perhaps if it had happened now it would have been different. The idea, or rather the feeling, that possessed me was, as it had been 1,000 times before, the desire to get away altogether. But this time I meant to go away, not as in the past, when I had so often considered the project and been incapable of carrying it out. I didn't want to revenge myself on anyone, and I give my word of honor that I did not, though I had been insulted by all of them. I meant to go away, without loathing, without cursing, and never to return. But I wanted to do this by my own effort, and by real effort unassisted by any one of them, or by anyone in the whole world. Yet I was almost on the point of being reconciled with everyone. I record this absorbing dream not as a thought, but as an overwhelming sensation. I did not care to formulate it as long as I was in bed. Sick and helpless I lay in Versalov's room, which they had given up to me. I recognized, with a pang, how abjectly helpless I was. What was tossing on the bed was not a man, but a feeble straw, And this evidence was not only through illness, and how degrading I felt it. And so, from the very depth of my being, from all the forces in me, a protest began to rise, and I was choking with a feeling of infinitely exaggerated pride and defiance. Indeed, I can't remember any time in my whole life when I was so full of arrogant feeling as I was during the early days of my convalescence, that is, while I was tossing like a weak straw on my bed. But for the time I held my peace, and even made up my mind not to think of anything. I kept peeping at their faces, trying to guess from them all I wanted to know. It was evident that they, too, did not want to ask questions or be inquisitive, but talked of something irrelevant. This pleased me, and at the same time mortified me. I won't attempt to explain the contradiction. I did not see Liza so often as my mother, though she came in to see me every day, and indeed twice a day. From fragments of their talk, and from their whole air, I gathered that Liza had a great deal on her hands, and that she was indeed often absent from home on business of her own. The very fact that she could have business of her own was something like a grievance to me, but all these were morbid, purely physical sensations which are not worth describing. Tatiana Pavlovna came, too, almost daily to see me, and though she was by no means tender with me, she did not abuse me as usual, which annoyed me extremely, so much so that I said to her openly, "You know, Tatiana Pavlovna, when you're not scolding you are very tedious." "Well, then, I won't come and see you," she blurted out, and went away. And I was pleased that I had got rid of one of them, at least. Most of all, I worried my mother. I was irritable with her. I developed a terrific appetite, and grumbled very much that the meals were late, and they were never late. Mother did not know how to satisfy me. Once she brought some soup, and began, as usual, feeding me with it herself, and I kept grumbling as I ate it. And suddenly I felt vexed that I was grumbling. She is perhaps the only one I love, and I am tormenting her. But I was none the less ill-humored, and I suddenly began to cry from ill-humor, and she, poor darling, thought I was crying from tenderness, stooped down, and began kissing me. I restrained myself and endured it, but at that instant I positively hated her. But I always loved my mother, and at that very time I loved her and did not hate her at all. But it happened as it always does, that the one you love best you treat worst. The only person I hated in those days was the doctor. He was a young man with a conceited air, who talked abruptly and even rudely, as though all these scientific people had only yesterday discovered something special, when in reality nothing special had happened, but the mediocrity. The man in the street is always like that. I restrained myself for a long time, but at last I suddenly broke out and informed him before everyone that he was hanging about unnecessarily, that I should get better just as well without him, that, though he looked like a scientific man, he was filled with nothing but conventional ideas, and did not even understand that medicine had never cured anyone, that, in fact, he was, in all probability, grossly ill-educated, like all the specialists who had become so high and mighty among us of late years. The doctor was very much offended, showing, by that very fact, that he was that sort of person. However, he still came as before. I told Versalov at last that if the doctor did not give up coming, that I should say something to him 10 times as disagreeable. Versalov only observed that it was impossible to say anything even twice as disagreeable as I had said, let alone 10 times. I was pleased at his saying that. He was a man, though. I am speaking of Versalov. He was the sole cause of it all, and strange to say, he was the only one towards whom I did not feel resentful. It was not only his manner to me that won me over. I imagine that we felt at that time that we owed each other many explanations, and for that very reason it would be our best course never to explain. It's extremely pleasant in such situations to have to do with a man of intelligence. I have mentioned already, in the second part of my story, that he told me briefly and clearly of Prince Sergei's letter to me about Zerchtikov, about what he, Prince Sergei, had said to the latter, and so on. As I had made up my mind to keep quiet, I only asked him 2 or 3 brief questions. He answered them clearly and exactly, but entirely without superfluous words, and what was best of all, without feeling. I was afraid of superfluous feeling at that time. I said nothing about Lambert, but the reader will readily understand that I thought a great deal about him. In my delirium, I spoke more than once about Lambert, but recovering from my delirium and looking about me, I quickly reflected that everything about Lambert remained a secret, and that everyone, even Versilov, knew nothing about him. Then I was relieved, and my fears passed away. But I was mistaken, as I found out later to my astonishment. He had come to the house during my illness, but Versilov said nothing to me about it, and I concluded that Lambert had lost all trace of me forever. Nevertheless, I often thought of him. What is more, I thought of him not only without repulsion, not only with curiosity, but even with sympathy, as though foreseeing from him something new, some means of escape in harmony with my new feelings and plans. In short, I made up my mind to think over Lambert as soon as I should be ready to think over anything. I will note one strange fact. I had entirely forgotten where he lived and in what street it had all happened. The room, Alfonsina the lapdog, the corridor, all I remembered, so that I could have sketched them at once. But where it had all happened, that is, in what street and in what house, I had utterly forgotten. And what is strangest of all, I only realized this 3 or 4 days after I had regained complete consciousness, when I had been occupied with the thought of Lambert for a long time. These, then, were my first sensations on my resurrection. I have noted only what was most on the surface, and most probably I was not able to detect what was most important. In reality, perhaps, what was really most important was even then taking shape and becoming defined in my heart. I was not, of course, always vexed and resentful simply at my broths not being brought me. Oh, I remember how sad I was then, and how depressed, especially at moments when I had remained a long while alone. As ill luck would have it, they soon saw that I was dreary with them, and that their sympathy irritated me, and they began more and more often to leave me alone, a superfluous delicacy of perception on their part. On the 4th day of consciousness, I was lying in my bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was no one with me. It was a bright day, and I knew that at 4 o'clock, when the sun would set, its slanting red rays would fall on the corner of my wall and throw a patch of glaring light upon it. I knew that from the days before, and that that would certainly happen in an hour's time, and above all, that I knew of this beforehand, as certainly as 2 × 2 make 4, exasperated me to fury. I turned round impulsively, and suddenly, in the midst of the profound stillness, I clearly distinguished the words, "Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy upon us." The words were pronounced in a half-whisper, and were followed by a deep-drawn sigh. And then everything was still again. I raised my head quickly. I had before, that is the previous day, and even the day before that, noticed something special in our 3 rooms downstairs. In the little room beyond the dining room, where Mother and Liza were accustomed to sleep, there was evidently now someone else. I had more than once heard sounds, both day and by night, but only for brief moments, and complete stillness followed immediately, and lasted for several hours, so that I took no notice of the sounds. The thought had occurred to me the evening before that Versilov was in there, especially as he soon afterwards came in to me, though I knew for a fact from their conversation that during my illness Versilov had been sleeping out in another lodging. I had known for some time past that Mother and Liza had moved into my former coffin upstairs, to make it quieter for me, I imagined, and I had even once wondered how the 2 of them could have possibly fitted themselves into it. And now it suddenly appeared that there was some person living in their old room, and that that person was not Versilov. With an ease which I had not the least expected, for I had till then imagined I was quite helpless, I dropped my feet over the bed, slipped them into slippers, threw on a grey astrakhan dressing-gown which lay close at hand — Versilov had sacrificed it for my benefit — and made my way through the parlor to what had been Mother's bedroom. What I saw there completely astounded me. I had never expected anything of the kind, and I stood still in the doorway, petrified. There was sitting there a very gray-headed old man, with a big and very white beard, and it was clear that he had been sitting there for a long time. He was not sitting on the bed, but on Mother's little bench, resting his back against the bed. He held himself so upright, however, that he hardly seemed to need a support for his back, though he was evidently ill. He had over his shirt a short jacket lined with fur. His knees were covered with Mother's plaid, and on his feet were slippers. He was, it could be discerned, tall, broad-shouldered, and of a hale appearance, in spite of his invalid state, though he was somewhat thin and looked ill. He had rather a long face, and thick, but not very long hair. He looked about 70. On a little table within reach lay 3 or 4 books and a pair of silver-rimmed spectacles. Though I had not the slightest idea of meeting him, I guessed instantly who he was, though I was still unable to imagine how he could have been sitting all those days, almost beside me, so quietly that till that time I had heard nothing of him. He did not stir on seeing me. He looked intently at me in silence, just as I did at him, the only difference being that I stared at him with the greatest astonishment, and he looked at me without the slightest. Scrutinizing me, on the contrary, from head to foot during those 5 or 10 seconds of silence, he suddenly smiled and even laughed a gentle, noiseless laugh. And though the laugh was soon over, traces of its serene gaiety remained upon his face, and above all in his eyes, which were very blue, luminous and large, though they were surrounded by innumerable wrinkles, and the eyelids were swollen and drooping. This laugh of his was what had most effect on me. I consider that in the majority of cases people are revolting to look at when they are laughing. As a rule, something vulgar, something, as it were, degrading, comes to the surface when a man laughs. Though he is almost unconscious of the impression he is making in his mirth, as little in fact as anyone knows what he looks like when he is asleep. One person's face will look intelligent asleep, while another man, intelligent in waking life, will look stupid and ridiculous when he is sleeping. I don't know what this is due to. I only mean to say that people laughing, like people asleep, have no idea what they look like. The vast majority of people don't know how to laugh at all. It is not a matter of knowing how, though. It's a gift, and it cannot be cultivated. One can only cultivate it, perhaps, by training oneself to be different, by developing and improving, and by struggling against the evil instincts of one's character. Then a man's laugh might very likely change for the better. A man will sometimes give himself away completely by his laugh, and you suddenly know him through and through. Even an unmistakably intelligent laugh will sometimes be repulsive. What is most essential in laughter is sincerity. And where is one to find sincerity? A good laugh must be free from malice, and people are constantly laughing maliciously. A sincere laugh, free from malice, is gaiety. And where does one find gaiety nowadays? People don't know how to be gay. Versilov made this observation about gaiety, and I remember it. A man's gaiety is what most betrays the whole man from head to foot. Sometimes one will be for a long time unable to read a character. But if the man begins to laugh, his whole character will suddenly lie open before you. It is only the loftiest and happiest natures whose gaiety is infectious, that is, good-hearted and irresistible. I am not talking of intellectual development, but of character, of the whole man. And so, if you want to see into a man and to understand his soul, don't concentrate your attention on the way he talks or is silent, on his tears, or the emotion he displays over exalted ideas. You will see through him better when he laughs. If a man has a good laugh, it means that he is a good man. Take note of every shade. A man's laugh must never, for instance, strike you as stupid, however gay and good-humored he may be. If you notice the slightest trace of stupidity in his laughter, you may be sure that that man is of limited intelligence, though he is continually dropping ideas wherever he goes. Even if his laugh is not stupid, but the man himself strikes you as being ever so little ridiculous when he laughs, you may be sure that the man is deficient in personal dignity, to some extent anyway. Or if the laughter, though infectious, strikes you for some reason as vulgar, you may be sure that that man's nature is vulgar, and all the generous and lofty qualities you have observed in him before are either intentionally assumed or unconsciously borrowed, and that the man is certain to deteriorate, to go in for the profitable, and to cast off his noble ideas without regret as the errors and enthusiasm of youth. I am intentionally introducing here this long tirade on the subject of laughter, and am sacrificing the continuity of my story for the sake of it, for I consider it one of the most valuable deductions I have drawn from life, and I particularly recommend it to the attention of girls who are ready to accept the man of their choice, but are still hesitating and watching him mistrustfully, unable to make their final decision, and don't let them jeer at a wretched raw youth for obtruding his moral reflections on marriage, a subject which he knows nothing about. But I only understand that laughter is the surest test of the heart. Look at a baby. Some children know how to laugh to perfection. A crying baby is disgusting to me, but a laughing, merry one is a sunbeam from paradise. It is a revelation from the future, when man will become at last as pure and simple-hearted as a child. And, indeed, there was something childlike and incredibly attractive in the momentary laughter of this old man. I went up to him at once. Sit down a bit. You can scarcely stand on your legs, I dare say," he urged me, motioning me to a seat beside him, and still gazing into my face with the same luminous gaze. I sat down beside him and said, "I know you. You are Makar Ivanovitch." "Yes, darling. It's very good that you are up. You are young. It is good for you. The old monk looks towards the grave, but the young must live." "But are you ill?" "Yes, dear, chiefly in my legs. My feet brought me as far as the door, and here I've sat down, and they are swollen. I've had it since last Friday when there were degrees, i.e., when there was a frost. I used to rub them with ointment, you see. The year before last the doctor, Edmund Karlovitch, prescribed it me in Moscow, and the ointment did good. Aye, it did good, but now it's no use. And my chest, too, is choked up, and since yesterday my spine has been bad, as though dogs were gnawing it. I don't sleep nights." "How is it I haven't heard you here at all?" I broke in. He looked at me as though considering something. "Only don't wake your mother," he added, as though suddenly remembering something. "She has been busy close at hand all night, and as quiet as a mouse, and now I know she is lying down. Ach, it's bad for a sick monk," he sighed. "The soul hangs by a thread, it seems, yet it still holds on, and still is glad of the light, and it seems, if all life were to begin over again, the soul would not shrink even from that, though maybe such a thought is sinful." "Why sinful?" "Such a thought is a dream, and the old monk should take leave with blissful resignation. Again, if one goes to meet death with murmur or repining, that is a great sin. But if from the gladness of the spirit one has grown to love life, I fancy God will forgive, even a monk. It's hard for a man to tell of every sin what is sinful and what is not. Therein is mystery passing the mind of man. A monk must be content at all times, and ought to die in the full light of his understanding, in holy peace and blessedness, filled full with days, yearning for his last hour, and rejoicing when he is gathered as the ear of wheat to the sheaf, and has fulfilled his mystery." "You keep talking of mystery. What does it mean, having fulfilled his mystery?" I asked, and looked round towards the door. I was glad that we were alone, and that all around the stillness was unbroken. The setting sun cast a dazzling light on the window. His talk was rather high-flown and rambling, but very sincere. There was a sort of intense exultation in it, as though he really were delighted at my coming. But I noticed unmistakable signs that he was feverish, extremely so, in fact. I, too, was ill. I, too, had been in a fever, from the moment I went into him. What is the mystery? Everything is a mystery, dear, and all is God's mystery. In every tree, in every blade of grass, that same mystery lies hid. Whether the tiny bird of the air is singing, or the stars in all their multitudes shine at night in heaven, the mystery is one, ever the same. And the greatest mystery of all is what awaiteth the soul of man in the world beyond. So it is, dear. I don't know in what sense I am not speaking, of course, to tease you, and I assure you I believe in God, but all these mysteries have long been discovered by human intelligence, or if they have not yet been discovered, they will be, for certain, and probably in a very short time. The botanist knows perfectly well how the tree grows. The psychologist and the anatomist know why the bird sings, or soon will know, and as for the stars, they are not only all counted, but all their motions have been calculated with the greatest exactitude, so that they can predict even 1,000 years beforehand the very minute of the appearance of some comet, and now even the composition of the most remote star is known. You take a microscope. That is a sort of magnifying glass that magnifies 1,000 times, and look through it at a drop of water, and you will see in it a whole new world, a whole world of living creatures. Yet this, too, was once a mystery, but it has been revealed by science. I've heard about that, darling. I have heard folk tell of it more than once. To be sure, it's a great and glorious thing. All has been vouchsafed to man by God's will. Not for naught did the Lord breathe into him the breath of life, live and learn. That's a commonplace. You're not antagonistic to science, though, not a clerical, though I don't know whether you'll understand. No, darling, I did not study science in my youth, and though I am not learned, I do not repine at that. If it's not for me, it will be for another. Maybe better so, for every man has his allotted part, for science, dear, is not of use for all. All men are unbridled, each wants to astonish all the world, and I should have perhaps more than all if I had been learned. But now, being very unlearned, how can I be puffed up when I know nothing? You, now, are young and clever. You must study, such is the lot ordained you. Understand all things, that when you meet an infidel or an evildoer, you may be able to answer him, and he may not lead you astray with his frantic words, or confound your unripe thoughts. That glass I saw not so long ago. He took a breath and heaved a sigh. There was no doubt that my coming in was a source of great satisfaction to him. His desire to be communicative was almost morbid. What is more, I am certainly not mistaken in declaring that at moments he looked at me with extraordinary affection. He laid his hand on mine caressingly, stroked me on the shoulder, though there were minutes when I must confess he seemed to forget all about me, as though he had been sitting alone, and though he went on talking warmly, it seemed at times as though he were talking to the air. In the Genevieve desert, dear, there lives a man of great understanding. He is of noble birth, and by rank a major, and he has great possessions. When he lived in the world, he would not be bound by marriage. He has been withdrawn from the world for nearly 10 years, loving still and silent resting places, and keeping his heart free from worldly vanities. He follows all the monastic rules, but will not become a monk, and he has so many books, dear, as I have never seen in any other man's possession. He told me himself that his books were worth 8,000 rubles. His name is Pyotr Valerianich. He has taught me a great deal at different times, and I loved listening to him exceedingly. I said to him once, "How is it, sir, that with your great understanding, after living here 10 years in monastic obedience and in complete renunciation of your will, how is it you don't take honorable vows, so as to be still more perfect?" And he said to me thereupon, "You talk of my understanding, old man. Perhaps my understanding has held me in bondage, and I have not kept it in submission. And you speak of my obedience. Maybe I've long since lost the right measure for myself. And you talk of the renunciation of my will. I am ready to be deprived of my money on the spot, and to give up my rank, and to lay all my medals and ribbons on the table. But my pipe of tobacco, though I've been struggling for 10 years, I can't do without. What sort of monk should I be, and how could you glorify the renunciation of my will?" And I marveled then at this humility. Well, last year, about St. Peter's Day, I went again to that desert. The Lord led me there. And I saw standing in his cell that very thing, a microscope. He had ordered it for a great sum of money from abroad. "Stay," said he, "old man, I'll show you a marvelous thing you have never hitherto looked upon. You see a drop of water as pure as a tear. Well, look what is in it, and you will see that the mechanisms will soon seek out all the mysteries of God and not leave one for either you or me." That is what he said, I remember. But I had looked through such a microscope 35 years before that at Alexander Valdemirovich Malagazov's, who was our old master, Andrei Petrovitch's maternal uncle. It was from him the property came on his death to Andrei Petrovitch. He was a grand gentleman, a great general, and he used to keep a pack of hounds, and I lived many years with him as huntsman. So he, too, set up this microscope. He brought it with him, and he told all the servants to come up, one after another, male and female, and look through. He showed them a flea, and a louse, and the end of a needle, and a hair, and a drop of water. And it was diverting. They were afraid to go up, and afraid of the master. He was hasty. Some did not know how to look properly, and the elder saw nothing. Others were frightened and cried out. The elder, Savan Makarov, covered his eyes with both hands and cried, "Do what you will with me, I won't go near." There was much foolish laughter. I didn't confess to Pyotr Valerianitch, though, that I had seen this marvel before more than 35 years ago, because I saw it was a great pleasure to him showing it. I began, on the contrary, admiring it and marveling. He waited a bit and asked, "Well, old man, what do you say now?" And I lifted myself up and said to him, "The Lord said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light." And thereupon he said to me all at once, "And was there not darkness?" And he said that so strangely he did not even laugh. I wondered at him then, and he seemed to be angered, and said no more. The fact of the matter is, your Pyotr Valerianitch is eating rice and raisins in the monastery and bowing to the ground, while he does not believe in God, and you hit on the wrong moment, that's all," I said. "And what's more, he is rather an absurd person. I suppose he must have seen that microscope a dozen times before. Why should he go off his head when he saw it for the 13th? What nervous susceptibility! He must have got that from living in a monastery." "He was a man of pure life and lofty mind," the old man pronounced impressively, "and he was not an infidel. There was a cloud over his mind, and his heart was not at peace. Very many such men have come nowadays from the ranks of the gentry and learned. And something more I will tell you. A man punishes himself. But you watch them and do not worry them, and before you lie down to sleep at night, remember them in your prayers, for such are seeking God. Do you pray at night? No, I regard it as an empty ceremony. I must own, though, that I like your Pyotr Valerianitch. He's not a man of straw, anyway, but a real person, rather like a man very near and well known to both of us." The old man only paid attention to the first part of my answer. "You're wrong, my dear, not to pray. It is a good thing. It cheers the heart before sleep, and rising up from sleep and awakening in the night. Let me tell you this. In the summer, in July, we were hastening to the monastery of Our Lady for the holy festival. The nearer we got to the place, the greater the crowd of people, and at last there were almost 200 of us gathered together, all hastening to kiss the holy and miraculous relics of the two great saints, Anarchy and Grigori. We spent the night, brother, in the open country, and I waked up early in the morning, when all was still sleeping, and the dear sun had not yet peeped out from behind the forest. I lifted up my head, dear, I gazed about me and sighed. Everywhere beauty passing all utterance. All was still, the air was light. The grass grows. Grow, grass of God. The bird sings. Sing, bird of God. The babe cries in the woman's arms. God be with you, little man. Grow and be happy, little babe." And it seemed that only then, for the first time in my life, I took it all in. I lay down again. I slept so sweetly. Life is sweet, dear. If I were better, I should like to go out again in the spring. And that it's a mystery makes it only the better. It fills the heart with awe and wonder, and that awe maketh glad the heart. All is in thee, my Lord, and I, too, am in thee. Have me in thy keeping. Do not repine, young man. It is even more beautiful because it is a mystery, he added fervently. It's the more beautiful for being a mystery. I will remember those words. You express yourself very inaccurately, but I understand you. It strikes me that you understand and know a great deal more than you can express, only you seem to be in delirium, I added abruptly, looking at his feverish eyes and pale face. But he did not seem to hear my words. "Do you know, dear young man," he began again, as though going on with what he had been saying before, "do you know there is a limit to the memory of a man on this earth? The memory of a man is limited to 100 years. For 100 years after his death, his children, or his grandchildren who have seen his face, can still remember him. But after that, though his memory may still remain, it is only by hearsay, in thought, for all who have seen his living face have gone before. And his grave in the churchyard is overgrown with grass. The stones upon it crumble away, and all men, and even his children's children, forget him. Afterwards they forget even his name, for only a few are kept in the memory of men, and so be it. You may forget me, dear ones, but I love you from the tomb. I hear, my children, your gay voices. I hear your steps on the graves of your kin. Live for a while in the sunshine, rejoice, and I will pray to God for you. I will come to you in your dreams. It is all the same. Even in death is love. I was myself in the same feverish state as he was. Instead of going away or persuading him to be quiet, or perhaps putting him to bed, for he seemed quite delirious, I suddenly seized his arm, and bending down to him and squeezing his hand, I said in an excited whisper with inward tears, "I'm glad of you. I have been waiting a long time for you, perhaps. I don't like any of them. There is no seemliness in them. I won't follow them. I don't know where I'm going. I'll go with you." But luckily Mother suddenly came in, or I don't know how it would have ended. She came in, only just awake, and looking agitated. In her hand she had a tablespoon and a glass. Seeing us, she exclaimed, "I knew it would be so. I'm late with his quinine, and he's all in a fever. I overslept myself, Makar Ivanovitch, darling." I got up and went out. She gave him his quinine and put him to bed. I, too, lay down on mine in a state of great excitement. I tossed about, pondering on this meeting with intense interest and curiosity. What I expected from it I don't know. Of course, my reasoning was disconnected, and not thoughts, but fragments of thoughts flitted through my brain. I lay with my face to the wall, and suddenly I saw in the corner the patch of glowing light which I had been looking forward to with such curses, and now I remember my whole soul seemed to be leaping for joy, and a new light seemed penetrating to my heart. I remember that sweet moment, and I do not want to forget it. It was only an instant of new hope and new strength. I was convalescent then, and therefore such transports may have been the inevitable result of the state of my nerves. But I have faith, even now, in that bright hope. That is what I wanted to record and to recall. Of course, even then I knew quite well that I should not go on a pilgrimage with Makar Ivanovitch, and that I did not know the nature of the new impulse that had taken hold of me. But I had pronounced one word, though in delirium: "There is no seemliness in their lives." Of course, I thought in a frenzy. From this minute I am seeking seemliness, and they have none of it, and that is why I am leaving them. There was a rustle behind me. I turned round. Mother stood there, bending down to me and looking with timid inquiry into my face. I took her hand. "Why did you tell me nothing about our dear guest, Mother?" I asked suddenly, not knowing I was going to say it. All the uneasiness vanished from her face at once, and there was a flush, as it were, of joy. But she made me no reply except the words, "Liza. Don't forget Liza either. You've forgotten Liza." She said this in a hurried murmur, flushing crimson, and would have made haste to get away, for above all things she hated displaying her feelings, and in that she was like me, that is, reverent and delicate. Of course, too, she would not care to begin on the subject of Makar Ivanovitch with me. What could we say to each other with our eyes was quite enough. But though I hated demonstrativeness, I still kept her by her hand. I looked tenderly into her eyes and laughed softly and tenderly, and with my other hand stroked her dear face, her hollow cheeks. She bent down and pressed her forehead to mine. "Well, Christ be with you," she said suddenly, standing up, beaming all over. "Get well. I shall count on your doing so. He is ill, very ill. Life is in God's hands. Ach, what have I said? Oh, that could not be." She went away. All her life, in fear and trembling and reverence, she had honored her legal husband, the monk, Makar Ivanovitch, who, with large-hearted generosity, had forgiven her once and forever. End of Part 3, Chapter 1.
Part 3, Chapter 2, Of a Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of Our Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 2. 1. I had not forgotten Liza. Mother was mistaken. The keen-sighted mother saw that there was something like coolness between brother and sister, but it was rather jealousy than lack of love. In view of what followed, I will explain in a couple of words. Ever since Prince Sergei's arrest, poor Liza had shown a sort of conceited pride, an unapproachable haughtiness, almost unendurable. But everyone in the house knew the truth and understood how she was suffering, and if at first I scowled and was sulky at her manner with us, it was simply owing to my petty irritability, increased tenfold by illness. That is how I explain it now. I had not ceased to love Liza. On the contrary, I loved her more than ever. Only I did not want to be the first to make advances, though I understood that nothing would have induced her either to make the first advances. As soon as all the facts came out about Prince Sergei, that is, immediately after his arrest, Liza made haste at once to take up an attitude to us and to every one else that would not admit of the possibility of sympathy or any sort of consolation and excuses for Prince Sergei. On the contrary, she seemed continually priding herself on her luckless lover's action as though it were the loftiest heroism, though she tried to avoid all discussion of the subject. She seemed every moment to be telling us all, though I repeat that she did not utter a word, none of you would do the same. You would not give yourself up at the dictates of honor and duty. None of you have such a pure and delicate conscience. And as for his misdeeds, who has not evil actions upon his conscience? Only every one conceals them, and this man preferred facing ruin to remaining ignoble in his own eyes. This seemed to be expressed by every gesture Liza made. I don't know, but I think in her place I should have behaved almost in the same way. I don't know either whether those were the thoughts in her heart. In fact, I privately suspect that they were not. With the other clear part of her reason, she must have seen through the insignificance of her hero, for who will not agree now that that unhappy man, noble-hearted in his own way as he was at the same time an absolutely insignificant person? This very haughtiness, and as it were antagonism towards us all, this constant suspiciousness that we were thinking differently of him, made one surmise that in the secret recesses of her heart a very different judgment of her unhappy friend had perhaps been formed. But I hasten to add, however, that in my eyes she was at least half right. It was more pardonable for her than for any of us to hesitate in drawing the final conclusion. I will admit with my whole heart that even now, when all is over, I don't know at all how to judge the unhappy man who was such a problem to us all. Home was beginning to be almost a little hell on account of her. Liza, whose love was so intense, was bound to suffer terribly. It was characteristic of her to prefer to suffer in silence. Her character was like mine, proud and domineering. And I thought then, and I think now, that it was that made her love Prince Sergei, just because he had no will at all, and that from the first word, from the first hour, he was utterly in subjection to her. This comes about of itself in the heart, without any preliminary calculation. But such a love, the love of the strong woman for the weak man, is sometimes incomparably more intense and more agonizing than the love of equal characters, because the stronger unconsciously undertakes responsibility for the weaker. That is what I think, at any rate. All the family from the first surrounded her with the tenderest care, especially mother. But Liza was not softened. She did not respond to sympathy, and seemed to repulse every sort of help. At first she did talk to mother, but every day she became more reluctant to speak, more abrupt, and even more harsh. She asked Versalof's advice at first, but soon afterwards she chose Vasin for her counselor and helper, as I learned afterwards with surprise. She went to see Vasin every day. She went to the law courts, too, by Prince Sergei's instructions. She went to the lawyers, to the crown prosecutor. She came in the end to being absent from home for whole days together. Twice a day, of course, she visited Prince Sergei, who was in prison in the division for noblemen, but these interviews, as I was fully convinced later, were very distressing to Liza. Of course, no third person can judge of the relations of two lovers, but I know that Prince Sergei was always wounding her deeply, and by what do you suppose? Strange to say, by his continual jealousy. Of that, however, I will speak later, but I will add one thought on the subject. It would be hard to decide which of them tormented the other more. Though with us she prided herself on her hero, Liza perhaps behaved quite differently alone with him. I suspect so indeed from various facts, of which, however, I will also speak later. And so, as regards my feeling and my attitude towards Liza, any external change there was only simulated, a jealous deception on both sides, but we had never loved each other more than at that time. I must add, too, that though Liza showed surprise and interest when Makar Ivanovitch first arrived, she had since, for some reason, begun to treat him almost disdainfully, even contemptuously. She seemed intentionally to take not the slightest notice of him. Having inwardly vowed to be silent, as I explained in the previous chapter, I expected, of course, theoretically, that is, in my dreams, to keep my word. Oh, with Versalof, for instance, I would have sooner begun talking of zoology, or of the Roman emperors, than of her, for example, or of that most important line in his letter to her, in which he informed her that the document was not burnt, but in existence, a line on which I began pondering to myself again as soon as I had begun to recover and come to my senses after my fever. But, alas, from the first steps towards practice, and almost before the first steps, I realized how difficult and impossible it was to stick to such resolutions. The day after my first acquaintance with Makar Ivanovitch, I was fearfully excited by an unexpected circumstance. 2. I was excited by an unexpected visit from Daria Anissimovna, the mother of the dead girl Olia. From my mother I had heard that she had come once or twice during my illness, and that she was very much concerned about my condition. Whether that good woman, as my mother always called her when she spoke of her, had come entirely on my account, or whether she had come to visit my mother in accordance with an established custom, I did not ask. Mother usually told me all the news of the household, to entertain me when she came with my soup to feed me before I could feed myself. I always tried to appear uninterested in these domestic details, and so I did not ask about Daria Anissimovna. In fact, I said nothing about her at all. It was about 11 o'clock. I was just meaning to get out of bed and install myself in the arm-chair by the table, when she came in. I purposely remained in bed. Mother was very busy upstairs, and did not come down, so that we were left alone. She sat down on a chair by the wall facing me, smiled, and said not a word. I foresaw this pause, and her entrance altogether made an irritating impression on me. Without even nodding to her, I looked her straight in the face, but she too looked straight at me. "Are you dull in your flat now the prince is gone?" I asked, suddenly losing patience. "No, I am not in that flat now. through Anna Andreevna. I am looking after his honor's baby now." "Whose baby?" "Andrei Petrovitch's," she brought out in a confidential whisper, glancing round towards the door. "Why, but there's Tatiana Pavlovna." "Yes, Tatiana Pavlovna and Anna Andreevna, both of them, and Lizaveta Makarovna also, and your mamma, all of them. They all take an interest. Tatiana Pavlovna and Anna Andreevna are great friends now." "A piece of news." She grew much livelier as she talked. I looked at her with hatred. "You are much livelier than when you came to see me last." "Oh, yes." "I think you've grown stouter." She looked strangely at me. "I have grown very fond of her, very." "Fond of whom?" "Why, Anna Andreevna. Very fond. Such a noble young lady, and with such judgment." "You don't say so. What about her? How are things now?" "She is very quiet, very." "She was always quiet, always." "If you've come here with scandal," I cried suddenly, unable to restrain myself, "let me tell you that I won't have anything to do with it. I have decided to drop everything, every one. I don't care. I am going away." I ceased suddenly, for I realized what I was doing. I felt it degrading to explain my new projects to her. She heard me without surprise and without emotion. But again a pause followed. Again she got up, went to the door, and peeped into the next room. Having assured herself that there was no one there, and we were alone, she returned with great composure, and sat down in the same place as before. "You did that prettily," I laughed suddenly. "You are keeping on your lodging at the clerk's?" she asked suddenly, bending a little towards me, and dropping her voice as though this question were the chief object for which she had come. "Lodging? I don't know. Perhaps I shall give it up. How do I know?" "They are anxiously expecting you. The man's very impatient to see you, and his wife too. Andrei Petrovitch assured them you'd come back for certain." "But what is it to you?" "Anna Andreevna wanted to know, too. She was very glad to learn that you were staying." "How does she know so positively that I shall certainly stay on at that lodging?" I wanted to add, "And what is it to her?" but I refrained from asking through pride. "And Monsieur Lambert said the same thing, too." "What?" "Monsieur Lambert. He declared most positively to Andrei Petrovitch that you would remain, and he assured Anna Andreevna of it, too." I felt shaken all over. What marvels! Then Lambert already knew Versalov. Lambert had found his way to Versalov. Lambert and Anna Andreevna. He had found his way to her, too. I felt overcome with fever, but I kept silent. My soul was flooded with a terrible rush of pride or I don't know what. But I suddenly said to myself at that moment, if I ask for one word in explanation, I shall be involved in that world again, and I shall never have done with it. There was a glow of hate in my heart. I resolutely made up my mind to be mute, and to lie without moving. She was silent, too, for a full minute. "What of Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch?" I asked suddenly, as though I had taken leave of my senses. "The fact is," I asked simply to change the subject. And again I chanced to ask the leading question. Like a madman I plunged back again into that world from which I had just before, with such a shudder, resolved to flee. "His honor is at Tsarskoye Selo. He is rather poorly, and as the hot days have begun in town, they all advised him to move to their house at Tsarskoye for the sake of the air." I made no answer. "Madame and Anna Andreevna visit him there twice a week. They go together." "Anna Andreevna and Madame, that is she, were friends then? They go together?" I did not speak. "They have become so friendly, and Anna Andreevna speaks so highly of Katerina Nikolaevna." I still remained silent. "And Katerina Nikolaevna is in a whirl of society again. It's one fete after another. She is making quite a stir. They say all the gentlemen at court are in love with her, and everything's over with Monsieur Buring, and there's to be no wedding, so everybody declares. It's been off ever since then. That is, since Versalof's letter. I trembled all over, but I did not utter a word. Anna Andreevna is so sorry about Prince Sergey, and Katerina Nikolaevna too, and they all say that he will be acquitted, and that Stebolkoff will be condemned." I looked at her with hatred. She got up and suddenly bent down to me. "Anna Andreevna particularly told me to find out how you are," she said, quite in a whisper, "and she particularly begged you to go and see her as soon as you begin to go out. Good bye. Make haste and get well, and I'll tell her." She went away. I sat on the edge of the bed. A cold sweat came out on my forehead, but I did not feel terror. The incredible and grotesque news about Lambert and his machinations did not, for instance, fill me with horror in the least, as might have been expected from the dread, perhaps unaccountable, with which during my illness and the early days of my convalescence I recalled my meeting with him on that night. On the contrary, in that first moment of confusion, as I sat on the bed after Daria Anissimovna had gone, my mind did not dwell on Lambert. But more than all, I thought about the news of her rupture with Buring, and of her success in society, of her fetes, of her triumphs, of the stir she was making. "She's making quite a stir," Daria Anisimovna's phrase was ringing in my ears, and I suddenly felt that I had not the strength to struggle out of that whirlpool. I had known how to control myself, to hold my tongue, and not to question Daria Anisimovna after her tales of marvels. An overwhelming thirst for that life, for their life, took possession of my whole spirit, and another blissful thirst, which I felt as a keen joy and an intense pain. My thoughts were in a whirl, but I let them whirl. Why be reasonable, I felt. Even mother kept Lambert's coming a secret, I thought, in incoherent snatches. Versalof must have told her not to speak of it. I would rather die than ask Versalof about Lambert. Versalof. The thought flashed upon me again. Versalof and Lambert. Oh, what a lot that's new among them. Bravo, Versalof. He frightened the German Buring with that letter. He libeled her. La calomnie. Il en reste toujours quelque chose. And the German courtier was afraid of the scandal. Ha! Ha! It's a lesson for her. Lambert. Surely Lambert hasn't found his way to her. To be sure he has. Why shouldn't she have an intrigue with him? At this point I suddenly gave up pondering on this senseless tangle, and sank back in despair with my head on my pillow. "But it shall not be!" I exclaimed with sudden determination. I jumped out of bed, put on my slippers and dressing gown, and went straight to Makar Ivanovitch's room, as though there were in it a talisman to repel all enticements, a means of salvation, and an anchor to which I could cling. It may really have been that I was feeling this at the time with my whole soul, else why should I have leaped up with such a sudden and irresistible impulse, and rushed into Makar Ivanovitch in such a state of mind? 3. But to my surprise I found other people, my mother and the doctor, with Makar Ivanovitch. As I had for some reason imagined I should find the old man alone, as he had been yesterday. I stopped short in the doorway in blank amazement. Before I had time to frown, Versalof came in, followed by Liza. So they had all met, for some reason, in Makar Ivanovitch's room, just when they were not wanted. "I have come to ask how you are," I said, going straight up to Makar Ivanovitch. "Thank you, my dear. I was expecting you. I knew you would come. I was thinking of you in the night." He looked into my face caressingly, and I saw that perhaps he liked me best of them all, but I could not help seeing instantly that, though his face was cheerful, his illness had made progress in the night. The doctor had only just been examining him very seriously. I learned afterwards that the doctor, the same young man with whom I had quarrelled, had been treating Makar Ivanovitch ever since he arrived, had been very attentive to the patient, and had diagnosed a complication of various diseases in him, but I don't know their medical terms. Makar Ivanovitch, as I observed from the first glance, was on the warmest, friendliest terms with him. I disliked that at the instant, but I was, of course, in a very bad mood at the moment. "Yes, Alexander Semyonovitch, how is our dear invalid to day?" inquired Verseloff. If I had not been so agitated, it would have been most interesting to me to watch Verseloff's attitude to this old man. I had wondered about it the day before. What struck me most of all now was the extremely soft and pleasant expression in Verseloff's face. There was something perfectly sincere in it. I have noted already, I believe, that Verseloff's face became wonderfully beautiful as soon as it became ever so little kindly. "Why, we keep quarrelling," answered the doctor. "With Makar Ivanovitch? I don't believe it. It's impossible to quarrel with him. But he won't obey. He doesn't sleep at night." "Come, give over, Alexander Semyonovitch. That's enough scolding," said Makar Ivanovitch, laughing. "Well, Andrei Petrovitch, how have they treated our good lady? Here she's been sighing and moaning all the morning. She's worrying," he added, indicating mother. "Ach, Andrei Petrovitch," cried my mother, who was really very uneasy, "do make haste and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. How has it been settled for her, poor thing?" "They have found her guilty and sentenced her." "Ach!" cried my mother. "But not to Siberia. Don't distress yourself. To a fine of 15 roubles, that's all. It was a farce." He sat down. The doctor sat down too. They were talking of Tatiana Pavlovna. I knew nothing yet of what had happened. I sat down on Makar Ivanovitch's left, and Liza sat opposite me on the right. She evidently had some special sorrow of her own to day, with which she had come to my mother. There was a look of uneasiness and irritation in her face. At that moment we exchanged glances, and I thought to myself, we are both disgraced, and I must make the first advances. My heart was suddenly softened to her. Verseloff, meanwhile, had begun describing what had happened that morning. It seemed that Tatiana Pavlovna had had to appear before the justice of the peace that morning, on a charge brought against her by her cook. The whole affair was utterly absurd. I have mentioned already that the ill-tempered cook would sometimes, when she was sulky, refuse to speak, and would not say a word to her mistress for a whole week at a time. I mentioned, too, Tatiana's weakness in regard to her, how she put up with anything from her, and absolutely refused to get rid of her. All these whimsical caprices of old maiden ladies are, in my eyes, utterly beneath contempt, and so undeserving of attention. And I only mention this story here because this cook is destined to play a leading and momentous part in the sequel of my story. So Tatiana Pavlovna, driven out of all patience by the obstinate Finnish woman, who had refused to answer a word for several days, had suddenly at last struck her, a thing she had never done before. Even then the cook did not utter the slightest sound, but the same day she communicated the fact to a discharged midshipman called Osietroff, who earned a precarious existence by undertaking cases of various sorts, and of course by getting up such cases as this for the courts. It had ended in Tatiana Pavlovna's being summoned before the justice of the peace, and when the case was tried, Verseloff had for some reason appeared as a witness. Verseloff described all this with extraordinary gaiety and humor, so that even mother laughed. He even mimicked Tatiana Pavlovna and the midshipman and the cook. The cook had from the very beginning announced to the court that she wanted a money fine, for if they put my mistress in prison, whom am I going to cook for? In answer to the judge, Tatiana Pavlovna answered with immense condescension, not even deigning to defend herself. On the contrary, she had concluded with the words, "I did beat her. and I shall do it again." Whereupon she was promptly fined 3 roubles for her impudent answer. The midshipman, a lean, lanky young man, would have begun with a long speech in defence of his client, but broke down disgracefully, to the amusement of the whole court. The hearing was soon over, and Tatiana Pavlovna was condemned to pay 15 roubles to the injured Maria. Tatiana Pavlovna promptly drew out her purse and proceeded on the spot to pay the money, whereupon the midshipman at once approached her and was putting out his hand to take it, but Tatiana Pavlovna thrust aside his hand almost with a blow, and turned to Maria. "Don't you trouble, madam. You needn't put yourself out. Put it down in our accounts. I'll settle with this fellow. See, Maria, what a lanky fellow you've picked out for yourself," said Tatiana Pavlovna, pointing to the midshipman, hugely delighted that Maria had spoken to her at last. "He is a lanky one, to be sure," Maria answered slyly. "Did you order cutlets with peas? I did not hear this morning. I was in a hurry to get here." "Oh, no, with cabbage, Maria, and please don't burn it to a cinder as you did yesterday." "No, I'll do my best to day, madam. Let me have your hand," and she kissed her mistress's hand in token of reconciliation. She entertained the whole court, in fact. "Ah, what a woman!" said mother, shaking her head, very much pleased with the news, and Andrei Petrovitch's account of it, though she looked uneasily on the sly at Liza. "She has been a self-willed lady from her childhood," smiled Makar Ivanovitch. "Spleen and idleness," opined the doctor. "Is it I am self-willed? Is it I am spleen and idleness?" asked Tatiana Pavlovna, coming in upon us suddenly, evidently very well pleased with herself. "It's not for you to talk nonsense, Alexander Semyonovitch. When you were 10 years old, you knew whether I was idle, and you've been treating yourself for spleen for the last year, and have not been able to cure yourself, so you ought to be ashamed. Well, you've picked me to pieces enough. Thanks for troubling to come to the court, Andrei Petrovitch. Well, how are you, Makarushka? It's only you I've come to see, not this fellow." She pointed to me, but at once gave me a friendly pat on the shoulder. I had never before seen her in such a good humour. "Well, how is he?" turning suddenly to the doctor, and frowning anxiously. "Why, he won't lie in bed, and he only tires himself out sitting up like this." "Why, I only sit up like this a little with company," Makar Ivanovitch murmured, with a face of entreaty, like a child's. "Yes, we like this, we like this. We like a little gossip when our friends gather round us. I know, Makarushka," said Tatiana Pavlovna. "Yes, you're a quick one, you are, and there's no getting over you. Wait a bit, let me speak. I'll lie down, darling, I'll obey. But you know, to my thinking, if you take to your bed, you may never get up. That's what I've got at the back of my head, friend." To be sure, I knew that was it. Peasant superstitions. If I take to my bed, they say, 10 to 1 I shan't get up. That's what the peasants very often fear, and they would rather keep on their legs when they're ill than go to a hospital. As for you, Makar Ivanovitch, you're simply homesick for freedom and the open road. That's all that's the matter with you. You've got out of the habit of staying long in one place. Why, you're what's called a pilgrim, aren't you? And tramping is almost a passion in our peasantry. I've noticed it more than once in them. Our peasants are tramps before everything." "Then Makar is a tramp according to you?" Tatiana Pavlovna caught him up. "Oh, I did not mean that. I used the word in a general sense. Well, yes, a religious tramp. Though he is a holy man, yet he is a tramp. In a good respectful sense, but a tramp. I speak from the medical point of view." "I assure you," I addressed the doctor suddenly, "that you and I and all the rest here are more like tramps than this old man, from whom you and I ought to learn, too, because he has a firm footing in life, while we all of us have no firm standpoint at all. But how should you understand that, though?" I spoke very cuttingly, it seemed, but I had come in feeling upset. I don't know why I went on sitting there, and felt as though I were beside myself. "What are you saying?" said Tatiana Pavlovna, looking at me suspiciously. "How did you find him, Makar Ivanovitch?" she asked, pointing her finger at me. "God bless him, he's a sharp one," said the old man, with a serious air. But at the words "sharp one" almost every one laughed. I controlled myself somehow. The doctor laughed more than any one. It was rather unlucky that I did not know at the time of a previous compact between them. Versaloff, the doctor, and Tatiana Pavlovna had agreed 3 days before to do all they could to distract mother from brooding and apprehension on account of Makar Ivanovitch, whose illness was far more dangerous and hopeless than I had any suspicion of then. That's why they were all making jokes and trying to laugh. Only the doctor was stupid and did not know how to make jokes naturally. That was the cause of all that followed. If I had known of their agreement at that time, I should not have done what I did. Liza knew nothing either. I sat listening with half my mind. They talked and laughed, and all the time my head was full of Daria Onesimovna and her news, and I could not shake off the thought of her. I kept picturing how she had sat and looked, and had cautiously got up and peeped into the next room. At last they all suddenly laughed. Tatiana Pavlovna, I don't in the least know why, called the doctor an infidel. "Why, all you doctors are infidels." "Makar Ivanovitch," said the doctor, very stupidly pretending to be offended, and to be appealing to him as an umpire, "am I an infidel?" "You an infidel? No, you are not an infidel," the old man answered sedately, looking at him instantly. "No, thank God," he said, shaking his head. "You are a merry hearted man." "And if a man's merry hearted, he's not an infidel," the doctor observed ironically. "That's in its own way an idea," observed Versaloff. He was not laughing, however. "It's a great idea," I could not help exclaiming, struck by the thought. The doctor looked round inquiringly. These learned people, these same professors, probably they had been talking about professors just before, began Makar Ivanovitch, looking down. "At the beginning, I was frightened of them. I was in terror in their presence, for I dreaded an infidel more than anything. 'I have only one soul,' I used to think. 'What if I lose it? I shan't be able to find another.' But afterwards I plucked up heart. 'After all,' I thought, 'they are not gods, but just the same as we are, men of like passions with ourselves.' And my curiosity was great. 'I shall find out,' I thought, 'what this infidelity is like.' But afterwards even that curiosity passed over." He paused, though he meant to go on, still with the same gentle, sedate smile. "There are simple souls who put complete trust in every one, and have no suspicion of mockery. Such people are always of limited intelligence, for they are always ready to display all that is precious in their hearts to every newcomer. But in Makar Ivanovitch I fancied there was something else, and the impulse that led him to speak was different. And not only the innocence of simplicity, one caught glimpses, as it were, of the missionary in him. I even caught with pleasure some sly glances he bent upon the doctor, and even perhaps on Versaloff. The conversation was evidently a continuation of a previous discussion between them the week before, but unluckily the fatal phrase which had so electrified me the day before cropped up in it again, and led me to an outburst which I regret to this day. "I am afraid of the unbeliever even now, perhaps," the old man went on with concentrated intensity. "Only, friend Alexander Semyonovitch, I tell you what, I've never met an infidel, but I have met worldly men, that's what one must call them. They are of all sorts, big and little, ignorant and learned, and even some of the humblest class, but it's all vanity. They read and argue all their lives, filling themselves with the sweetness of books, while they remain in perplexity and can come to no conclusion. Some quite let themselves go, and give up taking notice of themselves. Some grow harder than a stone, and their hearts are full of wandering dreams. Others become heartless and frivolous, and all they can do is to mock and jeer. Another will, out of books, gather some flowers, and those according to his own fancy, but he still is full of vanity, and there is no decision in him. And then again there is a great deal of dreariness. The small man is in want. He has no bread, and naught to keep his babes alive with. He sleeps on rough straw, and all the time his heart is light and merry. He is coarse and sinful, yet his heart is light. But the great man drinks too much, and eats too much, and sits on a pile of gold, yet there is nothing in his heart but gloom. Some have been through all the sciences, and are still depressed, and I fancy that the more intellect a man has, the greater his dreariness. And then again, they have been teaching ever since the world began, and to what good purpose have they taught? That the world might be fairer and merrier, and the abode of every sort of joy. And another thing I must tell you, they have no seemliness, they don't even want it at all. All are ruined, but they boast of their own destruction. But to return to the one truth, they never think, and to live without God is naught but torment. And it seems that we curse that whereby we are enlightened, and know it not ourselves. And what's the sense of it? It's impossible to be a man and not bow down to something. Such a man could not bear the burden of himself, nor could there be such a man. If he rejects God, then he bows down to an idol, fashioned of wood or of gold or of thought. They are all idolaters, and not infidels. That is how we ought to describe them, though we can't say there are no infidels. There are men who are downright infidels, only they are far more terrible than those others, for they come with God's name on their lips. I have heard of them more than once, but I have not met them at all. There are such, friend, and I fancy too that there are bound to be. There are, Makar Ivanovitch, Verslov agreed suddenly. There are such, and there are bound to be. There certainly are, and there are certainly bound to be, I burst out hotly and impulsively. I don't know why, but I was carried away by Verslov's tone, and fascinated by a sort of idea in the words "there are bound to be." The conversation was an absolute surprise to me, but at that minute something happened, also quite unexpected. 4. It was a very bright day. By the doctor's orders, Makar Ivanovitch's blind was, as a rule, not drawn up all day, but there was a curtain over the window now, instead of the blind, so that the upper part of the window was not covered. This was because the old man was miserable at not seeing the sun at all when he had the blind, and as we were sitting there, the sun's rays fell suddenly full upon Makar Ivanovitch's face. At first, absorbed in conversation, he took no notice of it, but mechanically, as he talked, he several times turned his head on one side, because the bright sunlight hurt and irritated his bad eyes. Mother, standing beside him, glanced several times uneasily towards the window. All that was wanted was to screen the window completely with something, but to avoid interrupting the conversation, she thought it better to try and move the bench on which Makar Ivanovitch was sitting a little to the right. It did not need to be moved more than 6 or at the most 8 inches. She had bent down several times and taken hold of the bench, but could not move it. The bench, with Makar Ivanovitch sitting on it, would not move. Feeling her efforts unconsciously in the heat of conversation, Makar Ivanovitch several times tried to get up, but his legs would not obey him. But mother went on straining all her strength to move it, and at last all this exasperated Liza horribly. I noticed several angry, irritated looks from her, but for the first moment I did not know to what to ascribe them. Besides, I was carried away by the conversation, and I suddenly heard her almost shout sharply to Makar Ivanovitch, "Do get up, if it's ever so little. You see how hard it is for mother." The old man looked at her quickly, instantly grasped her meaning, and hurriedly tried to stand up, but without success. He raised himself a couple of inches and fell back on the bench. "I can't, my dearie. he answered plaintively, looking, as it were, meekly at Liza. "You can talk by the hour together, but you haven't the strength to stir an inch." "Liza!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna. Makar Ivanovitch made another great effort. "Take your crutches. They are lying beside you. You can get up with your crutches," Liza snapped out again. "To be sure," said the old man, and he made haste to pick up his crutches. "He must be lifted," said Versalof, standing up. The doctor, too, moved, and Tatiana Pavlovna ran up, but before they had time to reach him, Makar Ivanovitch, leaning on the crutches with a tremendous effort, suddenly raised himself and stood up, looking round with a triumphant air. "There, I have got up," he said almost with pride, laughing gleefully. "Thank you, my dear, you have taught me a lesson, and I thought that my poor legs would not obey me at all." But he did not remain standing long. He had hardly finished speaking when his crutch, on which he was leaning with the whole weight of his body, somehow slipped on the rug, and as his poor legs were scarcely any support at all, he fell heavily full length on the floor. I remember it was almost horrible to see. All cried out, and rushed to lift him up, but, thank God, he had broken no bones. He had only knocked his knees with a heavy thud against the floor, but he had succeeded in putting out his right hand and breaking his fall with it. He was picked up and seated on the bed. He was very pale, not from fright, but from the shock. The doctor had told them that he was suffering more from disease of the heart than anything. Mother was beside herself with fright, and still pale, trembling all over, and still a little bewildered. Makar Ivanovitch turned suddenly to Liza, and almost tenderly, in a soft voice, said to her, "No, my dearie, my legs really won't hold me." I cannot express what an impression this made on me at the time. There was not the faintest note of complaint or reproach in the poor old man's words. On the contrary, it was perfectly evident that he had not noticed anything spiteful in Liza's words, and had accepted her shout as something quite befitting, that is, that it was quite right to pitch into him for his remissness. All this had a very great effect on Liza, too. At the moment when he fell, she had rushed forward, like all the rest of us, and stood numb with horror, and miserable, of course, at having caused it all. Hearing his words, she almost instantly flushed crimson with shame and remorse. "That's enough," Tatiana Pavlovna commanded suddenly. "This comes of talking too much. It's time we were off. It's a bad lookout when the doctor himself begins to chatter." "Quite so," assented Alexander Semyonovitch, who was occupied with the invalid. "I'm to blame, Tatiana Pavlovna. He needs rest." But Tatiana Pavlovna did not hear him. She had been for half a minute watching Liza intently. "Come here, Liza, and kiss me. That is, if you care to kiss an old fool like me," she said unexpectedly. And she kissed the girl. I don't know why, but it seemed exactly the right thing to do, so that I almost rushed to kiss Tatiana Pavlovna myself. What was fitting was not to overwhelm Liza with reproach, but to welcome with joy and congratulation the new feeling that must certainly have sprung up in her. But instead of all those feelings, I suddenly stood up and rapped out resolutely, "Makar Ivanovitch, you used again the word seemliness, and I have been worrying about that word yesterday and all these days. In fact, all my life I have been worrying about it, only I didn't know what it was. This coincidence I look upon as momentous, almost miraculous. I say this in your presence." But I was instantly checked. I repeat, I did not know their compact about mother and Makar Ivanovitch. They considered me, of course, judging from my doings in the past, capable of making a scene of any sort. "Stop him! Stop him!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, utterly infuriated. Mother began trembling. Makar Ivanovitch, seeing the general alarm, was alarmed too. "Arcady, hush!" Versalof cried sternly. "For me, my friends," I said, raising my voice, "to see you all beside this babe," I indicated Makar, "is unseemly. There is only one saint here, and that is mother, and even she—" "You are alarming him," the doctor said emphatically. "I know I am the enemy to every one in the world, or something of the sort. I began faltering, but looking round once more, I glared defiantly at Versalov. "Arcady," he cried again, "just such a scene has happened once here already between us. I entreat you, restrain yourself now." I cannot describe the intense feeling with which he said this. A deep sadness, sincere and complete, was manifest in his face. What was most surprising was that he looked as though he were guilty, as though I were the judge and he were the criminal. This was the last straw for me. "Yes," I shouted to him in reply, "just such a scene we had before, when I buried Versalov and tore him out of my heart. But then there followed a resurrection from the dead. But now there will be no rising again. But all of you here shall see what I am capable of. You have no idea what I can show you." Saying this, I rushed into my room. Versalov ran after me. 5. I had a relapse. I had a violent attack of fever, and by nightfall was delirious. But I was not all the time in delirium. I had innumerable dreams, shapeless and following one another in endless succession. One such dream, or fragment of a dream, I shall remember as long as I live. I will describe it without attempting to explain it. It was prophetic, and I cannot leave it out. I suddenly found myself with my heart full of a grand and proud design, in a large lofty room. I remember the room very well. It was not at Tatiana Pavlovna's, I may observe, anticipating events. But although I was alone, I felt continually, with uneasiness and discomfort, that I was not alone at all, that I was awaited, and that something was being expected of me. Somewhere outside the door people were sitting and waiting for what I was going to do. The sensation was unendurable. Oh, if I could only be alone! And suddenly she walked in. She looked at me timidly. She was very much afraid. She looked into my eyes. In my hand I had the letter. She smiled to fascinate me. She fawned upon me. I was sorry, but I began to feel repulsion. Suddenly she hid her face in her hands. I flung the letter on the table with unutterable disdain, as much as to say, "You needn't beg. Take it. I want nothing of you. I revenge myself for all your insults by contempt." I went out of the room, choking with immense pride. But at the door Lambert clutched me in the darkness. "Fool, fool!" he whispered, holding me by the arm with all his might. "She will have to open a high-class boarding-house for wenches in Vasilyevsky's Island. Note well, to get her living if her father, hearing of the letter from me, were to deprive her of her inheritance and drive her out of the house. I quote what Lambert said, word for word, as I dreamed it. "Arkady Makarovitch is in quest of seemliness." I heard the low voice of Anna Andreevna somewhere close by on the stairs, but there was a note, not of approval, but of insufferable mockery in her words. I returned to the room with Lambert, but seeing Lambert, she began to laugh. My first impression was one of horrible dismay, such dismay as that I stopped short and would not go up to her. I stared at her and could not believe my eyes, as though she had just thrown off a mask. The features were the same, but each feature seemed distorted by an insolence that was beyond all bounds. "The ransom, madam!" cried Lambert, and both laughed louder than ever, while my heart went cold. Oh, can that shameless creature be the woman, one glance from whom set my heart glowing with virtue? "You see what these proud creatures in their good society are ready to do for money," cried Lambert. But the shameless creature was not even abashed by that. She laughed at my being so horrified. Oh, she was ready to pay the ransom. That I saw. And what came over me? I no longer felt pity or disgust. I was thrilled as I had never been before. I was overwhelmed by a new and indescribable feeling, such as I had never known before, and strong as life itself. I could not have gone away now for anything on earth. Oh, how it pleased me that it was so shameful. I clutched her hands. The touch of her hands sent an agonizing thrill through me, and I put my lips to her insolent crimson lips that invited me, quivering with laughter. Oh, away with that vile memory! Accursed dream! I swear that until that loathsome dream, nothing like that shameful idea had ever been in my mind. There had never been even an unconscious dream of the sort, though I had kept the letter sewn up in my pocket, and I sometimes gripped my pocket with a strange smile. How was it all this came to me so complete? It was because I had the soul of a spider. It shows that all this had long ago been hatching in my corrupt heart, and laid latent in my desires. But my waking heart was still ashamed, and my mind dared not consciously picture anything of the sort. But in sleep the soul presented and laid bare all that was hidden in the heart with the utmost accuracy, in a complete picture and in prophetic form. And was that what I had threatened to show them when I had run out of Makar Ivanovitch's room that morning? But enough for the time. No more of this. That dream is one of the strangest things that has happened in my life. End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 3. 1. 3 days later I got up from my bed, and as soon as I was on my legs, I felt that I should not go back to it again. I felt all over that convalescence was at hand. All these little details, perhaps, would not be worth writing, but then several days followed which were not remarkable for anything special that happened, and yet have remained in my memory as something soothing and consolatory. And that is rare in my reminiscences. I will not for the time attempt to define my spiritual condition. If I were to give an account of it, the reader would scarcely believe in it. It will be better for it to be made clear by facts themselves. And so I will only say one thing. Let the reader remember the soul of the spider, and that in the man who longed to get away from them all, and from the whole world, for the sake of seemliness. The longing for seemliness was still there, of course, and very intense, but how it could be linked with other longings of a very different sort is a mystery to me. It always has been a mystery, and I have marveled 1,000 times at that faculty in man, and in the Russian, I believe, more especially, of cherishing in his soul his loftiest ideal, side by side with the most abject baseness, and all quite sincerely. Whether this is a breadth in the Russian which takes him so far, or simply baseness, that is the question. But enough of that. However that may be, a time of calm followed. All I knew was that I must get well at all costs, and as quickly as possible, that I might as soon as possible begin to act. And so I resolved to live hygienically, and to obey the doctor, whoever he might be. Disturbing projects I put off with great good sense, the fruit of this same breadth, to the day of my escape, that is, to the day of my complete recovery. How all the peaceful impressions and sensations in that time of stillness were consistent with the painfully sweet and agitated throbbings of my heart when I dreamed of violent decisions, I do not know, but again I put it all down to breadth. But there was no trace now of the restlessness I had suffered from of late. I put it all off for the time, and did not tremble at the thought of the future, as I had so recently, but looked forward to it, like a wealthy man relying on his power and his resources. I felt more and more proud and defiant of the fate awaiting me, and this was partly due, I imagine, to my actual return to health and the rapid recovery of my vital forces. Those few days of final and complete recovery I recall even now with great pleasure. Oh, they forgave me everything, that is, my outburst, and these were the people whom I had called unseemly to their faces. That I love in people, that is what I call intelligence of the heart. Anyway, this attracted me at once, to a certain degree, of course. Bersiloff and I, for instance, talked together like the best of friends, but only to a certain point. If at times we became ever so little too expansive, and we were over expansive at times, we pulled ourselves up at once as though a trifle ashamed of something. There are cases when the victor cannot help feeling abashed before the vanquished, and just because he has gained the upper hand over him, I was evidently the victor, and I was ashamed. That morning, that is the one on which I got up again after my relapse, he came in to see me, and then I learned from him for the first time of their compact in regard to mother and Makar Ivanovitch. He added that though the old man was better, the doctor would not answer for the future. I promised him with my whole heart that I would be more careful of my behavior in the future. While Versaloff was telling me all this, I detected for the first time that he was most genuinely concerned about the old man, far more indeed than I could have expected from a man like him, and that he looked upon him as a being for some reason particularly precious to himself, not simply for mother's sake. This at once interested me and almost surprised me, and I must confess if it had not been for Versaloff, I should have overlooked and failed to appreciate a great deal in this old man, who has left one of the most lasting and original impressions on my mind. Versaloff seemed to be afraid of my attitude to Makar Ivanovitch, that is, he distrusted my intelligence and my tact, and he was therefore particularly pleased afterwards when he discerned that I knew how to behave with a man of quite different ideas and conceptions, could in fact be broad-minded and make allowances. I must confess, too, and I don't think it's humiliating to do so, that in this man of the people I found something absolutely new to me in regard to certain feelings and conceptions, something I had known nothing of, something far more serene and consolatory than my own previous ideas on those subjects. It was none the less impossible sometimes to keep from being impatient at some positive superstitions in which he believed with the most revolting placidity and steadfastness. But this, of course, was only due to his lack of education. His soul was rather happily constructed, so much so that I have never met a man superior in that respect. 2. What attracted one first of all, as I have observed already, was his extraordinary pure-heartedness, and his freedom from amour-propre. One felt instinctively that he had an almost sinless heart. He had gaiety of heart, and therefore seemliness. The word gaiety he was very fond of, and often used. He sometimes showed an almost abnormal exaltation, an almost abnormal fervor, partly, I imagine, because the fever never really left him, but that did not mar his beautiful serenity. There were contrasts in him, too, side by side with his marvelous simplicity. At times, to my vexation, he completely failed to detect irony. There was a sort of sly subtlety, most frequently apparent in controversy. And he was fond of controversy, though at times only through caprice. It was evident that he had been on foot over a great part of Russia, had heard a great deal, but I repeat, what he liked best of all was religious emotion, and therefore everything that led up to it, and he was fond of telling incidents that moved one to tenderness and reverence. He was fond of telling stories in general. I listened to many tales from him of his own wanderings, and various legends of the lives of the ascetics of ancient times. I am not familiar with these stories, but I believe that he told them all wrong, adapting them for the most part from the traditions current among the peasantry. It was simply impossible to accept some of his versions. But together with evident distortions or even inventions, there were continual flashes of something wonderfully complete, full of peasant feeling, and always touching. I recall, for instance, one long story out of the life of Maria of Egypt. Of this life, and of all such lives, I had had no idea at all till then. I frankly confess that it was almost impossible to hear the story without tears, not from tender feeling, but from a sort of strange ecstasy. One felt something strange and burning, like the parched sandy desert upon which the holy woman wandered among lions. I don't want to talk of this, though, and indeed I am not competent to do so. Apart from the tender feeling of his stories, I particularly liked certain extremely original views on disputed questions of modern life. He told me once, for instance, of something that had happened recently with a retired soldier. He had almost witnessed the incident. A soldier had come home to his village from serving in the army, and did not like going back to live with peasants. The peasants did not like him either. The man went wrong, took to drinking, and robbed someone. There was no strong evidence against him, but he was taken up and tried. The lawyer was defending him successfully. There was no proof against him. But suddenly, after listening a long time, the prisoner suddenly stood up and interrupted him. "No, you stop," said he, and then he told the whole story, to the tiniest grain of dust. He confessed his full guilt with tears and penitence. The jury went out, were shut up to confer, and suddenly they all came back. "No, not guilty." Every one shouted and rejoiced, and the soldier stood rooted to the spot. He seemed turned into a post, and couldn't make head or tail of it. He didn't understand a word of the judge's exhortation to him when he dismissed him. The soldier came out to freedom, and still couldn't believe it. He began to fret, sank into brooding, gave up eating and drinking, spoke to no one, and on the fifth day he took and hanged himself. "That's what it is to live with sin on the soul," said Makar Ivanovitch in conclusion. "Of course that's a foolish story, and there are masses of such stories nowadays in all the newspapers. But I liked his tone, and most of all some phrases of quite a new significance, describing, for instance, how the soldier was disliked by the peasants when he went back to the village. Makar Ivanovitch used the expression, 'And we know what a soldier is. A soldier's a peasant spoilt.'" Speaking afterwards of the lawyer who had almost won the case, he said, "We know what a lawyer is. A lawyer's a conscience for hire." Both these expressions he brought out without effort, and almost without noticing them, and yet those two utterances revealed a complete and special attitude of mind on those subjects, not borrowed but peculiar to Makar Ivanovitch, if not to the whole peasantry. These judgments among the peasants in regard to certain subjects are sometimes really marvelous in their originality. "And how do you look upon the sin of suicide, Makar Ivanovitch?" I asked him apropos of the same story. "Suicide is the greatest human sin," he answered with a sigh. "But God alone is judge of it, for He alone knows all, every limit, every measure. We must pray without ceasing for such sinners. Whenever you hear of such a sin, pray fervently at bedtime for the sinner. If only you breathe a sigh for him to God, even though you don't know his name, the more acceptable will be your prayer for him. But will my prayer be any help to him if he is condemned already? How can you tell? There are many, many without faith, who thereby confound those of little knowledge. Heed them not, for they know not what foolishness they are speaking. The prayer of the living for the condemned may still in truth benefit him. So what a plight for him who has no one to pray for him! Therefore, at your evening prayer, say also at the end, Lord Jesus, have mercy on all those also who have none to pray for them. Very acceptable and pleasant will be this prayer also for all living sinners. Lord, who holdest all destinies in thy hand, save all sinners that repent not. That, too, is a good prayer. I promised him I would pray, feeling that I was giving him immense pleasure by this promise, and his face did in fact beam with joy, but I hasten to add that in such cases he did not take up a superior attitude to me, as a monk speaking to a raw youth. On the contrary, he very often liked listening to me. He was never weary, in fact, of hearing me talk on various subjects, realizing that though a youth, I was immeasurably superior to him in education. He was very fond, for instance, of talking of the life of hermits in the desert, and thought of the desert as something far above pilgrimage. I hotly opposed him, laying stress on the egoism of these people who had abandoned the world and all the services they might have rendered mankind, simply with the egoistic idea of their own salvation. At first he didn't quite understand. I suspect, indeed, he didn't understand at all, but he zealously defended the desert. At first, of course, one grieves. That is when first one goes to dwell in the desert. But then each day one is more glad at heart, and at last one looks upon the face of God. Then I drew a picture to him of the useful activity in the world of the man of science, the doctor, or any friend of humanity, and roused him to real enthusiasm, for I spoke with warmth. He kept eagerly assenting to my words. "That's so, dear, that's so. God bless you. Your thoughts are true." But when I had finished, he did not seem to agree entirely. To be sure, he sighed deeply, but are there many who hold fast and are not led astray? Though money be not their God, yet it is a demigod, a great temptation. And then there's the female sex, and then doubt and envy, and so they will forget their great work, and will be absorbed in little things. But in the desert a man strengthens himself for every great deed. My dear, what is there in the world?" he exclaimed with intense feeling. "But is it only a dream? Take a grain of sand and sow it on a stone. When that yellow grain of sand of yours on the stone springs up, then your dream will come true in the world. That's a saying of ours. Very different from Christ's, 'Go and give all that thou hast to the poor, and become the servant of all. Then thou wilt be a thousandfold richer than ever before. For not by bread alone, not by rich garments, not by pride, not by envy, wilt thou be happy, but by love multiplied immeasurably. Not a little riches, not 100,000, not 1,000,000, but the whole world wilt thou gain.' Now we gather and have not enough, and squander senselessly. But then there will be no orphans nor beggars, for all will be my people, all will be akin. I have gained all, I have bought all, every one. Now it is no uncommon thing for the rich and powerful to care nothing for the length of their days, and to be at a loss to invent a pastime. Then thy days and thy hours will be multiplied 1,000-fold, for thou wilt grudge the loss of a single minute, and wilt rejoice in every minute in gaiety of heart. Then thou wilt attain wisdom, not from books alone, but wilt be face to face with God himself. And the earth will shine more brightly than the sun, and there shall be no more sorrow nor sighing, nothing but one priceless paradise." It was these enthusiastic outbursts that I believe Versolov liked particularly. He was in the room on this occasion. "Makar Ivanovitch," I interrupted suddenly, feeling immensely stirred myself. I remember that evening. "Why, it's communism, absolute communism, you're preaching." And as he knew absolutely nothing of the doctrine of communism, and heard the word indeed for the first time, I began at once expounding to him all I knew on the subject. I must confess my knowledge was scanty and confused. Even now, in fact, it is not very ample. But in spite of that, I discoursed with great heat on what I did know. To this day I recall with pleasure the extraordinary impression I made on the old man. It was more than an impression. It was really an overwhelming effect. He was passionately interested, too, in the historical details, asking where, how, who arranged it, who said so. I have noticed, by the way, that that is characteristic of the Russian peasant. If he is much interested, he is not content with general ideas, but insists on having the most solid and exact facts. It was just for such details that I was at a loss, and as Verslov was present I felt ashamed of my incompetence, and that made me hotter than ever. In the end Makar Ivanovitch could do nothing but repeat with emotion, "Yes, yes," though he had evidently lost the thread and did not understand. I felt vexed, but Verslov interrupted the conversation and said it was bedtime. We were all in the room, and it was late, but when he peeped into my room a few minutes later, I asked him at once what he thought of Makar Ivanovitch, and what was his opinion of him. Verslov laughed gaily, but not at my mistakes about communism. He did not mention them, in fact. I repeat again, he seemed absolutely devoted to Makar Ivanovitch, and I often caught a very attractive smile on his face when he was listening to the old man. At the same time, this smile did not prevent his criticizing him. "Makar Ivanovitch is above all not a peasant, but a house serf," he pronounced with great readiness, "who has been a servant, born a servant, and of servants. The house serfs and servants used to share a very great deal in the interests of their master's private, spiritual, and intellectual life in the past. Note that to this day Makar Ivanovitch is most interested in the life of the gentry and upper class. You don't know yet how much interest he takes in recent events in Russia. Do you know that he is a great politician? Don't feed him on honey, but tell him where anyone is fighting and whether we are going to fight. In old days I used to delight him by such accounts. He has the greatest respect for science, and of all sciences is fondest of astronomy. At the same time he has worked out for himself something so independent that nothing you could do would shake it. He has convictions, firm, fairly clear, and genuine. Though he's so absolutely uneducated, he is often able to astound one by his surprising knowledge of certain ideas which one would never have expected to find in him. He extols the desert with enthusiasm, but nothing would induce him to retire to the desert or enter a monastery, because he is above all things a tramp, as he was so charmingly called by Alexander Semyonovitch. And by the way, there's no need for you to be angry with him. Well, and what more? He's something of an artist. Many of his sayings are his own, though some are not. He's somewhat halting in his logic, and at times too abstract. He has moods of sentimentality, but of a thoroughly peasant kind, or rather moods of that tenderness universally found among peasants, which the people introduce so freely into their religious feelings. As for his purity of heart and freedom from malice, I won't discuss them. It's not for you and me to begin upon that. 3. To complete my picture of Makar Ivanovitch, I'll repeat some of his stories, choosing those taken from private life. These stories were of a strange character. It was impossible to extract any sort of moral or general tendency from them, except perhaps that they were all more or less touching. There were some, however, which were not touching. Some, in fact, were quite gay. Others even made fun of certain foolish monks, so that he actually discredited his own convictions by telling them. I pointed this out to him, but he did not understand what I meant. Sometimes it was difficult to imagine what induced him to tell the story, so that at times I wondered at his talkativeness, and put it down to the loquacity of old age and his feverish condition. "He is not what he used to be," Brusiloff whispered to me once. "He was not quite like this in the old days. He will soon die, much sooner than we expect, and we must be prepared." I have forgotten to say that we had begun to have something like evenings. Besides my mother, who never left him, Brusiloff was in his little room every evening. I came too, and indeed I had nowhere else to go. Of late Liza, too, had always been present, though she came a little later than the rest of us, and always sat in silence. Tatiana Pavlovna came too, and though more rarely, the doctor. Somehow I suddenly began to get on with the doctor, and though we were never very friendly, there were no further scenes between us. I liked a sort of simple-mindedness which I detected in him, and the attachment he showed to our family, so that I made up my mind at last to forgive him his professional superciliousness, and moreover I taught him to wash his hands and clean his nails, even if he could put on clean linen. I explained to him bluntly that this was not a sign of foppishness or of elegant artificiality, but that cleanliness is a natural element of the trade of a doctor, and I proved it to him. Finally, Lukerya often came out of the kitchen and stood at the door listening to Makar Ivanovitch's stories. Brusiloff once called her in from the door and asked her to sit down with us. I liked his doing this, but from that time she gave up coming to the door, her sense of the fitting. I quote one of his stories, selecting it simply because I remember it more completely. It is a story about a merchant, and I imagine that such incidents occur by thousands in our cities and country towns, if only one knew how to look for them. The reader may prefer to skip the story, especially as I quote it in the old man's words. 4. I'll tell you now of a wonderful thing that happened in our town, Afimyevsk. There was a merchant living there. His name was Skotoboynikov, Maxim Ivanovitch, and there was no one richer than he in all the countryside. He built a cotton factory, and he kept some hundreds of hands, and he exalted himself exceedingly. And everything, one may say, was at his beck and call, and even those in authority hindered him in nothing, and the archimandrite thanked him for his zeal. He gave freely of his substance to the monastery, and when the fit came upon him, he sighed and groaned over his soul, and was troubled not a little over the life to come. A widower he was, and childless. Of his wife there were tales that he had beaten her from the first year of their marriage, and that from his youth up he had been apt to be too free with his hands. Only all that had happened long ago. He had no desire to enter into the bonds of another marriage. He had a weakness for strong drink, too, and when the time came, he would run drunk about the town, naked and shouting. The town was of little account, and was full of iniquity, and when the time was ended, he was moved to anger, and all that he thought fit was good, and all he bade them do was right. He paid his people according to his pleasure. He brings out his reckoning beads, puts on his spectacles. How much for you, Foma? I've had nothing since Christmas, Maxim Ivanovitch. 39 roubles is my due. Ah, what a sum of money! That's too much for you. It's more than you're worth altogether. It would not be fitting for you. 10 roubles off the beads, and you take 29. And the man says nothing. No one dares open his lips. All are dumb before him. I know how much I ought to give him, he says. It's the only way to deal with the folk here. The folk here are corrupt, but for me they would have perished of hunger, all that are here. The folk here are thieves again. They covet all that they behold. There is no courage in them. They are drunkards, too. If you pay a man his money, he'll take it to the tavern, and will sit in the tavern till he's naked, not a thread on him. He will come out as bare as your hand. They are mean wretches. A man will sit on a stone facing the tavern and begin wailing, "Oh, mother, my dear mother, why did you bring me into the world, a hopeless drunkard? Better you had strangled me at birth, a hopeless drunkard like me. Can you call that a man? That's a beast, not a man. One must first teach him better, and then give him money. I know when to give it him." That's how Maxim Ivanovitch used to talk of the folk of Afimyevsk. Though he spoke evil of them, yet it was the truth. The folk were froward and unstable. There lived in the same town another merchant, and he died. He was a young man and light-minded. He came to ruin and lost all his fortune. For the last year he struggled like a fish on the sand, and his life drew near its end. He was on bad terms with Maxim Ivanovitch all the time, and was heavily in debt to him. And he left behind a widow, still young, and 5 children. And for a young widow to be left alone without a husband, like a swallow without a refuge, is a great ordeal, to say nothing of 5 little children, and nothing to give them to eat. Their last possession, a wooden house, Maxim Ivanovitch had taken for a debt. She set them all in a row at the church porch, the eldest a boy of 7, and the others all girls, one smaller than another, the biggest of them 4, and the youngest babe at the breast. When mass was over, Maxim Ivanovitch came out of church, and all the little ones, all in a row, knelt down before him. She had told them to do this beforehand, and they clasped their little hands before them, and she behind them, with the 5th child in her arms, bowed down to the earth before him in the sight of all the congregation. Maxim Ivanovitch, have mercy on the orphans. Do not take away their last crust. Do not drive them out of their home. And all who were present were moved to tears, so well had she taught them. She thought that he would be proud before the people, and would forgive the debt, and give back the house to the orphans. But it did not fall out so. Maxim Ivanovitch stood still. "You're a young widow," said he. "You want a husband. You are not weeping over your orphans. Your husband cursed me on his deathbed, and he passed by and did not give up the house. Why follow their foolishness, that is, connive at it? If I show her benevolence, they'll abuse me more than ever. All that nonsense will be revived, and the slander will only be confirmed." For there was a story that 10 years before he had sent to that widow before she was married, and had offered her a great sum of money. She was very beautiful, forgetting that that sin is no less than defiling the temple of God. But he did not succeed then in his evil design. Of such abominations he had committed not a few, both in the town and all over the province, and indeed had gone beyond all bounds in such doings. The mother wailed with her nurslings. He turned the orphans out of the house, and not from spite only, for indeed a man sometimes does not know himself what drives him to carry out his will. Well, people helped her at first, and then she went out to work for hire. But there was little to be earned, save at the factory. She scrubs floors, weeds in the garden, heats the bath house, and she carries the babe in her arms, and the other 4 run about the streets in their little shirts. When she made them kneel down at the church porch, they still had little shoes and little jackets of a sort, for they were merchants' children, but now they began to run barefoot. A child soon gets through its little clothes, we know. Well, the children didn't care. So long as there was sunshine, they rejoiced like birds, did not feel their ruin, and their voices were like little bells. The widow thought, "The winter will come, and what shall I do with you then? If God would only take you to him before then!" But she had not to wait for the winter. About our parts the children have a cough, the whooping cough, which goes from one to the other. First of all the baby died, and after her the others fell ill, and all 4 little girls she buried that autumn, one after the other. One of them, it's true, was trampled by the horses in the street. And what do you think? She buried them, and she wailed. Though she had cursed them, yet when God took them she was sorry. A mother's heart. All she had left was the eldest, the boy, and she hung over him trembling. He was weak and tender, with a pretty little face like a girl's, and she took him to the factory to the foreman, who was his godfather, and she herself took a place as nurse. But one day the boy was running in the yard, and Maxim Ivanovitch suddenly drove up with a pair of horses, and he had just been drinking, and the boy came rushing down the steps straight at him, and slipped and stumbled right against him as he was getting out of the droshky, and hit him with both hands in the stomach. He seized the boy by the hair and yelled, "Whose boy is it? A birch! Thrash him before me this minute." The boy was half dead with fright. They began thrashing him. He screamed. "So you scream too, do you? Thrash him till he leaves off screaming." Whether they thrashed him hard or not, he didn't give up screaming till he fainted altogether. Then they left off thrashing him. They were frightened. The boy lay senseless, hardly breathing. They did say afterwards they had not beaten him much, but the boy was terrified. Maxim Ivanovitch was frightened. "Whose boy is he?" he asked. When they told him, "Upon my word, take him to his mother. Why is he hanging about the factory here?" For 2 days afterwards he said nothing. Then he asked again, "How's the boy?" And it had gone hard with the boy. He had fallen ill and lay in the corner at his mother's, and she had given up her job to look after him, and inflammation of the lungs had set in. "Upon my word," said Maxim Ivanovitch, "and for so little! It's not as though he were badly beaten. They only gave him a bit of a fright. I've given all the others just as sound a thrashing, and never had this nonsense." He expected the mother to come and complain, and in his pride he said nothing, as though that were likely. The mother didn't dare to complain. And then he sent her 15 roubles from himself and a doctor, and not because he was afraid, but because he thought better of it. And then soon his time came, and he drank for 3 weeks. Winter passed, and at the Holy Ascension of our Lord, Maxim Ivanovitch asks again, "And how's that same boy?" And all the winter he'd been silent and not asked. And they told him, "He's better, and living with his mother, and she goes out by the day." And Maxim Ivanovitch went that day to the widow. He didn't go into the house, but called her out to the gate while he sat in his droshky. "See now, honest widow," says he, "I want to be a real benefactor to your son, and to show him the utmost favor. I will take him from here into my house, and if the boy pleases me, I'll settle a decent fortune on him, and if I'm completely satisfied with him, I may at my death make him the heir of my whole property, as though he were my own son, on condition, however, that you do not come to the house except on great holidays. If this suits you, bring the boy to morrow morning. He can't always be playing knuckle bones." And saying this, he drove away, leaving the mother dazed. People had overheard, and said to her, "When the boy grows up, he'll reproach you himself for having deprived him of such good fortune." In the night she cried over him, but in the morning she took the child, and the lad was more dead than alive. Maxim Ivanovitch dressed him like a little gentleman, and hired a teacher for him, and sat him at his book from that hour forward, and it came to his never leaving him out of his sight, always keeping him with him. The boy could scarcely begin to yawn before he'd shout at him, "Mind your book, study, I want to make a man of you." And the boy was frail. Ever since the time of that beating he'd had a cough. "As though we didn't live well in my house," said Maxim Ivanovitch, wondering. "At his mother's he used to run barefoot and gnaw crusts. Why is he more puny than before?" And the teacher said, "Every boy," says he, "needs to play about, not to be studying all the time. He needs exercise." And he explained it all to him reasonably. Maxim Ivanovitch reflected. "That's true," he said. And that teacher's name was Pyotr Stepanovitch. The kingdom of heaven be his. He was almost like a crazy saint. He drank much, too much indeed, and that was the reason he had been turned out of so many places, and he lived in the town on alms, one may say, but he was of great intelligence and strong in science. "This is not the place for me," he thought to himself. "I ought to be a professor in the university. Here I'm buried in the mud. My very garments loathe me." Maxim Ivanovitch sits and shouts to the child, "Play!" and he scarcely dares to breathe before him. And it came to such a pass that the boy could not hear the sound of his voice without trembling all over. And Maxim Ivanovitch wondered more and more. "He's neither one thing nor the other. I picked him out of the mud. I dressed him in drap de dame with little boots of gold material. He has embroidered shirts like a general's son. Why has he not grown attached to me? Why is he as dumb as a little wolf?" And though people had long given up being surprised at Maxim Ivanovitch, they began to be surprised at him again. The man was beside himself. He pestered the little child, and would never let him alone. "As sure as I'm alive, I'll root up his character. His father cursed me on his deathbed after he'd taken the last sacrament. It's his father's character. And yet he didn't once use the birch to him. After that time he was afraid to. He frightened him, that's what he did. He frightened him without a birch. And something happened. One day, as soon as he'd gone out, the boy left his book and jumped on to a chair. He had thrown his ball on to the top of the sideboard, and now he wanted to get it, and his sleeve caught in a china lamp on the sideboard. The lamp fell to the floor and was smashed to pieces, and the crash was heard all over the house, and it was an expensive thing, made of Saxony china. And Maxim Ivanovitch heard at once, though he was 2 rooms away, and he yelled. The boy rushed away in terror. He ran out on the veranda, across the garden, and through the back gate on to the river bank. And there was a boulevard running along the river bank. There were old willows there. It was a pleasant place. He ran down to the water. People saw, and clasped his hands at the very place where the ferry boat comes in, but seemed frightened of the water, and stood as though turned to stone. And it's a broad open space. The river is swift there, and boats pass by. On the other side there are shops, a square, a temple of God, shining with golden domes. And just then Madame Ferzing, the colonel's wife, came hurrying down to the ferry with her little daughter. The daughter, who was also a child of 8, was wearing a little white frock. She looked at the boy and laughed, and she was carrying a little country basket, and in it a hedgehog. "Look, mother," said she, "how the boy is looking at my hedgehog." "No," said the lady, "he's frightened of something. What are you afraid of, pretty boy?" All this was told afterwards. "And what a pretty boy," she said, "and how nicely he's dressed. Whose boy are you?" she asked. And he'd never seen a hedgehog before. He went up and looked, and forgot everything at once. Such is childhood. "What is it you have got there?" he asked. "It's a hedgehog," said the little lady. "We've just bought it from a peasant. He found it in the woods." "What's that?" he asked. "What is a hedgehog?" And he began laughing and poking it with his finger, and the hedgehog put up its bristles, and the little girl was delighted with the boy. "We'll take it home with us and tame it," she said. "Ach," said he, "do give me your hedgehog." And he asked her this so pleadingly, and he'd hardly uttered the words, when Maxim Ivanovitch came running down upon him. "Ah, there you are! Hold him!" He was in such a rage that he'd run out of the house after him without a hat. Then the boy remembered everything. He screamed and ran to the water, pressed his little fists against his breast, looked up at the sky. They saw it, they saw it, and leaped into the water. Well, people cried out and jumped from the ferry, tried to get him out, but the current carried him away. The river was rapid, and when they got him out, the little thing was dead. His chest was weak. He couldn't stand being in the water. His hold on life was weak. And such a thing had never been known in those parts. A little child like that to take its life. What a sin! And what could such a little soul say to our Lord God in the world beyond? And Maxim Ivanovitch brooded over it ever after. The man became so changed one would hardly have known him. He sorrowed grievously. He tried drinking, and drank heavily, but gave it up. It was no help. He gave up going to the factory, too. He would listen to no one. If any one spoke to him, he would be silent or wave his hand. So he spent 2 months, and then he began talking to himself. He would walk about, talking to himself. Vaskova, the little village down the hill, caught fire, and 9 houses were burnt. Maxim Ivanovitch drove up to look. The peasants whose cottages were burnt came round him wailing. He promised to help them, and gave orders, and then he called to Stewart again and took it back. "There's no need," said he. "Don't give them anything." And he never said why. "God has sent me to be a scorn unto all men," said he, "like some monster, and therefore so be it." Like the wind, said he, has my fame gone abroad. The archimandrite himself came to him. He was a stern man, the head of the community of the monastery. "What are you doing?" he asked sternly. "I will tell you." And Maxim Ivanovitch opened the Bible and pointed to the passage: "Whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea." Matthew 18:6. "Yes," said the archimandrite, "though it was not said directly of this, yet it fits it well. It is sad when a man loses his measure. The man is lost, and thou hast exalted thyself." And Maxim Ivanovitch sits as though a stupor had come upon him. The archimandrite gazed upon him. "Listen," said he, "and remember. It is said, 'The word of a desperate man flies on the wind.' And remember also that even the angels of God are not perfect, but perfect and sinless is one only, our Lord Jesus Christ, and him the angels serve. Moreover, thou didst not will the death of that child, but wast only without wisdom. But this," said he, "is marvelous in my eyes. Thou hast committed many even worse iniquities. Many men thou hast ruined, many thou hast corrupted, many thou hast destroyed, no less than if thou hadst slain them. And did not his sisters, all the 4 babes, die almost before thine eyes? Why has this one only confounded thee? For all these in the past thou hast not grieved, I dare say, but hast even forgotten to think of them. Why art thou so horror stricken for this child, for whom thou wast not greatly to blame?" "I dream at night," Maxim Ivanovitch said. "And what?" But he told nothing more. He sat mute. The archimandrite marveled, but with that he went away. There was no doing anything with him. And Maxim Ivanovitch sent for the teacher, for Pyotr Stepanovitch. They had not met since that day. "You remember him?" says he. "Yes." "You painted a picture with oil colors here in the tavern," said he, and took a copy of the chief priest's portrait. "Could you paint me a picture?" "I can do anything. I have every talent. I can do everything." "Paint me a very big picture to cover the whole wall, and paint in it first of all the river, and the slope, and the ferry, and all the people who were there, the colonel's wife and her daughter, and the hedgehog. And paint me the other bank too, so that one can see the church and the square, and the shops, and where the cabs stand. Paint it all just as it is. And the boy by the ferry, just above the river, at that very place, and paint him with his 2 little fists pressed to his little breast. Be sure to do that. And open the heavens above the church on the further side, and let all the angels of heaven be flying to meet him. Can you do it or not?" "I can do anything." "I needn't ask a dauber like you. I might send for the finest painter in Moscow, or even from London itself, but you remember his face. If it's not like, or little like, I'll only give you 50 roubles, but if it's just like, I'll give you 200. You remember his eyes were blue, and it must be made a very, very big picture." It was prepared. Pyotr Stepanovitch began painting, and then he suddenly went and said, "No, it can't be painted like that." "Why so?" "Because that sin, suicide, is the greatest of all sins, and would the angels come to meet him after such a sin?" "But he was a babe. He was not responsible." "No, he was not a babe. He was a youth. He was 8 years old when it happened. He was bound to render some account." Maxim Ivanovitch was more terror stricken than ever. "But I tell you what, I've thought something," said Pyotr Stepanovitch. "We won't open the heaven, and there's no need to paint the angels, but I'll let a beam of light, one bright ray of light, come down from heaven as though to meet him. It's all the same as long as there's something." So he painted the ray. I saw that picture myself afterwards, and that very ray of light, and the river. It stretched right across the wall, all blue, and the sweet boy was there, both little hands pressed to his breast, and the little lady and the hedgehog. He put it all in. Only Maxim Ivanovitch showed no one the picture at the time, but locked it up in his room, away from all eyes, and when the people trooped from all over the town to see it, he bade them drive every one away. There was a great talk about it. Pyotr Stepanovitch seemed as though he were beside himself. "I can do anything now," said he. "I've only to set up in St. Petersburg at the court." He was a very polite man, but he liked boasting beyond all measure, and his fate overtook him. When he received the full 200 roubles, he began drinking at once, and showed his money to every one, bragging of it, and he was murdered at night when he was drunk, and his money stolen by a workman with whom he was drinking, and it all became known in the morning. And it all ended so that even now they remember it everywhere there. Maxim Ivanovitch suddenly drives up to the same widow. She lodged at the edge of the town in a working woman's hut. He stood before her and bowed down to the ground. And she had been ill ever since that time, and could scarcely move. "Good mother," he wailed, "honest widow, marry me, monster as I am. Let me live again." She looks at him, more dead than alive. "I want us to have another boy," said he, "and if he is born, it will mean that that boy has forgiven us both you and me, for so the boy has bidden me." She saw the man was out of his mind and in a frenzy, but she could not refrain. "That's all nonsense," she answered him, "and only cowardice. Through the same cowardice I have lost all my children. I cannot bear the sight of you before me, let alone accepting such an everlasting torture." Maxim Ivanovitch drove off, but he did not give in. The whole town was agog at such a marvel. Maxim Ivanovitch sent matchmakers to her. He sent for two of his aunts, working women in the chief town of the province. Aunts they were not, but kinsfolk of some sort, decent people. They began trying to turn her. They kept persuading her, and would not leave the cottage. He sent her merchants' wives of the town, too, and the wife of the head priest of the cathedral, and the wives of officials. She was besieged by the whole town, and she got really sick of it. "If my orphans had been living," she said, "but why should I now? Am I to be guilty of such a sin against my children?" The archimandrite, too, tried to persuade her. He breathed into her ear, "You will make a new man of him." She was horrified, and people wondered at her. "How can you refuse such a piece of luck?" And this was how he overcame her in the end. Anyway, he was a suicide, he said, and not a babe, but a youth, and owing to his years he could not have been admitted to the Holy Communion, and so he must have been bound to give at least some account. "If you enter into matrimony with me, I'll make you a solemn promise. I'll build a church of God to the eternal memory of his soul." She could not stand out against that, and consented. So they were married, and all were in amazement. They lived from the very first day in great and unfeigned harmony, jealously guarding their marriage vow, and like one soul in two bodies. She conceived that winter, and they began visiting the churches and fearing the wrath of God. They stayed in 3 monasteries and consulted prophecy. He built the promised church and also a hospital and almshouses in the town. He founded an endowment for widows and orphans, and he remembered all whom he had injured, and desired to make them restitution. He began to give away money without stint, so that his wife and the archimandrite even had to restrain him, for that is enough, they said. Maxim Ivanovitch listened to them. "I cheated Foma of his wages that time," said he. "So they paid that back to Foma, and Foma was moved even to tears. 'As it is, I'm content,' says he. 'You've given me so much without that.' It touched every one's heart, in fact, and it shows it's true what they say, that a living man will be a good example, and the people are good-hearted there." His wife began to manage the factory herself, and so well that she's remembered to this day. He did not give up drinking, but she looked after him at those times, and began to nurse him. His language became more decorous, and even his voice changed. He became merciful beyond all wont, even to animals. If he saw from the window a peasant shamelessly beating his horse on the head, he would send out at once and buy the horse at double its value. And he received the gift of tears. If any one talked to him, he melted into tears. When her time had come, God answered their prayers at last and sent them a son, and for the first time Maxim Ivanovitch became glad. He gave alms freely and forgave many debts, and invited the whole town to the christening. And next day he was black as night. His wife saw that something was wrong with him, and held up to him the new-born babe. "The boy has forgiven us," she said. "He has accepted our prayers and our tears for him." And it must be said they had neither of them said one word on that subject for the whole year. They had kept it from each other in their hearts. And Maxim Ivanovitch looked at her, black as night. "Wait a bit," said he. "Consider. For a whole year he has not come to me, but last night he came in my dream. I was struck to the heart with terror when I heard those strange words," she said afterwards. The boy had not come to him in his dream for nothing. Scarcely had Maxim Ivanovitch said this when something happened to the new-born babe. It suddenly fell ill, and the child was ill for 8 days. They prayed unceasingly, and sent for doctors, and sent for the very best doctor in Moscow by train. The doctor came, and he flew into a rage. "I'm the foremost doctor," said he. "All Moscow is awaiting me." He prescribed a drop, and hurried away again. He took 800 roubles, and the baby died in the evening. And what after that? Maxim Ivanovitch settled all his property on his beloved wife, gave up all his money and all his papers to her, doing it all in due form according to law. Then he stood before her and bowed down to the earth. "Let me go, my priceless spouse. Save my soul while it is still possible. If I spend the time without profit to my soul, I shall not return. I have been hard and cruel, and laid heavy burdens upon men, but I believe that for the woes and wanderings that lie before me, God will not leave me without requital, seeing that to leave all this is no little cross and no little woe." And his wife heard him with many tears. "You are all I have now upon the earth, and to whom am I left?" said she. "I have laid up affection in my heart for you this year." And every one in the town counseled him against it, and besought him, and thought to hold him back by force. But he would not listen to them, and he went away in secret by night, and was not seen again. And the tale is that he perseveres in pilgrimage and in patience to this day, and visits his dear wife once a year. End of Part 3, Chapter 3.
Part 3, Chapter 4 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 4. I am now approaching the culminating catastrophe to which my whole story is leading up. But before I can continue, I must give a preliminary explanation of things of which I knew nothing at the time when I was taking part in them, but which I only understood and fully realized long afterwards, that is, when everything was over. I don't know how else to be clear, as otherwise I should have to write the whole story in riddles. And so I will give a simple and direct explanation, sacrificing so-called artistic effect, and presenting it without any personal feelings, as though I were not writing it myself, something after the style of an entrefilet in the newspaper. The fact is that my old schoolfellow Lambert might well, and indeed with certainty, be said to belong to one of those disreputable gangs of petty scoundrels who form associations for the sake of what is now called chantage, an offense nowadays defined and punished by our legal code. The gang to which Lambert belonged had been formed in Moscow, and had already succeeded in a good many enterprises there. It was to some extent exposed later on. I heard afterwards that they had in Moscow an extremely experienced and clever leader, a man no longer young. They embarked upon enterprises, sometimes acting individually and sometimes in concert. While they were responsible for some filthy and indecent scandals, accounts of which have, however, already been published in the newspapers, they also carried out some subtle and elaborate intrigues under the leadership of their chief. I found out about some of them later on, but I will not repeat the details. I will only mention that it was their characteristic method to discover some secret, often in the life of people of the greatest respectability and good position. Then they would go to these persons and threaten to make public documentary evidence, which they often did not possess, and would demand a sum of money as the price of silence. There are things neither sinful nor criminal which even honorable and strong-minded people would dread to have exposed. They worked chiefly upon family secrets. To show how adroit their chief sometimes was in his proceedings, I will describe in 3 lines, and without any details, one of their exploits. A really wicked and sinful action was committed in a certain honorable family. The wife of a well-known and highly respected man entered into a secret love affair with a young and wealthy officer. They scented this out, and what they did was to give the young man plainly to understand that they would inform the husband. They hadn't the slightest proof, and the young man knew that quite well, and indeed they did not conceal it from him. But the whole ingenuity and the whole cunning of their calculations lay in the reflection that on receiving information even without proofs, the husband would take exactly the same steps as though he had positive proofs. They relied upon their knowledge of the man's character and of the circumstances of the family. The fact was that one member of the gang was a young man belonging to a very good set, and he had been able to collect information beforehand. They extracted a considerable sum from the lover, and without any risk to themselves, because their victim was himself eager for secrecy. Though Lambert took part in this affair, he was not actually one of the Moscow gang, acquiring a taste for the work he began by degrees, and experimentally acting on his own account. I may mention beforehand that he was not altogether well fitted for it. He was very sharp and calculating, but hasty, and what's more, simple, or rather naive. That is, he had very little knowledge of men or of good society. I fancy, for instance, that he did not realize the capacity of the Moscow chief, and imagined that the organization and conduct of such projects were very easy. And he imagined that almost every one was as great a scoundrel as he was himself. And if once he had conceived that a certain person was afraid, or must be afraid for this reason or for that, he would be as certain that the man was afraid as though it were an axiomatic truth. I don't know how to express this. I'll explain the fact more clearly later, but in my opinion he had rather a coarse-grained intelligence, and not only had he no faith in certain good and generous feelings, but perhaps he had actually no conception of them. He had come to Petersburg because he had long conceived of Petersburg as offering a wider scope for his energies, and because in Moscow he had got into a scrape, and because someone was looking for him there with extremely evil intentions. On arriving in Petersburg, he at once got into touch with an old comrade, but he found the outlook unpromising and nothing to be done on a large scale. His acquaintance had increased, but nothing had come of it. "They're a wretched lot here, no better than boys," he said to me himself afterwards. And behold, one fine morning at sunrise, he found me half frozen under a wall, and at once dropped upon the scent of what he regarded as a very rich job. It all rested on my ravings as I thawed in his lodgings. I was practically delirious then. But from my words, It was manifest that of all the affronts I had suffered on that momentous day, the thing which most rankled in my heart, and was most vivid in my memory, was the insult I had received from Booring and from her. I should not otherwise have talked of nothing else in my delirium at Lambert's, but should have raved of Zerzchikoff, for example. But it was only of the former I had talked, as I learned afterwards from Lambert himself. And besides, I was in a sort of ecstasy, and looked upon both Lambert and Alphonsine on that awful morning as, so to say, champions and deliverers. Afterwards, as I got better and lay in bed, wondering what Lambert could have learned from my ravings and to what extent I had babbled, it never occurred to me even to suspect that he could have found out so much. Oh, of course, from the gnawing at my conscience, I suspected even then that I had said a great deal I should not have said, but, I repeat, I never imagined that it had gone so far. I hoped, too, that I was not able to articulate my words clearly, and indeed I reckoned upon this, as I distinctly remembered it. And yet it turned out, in fact, that my articulation had been much more distinct than I afterwards supposed and hoped. But the worst of it was that all this only came to light afterwards, and long afterwards, and that was a misfortune for me. From my deliriums, my ravings, my mutterings, my transports, and so on, he learned, to begin with, almost all the surnames correctly, and even some addresses. And secondly, he was able to get a fairly correct idea of the consequence of the persons concerned. The old prince, her, Booring, Anna Andreyevna, and even Versilov. Thirdly, he learned that I had been insulted and was threatening revenge. And lastly, and chiefly, that there was in existence a mysterious hidden document, a letter such that if it were shown to a half-crazy old prince, he would learn that his own daughter thought him a lunatic and was already consulting lawyers to get him locked up, and would either go quite mad, or would turn her out of the house and leave her out of his will, or would marry a certain Madame Versilov, whom he already wanted to marry, and was being prevented from marrying. In short, Lambert understood a great deal. No doubt a great deal still remained obscure, but the expert blackmailer had anyway dropped on a trustworthy scent. When I ran away afterwards from Alphonsine, he promptly found out my address, in the simplest possible way by going to the address bureau, and then immediately made the necessary inquiries, from which he discovered that all these persons about whom I had babbled to him did actually exist. Then he promptly took the first step. The most important fact was the existence of the document, and that I was in possession of it, and that that document was of the highest value. Of that Lambert had no doubt. Here I omit one circumstance, which will come in better later in its proper place, and will only mention here that that circumstance was what principally confirmed Lambert in the conviction of the real existence, and still more of the value, of the document. It was, I may say beforehand, a momentous circumstance, of which I could have no conception either at the time or afterwards, until the final catastrophe, when everything was discovered and became evident of itself. And so, convinced of the main facts, his first step was to go to Anna Andreyevna. Yet one thing perplexes me to this day: how he, Lambert, succeeded in gaining admittance to and fastening himself upon such an unapproachable and superior personage as Anna Andreyevna. It is true that he gathered information about her, but what of that? It is true that he was extremely well dressed, spoke French with a Parisian accent, and had a French surname. But surely Anna Andreyevna must have discerned that he was a scoundrel at once. Or is one to suppose that a scoundrel was just what she wanted at that time? But surely that cannot be so. I never could find out the details of their interview, but I have often pictured the scene to myself in my imagination. What is most likely is that from the first word Lambert posed as a friend of my childhood, anxious over a dear and cherished comrade. But no doubt at that first interview he succeeded in hinting quite clearly that I had a document, and letting her know that it was a secret, and that only he, Lambert, was in possession of it, and that I was intending to revenge myself on Madame Amakov by means of it, and so on and so on. Above all, he could explain to her as precisely as possible the importance and value of this document. As for Anna Andreyevna, she was in such a position that she must have caught at any information of this kind, must have listened with the closest attention, and must have risen to the bait through the struggle for existence. Just at that time they had abstracted her fiancé from her, and had carried him off under guardianship to Tsarskoe, and they had even put her under supervision too. And then a find like this! This was not a case of some old woman whispering in her ear, of tearful lamentations, of scheming and backbiting. There was a letter, an actual piece of writing, that is a positive proof of the treacherous design of his daughter, and of all those who had snatched him from her, and that therefore he must be saved even by flight to her, to Anna Andreyevna, and must be married to her in 24 hours, otherwise he would be at once spirited away into a lunatic asylum. And perhaps the fact that Lambert attempted no subterfuges with the young lady even for a moment, but practically blurted straight out from the first word, "Mademoiselle, either remain an old maid or become a princess and a millionaire. There is a document, and I will steal it from the lad and give it to you, for a note of hand from you for 30,000. I positively imagine that that's just how it was. Oh, he thought they were all as scoundrelly as himself. I repeat, he had that sort of simplicity, that sort of innocence of the scoundrel. However it happened, it may very well be that even when she was demeaning herself like this, Anna Andreyevna was not embarrassed for a minute, but could perfectly well control herself and listen to the blackmailer talking in his own style, and all from the breadth of her nature. Oh, no doubt she flushed a little at first, and then she mastered herself and listened. And when I imagine that proud, unapproachable, genuinely dignified girl, with her brains, too, hand in hand with Lambert, well, what a mind! A Russian mind, so large, with such a desire for breadth, a woman's too, and in such circumstances! Now I'll make a resume. By the time I went out after my illness, Lambert had two plans. I know that for a fact now. The first was to get an IOU for not less than 30,000 from Anna Andreyevna for the letter, and then to help her to frighten the prince, to abduct him, and to get her married to him at once. Something of that sort, anyway. The plan for this was complete. They were only waiting for my help, that is, for the document. The second plan was to desert Anna Andreyevna, throw her over, and sell the letter to Madame Amakov, if that would pay him better. In this he was reckoning on boring. But Lambert had not yet applied to Madame Amakov, and was only on her track. He was waiting for me, too. Oh, he needed me. That is, not me, but the letter. He had formed two plans in regard to me also. The first was, if necessary, to act in concert with me, and to go halves with me, first taking possession of me morally and physically, But the second plan attracted him much more. It was to deceive me as a silly boy, and to steal the letter from me, or even simply to take it from me by force. This was his favorite plan, and the one he cherished in his dreams. I repeat, there was a circumstance which made him reckon with certainty on the success of his second plan, but, as I have said already, I will explain that later. In any case, he awaited me with nervous impatience. Everything depended upon me, every step and every decision. And I must do him the justice to say that he knew how to restrain himself till the time came, in spite of his hasty temper. He did not come to see me all the while I was ill. He only came once to the house, and saw Verselov. He did not worry or frighten me. He kept up an attitude of complete independence as regards me till the day and hour of my going out. As for the possibility of my giving up the letter, telling about it, or destroying it, he had no anxiety on that score. From my words, he had been able to gather how much importance I attached to secrecy, and how afraid I was that someone might find out about the letter, and that I should go straight to him and to no one else on the first day I was well enough, he did not doubt in the least either. Darya Onisimovna came to see me partly by his orders, and he knew that my curiosity and apprehension were already aroused, and that I should not hold out. And, indeed, he had taken all precautions. He was in a position to know what day I was going out, so that I could hardly have eluded him if I had wanted to. But however eagerly Lambert may have been expecting me, Anna Andreyevna perhaps was awaiting me even more eagerly. I must say frankly that Lambert was to some extent right in his reckoning when he contemplated throwing her over, and it was her own fault. In spite of the agreement that no doubt existed between them, in what form I don't know, but I have no doubt about it, Anna Andreyevna, up to the very last moment, was not fully open with him. She did not lay all her cards on the table. She hinted at complete agreement on her part, and at all sorts of promises, but she confined herself to hints. She listened perhaps to his whole plan in detail, but she only approved in silence. I have good evidence for this conclusion, and the reason of it all was that she was waiting for me. She would rather have had to do with me than with the rascally Lambert. That's a fact I have no doubt of. That I understand, but her mistake was in letting Lambert at last understand it. And it would not have suited him at all if, passing him by, she had enticed the letter out of me and entered into a compact with me. Moreover, at that time he had complete confidence in the soundness of the job. Another man in his place would have had fears and still have been uncertain. But Lambert was young, insolent, and filled with impatient greed for gain. He knew little of human nature, and confidently assumed that all were scoundrels. Such a man could have no doubts, especially as he had already observed all sorts of traits in Anna Andreyevna which supported his belief. One last point, and the most important. Did Verselov know anything by that time, and had he even then taken part with Lambert in any plan, however remote? No, no, no. At that time he had not. Though perhaps even then a fatal word had been dropped. But enough, enough. I am hastening too far ahead. Well, and what of me? Did I know anything? And what did I know on the day I went out? When I began this entrefilet, I declared that I knew nothing on that day, but found out about everything much later, and only when it was all over. That's the truth. But is it the full truth? No, it is not. I certainly knew something already. I knew a great deal, indeed. But how? Let the reader remember my dream. If I could have had such a dream, if it could have surged up from my heart and taken that shape, I must have had, not a knowledge, but a presentiment of a very great deal of what I have just explained, though in actual fact I only discovered it when everything was over. I had no knowledge of it, but my heart was throbbing with forebodings, and evil spirits had possession of my dreams. And it was to that man that I rushed, fully knowing what sort of man he was and foreseeing everything even in detail. And why did I rush to him? Imagine! It seems to me now, at the very minute when I am writing, that I knew exactly at the time why I was rushing to him, though again I knew nothing then. Perhaps the reader will understand this. Now, to get on with my story fact by fact. It begins 2 days before my outburst, when Liza came home in the evening in a state of agitation. She felt terribly humiliated, and indeed something insufferable had happened to her. I have already mentioned the terms she was on with VIII. She went to see him, not simply to show us that she did not need us, but because she really had a high opinion of him. Their acquaintance had begun at Luga, and I always fancied that VIII was not indifferent to her. In the misfortunes that had overwhelmed her, she might naturally have wished for the advice of a calm, resolute, always lofty mind such as she supposed VIII's to be. Besides, women are not very clever in appreciating a man's mind at its true value when they like a man, and they will gladly accept paradoxes as the closest reasoning, if they fall in with their own desires. What Liza liked in VIII was his sympathy for her in her position, and, as she had fancied at first, his sympathy with Prince Sergei. When, later on, she suspected his feeling for her, she could not help appreciating the sympathy he showed for his rival. When she told Prince Sergei that she sometimes went to consult VIII, he had from the first shown the greatest uneasiness. He began to be jealous. Liza was offended at this, and purposely maintained her friendly relations with VIII. Prince Sergei said nothing, but was gloomy. Liza confessed to me long afterwards that VIII had very soon ceased to attract her. He was composed, and just this everlasting, unruffled composure which had so attracted her at first, afterwards seemed to her distasteful. One would have thought he was practical, and he did, in fact, give her some apparently good advice, but all his advice, as ill luck would have it, appeared later on impossible to carry out. He gave his opinions sometimes too conceitedly, and showed no trace of diffidence with her, becoming more and more free in his manner as time went on, which she ascribed to his unconsciously feeling less and less respect for her position. Once she thanked him for his invariable goodwill to me, and for talking to me as an intellectual equal, though he was so superior to me, she was repeating my words. He answered, "That's not so, and not for that reason. It's because I see no difference between him and other people. I don't consider him more foolish than the clever, or more evil than the good. I treat everyone alike, because everyone's alike in my eyes." "Why do you mean to say you see no differences?" "Oh, of course people are all different in one way or another, but differences don't exist for me because the differences between people don't concern me. To me they are all the same, and everything's the same, and so I'm equally kind to all." "And don't you find it dull?" "No, I'm always satisfied with myself." "And there's nothing you desire?" "Of course there is, but nothing I desire very much. There's scarcely anything I want, not another rouble. Whether I wear cloth of gold or remain as I am is all the same to me. Cloth of gold would add nothing to me. Titbits don't tempt me. Could places or honors be worth the place that I am worth?" Liza declared on her honor that these were literally his words, but it's not fair to criticize them like this without knowing the circumstances under which they were uttered. Little by little, Liza came also to the conclusion that his indulgent attitude to Prince Sergei was not due to sympathy for her, but was perhaps only because all were alike to him and differences did not exist for him. But in the end he did apparently begin to lose his indifference, and to take up an attitude not only of disapproval, but even of contemptuous irony towards Prince Sergei. This incensed Liza, but Vossen remained unaffected. Above all, he always expressed himself gently, and showed no indignation even in his disapproval, but confined himself to logical exposition of her hero's worthlessness. But there was irony in this very logic. Finally, he demonstrated almost directly the irrationality, the perverse violence of her love. "Your feelings have been mistaken, and a mistake once recognized ought invariably to be corrected." This had happened on that very day. Liza indignantly got up from her place to go, but it will hardly be believed what this rational man did next, and how he concluded. With the air of a man of honor, and even with feeling, he offered her his hand. Liza bluntly called him a fool to his face, and walked out. To suggest deserting a man in misfortune because that man was unworthy of her, and above all to suggest it to a woman who was with child by that very man, there you have the mind of these people. I call this being dreadfully theoretical, and knowing nothing whatever of life, and put it down to a prodigious conceit. And what's more, Liza saw quite clearly that he was actually proud of his action, because he knew of her condition. With tears of indignation she hurried off to Prince Sergei, and he positively surpassed Vossen. One would have thought that, after what she told him, he might have been convinced that he had no cause for jealousy, but he became perfectly frantic. But jealous people are always like that. He made a fearful scene, and insulted her so outrageously that she almost resolved to break off all relations with him. She came home, however, still controlling herself, but she could not help telling mother. Oh, that evening the ice was completely broken, and they were on their old affectionate terms again. Both, of course, shed tears, as usual, in each other's arms, and Liza apparently regained her composure, though she was very gloomy. She sat through the evening in Makar Ivanovitch's room without uttering a word, but without leaving the room. She listened very attentively to what he said. Ever since the incident with the bench, she had become extremely and, as it were, timidly respectful to him, though she still remained taciturn. But this time Makar Ivanovitch suddenly gave an unexpected and wonderful turn to the conversation. I may mention that Versilov and the doctor had talked of his health with very gloomy faces that morning. I may mention, too, that we had for some days been talking a great deal about mother's birthday, and making preparations to celebrate it in 5 days' time. Apropos of her birthday, Makar Ivanovitch suddenly launched into reminiscences of mother's childhood, and the time when she couldn't stand up on her little feet. "She was never out of my arms," the old man recalled. "I used to teach her to walk, too, sometimes. I set her up in a corner 3 steps away and called her, and she used to totter across to me, and she wasn't frightened, but would run to me laughing. She'd rush at me and throw her arms round my neck. I used to tell you fairy tales later on, Sophia Andreevna. You were very fond of fairy tales. You'd sit on my knee listening for 2 hours at a stretch. They used to wonder in the cottage, 'Just see how she's taken to Makar.' Or I'd carry you off into the woods. I'd seek out a raspberry bush. I would sit you down by it and cut you a whistle pipe out of wood. When we'd had a nice walk, I'd carry you home in my arms, and the little thing would fall asleep. Once she was afraid of a wolf. She flew to me all of a tremble, and there wasn't a wolf there at all." "I remember that," said mother. "Can you really remember it?" "I remember a great deal. Ever since I remember anything in life, I have felt your love and tender care over me," she said in a voice full of feeling, and she suddenly flushed crimson. Makar Ivanovitch paused for a little. "Forgive me, children, I am leaving you. The term of my life is close at hand. In my old age I have found consolation for all afflictions. Thank you, my dear ones." "That's enough, Makar Ivanovitch, darling," exclaimed Versilov in some agitation. "The doctor told me just now that you were a great deal better." Mother listened in alarm. "Why, what does he know, your Alexander Semyonovitch? He's a dear man and nothing more. Give over, friends. Do you think that I'm afraid to die? After my morning prayer today, I had the feeling in my heart that I should never go out again from here. It was told me. Well, what of it? Blessed be the name of the Lord. Yet I have a longing to be looking upon all of you still. Job, after all his sufferings, was comforted looking upon his new children, and forgot the children that were gone. It is impossible. Only with the years the sorrow is mingled with the joy and turned to sighs of gladness. So it is in the world. Every soul is tried and is comforted. I thought, children, to say one little word to you," he went on with a gentle, exquisite smile which I shall never forget, and he turned to me. "Be zealous for the Holy Church, my dear, and if the time calls for it, die for her. But wait a bit. Don't be frightened. It won't be at once," he added, laughing. "Now, perhaps you don't think of it. Afterwards you will think of it. And something more. Any good thing you bethink yourself to do, do it for the sake of God and not for envy. Stand firmly to your cause, and do not give way through any sort of cowardice. Act steadily, neither rushing nor turning about. Well, that is all I want to tell you. Only accustom yourself to pray daily and unceasingly. I say this now, maybe you'll remember it. I should like to say something to you too, Andrei Petrovitch, sir, but God will find your heart without my words. And for long years we have ceased to speak of that, ever since that arrow pierced my heart. Now that I am departing, I would only remind you of what you promised then." He almost whispered the last words, with his eyes cast down. "Makar Ivanovitch!" Versilov said in confusion, and he got up from his chair. "There, there, don't be troubled, sir. I only recalled it, and in the sight of God I am more to blame than any of you, seeing that though you were my master, I ought not to have allowed this weakness, and therefore, Sophia, fret not your soul too much, for all your sin is mine. And you scarcely had full judgment in those days, so I fancy, nor maybe you either, sir." He smiled with lips that quivered from some sort of pain. "And though I might then have taught you, my wife, even with the rod, and indeed ought to have, yet I pitied you when you fell in tears before me and hid nothing, and kissed my feet. Not to reproach you have I recalled this, beloved, but only to remind Andrei Petrovitch. For you remember, sir, yourself your promise as a nobleman, and all will be covered with the wedding crown. I speak before the children, master." He was extremely agitated, and looked at Versilov as though expecting from him some word of confirmation. I repeat, it was all so sudden, so unexpected, that I sat motionless. Versilov was no less agitated. He went up to mother in silence and warmly embraced her. Then mother, also in silence, went up to Makar Ivanovitch and bowed down to his feet. In short, the scene was overwhelming. On this occasion we were by ourselves. Even Tatiana Pavlovna was not present. Liza drew herself up in her chair and listened in silence. Suddenly she stood up and said firmly to Makar Ivanovitch, "Bless me too, Makar Ivanovitch, for my great anguish. Tomorrow will decide my whole fate, and you will pray for me today." And she went out of the room. I knew that Makar Ivanovitch knew all about her already from mother, but it was the first time I had seen mother and Versilov side by side. Till then I had only seen her as his slave near him. There was still so much I did not understand, and had not detected in that man whom I had condemned, and so I went back to my room in confusion. And it must be said that it was just at this time that my perplexity about him was greatest. He had never seemed to me so mysterious and unfathomable as just at that time. But it's just about that I'm writing this whole account. All in its good time. It turns out, though, I thought to myself as I got into bed, that he gave his word as a nobleman to marry mother if she were left a widow. He said nothing of that when he told me about Makar Ivanovitch before. Liza was out the whole of the following day, and when she came back rather late, she went straight to Makar Ivanovitch. I thought I would not go in, that I might not be in their way, but soon, noticing that mother and Versilov were already there, I went in. Liza was sitting by the old man, crying on his shoulder, and he, with a sorrowful face, was stroking her head. Versilov told me in my room afterwards that Prince Sergei insisted on having his way, and proposed marrying Liza at the first opportunity before his trial was over. It was hard for Liza to make up her mind to it, though she scarcely had the right to refuse. And indeed, Makar Ivanovitch commanded her to be married. Of course, all this would have come about of itself, and she would certainly have been married of her own accord and without hesitation, but at the moment she had been so insulted by the man she loved, and she was so humiliated by this love, even in her own eyes, that it was difficult for her to decide. But, apart from her mortification, there was another circumstance deterring her, of which I could have no suspicion. "Did you hear that all those young people on the Petersburg side were arrested?" Versilov added suddenly. "What? Derkachev?" I cried. "Yes, and Vossen too." I was amazed, especially to hear about Vossen. "Why, was he mixed up in anything? Good heavens, what will happen to them now? And just when Liza was being so severe upon him. What do you think? What may happen to them? It's Stebelkov. I swear it's Stebelkov's doing." "We won't go into it," said Versilov, looking at me strangely, as people look at a man who has no knowledge or suspicion of something. "Who can tell what is going on among them, and who can tell what may happen to them? I didn't come to speak of that. I hear you meant to go out tomorrow. Won't you be going to see Prince Sergei?" "The first thing, though I must own it's very distasteful to me. Why, have you some message to send him?" "No, nothing. I shall see him myself. I'm sorry for Liza. And what advice can Makar Ivanovitch give her? He knows nothing about life or about people himself. Another thing, my dear boy," it was a long time since he had called me my dear boy, "there are here, too, certain young men, among whom is your old schoolfellow Lambert. I fancy they are all great rascals. I speak simply to warn you. But of course it's your business, and I have no right. Andrei Petrovitch!" I clutched his hand, speaking without a moment's thought, and almost by inspiration, as I sometimes do. The room was almost in darkness. Andrei Petrovitch, I have said nothing. You have seen that, of course. I have been silent till now. Do you know why? To avoid knowing your secrets. I've simply resolved not to know them ever. I'm a coward. I'm afraid your secrets may tear you out of my heart altogether, and I don't want that to happen. Since it's so, why should you know my secrets? It doesn't matter to you where I go, does it? You are right, but not a word more, I beseech you, he said, and went away. So, by accident, we had the merest scrap of an explanation. But he only added to my excitement on the eve of my new step in life next day, and I kept waking up all night in consequence. But I felt quite happy. Next day I went out of the house at 10 o'clock in the morning, doing my utmost to steal out quietly without taking leave or saying anything. I, so to speak, slipped out. Why I did so, I don't know. But if even mother had seen that I was going out and spoken to me, I should have answered with something spiteful. When I found myself in the street and breathed the cold outdoor air, I shuddered from an intense feeling, almost animal, which I might call carnivorous. What was I going for? Where was I going? The feeling was utterly undefined, and at the same time I felt frightened and delighted both at once. "Shall I disgrace myself today or not?" I thought to myself with a swagger, though I knew that the step once taken that day would be decisive, and could not be retrieved all my life. But it's no use talking in riddles. I went straight to the prison, to Prince Sergei. I had received a letter for the superintendent from Tatiana Pavlovna 2 days before, and I met with an excellent reception. I don't know whether he was a good man, and it's beside the point, but he permitted my interview with the prince, and arranged that it should take place in his room, courteously giving it up for our use. The room was the typical room of a government official of a certain standing, living in a government building. I think to describe it is unnecessary. So it turned out that Prince Sergei and I were left alone. He came in dressed in some sort of half-military attire, but wearing very clean linen and a dandified tie. He was washed and combed. At the same time he looked terribly thin and very yellow. I noticed the same yellowness even in his eyes. In fact, he was so changed in appearance that I stood still in amazement. "How you have changed!" I cried. "That's nothing. Sit down, dear boy." Half fatuously he motioned me to the armchair and sat down opposite, facing me. "Let's get to the point. You see, my dear Alexey Makarovitch—" "Arkady," I corrected him. "What? Oh, yes, no matter. Oh, yes." He suddenly collected himself. "Excuse me, my dear fellow, we'll return to the point." He was, in fact, in a fearful hurry to turn to something. He was entirely, from head to foot, absorbed by something, some vital idea which he wanted to formulate and expound to me. He talked a great deal and fearfully fast, gesticulating and explaining with strained and painful effort, but for the first minute I really could make nothing of it. To put it briefly, he had used this expression to put it briefly 10 times already. To put it briefly, he concluded, I troubled you yesterday, Arkady Makarovitch, and so urgently through Liza begged you to come to me, as though the place were on fire, but seeing that the essential part of the decision is bound to be momentous and conclusive for me— "Excuse me, Prince," I interrupted. "Did you send me a message yesterday? Liza said nothing to me about it." "What?" he cried, suddenly stopping short in extreme astonishment, almost in alarm. "She gave me no message at all. She came home last night so upset that she couldn't say a word to me." Prince Sergei leapt up from his seat. "Are you telling me the truth, Arkady Makarovitch? If so, this— Why, what is there so serious about it? Why are you so uneasy? She simply forgot or something." He sat down and seemed overcome by a kind of stupor. It seemed as though the news that Liza had given me no message had simply crushed him. He suddenly began talking rapidly and waving his hands, and again it was fearfully difficult to follow him. "Stay!" he exclaimed suddenly, pausing and holding up his finger. "Stay! This, if I'm not mistaken, this is a trick," he muttered with the grin of a maniac, "and it means that—" "It means absolutely nothing," I interposed, "and I can't understand how such a trivial circumstance can worry you so much. Ah, Prince, since that time, since that night, do you remember—" "Since what night, and what of it?" he cried pettishly, evidently annoyed at my interrupting him. "At Zerzchikov's, where we saw each other last. Why, before your letter. Don't you remember? You were terribly excited then, but the difference between then and now is so great that I am positively horrified when I look at you." "Oh, yes," he pronounced in the tone of a man of polite society, seeming suddenly to remember. "Oh, yes, that evening. I heard. Well, and are you better? How are you after all that, Arkady Makarovitch? But let us return to the point. I am pursuing three aims precisely. You see, there are three problems before me, and I—" He began rapidly talking again of his chief point. I realized at last that I was listening to a man who ought at once to have at least a vinegar compress applied to his head, if not perhaps to be bled. All his incoherent talk turned, of course, around his trial and the possible issue of it, and the fact that the colonel of his regiment had visited him and given him a lengthy piece of advice about something which he had not taken, and the notes he had just lately sent to someone, and the prosecutor, and the certainty that they would deprive him of his rights as a nobleman and send him to the northern region of Russia, and the possibility of settling as a colonist and regaining his position in Tashkent, and his plans for training his son, which Liza would bear him, and handing something down to him in the wilds of Archangel in the Holmogory. I wanted your opinion, Arkady Makarovitch. Believe me, I so feel and value. If only you knew, if only you knew, Arkady Makarovitch, my dear fellow, my brother, what Liza means to me, what she has meant to me here, now, all this time," he shouted, suddenly clutching at his head with both hands. "Sergei Petrovitch, surely you won't sacrifice her by taking her away with you to the Holmogory?" I could not refrain from exclaiming. Liza's fate, bound to this maniac for life, suddenly, and as it were for the first time, rose clearly before my imagination. He looked at me, got up again, took one step, turned and sat down again, still holding his head in his hands. "I'm always dreaming of spiders," he said suddenly. "You are terribly agitated. I should advise you to go to bed, Prince, and to ask for a doctor at once." "No, excuse me. Of that afterwards. I asked you to come and see me chiefly to discuss our marriage. The marriage, as you know, is to take place here at the church. I've said so already. Permission has been given for all this, and in fact they encourage it. As for Liza—" "Prince, have pity on Liza, my dear fellow," I cried. "Don't torture her now, at least don't be jealous." "What?" he cried, staring at me intently, with eyes almost starting out of his head, and his whole face distorted into a sort of broad grin of senseless inquiry. It was evident that the words "don't be jealous" had for some reason made a fearful impression on him. "Forgive me, Prince, I spoke without thinking. Oh, Prince, I have lately come to know an old man, my nominal father. Oh, if you could see him, you would be calmer. Liza thinks so much of him, too." "Ah, yes, Liza. Ah, yes, is that your father? Oh, pardon, mon cher. Something of the sort. I remember. She told me. An old man. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. I knew an old man, too. Mais passons. The chief point is to make clear what's essential at the moment. We must. I got up to go away. It was painful to me to look at him. I don't understand, he pronounced sternly and with dignity, seeing that I had got up to go. It hurts me to look at you, I said. Arkady Makarovitch, one word more. He clutched me by the shoulder with quite a different expression and gesture, and sat me down in the armchair. You've heard about those... You understand? He bent down to me. Oh, yes, Dergachev. No doubt it's Stebelkov's doing, I cried impulsively. Yes, Stebelkov. And... You don't know? He broke off, and again he stared at me with the same wide eyes and the same spasmodic, senselessly questioning grin, which grew broader and broader. His face gradually grew paler. I felt a sudden shudder. I remembered Versolov's expression when he had told me of Vassin's arrest the day before. "Oh, is it possible?" I cried, panic-stricken. "You see, Arkady Makarovitch, that's why I sent to you, to explain. I wanted—" he began whispering rapidly. "It was you who informed against Vassin," I cried. "No, you see, there was a manuscript. Vassin gave it only a few days ago to Liza to take care of, and she left it here for me to look at, and then it happened that they quarreled the next day." "You gave the manuscript to the authorities!" "Arkady Makarovitch, Arkady Makarovitch! And so you!" I screamed, leaping up, emphasizing every word. "Without any other motive, without any other object, simply because poor Vassin was your rival, simply out of jealousy, you gave up the manuscript entrusted to Liza? Gave it up to whom? To whom? To the public prosecutor?" But he did not answer, and he hardly could have answered, for he stood before me like a statue, still with the same sickly smile and the same fixed look. But suddenly the door opened and Liza came in. She almost swooned when she saw us together. "You're here! So you're here!" she cried, her face suddenly distorted, seizing my hand. "So you know?" But she could read in my face already that I knew. With a swift, irresistible impulse, I threw my arms round her and held her close. And at that minute, for the first time, I grasped in all its intensity the hopeless, endless misery which shrouded in unbroken darkness the whole life of this willful seeker after suffering. "Is it possible to talk to him now?" she said, tearing herself away from me. "Is it possible to be with him? Why are you here? Look at him! Look at him! And can one judge him?" Her face was full of infinite suffering and infinite compassion as, exclaiming this, she motioned towards the unhappy wretch. He was sitting in the armchair with his face hidden in his hands, and she was right. He was a man in a raging fever, and not responsible. They put him in the hospital that morning, and by the evening he had brain fever. Leaving Prince Sergei with Liza, I went off about 1 o'clock to my old lodging. I forgot to say that it was a dull, damp day with a thaw beginning, and a warm wind that would upset the nerves of an elephant. The master of the house met me with a great display of delight, and a great deal of fuss and bustle, which I particularly dislike, especially at such moments. I received this dryly, and went straight to my room, but he followed me, and though he did not venture to question me, yet his face was beaming with curiosity, and at the same time he looked as though he had a right to be curious. I had to behave politely for my own sake, but though it was so essential to me to find out something, and I knew I should learn it, I yet felt it revolting to begin cross-examining him. I inquired after the health of his wife, and we went in to see her. The latter met me deferentially indeed, but with a businesslike and taciturn manner. This to some extent softened my heart. To be brief, I learned on this occasion some very wonderful things. Well, of course, Lambert had been, and he came twice afterwards, and he looked at all the rooms, saying that perhaps he would take them. Darya Onosimovna had come several times, goodness knows why. She was very inquisitive, added my landlord. But I did not gratify him by asking what she was inquisitive about. I did not ask questions at all, in fact. He did all the talking, while I kept up a pretense of rummaging in my trunk, though there was scarcely anything left in it. But what was most vexatious, he too thought fit to play at being mysterious, and noticing that I refrained from asking questions, felt it incumbent upon him to be more fragmentary and even enigmatic in his communications. "The young lady has been here too," he added, looking at me strangely. "What young lady?" "Anna Andreyevna. She's been here twice. She made the acquaintance of my wife, a very charming person, very pleasant. Such an acquaintance is quite a privilege, Arkady Makarovitch." And as he pronounced these words, he positively took a step towards me. He seemed very anxious that I should understand something. "Did she really come twice?" I said with surprise. "The second time she came with her brother." That was with Lambert, I thought involuntarily. "No, not with Mr. Lambert," he said, seeming to guess at once, as though piercing into my soul with his eyes, "but with her real brother, young Mr. Verseloff, a Kammerjunker, I believe." I was very much confused. He looked at me, smiling very caressingly. "Oh, and someone else came and was asking after you. That mademoiselle, a French lady, Mademoiselle Alphonsine de Verdun. Oh, how well she sings and recites poetry. She'd slipped off to see Prince Nikolay Ivanovitch at Tsarskoe to sell him a dog, she told me, a rare kind, black and no bigger than your fist." I asked him to leave me alone on the pretext of a headache. He immediately fell in with my request, even breaking off in the middle of a sentence, and not only without the slightest sign of huffiness, but almost with pleasure, waving his hand mysteriously as though to say, "I understand, I understand." And though he did not actually say this, he could not resist the satisfaction of walking out of the room on tiptoe. There are very vexatious people in the world. I sat for an hour and a half alone, deliberating. Rather, not really deliberating, but dreaming. Though I was perplexed, I was not in the least surprised. I even expected to hear something more, other marvels. Perhaps they have already hatched them, I thought. I had for a long time been firmly persuaded that the machinery of their plot was wound up and was in full swing. "They are only waiting for me," I thought again with a sort of irritable and pleasant self-satisfaction. That they were eagerly awaiting me and were scheming to carry out some plan at my lodging was clear as day. The old prince's wedding, can it be? He's surrounded by a regular network of intrigue. But am I going to permit it, my friends? That's the question, I said in conclusion with haughty satisfaction. Once I begin, I shall be carried away by the whirlpool like a chip. Am I free now, this minute, or am I not? When I go back to mother this evening, can I still say to myself, as I have done all these days, I am my own master? That was the gist of my questions, or rather of the throbbing at my heart in the hour and a half I spent sitting on the bed in the corner, with my elbows on my knees and my head propped in my hands. But I knew even then that all these questions were utter nonsense, and that I was drawn only by her, by her, by her alone. At last I have said this straight out, and have written it with pen on paper, though even now, as I write this a year later, I don't know what name to give to the feeling I had then. Oh, I was sorry for Liza, and my heart was full of a most unfeigned grief. Nothing but the feeling of pain on her account could have calmed or effaced in me for a time that carnivorousness, I recall that word, but I was immensely spurred on by curiosity, and a sort of dread, and another feeling, I don't know what, but I know, and I knew then that it was an evil feeling. Perhaps my impulse was to fall at her feet, or perhaps I wanted to put her to every torture, and quickly, quickly, to show her something. No grief, no compassion for Liza could stop me. Could I have got up and gone home to Makar Ivanovitch? And is it quite impossible to go to them, to find out everything from them, and to go away from them forever, passing unscathed among marvels and monsters? At 3 o'clock, pulling myself together and reflecting that I might be late, I went out hastily, took a cab, and flew to Anna Andreevna. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Linda Johnson. Part 3, Chapter 5 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 5. As soon as I was announced, Anna Andreevna threw down her sewing and rushed to meet me in the outermost of her rooms, a thing which had never happened before. She held out both hands to me and flushed quickly. She led me into her room in silence, sat down to her needlework again, made me sit down beside her. She did not go on with her sewing, but still scrutinized me with the same fervent sympathy, without uttering a word. "You sent Darya Onisimovna to me," I began bluntly, rather overwhelmed by this exaggerated display of sympathy, though I found it agreeable. She suddenly began talking without answering my question. "I have heard all about it. I know all about it. That terrible night. Oh, what you must have gone through! Can it be true? Can it be true that you were found unconscious in the frost?" "You heard that from Lambert," I muttered, reddening. "I heard it all from him at the time, but I've been eager to see you. Oh, he came to me in alarm. At your lodging, where you have been lying ill, they would not let him in to see you, and they met him strangely. I really don't know how it was, but he kept telling me about that night. He told me that when you had scarcely come to yourself, you spoke of me, and of your devotion to me. I was touched to tears, Arkady Makarovitch, and I don't know how I have deserved such warm sympathy on your part, especially considering the condition in which you were yourself. Tell me, Monsieur Lambert was the friend of your childhood, was he not?" "Yes, but what happened? I confess I was indiscreet, and perhaps I told him then a great deal I shouldn't have." "Oh, I should have heard of that wicked, horrible intrigue apart from him. I always had a presentiment that they would drive you to that, always. Tell me, is it true that Böhring dared to lift his hand against you?" She spoke as though it were entirely owing to Boering and her that I had been found under the wall. And she is right, too, I thought, but I flared up. If he had lifted his hand against me, he would not have gone away unpunished, and I should not be sitting before you now without having avenged myself, I answered hotly. It struck me that she wanted for some reason to irritate me, to set me against somebody. I knew, of course, against whom, yet I fell in with it. You say that you had a presentiment that I should be driven to this, but on Katerina Nikolaevna's side it was, of course, only a misunderstanding, though it is true that she was too hasty in allowing her kindly feeling for me to be influenced by that misunderstanding. I should think she was too hasty indeed, Anna Andreevna assented quickly, with a sort of ecstasy of sympathy. Oh, if only you knew the intrigue that is being hatched there now! Of course, Arkady Makarovitch, of course it is difficult for you to realize now all the delicacy of my position, she brought out, blushing and casting down her eyes. Since I saw you last, that very morning I took a step which not everyone would be able to understand and interpret rightly. So it is hardly likely that it would be understood by anyone with your still uncorrupted mind and your fresh, loving, unsophisticated heart. Believe me, my dear friend, I appreciate your devotion to me, and I shall repay it with my everlasting gratitude. In the world, of course, they will throw stones at me. They have thrown them already. But even if they were right from their odious point of view, which of them could, which of them dare judge me? I have been abandoned by my father from childhood up. We Verselovs are an ancient, noble Russian family, yet we are adventurers, and I am eating the bread of charity. Was it not natural I should turn to one who has taken the place of a father to me, at whose hands I have received nothing but kindness during all these years? My feelings for him are known only to God, and he alone can judge them, and I refuse to accept the judgment of the world upon the step I have taken. When there is, moreover, at the bottom of this, the most cunning, the most evil intrigue, and the plot to ruin a trusting, noble-hearted father is the work of his own daughter, is it to be endured? No, I will save him if I have to ruin my reputation. I am ready to be with him simply as a nurse, to take care of him and to look after him, but I will not let hateful, cold, mercenary worldliness triumph. She spoke with unwonted fire, very possibly half assumed, though at the same time sincere, because it was evident how deeply involved she was in the matter. Oh, I felt that she was lying, though sincerely, for one can lie sincerely, and that she was now evil. But it is wonderful how it often is in dealing with women, this assumption of perfect refinement, these lofty manners, these inaccessible heights of well-bred grandeur and proud chastity. All this quite threw me out of my reckoning, and I began agreeing with her on every point, so long as I was with her. That is, I could not bring myself to contradict her anyway. Oh, a man is in absolute moral slavery to a woman, especially if he is a generous man. Such a woman can convince a generous man of anything she likes. She and Lambert, my goodness, I thought, looking at her in perplexity. To tell the whole truth, however, I don't know what to think of her to this day. Truly, her feelings were known only to God. And besides, human beings are such complicated machines that one cannot analyze them in some cases, and above all if the human being in question is a woman. Anna Andreevna, what is it you exactly want me to do? I asked, with a good deal of decision, however. How? What do you mean by your question, Arkady Makarovitch? I fancy, from everything and from certain other considerations, I explained, stammering, that you sent to me because you expected something from me. So what is it exactly? Without answering my question, she immediately began talking again, as rapidly and as earnestly as before. "But I cannot, I am too proud to enter into explanations and negotiations with unknown persons like Monsieur Lambert. I have been waiting for you. I don't want Monsieur Lambert. My position is awful, desperate, Arkady Makarovitch. I am forced to duplicity, hemmed in by the machinations of that woman, and that is more than I can endure. I am driven almost to the humiliation of intriguing, and I have been waiting for you as my savior. You must not blame me for looking greedily about me to find one friend at least, and so I cannot help being glad to see a friend. He who could think of me and even utter my name half frozen on that night must be devoted to me. That's what I've been thinking all this time, and that is why I rely on you." She looked into my face with impatient inquiry. And again I had not the heart to disillusion her, and to tell her plainly that Lambert had deceived her, and that I had by no means told him that I was so devoted to her, and that her name was not the only one I mentioned. And so by my silence I confirmed, as it were, Lambert's lie. Oh, she knew very well, I am convinced, that Lambert had been exaggerating and simply lying to her, solely in order to have a plausible excuse to call upon her, and to get into touch with her, though she looked into my face as though she were convinced of my truth and devotion. She must have known that I did not bring myself to contradict her from delicacy of feeling and the awkwardness of youth. But whether I was right in this surmise, I don't know. Perhaps I am horribly evil-minded. "My brother is taking my part," she said, with sudden heat, seeing that I was not disposed to speak. "I'm told you have been at my lodgings," I muttered in confusion. "Yes. You know, poor Prince Nikolay Ivanitch has no place now where he can take refuge from this intrigue, or rather from his own daughter, unless in your lodgings, that is, the lodgings of a friend. You know he looks upon you at least as a friend, and if you will only do something for his benefit, then do this. If only you can, if only you have the generosity and courage, and finally, if it is really true that there is something you can do." "Oh, it is not for my sake. It's not for my sake, but for the sake of the poor old man, the only person who genuinely loved you, and who has become as attached to you as though you were his own son, and is still missing you. For myself, I expect nothing, even from you, since even my own father has played me such a treacherous, such a spiteful trick." "I believe Andrei Petrovitch," I began. "Andrei Petrovitch," she repeated with bitter mockery. "Andrei Petrovitch, in answer to a direct question from me, told me on his word of honor that he had never had any intentions in regard to Katerina Nikolaevna, and I completely believed it when I took that step. And yet it seemed that his composure only lasted till he heard of Baron Boring." "That's wrong!" I cried. "There was a moment when I too believed in his love for that woman, but it's a mistake. And even if it were so, he might, I should think, be perfectly composed about it now, since the retirement of that gentleman." "What gentleman?" "Boring." "Who has told you of his retirement? Perhaps the gentleman in question never had any such views." She jeered malignantly. I fancied, too, that she looked at me jeeringly. "Daria Onisimovna told me," I muttered in confusion, which I was not able to conceal, and which she saw only too clearly. "Daria Onisimovna is a very nice person, and of course I cannot forbid her loving me, but she has no means of knowing what does not concern her." My heart began to ache, and as she had been reckoning on rousing my indignation, I did in fact begin to feel indignant, but not with "that woman," but for the time being with Anna Andreevna herself. I got up. "As an honorable man, I ought to warn you, Anna Andreevna, that your expectations in regard to me may turn out to be utterly unfounded. "I expect you to be my champion," she said, looking at me resolutely. "Abandoned as I am by every one, your sister, if you care to have it so, Arkady Makarovitch." Another instant, and she would have burst into tears. "Well, you had better not expect anything, for perhaps nothing will come of it," I muttered, with an indescribable feeling of disgust. "How am I to understand your words?" she said, showing her consternation too plainly. "Why, that I am going away from you all, and that's the end of it!" I suddenly exclaimed, almost furiously. "And the letter I shall tear up. Goodbye." I bowed to her, and went out without speaking, though at the same time I scarcely dared to look at her, but had hardly gone downstairs when Darya Onisimovna ran after me, with a half sheet of paper folded in two. Where Darya Onisimovna had sprung from, and where she had been sitting while I was talking with Anna Andreevna, I cannot conceive. She did not utter a word, but merely gave me the paper and ran away. I unfolded it. On the paper, clearly and distinctly written, was Lambert's address, and it had apparently been got ready several days before. I suddenly recalled that when Darya Onisimovna had been with me that day, I had told her that I did not know where Lambert lived, meaning I don't know and don't want to know. But by this time I had learned Lambert's address from Liza, whom I had specially asked to get it for me from the address bureau. Anna Andreevna's action seemed to me too definite, even cynical. Although I had declined to assist her, she was simply sending me straight to Lambert, as though she had not the slightest faith in my refusal. It was quite clear to me that she knew everything about the letter, and from whom she could have learnt it, if not from Lambert, to whom she was sending me that I might cooperate with him. There was no doubt that they all, every one of them, looked upon me as a feeble boy without character or will, with whom they could do anything, I thought with indignation. Nevertheless, I did go to Lambert's. Where else could I have satisfied my curiosity? Lambert, as it appeared, lived a long way off, in Cross Alley, close to the Summer Gardens, still in the same lodgings. But when I ran away from him that night, I had so completely failed to notice the way and the distance, that when I got his address from Liza 4 days earlier, I was surprised and could scarcely believe that he lived there. As I was going upstairs, I noticed at the door of the flat on the 3rd story 2 young men, and thought they had rung the bell before I came and were waiting for the door to be opened. While I was mounting the stairs, they both, turning their backs on the door, scrutinized me very attentively. "The flat is all let out in rooms, and they must be going to see another lodger," I thought, frowning, as I went up to them. It would have been very disagreeable to me to find anyone else at Lambert's. Trying not to look at them, I put out my hand to the bell. "Attendez," one of them cried to me. "Please, please don't ring again yet," said the other young man in a soft, musical voice, slightly drawling the words. "Here, we'll finish this, and then we'll all ring all together, shall we?" I waited. They were both very young men, about 20 or 22. They were doing something rather strange at the door, and I began to watch them with surprise. The one who had cried "Attendez" was a very tall fellow, over 6 feet, thin and lean, but very muscular, with a very small head in proportion to his height, and with a strange, as it were comic expression of gloom on his rather pock-marked, though agreeable and by no means stupid, face. There was a look, as it were, of exaggerated intentness, and of unnecessary and excessive determination in his eyes. He was very badly dressed, in an old wadded overcoat, with a little fur collar of mangy-looking raccoon. It was too short for him and obviously second-hand. He had on shabby high boots, almost like a peasant's, and on his head was a horribly crushed, dirty-looking top-hat. His whole appearance was marked by slovenliness. His ungloved hands were dirty, and his long nails were black. His companion, on the other hand, was smartly dressed, judging from his light skunk fur coat, his elegant hat, and the light new gloves on his slender fingers. He was about my height, and he had an extremely charming expression on his fresh and youthful face. The tall fellow was taking off his tie, an utterly threadbare, greasy ribbon, hardly better than a piece of tape, and the pretty-looking youth, taking out of his pocket another newly purchased black tie, was putting it round the neck of the tall fellow, who, with a perfectly serious face, submissively stretched out his very long neck, throwing his overcoat back from his shoulders. "No, it won't do if the shirt is so dirty," said the younger one. "The effect won't be good. It will only make it look dirtier. I told you to put on a collar. I don't know how— Do you know how to do it?" he said, turning suddenly to me. "What?" I asked. "Why, fasten his tie. You see, it ought to go like this, to hide his dirty shirt, or else the whole effect is spoilt, whatever we do. I have just bought the tie for a rouble at Philippe's, the hairdresser's, on purpose for him." "Was it that rouble?" muttered the tall one. "Yes, I haven't a farthing now." "Then you can't do it? In that case we must ask Alphonsine." "To see Lambert?" the tall fellow asked me abruptly. "Yes," I answered with no less determination, looking him in the face. "Dolgorouki?" he went on with the same air and the same voice. "No, not Korovkin," I answered as abruptly, mistaking what he said. "Dolgorouki?" the tall fellow almost shouted again, and he took a step towards me almost menacingly. His companion burst out laughing. "He says Dolgorouki and not Korovkin," he explained to me. "You know, in the Journal des Débats the French constantly distort Russian names." "In the Indépendance," growled the tall fellow. "Well, it's just the same in the Indépendance. Dolgorouki, for instance. They write Dolgorauki. I have seen it myself. And Valoniev is always written Comte Wallonif." "Doboini!" cried the tall fellow. "Yes, there's Doboini too. I've seen it myself." And we both laughed. Some Russian Madame Doboini abroad. But there's no need to mention them all, you know," he said, turning suddenly to the tall fellow. "Excuse me, are you Monsieur Dolgorouki?" "Yes, my name is Dolgorouki. How do you know it?" The tall one suddenly whispered something to the pretty-looking lad. The latter frowned and shook his head, but the tall fellow immediately addressed me. "Monsieur le Prince, vous n'avez pas de rouble d'argent pour nous, pas deux, mais un seul, voulez-vous?" "Oh, how horrid you are!" cried the boy. "Nous vous rendons," concluded the tall one, mispronouncing the French words coarsely and clumsily. "He's a cynic, you know," the boy laughed to me. "And do you suppose he can't speak French? He speaks like a Parisian, but he is mimicking those Russians who are awfully fond of talking loud in French together before other people, though they can't speak it themselves." "Dans les wagons," the tall fellow explained. "To be sure, in railway carriages. Oh, what a bore you are! There's no need to explain. Why will you always pretend to be a fool?" Meanwhile, I took out a rouble and offered it to the tall fellow. "Nous vous rendons," said the latter, pocketing the rouble, and turning to the door with a perfectly unmoved and serious face, he proceeded to kick it with his huge coarse boot, and without the faintest sign of ill humor. "Ah, you will be fighting with Lambert again," the boy observed uneasily. "You had much better ring the bell." I rang the bell, but the tall fellow continued kicking the door nevertheless. "Ah, sacré!" we heard Lambert's voice the other side of the door, and he quickly opened it. Dites donc, voulez-vous que je vous casse la tête, mon ami? He shouted to the tall man. Mon ami, voilà Dolgorouki. L'autre mon ami, the tall fellow replied with dignified gravity, staring at Lambert, who was red with anger. As soon as the latter saw me, he seemed suddenly transformed. "It's you, Arcady! At last! Then you are better! Better are you at last!" He seized my hands, pressing them warmly. He was, in fact, so genuinely delighted that I felt pleased at once, and even began to like him. "I've come to you first of all." "Alphonsine!" cried Lambert. She instantly skipped out from behind the screen. "Le voilà!" "C'est lui!" cried Alphonsine, clasping and unclasping her hands. She would have rushed to embrace me, but Lambert protected me. "There, there, there! Down, down!" he shouted to her as though she were a dog. "It's like this, Arcady. Some fellows have agreed to dine together today at the Tatars. I shan't let you go. You must come with us. We'll have dinner. I'll get rid of these fellows at once, and then we can have a chat. Come in, come in! We'll set off at once, only wait a minute." I went in and stood in the middle of that room, looking about me and remembering it. Lambert, behind the screen, hurriedly dressed. The tall fellow and his companion followed us in spite of Lambert's words. We all remained standing. "Mademoiselle Alphonsine, voulez-vous me baiser?" growled the tall man. "Mademoiselle Alphonsine," the younger one was beginning, showing her the tie, but she flew savagely at both of them. "Ah, le petit vilain!" she shouted to the younger one. "Ne m'approchez pas, ne me salissez pas, et vous, le grand dadais, je vous planque à la porte tous les deux, savez-vous cela?" Though she warned him off with contempt and disgust, as though she were really afraid of being soiled by contact with him, which I could not at all understand, because he was such a pretty fellow, and turned out to be just as well dressed when he took off his overcoat, the younger of the two men kept asking her to tie his tall friend's cravat for him, and to put him on one of Lambert's clean collars first. She was on the point of beating them in her indignation at such a suggestion, but Lambert, overhearing, shouted to her behind the screen not to hinder them, but to do as they asked. "They won't leave off if you don't," he added, and Alphonsine instantly produced a collar and began to fasten the tall man's cravat without the slightest sign of disinclination. The man stretched out his neck just as he had done on the stairs, while she tied his cravat. "Mademoiselle Alphonsine, avez-vous vendu votre Bologne?" he asked. "Qu'est-ce que ça, ma Bologne?" The younger man explained that ma Bologne meant a lapdog. "Tiens, quel est ce baragouin?" "Je parle comme une dame russe sur les eaux minérales," observed le grand dadais, still with his neck outstretched. "Qu'est-ce que ça qu'une dame russe sur les eaux minérales? Eh, où est donc votre jolie montre que Lambert vous a donnée?" she said suddenly to the younger one. "What? No watch again?" Lambert chimed in irritably behind the screen. "We've eaten it up," growled le grand dadais. "I sold it for 8 roubles. It was only silver gilt, and you said it was gold. So now at the shop it's only 16 roubles," the younger answered Lambert, defending himself reluctantly. "We must put an end to this," Lambert said even more irritably. "I don't buy you clothes, my young friend, and give you good things for you to spend them on your tall friend. What was that tie, too, that you bought him?" "That was only a rouble. That was not with your money. He had no cravat at all, and he ought to buy a hat, too." "Nonsense!" Lambert was really angry. "I gave him enough for a hat, too, and he goes off and wastes it on oysters and champagne. He positively reeks. He's dirty and untidy. You can't take him anywhere. How can I take him out to dinner?" "I'm a cad," growled the Dadais. Nous avons un rouble d'argent que nous avons prêté chez notre nouvel ami. Don't you give him anything, Arcady, Lambert cried again. Excuse me, Lambert, I ask you plainly for 10 roubles, cried the boy, growing suddenly angry and flushing, which made him look twice as handsome as before. And don't ever dare to say such stupid things as you did just now to Dolgoruki. I must have 10 roubles to pay Dolgoruki back that rouble at once, and with the rest I'll buy Andreyev a hat, so you see. Lambert came out from behind the screen. Here are 3 yellow notes and 3 roubles, and there's nothing more till Tuesday, and don't dare, or else— Le Grand Dandé fairly snatched the money from him. Dolgorouki, here is the rouble. Nous vous rendons avec beaucoup de grâce. Petya, come along, he called to his companion. Then, holding up the 2 notes and waving them in the air, while he stared fixedly at Lambert, he yelled at the top of his voice, Où est Lambert? Où est Lambert? Êtes-vous Lambert? How dare you? How dare you? Lambert yelled too, in terrible wrath. I saw that underlying all this was something in the past of which I knew nothing, and I looked on in astonishment. But the tall fellow was not in the least alarmed by Lambert's wrath. On the contrary, he yelled louder than ever, Ohé, Lambert! And so on. And so shouting, they went out on the stairs. Lambert was running after them, but he turned back. I'll throw them out by the scruff of their necks. They cost more than they are worth. Come along, Arcady, I'm late. I'm expected there by another fellow I need. A beast, too. They're all beasts. A low lot, he shouted again, almost gnashing his teeth, but all at once he recovered himself completely. I am glad that you have come at last. Alphonsine, not a step out of the house. Let us go. At the steps a smart turnout was waiting for him. We got in, but all the way he could not quite regain his composure and get over a sort of rage against the 2 young men. I was surprised at his taking it so seriously, and what's more, at their being so disrespectful to Lambert, and his seeming almost frightened of them. From the old impression that had been stamped on me from childhood, it still seemed to me that everyone must be afraid of Lambert, as, in spite of all my independence, I certainly stood in awe of him myself at that moment. I tell you now they are all a low lot, Lambert persisted. Would you believe it? That tall ruffian pestered me the day before yesterday in decent company. He stood in front of me and shouted, Ohé, Lambert, in decent company. Everyone laughed, and do you know it was for me to give him money? Would you believe it? I gave it him. Oh, that ruffian! Would you believe it? He was an ensign in a regiment, but he was kicked out, and you wouldn't imagine it, but he is a man of education. He was brought up in a good family. You would hardly believe it. He has ideas. He might. And damn it all! And he is a perfect Hercules. He is of use, though not of much use. And you can see he does not wash his hands. I interested a lady in his case, an old lady of very good position, telling her that he was penitent, and on the point of committing suicide from remorse, and he went to see her, sat down and began whistling. And the other, the pretty fellow, is a general's son. His family is ashamed of him. I got him off when he was arrested. I saved him, and you see how he repays me. There are no people worth their salt here. I'll pay them out, I'll pay them out. They know my name. Did you talk to them about me? Yes, it was stupid of me. Please stay on a little after dinner. Control your feelings. There's an awful canaille coming. Yes, he's an awful canaille, and awfully cunning. They are all rascals here. There's not an honest man about. Well, we'll finish, then. What's your favorite dish? But it doesn't matter. The fare is always good. I'll pay, don't you worry. It's a good thing you are well dressed. I can give you money. You must come often. Only fancy, I've stood them meat and drink here. It's fish pie every day of the week. That watch he sold, it's the second time. That little fellow, Trichatov, you saw him. Alphonsine is sick at the very sight of him, and won't let him come near her. And here, in the presence of officers, he calls out, 'I must have woodcock.' I stood him woodcock, but I'll pay them out. Do you remember, Lambert, how we went to a restaurant together in Moscow, and you stuck a fork into me, and how you had 50 rubles then? Yes, I remember. Damn it, I remember. I like you, you may believe it. Nobody likes you, but I like you. I'm the only one that does. You remember that. The pockmarked fellow that is coming here is a cunning canaille. Don't you answer any of his questions. If he begins talking, it's all right. But if he begins questioning, make some nonsensical answer or hold your tongue." At any rate, in his excitement, he did not question me much on the way. I even felt insulted at his having such confidence in me, and not even suspecting that I mistrusted him. I fancied that I detected in him the absurd idea that he could still order me about. "And what's more, he's awfully ignorant and ill-bred," I thought, as I went into the restaurant. I had been into that restaurant in the Morskaya before, during my disgraceful period of degradation and depravity, and so the impression of those rooms, of those lackeys looking at me and recognizing me as a familiar visitor, and finally the impression made on me by the mysterious company of Lambert's friends, amongst whom I found myself so suddenly, and to whom I seemed already to belong, and, above all, an obscure feeling that of my own free will I was going into something abominable, and that I should certainly end up by doing something horrid, all this seemed to go through me in a flash. There was a moment when I very nearly went away, but the moment passed, and I remained. The pockmarked man, of whom for some reason Lambert was so much afraid, was already waiting for us. He was one of those men of stupidly practical appearance, whom I have always from my childhood detested. He was about 45, of middle height, with hair just turning gray. He was disgustingly close-shaven, except for 2 little neatly trimmed gray whiskers, like sausages, one on each side of his extremely flat and spiteful-looking face. He was, of course, dull, solemn, and taciturn, and even conceited, as such nonentities always are. He looked at me very attentively, but he did not say a word. Lambert was so stupid that though he sat us down at the same table together, he did not think it necessary to introduce us, and so he may well have taken me for one of the blackmailers associated with Lambert. To the 2 young men, who arrived almost simultaneously with us, he did not address a single word during the whole of dinner, but it was evident that he knew them well. He talked only to Lambert, and then almost in a whisper, and indeed Lambert did most of the talking, and the pockmarked man confined himself to fragmentary and wrathful ejaculations, which sounded like an ultimatum. He behaved superciliously, was ill-humored and sarcastic, while Lambert, on the other hand, was extremely excited, and was evidently trying to persuade him all the time, probably urging him on to some undertaking. On one occasion I put out my hand to take a bottle of red wine. The pockmarked man immediately took a bottle of sherry and handed it to me, though he had not said a word to me till then. "Try this," he said, offering me the bottle. I guessed on the spot that he, too, knew everything in the world about me, my story, and my name, and perhaps the fact that Lambert was counting upon me. The idea that he was taking me for a satellite maddened me again, and Lambert's face betrayed an intense and very stupid uneasiness when the pockmarked man addressed me. The latter noticed it and laughed. There's no doubt that Lambert depends on all of them, I thought, hating him at that instant with my whole soul. In this way, though we were sitting at the same table throughout the whole dinner, we were divided into two groups: the pock-marked man with Lambert facing each other close to the window, while I was beside the grubby Andreyev, and Trishatov sat facing me. Lambert hurried on the dinner, continually urging the waiters to make haste with the dishes. When the champagne was brought, he held out his glass to me. "To your health! Let's clink glasses," he said, breaking off his conversation with the pock-marked man. "And will you let me clink with you too?" said the pretty youth, holding out his glass across the table. Till the champagne arrived, he had been very silent and seemed pensive. The Dade said nothing at all, but sat silent and ate a great deal. "With pleasure," I answered Trishatov. We clinked glasses and drank. "But I'm not going to drink your health," observed the Dade, turning to me. "Not because I desire your death, but so that you may not drink any more here today." He spoke gloomily and ponderously. "3 glasses is enough for you. I see you are looking at my unwashed fist," he went on, putting his fist on the table. "I don't wash it, but as it is, I put it at Lambert's service for smashing other people's heads when he's in a tight place." And saying this, he brought down his fist on the table with such force that he set all the plates and glasses rattling. Besides us, there were people dining at 4 other tables, all of them officers or gentlemen of dignified appearance. It was a fashionable restaurant. All broke off their conversation for a moment and looked round to our corner, and indeed I fancied we had attracted curiosity for some time past. Lambert flushed crimson. "Ah, he's at it again! I thought I had asked you to behave yourself, Nikolay Semyonovitch," he said to Andreyev in a furious whisper. The latter gave him a prolonged stare. "I don't want my new friend Dolgorouki to drink a great deal here today." Lambert flushed more hotly than ever. The pock-marked man listened in silence, but with evident pleasure. Andreyev's behavior seemed to please him for some reason. I was the only one who did not understand why I was not to drink much wine. "He says that because he's only just had some money. You shall have another 7 rubles directly after dinner. Only do let us have dinner. Don't disgrace us," Lambert hissed at him. "Aha!" the Dade growled triumphantly. At this the pock-marked man was absolutely delighted, and he sniggered spitefully. "Listen, you really—" began Trishatov to his friend with uneasiness and almost distress in his voice, evidently anxious to restrain him. Andreyev subsided, but not for long. That was not his intention. Just across the table, 5 paces from us, 2 gentlemen were dining, engaged in lively conversation. Both were middle-aged gentlemen, who looked extremely conscious of their own dignity. One was tall and very stout. The other was also very stout, but short. They were discussing in Polish the events of the day in Paris. For some time past, the Dade had been watching them inquisitively and listening to their talk. The short Pole evidently struck him as a comic figure, and he promptly conceived an aversion for him, after the manner of envious and splenetic people who often take such sudden dislikes for no reason whatever. Suddenly the short Pole pronounced the name of the deputy, Madère de Mongeau, but, as so many Poles do, he pronounced it with an accent on the syllable before the last, instead of on the last syllable. This was enough for the Dade. He turned to the Poles, and, drawing up himself with dignity, he suddenly articulated loudly and distinctly, as though addressing a question to them: "Madère de Mongeau?" The Poles turned to him savagely. "What do you want?" the tall, stout Pole shouted threateningly to him in Russian. The Dade paused. "Ma dear de mon jo," he repeated suddenly again, to be heard by the whole room, giving no sort of explanation, just as he had stupidly set upon me at the door with the reiterated question, "Dolgarauki." The Poles jumped up from their seats. Lambert leapt up from the table and rushed to Andreyev, but, leaving him, darted up to the Poles and began making cringing apologies to them. "They are buffoons, pani, they are buffoons," the little Pole repeated contemptuously, as red as a carrot with indignation. "Soon it will be impossible to come." There was a stir all over the room, too, and a murmur of disapproval, though laughter was predominant. "Come out, please, come along," Lambert muttered, completely disconcerted, doing his utmost to get Andreyev out of the room. The latter, looking searchingly at Lambert, and judging that he would now give the money, agreed to follow him. Probably he had already extorted money from Lambert by the same kind of disgraceful behavior. Trishatov seemed about to run after them too, but he looked at me and checked himself. "Ah, how horrid!" he said, hiding his eyes with his slender fingers. "Very horrid," whispered the pock-marked man, looking really angry at last. Meanwhile, Lambert came back looking quite pale, and gesticulating eagerly, began whispering something to the pock-marked man. The latter listened disdainfully, and meanwhile ordered the waiter to make haste with the coffee. He was evidently in a hurry to get off. And yet the whole affair had only been a schoolboyish prank. Trishatov got up with his cup of coffee and came and sat down beside me. "I am very fond of him," he said to me with a face as open as though he had been talking to me like this all his life. "You can't imagine how unhappy Andreyev is. He has wasted all his sister's dowry on eating and drinking, and in fact all they had he spent on eating and drinking during the year he was in the service, and I see now he worries. And as for his not washing, it's just through despair. And he has awfully strange ideas. He'll tell you, all of a sudden, that he's both a scoundrel and an honest man, that it's all the same and no difference, and that there's no need to do anything, either good or bad, they are just the same. One may do good or bad, but that the best of all is to be still, not taking off one's clothes for a month at a time, to eat and drink and sleep and nothing else. But believe me, he only says that. And do you know, I really believe he played the fool like this just now to break off with Lambert once for all. He spoke of it yesterday. Would you believe it, sometimes at night, or when he has been sitting long alone, he begins to cry. And do you know, when he cries, it's different from anyone else. He howls. He howls in an awful way, and you know it's even more pitiful. And he's such a big, strong fellow, and then all of a sudden, to see him howling, it is sad, poor fellow, isn't it? I want to save him, though I am a wretched, hopeless scamp myself, you wouldn't believe. Will you let me in, Dolgoruki, if I ever come and see you? Oh, do come, I really like you. What for? Well, thank you. Listen, will you drink another glass? Oh, but after all, you'd better not. He was right when he said you had better not drink any more. He suddenly gave me a significant wink. But I'll drink it all the same. I have nothing now, but would you believe it? I can't hold myself back in anything. If you were to tell me I must not dine at a restaurant again, I should be ready to do anything, simply to dine there. Oh, we genuinely want to be honest, I assure you, but we keep putting it off. And the years pass by, and the best of our years. I am awfully afraid that he will hang himself. He'll go and do it without telling anyone. He's like that. They are all hanging themselves nowadays. Why, I don't know. Perhaps there are a great many people like us. I, for instance, can't exist without money to spend. Luxuries matter a great deal more to me than necessities. I say, are you fond of music? I'm awfully fond of it. I'll play you something when I come and see you. I play very well on the piano, and I studied music a very long time. I've studied seriously. If I were to compose an opera, do you know I should take the subject from Faust? I'm very fond of that subject. I'm always making up a scene in the cathedral, just imagining it in my head, I mean. The Gothic cathedral, the interior, the choirs, the hymns. Gretchen enters, and medieval singing, you know, so that you can hear the 15th century in it. Gretchen overwhelmed with grief, to begin with a recitative subdued but terrible, full of anguish. The choirs thunder on, gloomily, sternly, callously. Dies irae, dies illa. And all of a sudden, the voice of the devil, the song of the devil. He is unseen. There is only his song, side by side with the hymns, mingling with the hymns, almost melting into them, but at the same time quite different from them. That must be managed somehow. The song is prolonged, persistent. It must be a tenor. It must be a tenor. It begins softly, tenderly. Do you remember, Gretchen, when you were innocent, when you were a child, you came with your mother to this cathedral and lisped your prayers from an old prayer book? But the song gets louder and louder, more intense, on higher notes. There's a sound of tears in them, misery unceasing and hopeless, and finally despair. There's no forgiveness, Gretchen. There's no forgiveness for you here. Gretchen tries to pray, but only cries of misery rise up from her soul. You know when the breast is convulsed with tears, but Satan's song never ceases, and pierces deeper and deeper into the soul like a spear. It gets higher and higher, and suddenly breaks off almost in a shriek. The end to all, accursed one! Gretchen falls on her knees, clasps her hands before her, and then comes her prayer, something very short, semi-recitative, but naive, entirely without ornament, something medieval in the extreme. 4 lines, only 4 lines altogether. Stradella has some such notes. And at the last note she swoons. General confusion. She is picked up, carried out, and then the choir thunders forth. It is, as it were, a storm of voices, a hymn of inspiration, of victory, overwhelming, something in the style of our "Borne on high by angels," so that everything is shaken to its foundations, and it all passes into the triumphant cry of exultation, Hosanna, as though it were the cry of the whole universe, and it rises and rises, and then the curtain falls. Yes, you know, if only I could, I should have done something. Only I can never do anything now. I do nothing but dream. I am always dreaming. My whole life has turned into a dream. I dream at night, too. Ah, Dolgoruki, have you read Dickens' Old Curiosity Shop? Yes, why? Do you remember— Wait, I will have another glass. Do you remember there's one passage at the end when that mad old man and that charming girl of 13, his grandchild, take refuge after their fantastic flight, and wandering in some remote place in England, near a Gothic medieval church, and the little girl has received some post there, and shows the church to visitors. Then the sun is setting, and the child in the church porch, bathed in the last rays of light, stands and gazes at the sunset with gentle, pensive contemplation in her child's soul, a soul full of wonder as though before some mystery, for both alike are mysteries, the sun, the thought of God, and the church, the thought of man, aren't they? Oh, I don't know how to express it. Only God loves such first thoughts in children. While near her, on the step, the crazy old grandfather gazes at her with a fixed look. You know there's nothing special in it, in that picture of Dickens. There's absolutely nothing in it, but yet one will remember it all one's life, and it has survived for all Europe. Why? It's splendid. It's the innocence in it. And I don't know what there is in it, but it's fine. I used always to be reading novels when I was at school. Do you know I had a sister in the country only a year older than me? Oh, now it's all sold and we have no country place. I was sitting with her on the terrace under our old lime trees. We were reading that novel, and the sun was setting too. And suddenly we left off reading and said to one another that we would be kind too, that we would be good. I was then preparing for the university, and Dolgoruki, you know every man has his memories. And he suddenly let his pretty little head fall on my shoulder and burst out crying. I felt very sorry for him. It is true that he had drunk a great deal of wine, but he had talked to me so sincerely, so like a brother, with such feeling. Suddenly, at that instant, we heard a shout from the street, and there was a violent tapping at the window. There was a large plate glass window on the ground floor, so that anyone could tap on the window with his fingers from the street. This was the ejected Andreev. "Oh, hey, Lambert! Où est Lambert? Êtes-vous Lambert?" We heard his wild shout in the street. "Ah, yes, here he is. So he's not gone away," cried the boy, jumping up from his place. "Our account!" Lambert cried through his clenched teeth to the waiter. His hands shook with anger as he paid the bill, but the pock-marked man did not allow Lambert to pay for him. "Why not? Why, I invited you. You accepted my invitation." "No, excuse me." The pock-marked man pulled out his purse, and reckoning out his share, he paid separately. "You'll offend me, Semyon Sidorovitch." "That's what I wish," Semyon Sidorovitch snapped out, taking his hat, and without saying good-bye to anybody, he walked alone out of the room. Lambert tossed the money to the waiter and hurriedly ran after him, even forgetting my existence in his confusion. Trishatov and I walked out last of all. Andreev was standing like a post at the door, waiting for Trishatov. "You scoundrel!" cried Lambert, unable to restrain himself. "There, there!" Andreev grunted at him, and with one swing of his arm he knocked off his round hat, which went spinning along the pavement. Lambert flew abjectly to pick it up. 25 roubles. Andreev showed Trishatov the note, which he had just got from Lambert. "That's enough!" Trishatov shouted to him. "Why must you always make an uproar? And why have you wrung 25 roubles out of him? You only ought to have had 7. "Why did I wring it out of him? He promised us a private dinner with Athenian women, and instead of women he regaled us with the pock-marked man, and what's more, I did not finish my dinner, and I've been freezing here in the cold. It's certainly worth 18 roubles. He owed me 7, so that makes 25. "Go to the devil, both of you!" yelled Lambert. "I'll send you both packing. I'll pay you out." "Lambert, I'll send you packing. I'll pay you out," cried Andreev. "Adieu, mon prince. Don't drink any more wine. Petya, marchez. Ohé, Lambert. Où est Lambert? Êtes-vous Lambert?" he roared for the last time as he strode away. "So I shall come and see you, may I?" Trishatov murmured hurriedly, and hastened after his friend. I was left alone with Lambert. "Well, come along," he brought out, seeming stupefied and breathing with difficulty. "Where shall I come along? I'm not coming anywhere with you," I made haste to reply defiantly. "You're not coming?" he said, startled and apprehensive. "Why, I have only been waiting for us to be alone." "But where to go?" I must confess I too had a slight ringing in my head from the 3 glasses of champagne and the 2 wine glasses of sherry I had drunk. This way, do you see? But this is an oyster bar. You see, it is written up. It smells so horrid." "That's only because you have just had dinner. We won't have oysters, but I'll give you some champagne." "I don't want any. You want to make me drunk." "That's what they told you. They've been laughing at you. You believe blackguards like that?" "No, Trishatov's not a blackguard, but I know how to take care of myself, that's all." "So you've a will of your own, have you?" "Yes, I have a character. More than you have, for you're servile to everybody you meet. You disgraced us. You begged pardon of the Poles like a lackey. I suppose you've often been beaten in restaurants?" "But we must have a talk, you fool!" he cried, with the same contemptuous impatience, which almost implied, "What are you driving at?" "Why, you are afraid, aren't you? Are you my friend or not?" "I am not your friend, and you are a swindler. We'll go along simply to show you I'm not afraid of you. Oh, what a horrid smell! It smells of cheese. How disgusting!" End of Part 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Linda Johnson. Part 3, Chapter 6 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 6. I must beg the reader to remember again that I had a slight giddiness in my head. If it had not been for that, I should have acted and spoken differently. In the shop, in a back room, one could indeed have eaten oysters, and we sat down to a table covered with a filthy cloth. Lambert ordered champagne. A glass of cold wine of a golden color was set before me and seemed looking at me invitingly, but I felt annoyed. "You see, Lambert, what annoys me most is that you think you can order me about now as you used to do at Touchard's, while you are cringing upon everybody here." "You fool! Ay, let's clink glasses." "You don't even deign to keep up appearances with me. You might at least disguise the fact that you want to make me drunk." "You are talking rot, and you're drunk. You must drink some more, and you'll be more cheerful. Take your glass, take it." "Why do you keep on 'take it'? I am going, and that's the end of it." And I really did get up. He was awfully vexed. "It was Trishatov whispered that to you. I saw you whispering. You are a fool for that. Alphonsine is really disgusted if he goes near her. He's a dirty beast. I'll tell you what he's like." "You've told me already. You can talk of nothing but your Alphonsine. You're frightfully limited." "Limited?" He did not understand. "They've gone over now to that pockmarked fellow. That's what it is. That's why I sent them about their business. They're dishonest. That fellow's a blackguard, and he's corrupting them. I insisted that they should always behave decently." I sat still, and as it were, mechanically took my glass and drank a draught. "I'm ever so far ahead of you in education," I said, but he was only too delighted that I went on sitting there, and at once filled up my glass. "And you know you're afraid of them," I went on taunting him, and no doubt I was even nastier than he was at that moment. "Andreyev knocked your hat off, and you gave him 25 rubles for it." "I did give it him, but he'll pay me back. They are rebellious, but I'll be quits with them." "You are awfully upset by that pockmarked man. And do you know it strikes me that I'm the only one left you? All your hopes now are resting on me, aren't they?" "Yes, Arkasha, that is so. You are the only friend left me. You are right in saying that." He slapped me on the shoulder. What could be done with a man so crude? He was utterly obtuse, and took irony for serious praise. You could save me from bad things if you would be a good comrade, Arcady," he went on, looking at me caressingly. "In what way could I save you?" "You know yourself what it is. Without me, like a fool, you will certainly be stupid. But I'd get you 30,000, and we would go halves, and you know how. Why, think who you are. You're nothing. No name, no position, and here you'd win first prize straight off, and having such a fortune, you'll know how to make a career." I was simply astounded at this attack. I had taken for granted that he would dissemble, but he had begun upon it with such bluntness, such schoolboyish bluntness. I resolved to listen to him from a desire to be open-minded and from intense curiosity. "Look here, Lambert, you won't understand this, but I'm consenting to listen to you because I'm open-minded," I declared firmly, and again I took a gulp at my glass. Lambert at once filled it up. "I'll tell you what, Arcady. If a fellow like Boering had dared to abuse me and strike me in the presence of a lady I adored, I don't know what I should have done. But you put up with it. I'm ashamed of you. You're a poor creature." "How dare you say that Boering struck me?" I shouted, turning crimson. "It was more I struck him than he me." "No, it was he struck you, not you struck him." "You're lying. I trod on his foot too." "But he shoved you back, and told the footman to drag you away. And she sat and looked on from her carriage and laughed at you. She knows that you have no father, and that you can be insulted." "I don't understand this schoolboyish conversation, Lambert, and I'm ashamed of it. You are saying this to irritate me, and as crudely and as openly as though I were a boy of 16. You've been plotting with Anna Andreyevna," I cried, trembling with anger, and still mechanically sipping my wine. "Anna Andreyevna's a sly jade. She's humbugging you and me and all the world. I have been waiting for you because you can best finish off with that woman." "With what woman?" "With Madame Amakoff. I know all about it. You told me yourself that she's afraid of that letter you've got." "What letter? You're talking nonsense. Have you seen her?" I muttered in confusion. "Yes, I saw her. She's beautiful, très belle, and you've taste." "I know you've seen her, but you did not dare speak to her, and I wish you did not dare to speak of her either." "You're a boy, and she laughs at you, so there. We had a virtuous lady like that in Moscow. Oh, didn't she turn up her nose! But she began to tremble when we threatened that we would tell all we knew, and she knuckled under directly, and we got all we wanted both ways, money and— you understand. Now she's virtue unapproachable again in society. Phoo! My word, isn't she high and mighty, and hasn't she got a turnout? Ah, you should have seen that little back room it happened in. You've not lived, if only you knew the little back rooms they don't shrink from." "I've thought that," I could not help muttering. "They're corrupt to their very fingertips. You don't know what they're capable of. Alphonsine lived in a house like that, and she was disgusted." "I have thought of that," I chimed in again. "But they beat you, and you complain." "Lambert, you're a blackguard. You're a damned beast," I cried, suddenly pulling myself together and beginning to tremble. "I have dreamed all this. You were in it, and Anna Andreyevna. Oh, you damned brute! Did you really think I was such a scoundrel? I dreamed it because I knew that you would say this. And besides, all this can't be so simple that you can talk to me about it so simply and directly." "He is in a rage. Tut, tut, tut," Lambert drawled, laughing and triumphant. "Well, Arkasha, my boy, now I've found out all I wanted to know. That's why I was so eager to see you. Listen. You love her, I see, and want to revenge yourself on Boering.
That's what I wanted to find out. I've been suspecting it all this time while I've been waiting to see you. Ceci posé, cela change la question. And so much the better, for she loves you too. So you must marry her without a moment's delay. That's the best thing. You can't do anything else. That's your safest position. And then remember, Arcady, that you have a friend in me of whom you can make any use you like. And that friend will help you, and will marry you. I'll move heaven and earth, Arkasha. And you can give your old friend 30,000 for his trouble afterwards, eh? And I'll help you, don't doubt that. I know all the ins and outs of the business, and they shall give you the whole dowry, and you'll be a wealthy man with a career before you. Though my head was in a whirl, I looked at Lambert with wonder. He was in earnest, and not merely in earnest in what he said, but in believing in the possibility of my marrying. I could see that he thoroughly believed in it himself, and in fact caught at the idea with enthusiasm. I saw, of course, too, that he was entrapping me like a schoolboy. I certainly must have seen it even then. But the thought of marrying her so thrilled me that though I wondered how Lambert could believe in such a fantastic notion, yet at the same time I tried violently to believe in it myself, though I did not for an instant lose consciousness of the fact that it could not possibly come to pass. All this was mingled together at the same time. "But is it possible?" I faltered. "Why not? You will show her the letter. She'll be frightened and marry you to keep her money." I made up my mind not to stop Lambert in his vile suggestions, for he disclosed them to me with such simplicity, and did not suspect that I might be revolted by them. I did mutter, however, that I should not like to marry her simply by force. "I don't want to use force for anything. How can you be so base as to think me capable of it?" "Hoity-toity! Why, she'll marry you of her own accord. It won't be your doing. She'll be frightened and marry you herself. And she'll marry you because she loves you too," Lambert put in hastily. "That's a lie. You're laughing at me. How do you know she loves me?" "Of course she does. I know it. And Anna Andreevna assumes it. It's the truth in earnest. I'm telling you that Anna Andreevna assumes it. And I'll tell you something else when you come to me, and you'll see that she does love you. Alphonsine has been at Tsarskoe. She found out there—" "What could she find out there?" "You come back with me. She'll tell you herself, and it will please you. Why, aren't you as good as anybody? You are handsome. You are well educated." "Yes, I am well educated," I answered, hardly able to breathe. My heart was thumping, and, of course, not only from the wine. "You are handsome. You are well dressed." "Yes, I'm well dressed." "And you are good-natured." "Yes, I'm good-natured." "Why shouldn't she consent? Boring won't take her without money anyway, and you can deprive her of her money, so she'll be in a fright. You'll marry her and punish Boring. Why, you told me yourself that night after you were frozen that she was in love with you." "Can I have told you that?" "I'm sure I did not tell you that." "Yes, you did." "I was delirious when I said that. I suppose I told you of the letter too?" "Yes, you told me you had such a letter. I thought at the time, how can he let slip his luck if he has such a letter?" "It's all a mad idea, and I'm not so stupid as to believe it," I muttered. "To begin with, there's a difference in our ages, and besides, I've no surname." "But she'll marry you, though. She can't help marrying you when it's a question of so much money. I'll arrange that. And what's more, she loves you. You know that old prince is very well disposed to you. Through his protection, you know, you can form connections. And what does it matter if you have no name? Nowadays, nothing of that's necessary. Once you pocket the money, You'll get on and get on, and in 10 years' time you will be such a millionaire that all Russia will resound with your fame. So you won't need a name then. Why, you can buy a title in Austria. And when you get married, keep her well in hand. They want a firm hand. If a woman's in love, she likes to feel a man's got a tight grip on her. Women like will in a man. When you frighten her with the letter, from that hour you will show her you have strength of will. Ah, she'll say, he's so young and yet he has will. I sat, as it were, spellbound. I should never, with anyone else, have sunk to such an idiotic conversation, but in this case a sort of voluptuous craving drew me on to continue it. Besides, Lambert was so stupid and so low that no one could feel ashamed of anything before him. "No, do you know, Lambert," I said suddenly, "you may say what you like, but a great deal of this is absurd. I have been talking to you because we were schoolfellows, and we need not be ashamed of saying anything to one another, but I would not have demeaned myself to it with anyone else for any consideration. And, first of all, tell me why you keep repeating so positively that she's in love with me. That was quite good, what you said just now about having capital. But you see, Lambert, you don't know anything of good society. All this is still with them on the most patriarchal family system, so to say, and therefore, as so far she does not know my abilities and what a position I may achieve in the world, she'll be ashamed of me. But I won't conceal from you, Lambert, that there really is one point that might give one hope. You see, she might marry me from gratitude, because I might save her from a man she hates, and she is afraid of that man." "Ah, you mean your father? Why, is he so much in love with her?" Lambert said, pricking up his ears with peculiar curiosity. "Oh, no!" I cried. "And how horrid you are! And at the same time, how stupid, Lambert! Why, if he were in love with her, how could I want to marry her? After all, we are father and son. That would be shameful. He loves my mother, and I saw how he held her in his arms. I did think at one time he loved Katerina Nikolaevna, but now I know for certain that though he may once have loved her, he has hated her for a long time now, and wants to revenge himself on her. And she's afraid of him, for I tell you, Lambert, he is very terrible when he begins to revenge himself. He becomes almost insane. When he's in a rage with her, he doesn't stick at anything. This is a feud in the old style, on account of the loftiest principles. In our time we don't care a hang for any general principles. Nowadays there are no general principles, but only special cases. Oh, Lambert, you don't understand. You're as stupid as a post. I am talking to you about these principles, but I'm sure you don't understand. You are awfully uneducated. Do you remember you used to beat me? Now I'm stronger than you are. Do you know that? Arkasha, come home with me. We'll spend the evening and drink another bottle, and Alphonsine will sing to the guitar." "No, I am not coming. Listen, Lambert, I've got an idea. If I don't succeed and don't marry, I shall fall back on the idea. But you haven't an idea." All right, you shall tell me about it. Come along." "I am not coming," I said, getting up. "I don't want to, and I'm not coming. I shall come and see you, but you are a blackguard. I'll give you 30,000, but I am cleaner and better than you. I see you want to deceive me all round, but I forbid you even to think of her. She's above everyone, and your plan is so low that I really wonder at you, Lambert. I want to be married, that's a different matter, but I don't want money. I despise money. I wouldn't take it if she begged me to on her knees. But marriage, that's a different matter. But you know that was quite right what you said, that one ought to keep a tight hand on her. It's a good thing to love passionately, with all the generosity of which a man is capable, and which can never be found in a woman. But to be despotic is a good thing too. For, do you know, Lambert, a woman loves despotism. You understand woman, Lambert, but you are wonderfully stupid in everything else. And, do you know, Lambert, you are not at all such a blackguard as you seem. You're simple. I like you. Ah, Lambert, why are you such a rogue? What a jolly time we might have if you weren't. You know, Trishatov's a dear." These last incoherent phrases I muttered in the street. Oh, I set all this down in every trivial detail, that the reader may see that with all my enthusiasm and my vows and promises to reform, and to strive for seemliness, I was capable then of falling so easily and into such filth. And I swear that if I were not fully convinced that I am no longer the same, but have gained strength of character by practical life, I should not have confessed all this to the reader. We went out of the shop, and Lambert supported me slightly, putting his arm round me. Suddenly I looked at him, and saw in his fixed, terribly intent, and perfectly sober eyes the very same expression as I had seen that morning when I was frozen, and when he had led me to the cab with his arm round me in the same way, and listened, all eyes and ears, to my incoherent babble. Men who are drunk, but not quite hopelessly drunk, sometimes have moments of absolute soberness. "I'm not going home with you for anything," I declared firmly and coherently, looking at him sarcastically and putting aside his arm. "Come, nonsense! I'll tell Alphonsine to make tea for us. Come!" He was horribly confident that I should not get away. He put his arm round me and held me with a sort of relish, as his prey, and the prey was what he needed, of course, that evening and in that condition. It will be clear later why. "I'm not coming," I repeated. "Cab!" At that instant a sledge drove up and I jumped into it. "Where are you off to? What are you about?" yelled Lambert, clutching at my fur coat in extreme dismay. "And don't dare to follow me," I cried. "Don't drive after me." At that very instant the sledge started and my coat was torn out of Lambert's hands. "You'll come all the same," he shouted after me in an angry voice. "I shall come if I want to. I can do as I like," I retorted, turning round in the sledge. He did not follow me, of course, because there did not happen to be another sledge at hand, and I succeeded in getting out of his sight. I drove on as far as the Haymarket, and there I stopped and dismissed the sledge. I had a great desire to walk. I was not conscious of being tired or of being much intoxicated. I felt full of vigor. I was aware of a fresh flow of energy, of an exceptional readiness for any sort of enterprise, and of innumerable pleasant ideas in my brain. My heart was thudding violently and loudly. I could hear every beat. And everything seemed so charming, so easy. When I passed the sentry at the Haymarket, I felt inclined to go up and kiss him. There was a thaw. The marketplace was dingy and evil-smelling, but I was delighted even with the marketplace. I am in the Obuhovsky Prospect, I thought, and afterwards I shall turn to the left and come out in the Semyonovsky Polk. I shall take a short cut. That's delightful. It's all delightful. My coat is unbuttoned. How is it no one snatches it off? Where are the thieves? They say there are thieves in the Haymarket. Let them come. I might give them my fur coat. What do I want with a fur coat? A fur coat is property. La propriété, c'est le vol. But what nonsense, and how nice everything is. It's nice that the snow is melting. Why frost? There's no need of a frost at all. It's nice to talk nonsense, too. What was it I said to Lambert about principles? I said there were no general principles, but only special cases. That was stuff, utter stuff. And I said it on purpose, out of swagger. I am a little ashamed, but after all it doesn't matter. I'll make up for it. Don't be ashamed. Don't distress yourself, Arkady Makarovitch. Arkady Makarovitch, I like you. I like you very much. In fact, my young friend, it's a pity you're a little rascal. And, ah, yes, ah. I suddenly stood still, and my heart began to ache with ecstasy again. Good God, what was it he said? He said that she loves me. Oh, he is a scoundrel. He told a lot of lies. That was to make me stay the night with him. But perhaps not. He said Anna Andreevna thinks so too. Bah! But Darya Onisimovna might have found out something about it for him. She pokes her nose into everything. And why didn't I go to him? I should have found out everything. He has a plan, and I had a presentiment of it all, every bit of it. The dream. A bold scheme, Monsieur Lambert. Only let me tell you, it won't be so. Perhaps it will, though. Perhaps it will. And can he bring off my marriage? Perhaps he can. He is naive, and he believes it. He is stupid and impudent, like all practical people. Stupidity and impudence combined are a great force. But confess, you were really afraid of Lambert, Arkady Makarovitch. And what does he want with honest people? He says so seriously there isn't an honest man here. Why, what are you yourself? And what am I? Don't scoundrels need honest men? In swindling, honest men are more needed than anywhere. Ha ha ha! You did not know that till now, Arkady Makarovitch. You were so innocent. Good God, what if he really were to bring about my marriage? I stood still again. Here I must confess something stupid, as it is all so long ago. I must confess that I had long before been wishing to be married, at least not wishing, and it would never have happened, and I can guarantee it never will in the future, but more than once, a great many times in fact, I had dreamed how splendid it would be to be married, especially as I was falling asleep at night. I began to dream of it when I was about 16. I had a schoolfellow of my own age at the high school, called Lavrovsky, such a quiet, sweet, pretty boy, not particularly distinguished in any other way, however. I hardly ever talked to him. One day we happened to be sitting side by side, and he was very dreamy, and suddenly he said to me, "Ah, Dolgoruki, what do you think? We ought to be married now." Yes, really, when should we be married if not now? Now would be the very best time, and yet it's impossible. And he said that so frankly. And I agreed with it at once entirely, for I already had visions of something of the sort. For several days afterwards we met and talked, as it were, in secret, only of that, however. But afterwards, I don't know how it happened, but we left off talking to each other and drifted apart. And from that time I began to dream of marriage. This, of course, would not have been worth mentioning, only I wanted to show how far back this feeling sometimes goes. There is only one serious objection, I mused as I went on again. Oh, of course, the trivial difference in our ages is no real obstacle, but she is such an aristocrat, and I am simply Dolgoruki. It's awfully horrid. Couldn't Versilov marry mother and petition the government for me to be legitimized as a reward for his services, so to say? He's been in the service, so must have rendered services. He was a mediator at the emancipation. Oh, damn it all, how loathsome! I suddenly uttered this exclamation and stood still for the third time, but this time I felt as though I had been crushed to the earth. The agonizing feeling of humiliation from the consciousness that I could desire anything so shameful as the change of my surname by being legitimized, this treachery to my whole childhood, all this in one flash shattered my previous mood, and all my joyfulness was dissipated like smoke. No, I'll never tell that to anyone, I thought, turning crimson. I've sunk so low because I'm in love and stupid. No, if Lambert is right in anything, it is that nowadays, in our age, the man is what matters, and afterwards his money. Or rather not his money, but rather his property. With a capital like that, I would throw myself into the idea, and all Russia would ring with my fame in 10 years, and I would revenge myself on them all. And there's no need to stand on ceremony with her. Lambert's right there. She'll be frightened and simply marry me. She'll consent in the simplest and most abject way and marry me. You don't know in what little back room that happened. I remembered Lambert's words. That's true, I went on musing. Lambert's right in everything, 1,000 times more right than Versilov, and I and all the idealists. He is a realist. She shall see that I have strength of will, and she will say, he has will. Lambert's a scoundrel, and all he wants is to get 30,000 out of me. And yet he is the only friend I have. There is no other sort of friendship, and there can be no other. That's all been invented by unpractical people. And I shan't even be degrading her. Shall I be degrading her? Not in the least. All women are like that. Are there any women who are not abject? That's why she must have a man over her. That's why she's created a subordinate creature. Woman is vice and temptation, and man is honor and generosity. So it will be to the end of time. And what if I do mean to use that document? That does not matter. That does not prevent honor or generosity. Pure, unadulterated Schillers don't exist. They are invented. It does not matter if one has to pass through filth to get there, as long as the goal is magnificent. It will all be washed off. It will all be smoothed away afterwards. And now it's only breadth. It's only life. It's only vital truth. That's what it is called nowadays.
Oh, I repeat again, I must be forgiven for recording all my drunken ravings at the time. Of course, this is only the essence of what I thought then, but I fancy I used those very words. I was bound to record them because I have sat down to write in order to condemn myself. And what is to be condemned if not that? Can there be anything graver in my life? Wine is no justification. In vino veritas. Entirely absorbed in such dreams, I did not notice that I had reached home, that is, mother's lodgings. I did not even notice going in, but as soon as I slipped into our tiny entrance, I realized at once that something unusual was happening. There were loud voices and outcries in the room, and I could hear that mother was crying. In the doorway I almost fell over Lukerya, who was running from Makar Ivanovitch's room to the kitchen. I flung down my fur coat and went in to Makar Ivanovitch, for they were all gathered together in his room. There I found mother and Versilov. Mother was supported in his arms, and he was pressing her to his heart. Makar Ivanovitch was sitting as usual on his little bench, but he seemed overcome with weakness, and Liza had her arms round his shoulders and with an effort was holding him up, and it was evident that he was on the point of falling. I took a rapid step towards him and realized with a shudder that the old man was dead. He had only just died 1 minute before I arrived. Only 10 minutes before he had felt just as usual. No one was with him then but Liza. She had been sitting with him, telling her grief, and he had been stroking her head just as he had done the day before. Suddenly he began to tremble, Liza told us, tried to stand up, tried to cry out, and began falling on his left side, and was silent. "Rupture of the heart," said Versilov. Liza uttered a scream that could be heard all over the house, and they had all run in at once, and all that only the minute before I came in. "Arkady," Versilov cried, "run instantly to Tatiana Pavlovna. She's sure to be at home. Ask her to come at once. Take a sledge. Make haste, I entreat you."
His eyes were shining. I remember that clearly. I did not notice in his face anything like simple pity, anything like tears. The others, mother, Liza, and Luceria, were crying. I was struck, on the contrary, and I remember this very well, by a look of unusual excitement, almost of elation, in his face. I ran for Tatiana Pavlovna. It was not far to go, as the reader knows already. I did not take a sledge, but ran all the way without stopping. My mind was in confusion, and yet there was something almost like elation in my heart too. I realized something momentous was happening. Every trace of drunkenness had disappeared completely, and with it every ignoble thought by the time I was ringing at Tatiana Pavlovna's door. The Finnish cook opened the door. "Not at home," she said, and would have shut it at once. "Not at home!" I cried, and rushed headlong into the passage. "Impossible! Makar Ivanovitch is dead!" What?" I heard Tatiana Pavlovna cry out in her drawing room through the closed door. "He is dead! Makar Ivanovitch is dead! Andrei Petrovitch begs you to go this minute." "What nonsense you're talking!" The bolt clicked, but the door only opened an inch. "What has happened? Tell me." "I don't know. He was dead when I arrived. Andrei Petrovitch says it's rupture of the heart." "I'll come at once, this minute. Run and tell them I'm coming. Run along, run along, run along. What are you stopping for?" But through the half-opened door I had distinctly seen someone come suddenly out from behind the curtain that screened Tatiana Pavlovna's bed, and that someone was standing at the back of the room behind Tatiana Pavlovna. Mechanically and instinctively I clutched at the lock and would not let the door be shut. "Arkady Makarovitch, is it really true that he's dead?" I heard a soft, smooth, ringing voice, a well-known voice that thrilled everything in my heart at once. In the question was a note of some emotion that deeply stirred her heart. "Oh, if that's how it is!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, abandoning the door. "If that's how it is, you may settle it to please yourself. It's your own doing." She ran full speed out of the flat, flinging on her kerchief and her fur coat as she went downstairs. We were left alone. I threw off my fur coat, took a step forward, and shut the door. She stood before me as she had done that time before, with a bright face, and just as she had done then, she held out both hands to me. As though I had been struck down, I literally fell at her feet. I was beginning to cry, I don't know why. I don't remember how she made me sit down beside her. I only remember, as one of my most precious memories, that we sat side by side, hand in hand, and talked eagerly. She was questioning me about the old man and his death, and I was telling her about him, so that it might have been supposed that I had been crying over Makar Ivanovitch, though that would have been the acme of absurdity, and I know that she could not possibly have suspected me of such childish banality. All at once I pulled myself together and felt ashamed. I imagine now that I cried simply from joy, and I believe she knew that perfectly well, so that my heart is quite at rest when I remember it. It suddenly struck me as very strange that she should go on questioning me about Makar Ivanovitch. "Why, did you know him?" I asked in surprise. "Yes. I have never seen him, but he has played a part in my life too. I was told a great deal about him at one time by that man whom I fear. You know what man I mean. All I know is that that man has been in the past much nearer to your heart than you told me before," I said. I don't know what I meant to express by this, but I spoke as it were reproachfully and with a frown. "You say he was kissing your mother just now, holding her in his arms? You saw that yourself?" She did not hear what I said, but went on cross-examining me. "Yes, I saw it, and believe me," I hastened to assure her, seeing her joy, "it was with true and generous feeling." God grant it, she said, crossing herself. Now he is set free. That admirable old man simply held his life in bondage. His death will mean for him a renewal of duty and dignity as they were renewed once before. Oh, he is before all things generous. He will give peace of heart to your mother, whom he loves more than anything on earth, and will at last be at peace himself, and thank God it's high time. He is dear to you? Yes, very dear, though not in the way he would have liked to be, and you mean by your question. And is it for yourself or for him that you are afraid now? I asked suddenly. Oh, these are deep questions. Let us leave them. Let us leave them, of course. But I knew nothing of this, nor of too much else, perhaps. But may you be right. Now everything will begin anew, and if anyone is to be renewed, it's I first of all. I have been base in my thoughts in regard to you, Katerina Nikolaevna, and not more than an hour ago, perhaps, I was guilty of a low action in regard to you. But do you know, I am sitting beside you, and feel no pang of conscience. For everything now is over, and everything is beginning anew, and the man who was plotting vileness against you an hour ago I don't know, and don't want to know. Come, calm yourself, she smiled. One would think you were a little delirious. And how can one condemn oneself beside you, whether one is good or vile? You are as far beyond one as the sun. Tell me, how could you come out to me after all that's happened? Oh, if only you knew what happened only an hour ago, and what a dream has come true. I expect I know all that, she smiled softly. You have just been wanting to punish me in some way. You swore to ruin me, and would certainly have killed, or at least have beaten anyone who had dared to say one word against me. Oh, she smiled and jested, but this was only from her excessive kindness, for her heart, at that moment, as I realized later, was full of such an immense anxiety of her own, such a violent, overmastering emotion, that she can only have talked to me and have answered my foolish, irritating questions. She can only have done that as one sometimes answers the persistent prattle of a little child, simply to get rid of it. I understood that dully and felt ashamed, but I could not help persisting. No, I cried, unable to control myself. No, I did not kill the man who spoke ill of you. I encouraged him instead. Oh, for goodness sake, please don't. There's no need to tell me anything, she said, suddenly putting out her hand to stop me, with a look of compassion in her face. But I leapt up from my seat and was standing before her to tell her everything, and if I had told her, nothing of what happened afterwards would have happened, for it would certainly have ended in my confessing everything and returning the document to her. But she suddenly laughed. There is no need of anything, no facts at all. I know all your misdoings. I'm ready to bet that you meant to marry me or something of that sort, and you have only just been plotting about it with someone, with some accomplice, some old school friend. Why, I believe I've guessed right, she cried, looking gravely at my face. What? How could you guess? I faltered like a fool, tremendously impressed. Well, what next? But that's enough, that's enough. I forgive you, but no more about it. She waved her hand again with unmistakable impatience. I am given to dreaming myself, and if you only knew what shifts I have recourse to in my dreams when I let myself go. That's enough, you make me forget what I was going to say. I am very glad that Tatiana Pavlovna has gone away. I have been very anxious to see you, and we could not have talked as we are doing before her. I believe I was to blame for what happened. I was, of course I was. You to blame? But I had betrayed you to him, and what can you have thought of me? I've been thinking of that all this time, all these days. I've been thinking and feeling about it every minute. It was not a lie. "There was no need for you to distress yourself so much. I quite understood at the time how it had all happened. You simply spoke too freely in your joy, and told him that you were in love with me, and that that I listened to you. Just what you would do at 20. You love him more than anyone in the world, don't you? And look to him to be your friend, your ideal? I quite understood that, but it was too late. Oh, yes, I was to blame. I ought to have sent for you at the time and have set your mind at rest, but I felt annoyed, and I told them not to admit you. That's what led to the scene at the entrance, and then that night. And do you know, like you, I've been dreaming all this time of meeting you secretly, only I did not know how to arrange it. And what do you suppose I dreaded more than anything? That you would believe what he said against me." "Never!" I cried. "The memory of our meetings in the past is dear to me. The boy in you is very dear to me. And perhaps, too, that very sincerity. You know I'm a very serious person. I am one of the most serious and gloomy characters among modern women, let me tell you. We'll have another talk sometime, but now I'm not quite myself. I am upset, and I believe I'm a little hysterical. But at last, he will let me, too, live in peace." This exclamation broke from her unconsciously. I understood it at once, and did not want to catch it up, but I trembled all over. "He knows I've forgiven him!" she exclaimed suddenly, again as though to herself. "Could you really forgive him that letter? And how could he tell that you forgave him?" I could not help exclaiming. "How could he tell? Oh, he knows," she went on answering me, yet she looked as though she had forgotten my existence and were talking to herself. "He has come to his senses now. And how could he not know that I forgave him when he knows every secret of my soul by heart? Why, he knows that I am a little after his kind myself." "You?" "Why, yes, he knows that. Oh, I'm not passionate, I'm calm, but like him, I should like all men to be fine. Of course there was something made him love me." "How could he say that you had all the vices?" "He only said that. He has another secret in his heart. And didn't he write an awfully funny letter?" "Funny?" I was listening to her with strained attention. I imagined that she really was hysterical, and was speaking, perhaps, not for my benefit. But I could not resist the question. "Oh, yes, funny, and how I should have laughed if I hadn't been frightened. Though I'm not such a coward, don't think it. But I didn't sleep all night after that letter. It seemed written in blood and frenzy. And after such a letter, what was left to come? I love life. I'm horribly afraid for my life. I'm horribly cowardly in that. Ah, listen," she cried, suddenly darting at me. "Go to him. He's alone now. He can't be there still. Most likely he's gone off somewhere alone. Make haste and find him. You must make haste. Run to him. Show him that you are his son and love him. Prove that you are the dear, kind boy, my student whom Oh, God give you happiness. I love nobody, and it is better so, but I want everyone to be happy. Everyone, and him above all. And let him know that. At once. I should be very glad." She got up and suddenly disappeared behind the curtain. At that instant tears were shining on her face, hysterical after her laughter. I remained alone, agitated and confused. I was completely at a loss to what to ascribe such emotion in her, an emotion which I never should have suspected. Something seemed to be clutching at my heart. I waited 5 minutes, 10. The profound silence suddenly struck me, and I ventured to peep out of the door and to call. In answer to my call, Maria appeared and informed me in the most stolid tone that the lady had put on her things long, long ago, and gone out by the back way. End of Part 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Part 3, Chapter 7, of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 7. 1. This was enough for me. I snatched up my fur coat, and throwing it on as I went, I rushed off with the thought, "She's bade me go to him, but where shall I find him?" But together with everything else I was struck by the question, why does she suppose that something has happened, and that now he will leave her in peace? Of course, because he will marry Mother. But what is she feeling? Is she glad that he will marry Mother, or is she unhappy about it? And was that why she was hysterical? Why is it I can't get to the bottom of it? I note this second thought that flashed upon me, literally, in order to record it. It is important. That evening was a momentous one, and really one is forced to believe in predestination. I had not gone 100 steps in the direction of Mother's lodging when I came across the man I was looking for. He clutched me by the shoulder and stopped me. "It's you!" he cried joyfully, and at the same time with the greatest astonishment. "Only fancy, I've been at your lodgings," he began quickly. "I have been looking for you. I've been asking for you. You are the one person I want in the whole universe. Your landlord told me some extraordinary tale, but you weren't there, and I came away and even forgot to tell him to ask you to run round to me at once. And would you believe it, I set off nevertheless, with the positive conviction that fate could not fail to send you to me now when most I need you. And here you are, the first person to meet me. Come home with me. You've never been to my rooms." In fact, we had been looking for each other, and something of the same sort had happened to each of us. We walked very rapidly. On the way he uttered only a few brief phrases, telling me he had left Mother with Tatiana Pavlovna, and so on. He walked holding my arm. His lodging was not far off, and we soon arrived. I had, in fact, never been to these rooms of his. It was a small flat of 3 rooms, which he had taken, or rather Tatiana Pavlovna had taken simply for that tiny baby. The flat had always been under Tatiana Pavlovna's supervision, and in it had been installed a nurse with the baby, and now Darya Onissimovna, too. But there had always been a room there for Versilov, the outermost of 3, a fairly good and spacious room, snugly furnished, like a study for literary pursuits. On the table, on the shelves, and on a what-not, there were numbers of books, while at Mother's there were none at all. There were manuscripts and bundles of letters. In fact, it all looked snug and as though it had been long inhabited. And I know that in the past Versilov has sometimes, though not very often, moved into this flat altogether, and had stayed there even for weeks at a time. The first thing that caught my attention was a portrait of Mother that hung over the writing table, a photograph in a magnificent carved frame of rare wood, obviously taken abroad and, judging from its size, a very expensive one. I had never heard of this portrait and knew nothing of it before, and what struck me most of all was the likeness which was remarkable in a photograph, the spiritual truth of it, so to say. In fact, it looked more like a real portrait by the hand of an artist than a mere mechanical print. When I went in, I could not help stopping before it at once. "Isn't it? Isn't it?" Versilov repeated behind me, meaning, "Isn't it like?" I glanced at him and was struck by the expression of his face. He was rather pale, but there was a glowing and intense look in his eyes which seemed shining with happiness and strength. I had never seen such an expression on his face. "I did not know that you loved Mother so much," I blurted out, suddenly delighted. He smiled blissfully, though in his smile there was a suggestion of something like a martyr's anguish. or rather something humane and lofty. I don't know how to express it. But highly developed people, I fancy, can never have triumphantly and complacently happy faces. He did not answer, but taking the portrait from the rings with both hands, brought it close to him, kissed it, and gently hung it back on the wall. "Observe," he said, "photographs very rarely turn out to good likenesses, and that one can easily understand. The originals, that is, all of us, are very rarely like ourselves. Only on rare occasions does a man's face express his leading quality, his most characteristic thought. The artist studies the face and divines its characteristic meaning, though at the actual moment when he's painting, it may not be in the face at all. Photography takes a man as he is, and it is extremely possible that at moments Napoleon would have turned out stupid and Bismarck tender. Here in this portrait, by good luck, the sun caught Sonia in her characteristic moment of modest general love and rather wild shrinking chastity. And how happy she was when at last she was convinced that I was so eager to have her portrait. Though that photograph was taken not so long ago, still, she was younger then and handsomer. Yet even then she had those hollow cheeks, those lines on her forehead, that shrinking timidity in her eyes, which seems to gain upon her with the years and increase as time goes on. Would you believe it, dear boy? I can scarcely picture her now with a different face, and yet you know she was once young and charming. Russian women go off quickly. Their beauty is only a passing gleam. And this is not only due to racial peculiarity, but is because they are capable of unlimited love. The Russian woman gives everything at once when she loves. The moment and her whole destiny and the present and the future. She does not know how to be thrifty. She keeps nothing hidden in reserve, and their beauty is quickly consumed upon him whom they love. Those hollow cheeks, they too were once a beauty that has been consumed on me, on my brief amusement. You are glad that I love your mother, and perhaps you didn't believe that I did love her? Yes, my dear, I did love her very much, but I've done her nothing but harm. Here is another portrait. Look at that, too." He took it from the table and handed it to me. It, too, was a photograph, a great deal smaller, in a thin, oval, wooden frame. It was the face of a young girl, thin and consumptive, and at the same time very good-looking, dreamy and yet strangely lacking in thought. The features were regular, of the type suggesting the pampering of generations, but it left a painful impression. It looked as though some fixed idea had taken possession of this creature and was torturing her, just because it was too much for her strength. That is the girl you meant to marry, and who died of consumption. Her stepdaughter? I said rather timidly. Yes, I meant to marry her. She died of consumption, her stepdaughter. I knew that you knew all that gossip, though you could have known nothing about it but the gossip. Put the portrait down, my boy. That was a poor, mad girl and nothing more. Really mad? Or imbecile? I think she was mad, though. She had a child by Prince Sergei. It came about through madness, not through love. It was one of Prince Sergei's most scoundrelly actions. The child is here now in the next room, and I've long wanted to show it to you. Prince Sergei has never dared come here to look at the child. That was the compact I made with him abroad. I took the child to bring up with your mother's permission. With your mother's permission, I meant at the time to marry that unhappy creature." "Could such permission have been possible?" I protested warmly. "Oh, yes, she allowed it. Jealousy could only have been felt of a woman, and that was not a woman." "Not a woman to anyone but mother. I shall never in my life believe that mother was not jealous," I cried. "And you're right. I guessed it was so when everything was over, that is, when she had given her permission. But enough of that. It all came to nothing through Lydia's death, and perhaps it wouldn't have come off if she had lived. And even now I don't let mother come to see the child. It was only an episode. My dear boy, I've been looking forward to having you here for ever so long. I've been dreaming of how we should get to know each other here. Do you know how long? For the last 2 years." He looked at me sincerely and truthfully, and with a warmth of heart in which there was no reserve. I gripped his hand. "Why have you put it off? Why did you not invite me long ago? If only you knew all that has been, which would not have been if only you had sent for me earlier." At that instant the samovar was brought in, and Darya Onisimovna suddenly brought in the baby asleep. "Look at it," said Versalov. "I am fond of it, and I told them to bring it in now that you might look at it. Well, take it away again. Darya Onisimovna, sit down to the samovar. I shall imagine that we have always lived together like this, and that we've been meeting every evening with no parting before us. Let me look at you. There, sit like this, that I can see your face. How I love your face. How I used to imagine your face when I was expecting you from Moscow. You ask why I did not send for you long ago? Wait a little. Perhaps you will understand that now. Can it be that it's only that old man's death that has set your tongue free? That's strange." But though I said that, I looked at him with love. We talked like two friends in the highest and fullest sense of the word. He had asked me to come here to make something clear to me, to tell me something, to justify himself. And yet everything was explained and justified before a word was said. Whatever I might hear from him now, the result was already attained, and we both knew that, and were happy, and looked at each other knowing it. "It's not the death of that old man," he answered. "It's not his death alone. There is something else, too, which has happened at the same time. God bless this moment and our future for a long time to come. Let us talk, my dear boy. I keep wandering from the point and letting myself be drawn off. I want to speak about one thing, but I launch into 1,000 side issues. It's always like that when the heart is full. But let us talk. The time has come, and I've been in love with you, boy, for ever so long." He sank back in the armchair and looked at me once more. "How strange it is to hear that! How strange it is!" I repeated in an ecstasy of delight. And then I remembered there suddenly coming into his face that habitual line, as it were, of sadness and mockery together, which I knew so well. He controlled himself, and with a certain stiffness began. 2. "You see, Arkady, if I had asked you to come earlier, what should I have said to you? That question is my whole answer." "You mean that now you are mother's husband and my father, while then you did not know what to say to me before about the social position. Is that it?" "Not only about that, dear boy. I should not have known what to say to you. There was so much I should have had to be silent about. Much that was absurd, indeed, and humiliating, because it was like a mountebank performance. Yes, a regular show at a fair. Come, how could we have understood each other before, when I've only understood myself today at 5 o'clock this afternoon, just 2 hours before Makar Ivanovitch's death? You look at me with unpleasant perplexity. Don't be uneasy. I will explain the facts, but what I have just said is absolutely true. My whole life has been lost in mazes and perplexity, and suddenly they are all solved on such a day at 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's quite mortifying, isn't it? A little while ago I should have really felt mortified." I was listening indeed with painful wonder. That old expression of Versalov's, which I should have liked not to meet that evening after what had been said, was strongly marked. Suddenly I exclaimed, "My God, you've received something from her at 5 o'clock this afternoon?" He looked at me intently, and was evidently struck at my exclamation, and perhaps at my expression. "From her." "You shall know all about it," he said, with a dreamy smile. "And of course I shall not conceal from you anything you ought to know, for that's what I brought you here for. But let us put that off for a time. You see, my dear boy, I knew long ago that there are children who brood from their earliest years over their family through being humiliated by the unseemliness of their surroundings and of their parents' lives. I noticed these brooding natures while I was still at school, and I concluded then that it all came from their being prematurely envious. Though I was myself a brooding child, yet, excuse me, my dear, I'm wonderfully absent-minded. I only meant to say that almost all this time I have been continually uneasy about you. I always imagined you one of those little creatures doomed to solitude, though conscious of being gifted. Like you, I was never fond of my schoolfellows. It is sad for those natures who are flung back on their own resources and dreams, especially when they have a passionate, premature, and almost vindictive longing for seemliness. Yes, vindictive. But enough, dear boy. I'm wandering from the point. Before I had begun to love you, I was picturing you in your solitary wild dreams. But enough. I've actually forgotten what I had begun to speak about. But all this had to be said, however. But what could I have said to you before? Now I see your eyes looking at me, and I feel it's my son looking at me. Why, even yesterday I could not have believed that I should ever be sitting and talking to my boy as I am today. He certainly did seem unable to concentrate his mind, and at the same time he seemed, as it were, softened. I have no need to dream and brood now. It's enough for me now that I have you. I will follow you, I said, dedicating myself to him with my whole heart. Follow me? But my wanderings are just over. They have ended today. You are too late, my dear boy. Today is the end of the last act, and the curtain has gone down. This last act has dragged on long. It began very long ago, the last time I rushed off abroad. I threw up everything then. And you must know, my dear, I broke off all relations for good with your mother, and told her I was doing so myself. That you ought to know. I told her then I was going away forever, that she would never see me again. What was worst of all, I even forgot to leave her any money. I did not think of you either, not for 1 minute. I went away, meaning to remain in Europe and never to return home, my dear. I emigrated. To Herzen? To take part in the revolutionary propaganda abroad? Probably all your life you have been taking part in political conspiracies? I cried, unable to restrain myself. No, my dear, I've never taken part in any conspiracy. But how your eyes sparkle. I like your exclamations, my dear. No, I simply went away then from a sudden attack of melancholy. It was the typical melancholy of the Russian nobleman. I really don't know how to describe it better. The melancholy of our upper class and nothing else. Of the serf owner. The emancipation of the serfs, I was beginning to mutter, breathless. Serf owner? You think I was grieving for the loss of it? That I could not endure the emancipation of the serfs? Oh, no, my boy. Why, we were all for the emancipation. I emigrated with no resentful feeling. I had only just been a mediator, and exerted myself to the utmost. I exerted myself disinterestedly, and I did not even go away because I got very little for my liberalism. We none of us got anything in those days, that is to say again, not those that were like me. I went away more in pride than in penitence, and believe me, I was far from imagining that the time had come for me to end my life as a modest shoemaker. Je suis gentilhomme avant tout, et je mourrai gentilhomme. Yet, all the same, I was sad. There are perhaps 1,000 of my sort in Russia. No more, perhaps, really. But you know that is quite enough to keep the idea alive. We are the bearers of the idea, my dear boy. I am talking, my darling, in the strange hope that you may understand this rigmarole. I brought you here acting on a caprice of the heart. I've long been dreaming of how I might tell you something. You and no one else. However... No, tell me, I cried. I see the look of sincerity in your face again. Tell me, did Europe bring you back to life again? And what do you mean by the melancholy of the nobleman? Forgive me, darling, I don't understand yet. Europe bring me back to life? Why, I went to bury Europe. To bury? I repeated in surprise. He smiled. Arkady, dear, my soul was weary then, and I was troubled in spirit. I shall never forget my first moments in Europe that time. I had stayed in Europe before, but this was a special time, and I had never gone there before with such desperate sadness, and with such love as on that occasion. I will tell you about one of my first impressions, one of the dreams I had in those days, a real dream. It was when I was in Germany. I had only just left Dresden, and in absence of mind I passed the station at which I ought to have got out, and went off on to another line. I had to get out at once to change. It was between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, a fine day. It was a little German town. I was directed to an hotel. I had to wait. The next train was at 11 o'clock at night. I was quite glad of the adventure, for I was in no particular haste to get anywhere, and was simply wandering from place to place, my dear. The hotel turned out to be small and poor, but all surrounded by green trees and flower beds, as is always the case in Germany. They gave me a tiny room, and as I had been traveling all night, I fell asleep after dinner at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I dreamed a dream that was a complete surprise to me, for I had never had any dreams of the sort before. In the gallery at Dresden there is a picture by Claude Lorraine, called in the catalogue Assis and Galatea. But I used to call it the Golden Age. I don't know why. I had seen it before, but I had noticed it again in passing 3 days earlier. I dreamed of this picture, but not as a picture, but as it were a reality. I don't know exactly what I did dream, though. It was just as in the picture, a corner of the Grecian archipelago, and time seemed to have gone back 3,000 years. Blue smiling waves, isles and rocks, a flowery shore, a view like fairyland in the distance, a setting sun that seemed calling to me. There's no putting it into words. It seemed a memory of the cradle of Europe, and that thought seemed to fill my soul, too, with a love as of kinship. Here was the earthly paradise of man. The gods came down from the skies, and were of one kin with men. Oh, here lived a splendid race. They rose up and lay down to sleep happy and innocent. The woods and meadows were filled with their songs and merry voices. Their wealth of untouched strength was spent on simple-hearted joy and love. The sun bathed them in warmth and light, rejoicing in her splendid children. Marvelous dream, lofty error of mankind. The Golden Age is the most unlikely of all the dreams that have been, but for it men have given up their life and all their strength. For the sake of it prophets have died and been slain. Without it peoples will not live and cannot die, and the feeling of all this I lived through, as it were, in that dream. Rocks and sea, and the slanting rays of the setting sun. All this I seemed to see when I woke up and opened my eyes, literally wet with tears. I remembered that I was glad. A sensation of happiness I had never known before thrilled my heart till it ached. It was the love of all humanity. It was by then quite evening. Through the green of the flowers that stood in the windows of my little room broke slanting rays that flooded me with light. And then, my dear, that setting sun of the first day of European civilization which I had seen in my dream was transformed for me at once on waking into the setting sun of the last day of civilization. One seemed to hear the death knell ringing over Europe in those days. I am not speaking of the war and the Tuileries. Apart from that, I knew that all would pass away, the whole face of the old world of Europe, sooner or later, but I, as a Russian European, could not accept it. Yes, they had only just burnt the Tuileries. Oh, rest assured, I know it was logical. I quite understand the irresistible force of the idea. But as the bearer of the idea of the highest Russian culture, I could not accept it, for the highest Russian thought is the reconciliation of ideas. And who in the whole world would understand such a thought at that time? I was a solitary wanderer. I am not speaking of myself personally. It's the Russian idea I'm speaking of. There was all strife and logic. There, the Frenchman was nothing but a Frenchman. The German was nothing but a German. And this more intensely so than at any time in their whole history. Consequently, never had the Frenchman done so much harm to France, or the German to Germany, as just at that time. In those days, in all Europe, there was not one European. I alone among all the vitriol throwers could have told them to their face that their Tuileries was a mistake. And I alone among the avenging reactionists could have told them that the Tuileries, although a crime, was none the less logical. And that, my boy, was because I, as a Russian, was the only European in Russia. I am not talking of myself. I am talking of the whole Russian idea. I have been a wanderer, my boy. I was a wanderer, and knew well that I must wander and be silent. But yet I was sad. I cannot help respecting my position as a Russian nobleman. My boy, I believe you are laughing?" "No, I'm not laughing," I said in a voice full of feeling. "I'm not laughing at all. You thrilled my heart by your vision of the Golden Age. And I assure you, I am beginning to understand you. But above all, I am glad that you have such a respect for yourself. I hasten to tell you so. I never expected that of you. I've told you already that I love your exclamations, dear boy." He smiled again at my naive exclamation, and getting up from his chair, began unconsciously walking up and down the room. I, too, got up. He went on talking in his strange language, which was yet so deeply pregnant with thought. 3. "Yes, boy, I tell you again, I cannot help respecting my position as a Russian nobleman. Among us has been created by the ages a type of the highest culture never seen before, and existing nowhere else in the world, the type of worldwide compassion for all. It is a Russian type, but since it is taken from the most highly cultured stratum of the Russian people, I have the honor of being a representative of it. That type is the custodian of the future of Russia. There are perhaps only 1,000 of us in Russia, possibly more, possibly less. But all Russia has existed so far only to produce that 1,000. I shall be told with indignation that the result is poor if so many ages and so many millions of people have been spent to produce only this 1,000. I don't think it little." I listened with strained attention. A conviction, the guiding principle of a whole life, was emerging. That 1,000 men made his personality stand out in such strong relief. I felt that his expansiveness with me was due to some external shock. He talked so warmly to me because he loved me, but the reason he had suddenly begun to talk, and the reason he so wanted to talk to me especially, I could not guess. "I emigrated," he went on, "and I regretted nothing that I had left behind. I had served Russia to the utmost of my abilities as long as I was there. But when I went away, I went on serving her too, but in a wider sense. But serving her in that way, I served her far more than if I had remained only a Russian, just as the Frenchman at that time was a Frenchman, and a German only a German. In Europe they don't understand that yet. Europe has created a noble type of Frenchman, of Englishman, and of German, but the man of the future she scarcely knows at present. And I fancy, so far she does not want to know. And that one can well imagine. They are not free, and we are free. I, with my Russian melancholy, was the only one free in Europe. Take note, my dear, of a strange fact. Every Frenchman can serve not only his France, but humanity, only on condition that he remains French to the utmost possible degree. And it's the same for the Englishman and the German. Only to the Russian, even in our day, has been vouchsafed the capacity to become most of all Russian only when he is most European. And this is true even in our day. That is, long before the millennium has been reached. That is the most essential difference between us Russians and all the rest. And in that respect, the position in Russia is as nowhere else. I am in France a Frenchman. With a German, I am a German. With the ancient Greeks, I am a Greek. And by that very fact, I am most typically a Russian. By that very fact, I am a true Russian, and am most truly serving Russia. For I am bringing out her leading idea. I am a pioneer of that idea. I was an emigrant then. But had I forsaken Russia? No, I was still serving her. What though I did nothing in Europe? What if I only went there as a wanderer? Indeed, I know that was so. It was enough that I went there with my thought and my consciousness. I carried thither my Russian melancholy. Oh, it was not only the bloodshed in those days that appalled me, and it was not the Tuileries, but all that was bound to follow it. They are doomed to strife for a long time yet, because they are still too German and too French, and have not yet finished struggling in those national characters. And I regret the destruction that must come before they have finished. To the Russian, Europe is as precious as Russia. Every stone in her is cherished and dear. Europe is as much our fatherland as Russia. Oh, even more so. No one could love Russia more than I do. But I never reproached myself that Venice, Rome, Paris, the treasures of their arts and sciences, their whole history, are dearer to me than Russia. Oh, those old stones of foreign lands, those wonders of God's ancient world, those fragments of holy marvels are dear to the Russian, and are even dearer to us than to the inhabitants of those lands themselves. They now have other thoughts and other feelings, and they have ceased to treasure the old stones. There the conservative struggles only for existence, and the vitriol thrower is only fighting for a crust of bread. Only Russia lives not for herself, but for an idea, and you must admit, dear, the remarkable fact that for almost the last 100 years Russia has lived absolutely not for herself, but only for the other states of Europe. And what of them? Oh, they are doomed to pass through fearful agonies before they attain the kingdom of God. I must confess, I listened in great perplexity. The very tone of his talk alarmed me, though I could not help being impressed by his ideas. I was morbidly afraid of falsity. I suddenly observed in a stern voice, "You spoke just now of the kingdom of God. I've heard that you used to preach. Used to wear chains." "Let my chains alone," he said with a smile. "That's quite a different matter. I did not preach anything in those days, but that I grieved for their God. That is true. Atheism was proclaimed. Only by one group of them, but that made no difference. It was only the hotheads, but it was the first active step. That's what mattered. In that, too, you have their logic. But there's always melancholy in logic. I was the outcome of a different culture, and my heart could not accept it. The ingratitude with which they parted from the idea, the hisses and pelting with mud were intolerable to me. The brutality of the process shocked me. Reality always has a smack of the brutal about it, even when there's an unmistakable striving towards the ideal, and of course I ought to have known that, but yet I was a man of another type. I was free to choose, and they were not, and I wept. I wept for them, I wept for the old idea, and I wept perhaps with real tears, with no figure of speech. "Did you believe so much in God?" I asked incredulously. "My dear boy, that question perhaps is unnecessary. Supposing I did not believe very much, yet I could not help grieving for the idea. I could not help wondering at times how man could live without God, and whether that will ever be possible. My heart always decided that it was impossible, but at a certain period perhaps it is possible. I have no doubt that it is coming, but I always imagined a different picture." "What picture?" It was true that he had told me before that he was happy. There was, of course, a great deal of enthusiasm in his words. That is how I take a great deal that he said. Respecting him as I do, I can't bring myself to record here on paper all our conversation, but some points in the strange picture I succeeded in getting out of him I will quote. What had always worried me most was the thought of those chains, and I wanted to clear up the matter now, and so I persisted. Some fantastic and extremely strange ideas to which he gave utterance then have remained in my heart forever. "I picture to myself, my boy," he said with a dreamy smile, "that war is at an end and strife has ceased. After curses, pelting with mud and hisses, has come a lull, and men are left alone, according to their desire. The great idea of old has left them. The great source of strength that till then had nourished and fostered them was vanishing like the majestic sun setting in Claude Lorraine's picture. But it was somehow the last day of humanity, and men suddenly understood that they were left quite alone, and at once felt terribly forlorn. I have never, my dear boy, been able to picture men ungrateful and grown stupid. Men left forlorn would begin to draw together more closely and more lovingly. They would clutch one another's hands, realizing that they were all that was left for one another. The great idea of immortality would have vanished, and they would have to fill its place. And all the wealth of love lavished of old upon him who was immortal would be turned upon the whole of nature, on the world, on men, on every blade of grass. They would inevitably grow to love the earth and life as they gradually became aware of their own transitory and finite nature. And with a special love not as of old, they would begin to observe and would discover in nature phenomena and secrets which they had not suspected before. For they would look on nature with new eyes, as a lover looking on his beloved. On awakening, they would hasten to kiss one another, eager to love, knowing that the days are short, and that is all that is left them. They would work for one another, and each would give up all that he had to all, and by that only would be happy. Every child would know and feel that every one on earth was for him like a father or mother. Tomorrow may be my last day, each one would think, looking at the setting sun. But no matter, I shall die, but all they will remain, and after them their children. And that thought that they will remain, always as loving and as anxious over each other, would replace the thought of meeting beyond the tomb. Oh, they would be in haste to love, to stifle the great sorrow in their hearts. They would be proud and brave for themselves, but would grow timid for one another. Every one would tremble for the life and happiness of each. And they would grow tender to one another, and would not be ashamed of it as now, and would be caressing as children. Meeting, they would look at one another with deep and thoughtful eyes, and in their eyes would be love and sorrow. My dear boy, he broke off with a smile, this is a fantasy, and a most improbable one, but I have pictured it to myself so often, for all my life I could not have lived without it, and the thought of it. I am not speaking of my belief. My faith is great. I am a deist, a philosophic deist, like all the 1,000 of us, I imagine. But it's noteworthy that I always complete my picture with Heine's vision of Christ on the Baltic Sea. I could not get on without him. I could not help imagining him, in fact, in the midst of his bereaved people. He comes to them, holds out his hands, and asks them how could they forget him. And then, as it were, the scales would fall from their eyes, and there would break forth the great rapturous hymn of the new and the last resurrection. Enough of that, my dear. But my chains are all nonsense. Don't trouble your mind about them. And another thing, you know that I am modest and sober of speech. If I'm talking too freely now, it's due to various feelings, and it's with you. To no one else shall I ever speak like this. I add this to set your mind at rest. But I was really touched. There was none of the falsity I had dreaded, and I was particularly delighted to see clearly that he really had been melancholy and suffering, and that he really undoubtedly had loved much, and that was more precious to me than anything. I told him this with impulsive eagerness. But do you know, I added suddenly, it seems to me that in spite of all your melancholy in those days, you must have been very happy. He laughed gaily. You are particularly apt in your remarks today, he said. Well, yes, I was happy. How could I be unhappy with a melancholy like that? No one is freer and happier than a Russian wanderer in Europe, one of our 1,000. I am not laughing when I say that, and there's a great deal that's serious in it, and I would not have given up my melancholy for any happiness. In that sense, I've always been happy, my dear, all my life, and through being happy, I began then, for the first time in my life, really to love your mother. How do you mean, for the first time in your life? It was just that, wandering and melancholy. I suddenly began to love her as I'd never loved her before, and I sent for her at once. Oh, tell me about that, too. Tell me about Mother. Yes, that's why I asked you here, he smiled gaily. And do you know I was afraid that you'd forgiven the way I treated your mother for the sake of Herzen, or some little conspiracy? End of Part 3, Chapter 7.
Part 3, Chapter 8 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 8. 1. As we talked the whole evening and stayed together till midnight, I am not recording the whole conversation, but am only selecting what cleared up for me one enigmatic point in his life. I will begin by saying that I have no doubt that he loved my mother, and though he did abandon her and break off all relations with her when he went away, it was of course only because he was bored, or something of that kind, which is apt to happen indeed to every one on earth, but which is always difficult to explain. Abroad, after some length of time, however, he suddenly began to love mother again, at a distance, that is, in thought, and sent for her. I shall be told perhaps that it was a caprice, but I think differently. To my mind it was a question of all that can be serious in human life, in spite of the apparent sloppiness which I am ready, if you like, to some extent to admit. But I swear that I put his grieving for Europe unmistakably on a level with, and in fact incomparably higher than, any modern practical activity in the construction of railways. His love for humanity I recognize as a most sincere and deep feeling, free from any sort of pose, and his love for mother as something quite beyond dispute, though perhaps a little fantastic. Abroad, in melancholy and happiness, and I may add in the strictest monastic solitude, this fact I learned afterwards through Tatiana Pavlovna, he suddenly thought of mother. To be exact, thought of her hollow cheeks, and at once sent for her. "My dear," he blurted out among other things, "I suddenly reflected that my serving the idea did not release me, as a morally rational creature, from the duty of making, in the course of my life, at least one fellow creature happy in a practical way." Can such a bookish thought have really been the reason of it? I asked him with surprise. "It's not a bookish thought, though perhaps it is. It was everything together. You know I loved your mother really, sincerely, not bookishly. If I hadn't loved her I shouldn't have sent for her, but should have made happy some casual German man or woman, if I had formulated that thought. To make in one's lifetime at least one fellow creature happy in a practical way that is really happy, I would make a binding duty for every educated man, just as I would make it a law or an obligation for every peasant to plant at least one tree in his life to counteract the deforestation of Russia. Though indeed one tree in one's lifetime isn't much, one might order him to plant one every year. The man of higher education and culture, pursuing higher ideas, sometimes loses sight of reality altogether, becomes ridiculous, capricious, and cold, and indeed I may say stupid, not only in practical life but in theory. The duty not to neglect practice, and to make at least one real person happy, would correct everything, and would give fresh life even to the philanthropist himself. As a theory this is very absurd, but if it were adopted in practice and became a habit, it would not be stupid at all. I have experienced it myself. So soon as I began to develop this idea of a new creed, and at first, of course, in jest, I suddenly began to realize the depth of the love for your mother that lay hidden in my heart. Until then I had not understood that I loved her. While I lived with her I was only charmed with her while she was pretty. Then I began to be moody and changeable. It was only in Germany that I understood that I loved her. It began with her hollow cheeks, of which I could never think, and sometimes not even see, without a pain in my heart, real physical pain. There are memories that hurt, my dear, that cause actual pain. Almost everyone has some such memories, only people forget them, but it does happen that they suddenly recall them, or perhaps only some feature of them, and then they cannot shake them off. I began to recall 1,000 details of my life with Sonia. In the end they recalled themselves, and came crowding on my mind, and almost tortured me, while I was waiting for her coming. What distressed me most of all was the memory of her everlasting submissiveness to me, and the way she continually thought herself inferior to me in every respect, even imagine it physically. She was ashamed, and flushed crimson when I looked at her hands and fingers, which were by no means aristocratic. And not her fingers only. She was ashamed of everything in herself, in spite of my loving her beauty. She was always shrinkingly modest with me, but what was wrong was that in it there was always a sort of fear. In short, she thought herself something insignificant beside me, something almost unseemly, in fact. I used really sometimes to think at first that she still looked upon me as her master, and was afraid of me, but it was not that at all. Yet I assure you no one was more capable of understanding my failings, and I have never in my life met a woman with so much insight and delicacy of heart. Oh, how unhappy she was if I insisted at first, when she was so pretty, on her dressing smartly. It was a question of vanity, and some other feeling that was wounded. She realized that it would never be in her line to be a lady, and that in any dress but her own she would simply be ridiculous. As a woman she did not want to be ridiculous in her dress, and knew that every woman has her own style of dress, which thousands and hundreds of thousands of women will never understand, so long as they are dressed in the fashion. She feared my ironical looks, that was what she feared. But it was particularly sad for me to recall the look of deep amazement which I often caught fixed upon me during the time we were together. In her eyes there was the fullest comprehension of her lot and of the future awaiting her, so that I too felt weighed down by that look in them, though I must admit in those days I did not discuss things with her, and treated all this somewhat disdainfully. And you know she wasn't always such a timorous, shy creature as she is now. Even now it happens that she will all at once grow gay, and look as pretty as a girl of 20. And in those days, in her youth, she was very fond of chattering and laughing, only with people she was at home with girls and women belonging to the household. And how she started if I came on her unawares, if she were laughing, how she blushed, and how timorously she looked at me. Once, not long before I went abroad, almost on the eve of my breaking off all relations with her, in fact, I went into her room and found her alone at a little table, without any work in her hands, but deep in thought, resting her elbow on the table. It had hardly ever happened to her before to sit without work. At that time I had quite given up showing her affection. I succeeded in stealing in very quietly, on tiptoe, and suddenly embracing and kissing her. She leaped up, and I shall never forget the rapture, the bliss in her eyes, and suddenly it was succeeded by a swift rush of color, and her eyes flashed. Do you know what I read in those flashing eyes? "You are kissing me as a charity, that's what it is." She began sobbing hysterically, making the excuse that I had startled her, but even at the time it made me think. And, in fact, all such reminiscences are very dreary things, dear boy. It's like those painful scenes which you sometimes find in the works of great artists, which one remembers ever afterwards with pain. For instance, Othello's last monologue in Shakespeare, Yevgeny at the feet of Tatiana, or the meeting of the runaway convict with the little girl on the cold night at the well in Les Miserables of Victor Hugo. It stabs the heart once for all, and leaves a wound for ever. Oh, how eager I was for Sonia to come, and how I longed to hold her in my arms. I dreamed with feverish impatience of a complete new programme of existence. I dreamed that gradually, by systematic efforts, I would break down that constant fear of me in her soul, would make her appreciate her own value, and all in which she was actually superior to me. Oh, I knew quite well even then that I always began to love your mother as soon as we were parted, and always grew cold to her at once as soon as we were together again. But that time it was different. Then it was different. I was astonished. And she? The idea flashed across me. "Well, and how did mother and you meet then?" I asked cautiously. Then? Oh, we didn't meet then at all. She only got as far as Königsberg and stopped there, and I was on the Rhine. I didn't go to her, and I told her to stay there and wait. We only saw each other again long after, oh, long after, when I went to her to ask her to consent to my marriage. 2. Now I'm coming to the core of it all, that is, as far as I was able to grasp it myself, for indeed his own account began to be somewhat disconnected. His talk became 10 times as incoherent and rambling as soon as he reached this part of the story. He met Katerina Nikolaevna suddenly, just when he was expecting Mother, at the moment of most impatient expectation. They were all, at the time, on the Rhine, at some spa, all drinking the waters. Katerina Nikolaevna's husband was by then almost dying. He had at any rate been given up by the doctors. She made an impression on him at the first meeting, as it were cast a sort of spell upon him. It was a case of fate. It's remarkable that, recalling it and writing it down now, I don't remember that he once used the word love in connection with her, or spoke of being in love. The word fate I remember. And of course it was fate. He did not choose it. He did not want to love her. I don't know whether I can give a clear account of it, but his whole soul was in revolt at the fact that this could have happened to him. Everything in him that was free was annihilated by this meeting, and the man was fettered for life to a woman who had really nothing to do with him. He did not desire this slavery of passion. To state the fact plainly, Katerina Nikolaevna is a type rare amongst society women, a type perhaps unique in that circle. That is, she is an extremely good-natured and straightforward woman. I've heard, indeed, I know for a fact, that this was what made her irresistible in the fashionable world whenever she made her appearance in it. She used at times to withdraw into complete seclusion. Versaloff did not believe, of course, when he first met her, that she was like that. In fact, he believed she was the exact opposite, that she was a hypocrite and a Jesuit. At this point I will anticipate by quoting her own criticism of him. She declared that he could not help thinking what he did of her, because an idealist always runs his head against reality, and is more inclined than other people to assume anything horrid. I don't know if this is true of idealists in general, but it was entirely true of him, no doubt. I may perhaps add here my own judgment, which flashed across my mind while I was listening to him then. I thought that he loved Mother, more, so to say, with the humane love one feels for all mankind, than with the simple love with which women are loved as a rule, and that as soon as he met a woman whom he began to love with that simple love, he at once turned against that love, most probably because the feeling was new to him. Perhaps, though, this idea is incorrect. I did not, of course, utter it to him. It would have been indelicate, and he really was in such a condition that it was almost necessary to spare him. He was agitated. At some points in his story he simply broke off, and was silent for some moments, walking about the room with a vindictive face. She soon divined his secret. Oh, perhaps she flirted with him on purpose. Even the most candid women are base in these cases, and it is their overwhelming instinct. It ended in a rupture full of rankling bitterness, and I believe he tried to kill her. He frightened her, and would have killed her, perhaps, but it was all turned to hatred. Then there came a strange period. He was suddenly possessed by the strange idea of torturing himself by a discipline, the same as that used by the monks. Gradually, by systematic practice, you overcome your will, beginning with the most absurd and trivial things, and end by conquering your will completely and become free. He added that this practice of the monks is a serious thing. In the course of 1,000 years it has been brought by them to a science. But what is most remarkable is that he gave himself up to this idea of discipline, not in order to get rid of the image of Katerina Nikolaevna, but in the full conviction that he had not only ceased to love her, but hated her. He so thoroughly believed in his hatred for her as to conceive the idea of loving and marrying her stepdaughter, who had been seduced by Prince Sergei, to persuade himself absolutely of this new love, and to win the poor imbecile's heart completely by his devotion, making her perfectly happy. Why, instead of devoting himself to her, he did not think of Mother, who was all this time waiting for him at Königsberg, remained for me inexplicable. He quite forgot Mother, indeed, and even neglected to send money for her maintenance, so that Tatiana Pavlovna had to come to her rescue. Yet Finally, he did go to mother to ask her permission to marry the young lady, pleading that such a bride was not a woman. Oh, perhaps all this is only a portrait of a theoretical man, as Katerina Nikolaevna said of him later. But why is it, though, that these theoretical people, if they really are theoretical people, are capable of such very real suffering, and end in such very real tragedy? On that evening, however, I looked at it differently, and I was disturbed by the thought. All your development, your whole soul, has been won by the suffering and the struggle of your whole life, while her perfection has cost her nothing. That's unjust. Woman is revolting in that way. I said this without the least intention of flattering him, speaking with warmth and indignation. Perfection, her perfection? But she has no sort of perfection, he said suddenly, seeming almost surprised at my words. She is the most ordinary woman. She is really a contemptible woman, but she is bound to have every perfection. Why is she bound to? Because she has such power. She is bound to have every sort of perfection, he cried vindictively. The saddest thing is that you are so harassed even now, I could not help blurting out suddenly. How harassed? He repeated my words again, standing still before me as though in some perplexity. And suddenly a slow, gentle, dreamy smile lighted up his whole face, and he held up his finger as though considering. Then, as though waking up, he took from the table an open letter and flung it down in front of me. Read it. You must know everything. And why have you made me rake up all this bygone foolishness? It has only roused up nasty and spiteful feelings in my heart. I cannot describe my astonishment. The letter was from her to him, received by him that afternoon at 5 o'clock. I read it, almost shaking with emotion. It was not long, and was written so simply and straightforwardly that as I read it I seemed to see her before me and hear her words. With the most simple truthfulness, and so almost touchingly, she confessed her terror, and then simply besought him to leave her in peace. In conclusion, she told him that she definitely was to marry Buring. Till then she had never written a word to him. And this is what I could make out of his explanation. As soon as he had read the letter that day, he was aware of a new sensation. For the first time in those fatal 2 years, he felt not the slightest hatred for her, or the slightest shock of emotion, such as had driven him out of his mind at a mere rumor of Buring. On the contrary, I sent her my blessing with perfect sincerity, he told me, with deep feeling. I heard these words with ecstasy. Then all the passion and agony that had possessed him had vanished all at once of itself, like a dream, like an obsession that had lasted 2 years. Hardly yet able to believe in himself, he hastened to mother's, and arrived at the very moment when she was set free by the death of the old man who had bequeathed her to him. The coincidence of these two events had deeply stirred his soul. Not long afterwards he rushed to find me, and that immediate thought of me I shall never forget. I shall never forget the end of that evening either. The whole man was suddenly transformed again. We did not separate till late at night. The effect that all he told me had upon me I will describe later, in its proper place, and will confine myself now to a few words, in conclusion, about him. Reflecting upon it now, I realize that what captivated me so much at the time was his humility, so to speak, with me, his frank sincerity with a boy like me. It was infatuation, but my blessings on it, he exclaimed. But for that blind obsession, I might perhaps have never discovered in my heart my sole queen, my suffering darling, your mother. These passionate words, wrung from him by overmastering feeling, I note particularly in view of what followed. But at the time he gained complete possession of my heart and conquered it. I remember in the end we became very cheerful. He asked for some champagne, and we drank to mother and to the future. Oh, he was so full of life and so eager to live. But we suddenly became extremely merry. Not from the wine. We only drank 2 glasses. I don't know why, but in the end we laughed almost helplessly. We began talking of quite extraneous matters. He began telling me an anecdote, and I told him one, and our laughter and our anecdotes were by no means malicious or amusing, but we were merry. He was unwilling to let me go. Stay, stay a little longer, he repeated, and I stayed. He even came out to see me home. It was an exquisite evening, with a slight frost. Tell me, have you sent her an answer yet? I asked, quite casually, as I pressed his hand for the last time at the cross-road. "No, not yet, but that's no matter. Come to-morrow. Come early. Oh, and another thing. Drop Lambert altogether, and tear up that document, and make haste about it. Good-bye." Saying this, he went away quickly. I remained standing still, and so much taken aback that I could not bring myself to call after him. The expression "the document" startled me particularly. How could he have known of it? And that particular word, too, if not from Lambert? I went home in great confusion. And how can it have happened, the question flashed upon me suddenly, that such an obsession for 2 years can have vanished like a dream, like a vapor, like a phantom? End of Part 3, Chapter 8.
Part 3, Chapter 9 of A Raw Youth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 9. But I waked up next morning feeling fresher and in better heart. I unconsciously reproached myself, indeed, with perfect sincerity, for a certain levity and, as it were, superciliousness, with which it seemed to me, recalling it, I had listened to some parts of his confession the evening before. Supposing it had been to some extent muddled, and some revelations had been, as it were, a little delirious and incoherent, he had not, of course, prepared to deliver a speech when he invited me the day before. He had simply done me a great honor in turning to me as his one friend at such a moment, and I shall never forget his doing it. On the contrary, his confession was touching, though people may laugh at me for saying so, and if there were glimpses from time to time of something cynical, or even something that seemed ridiculous, I was not so narrow as to be unable to understand and accept realism, which did not, however, detract from the ideal. The great point was now that I understood the man, and I even felt, and was almost vexed at feeling, that it had all turned out to be so simple. I had always in my heart set that man on a supreme pinnacle, in the clouds, and had insisted on shrouding his life in mystery, so that I had naturally wished not to fit the key to it so easily. In his meeting with her, however, and in the sufferings he had endured for 2 years, there was much that was complex. He did not want to live under the yoke of fate. He wanted to be free, and not a slave to fate. Through his bondage to fate he had been forced to hurt mother, who was still waiting for him at Königsberg. Besides, I looked upon him in any case as a preacher. He cherished in his heart the golden age, and knew all about the future of atheism. And then the meeting with her had shattered everything, distorted everything. Oh, I was not a traitor to her, but still I was on his side. Mother, for instance, I reflected, would have been no hindrance, nor would marriage with her be so indeed. That I understood. That was something utterly different from his meeting with that woman. Mother, it is true, would not have given him peace either, but that was all the better. One cannot judge of such men as of others, and their life must always be different, and that's not unseemly at all. On the contrary, it would be unseemly if they settled down and became altogether like other ordinary people. His praises of the nobility and his words, "Je mourrai gentilhomme," did not disconcert me in the least. I understood what sort of gentilhomme he was. He was a man ready to abandon everything, and to become the champion of political rights for all, and the leading Russian thought of a universal harmony of ideas. And even though all this might be nonsense, that is, the universal harmony of ideas, which is of course inconceivable, yet the very fact that he had all his life bowed down to an idea
and not to the stupid golden calf, was good. My God! Why, conceiving my idea, had I myself, could I have been bowing down to the golden calf? Could I have been aiming only at money then? I swear that all I wanted was the idea. I swear I would not have had one chair, one sofa upholstered in velvet, and I would have eaten the same plate of soup as now, if I had had millions. I dressed and hurried off impatiently to see him. I may add that in regard to his outburst yesterday about the document, I was ever so much more at ease in my mind than I had been the day before. To begin with, I hoped to have it out with him. And besides, what was there in Lambert's having wormed his way in to him, and having talked to him of something? But what rejoiced me most was an extraordinary sensation. It came from the thought that he no longer loved her. I put absolute faith in it, and felt as if someone had lifted a fearful weight off my heart. I recall a conjecture that flashed upon me at the time, that the unseemliness and senselessness of his last violent outbreak on hearing about boring and the sending of that insulting letter, that final crisis might be taken as a sign and augury of a change in his feeling, and an approaching return to sanity. It must be as it is in illness, I thought, and in fact he is bound to reach the opposite extreme. It is a pathological episode and nothing more. This thought made me happy. And let her arrange her life as she pleases. Let her marry her boring as much as she likes, so long as he, my father, my friend, loves her no longer, I exclaimed. I had, however, certain secret feelings of my own, on which I do not care to enlarge in my notes here. That's enough. And now, without further reflections, I will give an account of the awful event that followed, and how the facts worked together to bring it about. At 10 o'clock, just as I was getting ready to go out, to see him of course, Darya Onisimovna appeared. I asked her joyfully whether she came from him, and heard with vexation that she did not come from him, but from Anna Andreevna, and that she, Darya Onisimovna, had left the lodging as soon as it was light. "What lodging?" "Why, the same where you were yesterday. You know, the lodging where you were yesterday, where the baby is. It is taken in my name now, and Tatiana Pavlovna pays the rent." "Oh, well, that's nothing to me," I interrupted with annoyance. "Is he at home, anyway? Shall I find him?" And to my surprise, I heard from her that he had gone out even before she had. So she had gone out as soon as it was light, and he had gone out even earlier. Then has he come back yet? "No, he's certainly not back yet, and perhaps he won't come back at all," she declared, turning upon me the same sharp and furtive eye, and keeping it fixed on me, as she had done on the occasion I have described, when she visited me as I lay ill in bed. What infuriated me most was that their mysteries and imbecilities should be forced on me again, and that these people could not get on without secrets and intrigues. "Why do you say he will certainly not come back? What do you mean by that? He has gone to see mother, that's all." "I don't know." "And what have you come for?" She told me that she had just come from Anna Andreevna, who had sent her for me, and urgently expected me at once, or else it would be too late. These last enigmatic words finally exasperated me. "Why too late? I don't want to come, and I'm not coming. I won't let them take possession of me again. I don't care a damn for Lambert. You can tell her so. And if she sends Lambert to me, I'll kick him out. You can tell her so." Darya Onisimovna was awfully alarmed. "Oh, no," she said, taking a step towards me, clasping her hands as though she were beseeching me. "Don't be so hasty. There's something very important the matter, very important to yourself, to them too, to Andrei Petrovitch, to your mamma, to everyone. Go and see Anna Andreyevna at once. She can't wait any longer. I assure you, on my honor, and afterwards you can make your decision." I looked at her with surprise and repulsion. "Nonsense! It will be nothing. I'm not coming!" I shouted obstinately and vindictively. "Now everything's different. Though how could you understand that? Goodbye, Darya Onisimovna. I won't go on purpose. I won't question you on purpose. You simply bother me. I don't want to know anything about your mysteries." As she did not go away, however, but still stood waiting, I snatched up my fur coat and cap and went out myself, leaving her in the middle of the room. There were no letters or papers in my room, and I never used to lock my door when I went out. But before I had reached the front door, my landlord ran after me downstairs without his hat and not in full uniform. "Arkady Makarovitch! Arkady Makarovitch!" "What now?" "Have you no instructions to leave?" "No, nothing." He looked at me with eyes like gimlets, in evident uneasiness. "About your room, for instance?" "What about my room? Why, I sent you the rent when it was due." Oh, no, sir, I was not thinking of the money," he said with a broad smile, his eyes still piercing into me like pins. "Why, what on earth's the matter with you all?" I shouted at last, growing almost savage. "What do you want too?" He waited for a few seconds longer, still seeming to expect something from me. "Well, then, you will give instructions later, if you are not in the humor now," he muttered, grinning more broadly than ever. "You go on and I'll see to it." He ran back upstairs. Of course, all this might well make one reflect. I purposely avoid omitting a single detail in all that petty tomfoolery, for every little detail helped to make up the final situation and had its place in it, a fact of which the reader will be convinced. But that they really did bother me was true. If I was upset and irritated, it was at hearing again in their words that tone of intrigue and mystery of which I was so sick, and which so brought back the past. But to continue. It turned out that Versolov was not at home, and it appeared that he really had gone out as soon as it was light. To Mother's, of course. I stuck obstinately to my idea. I did not question the nurse, rather a stupid peasant woman, and there was no one else in the lodging. I ran to Mother's, and I must admit I was so anxious that I took a sledge halfway. He had not been at Mother's since the evening before. There was no one with Mother except Tatiana Pavlovna and Liza. Liza began getting ready to go out as soon as I went in. They were all sitting upstairs in my coffin. In the drawing-room, Makar Ivanovitch was laid out on the table, and an old man was reading the Psalter over him in an even, monotonous voice. For the future, I am not going to describe anything more that does not relate to the matter in hand. I will only say that the coffin, which they had already made, was standing in the middle of the room, and was not a plain one, though it was black. It was upholstered in velvet, and the pall was of an expensive sumptuousness that was not in keeping with the character of a monk or with the convictions of the dead man. But such was the special desire of my mother and Tatiana Pavlovna, who arranged the matter together. I had not, of course, expected to find them cheerful, but the peculiar overwhelming distress, mixed with uneasiness and anxiety, which I read in their eyes, struck me at once, and I instantly concluded that sorrow for the dead was certainly not the only cause. All this, I repeat, I remember perfectly. In spite of everything, I embraced mother tenderly, and at once asked about him. A gleam of tremulous curiosity came into mother's eyes at once. I made haste to mention that we had spent the whole evening together till late at night, but that to-day he had been away from home since early morning, though at parting last night he had asked me to come as early as I could this morning. Mother made no answer, and Tatiana Pavlovna, seizing a favorable moment, shook her finger at me meaningly. "Good-bye, brother," Liza blurted out, going quickly out of the room. I ran after her, of course, but she stopped short at the outer door. "I thought you would guess you must come with me," she said in a rapid whisper. "Liza, what's the matter?" "I don't know what, but a great deal. No doubt the last chapter of The Same Old Story. He has not come, but they have heard something about him. They won't tell you, you needn't trouble yourself, and you won't ask if you are sensible, but mother's shattered. I've not asked about anything either. Good-bye." She opened the door. "And, Liza, about you yourself, have you nothing to tell me?" I dashed after her into the entry. Her terribly exhausted and despairing face pierced my heart. She looked at me, not simply with anger, but with a sort of exasperated fury, laughed bitterly, and waved me off. "If only he were dead, I should thank God!" She flung up at me from the stairs and was gone. She said this of Prince Sergei, and he, at that very time, was lying delirious and unconscious. I went upstairs, sad but excited. The same old story. What same old story? I thought defiantly, and I had suddenly an irresistible impulse to tell them at least a part of the impression left upon me by his last night's confession, and the confession too. "They're thinking some evil of him now, so let them know all about it," floated through my mind. I remember that I succeeded very cleverly in beginning to tell them my story. Instantly their faces betrayed an intense curiosity. This time Tatiana Pavlovna positively fixed me with her eyes, but mother showed more reserve. She was very grave, but the glimmer of a faint, beautiful, though utterly hopeless smile came into her face, and scarcely left it all the time I was talking. I told the story well, of course, though I knew that it would be almost beyond their comprehension. To my surprise, Tatiana Pavlovna did not attack me, did not insist on minute details, or try to pick holes, as she usually did as soon as I began telling anything. She only pinched up her lips and screwed up her eyes, as though making an effort to get to the bottom of it. At times I positively fancied that they understood it all, though that could hardly have been so. I spoke, for instance, of his convictions, but principally of his enthusiasm last night, his enthusiastic feeling for mother, his love for mother, and how he had kissed her portrait. Hearing this, they exchanged a rapid, silent glance with each other, and mother flushed all over, though both continued silent. Then I could not, of course, before mother, touch on the principal point, that is, his meeting with her and all the rest of it, above all her letter to him the day before, and his moral resurrection after getting that letter, and that indeed was the chief point, so that all his feeling, with which I had hoped to please mother so much, naturally remained inexplicable, though of course that was not my fault. I had told all that could be told extremely well. I ended in complete confusion. Their silence was still unbroken, and I began to feel very uncomfortable with them. "Most likely he's come back now, and may be at my lodgings waiting for me," I said, and got up to go. "Go and see! Go and see!" Tatiana Pavlovna urged me resolutely. "Have you been downstairs?" mother asked me, in a sort of half whisper, as she said good-bye. "Yes, I have been, and I bowed down and prayed for him. What a peaceful, serene face he has, mother. Thank you, mother, for not sparing expense over his coffin. At first I thought it strange, but I thought at once that I should have done the same." "Will you come to the church to-morrow?" she asked, and her lips trembled. "What do you mean, mother?" I asked in surprise. "I shall come to the requiem service to-day, and I shall come again, and besides, to-morrow is your birthday, mother darling. To think that he died only 3 days before." I went away painfully surprised. How could she ask such questions, whether I were coming to the funeral service in the church? If that's what they think of me, what must they think of him? I knew that Tatiana Pavlovna would run after me, and I purposely waited at the outer door of the flat, but she pushed me out onto the stairs and closed the door behind her. "Tatiana Pavlovna, don't you expect Andrei Petrovitch today or tomorrow, then? I am alarmed." "Hold your tongue. Much it matters your being alarmed. Tell me what you kept back when you were telling us about that rigmarole last night." I didn't think it necessary to conceal it, and feeling almost irritated with Versolov, I told her all about Katerina Nikolaevna's letter to him the day before, and of the effect of the letter, that is, of his resurrection into a new life. To my amazement, the fact of the letter did not surprise her in the least, and I guessed that she knew of it already. "But you are lying." "No, I'm not." "I dare say," she smiled malignantly, as though meditating. "Risen again, has he? So that's the latest, is it? But is it true that he kissed her portrait?" "Yes, Tatiana Pavlovna." "Did he kiss it with feeling? He wasn't putting it on?" "Putting it on, as though he ever did. For shame, Tatiana Pavlovna. You've a coarse soul, a woman's soul." I said this with heat, but she did not seem to hear me. She seemed to be pondering something again, in spite of the terrible chilliness of the stairs. I had on my fur coat, but she was in her indoor dress. "I might have asked you to do something. The only pity is you're so stupid," she said with contempt and apparent vexation. "Listen, go to Anna Andreyevna's and see what's going on there. But no, don't go. A booby's always a booby. Go along, quick march. Why do you stand like a post?" "And I'm not going to Anna Andreyevna's. Anna Andreyevna sent to ask me herself." "She did? Daria Onisimovna?" She turned to me quickly. She had been on the point of going away, and had already opened the door, but she shut it again with a slam. "Nothing will induce me to go to Anna Andreyevna's," I repeated with spiteful enjoyment. "I won't go because I've just been called a booby, though I've never been so sharp-sighted as today. I see all you're doing, it's as clear as day, but I'm not going to Anna Andreyevna all the same." "I know it," she exclaimed, but again pursuing her own thoughts and taking no notice of my words at all. They will devour her now completely, and draw her into a deadly noose. "Anna Andreyevna?" Fool! Then whom do you mean? Surely not Katerina Nikolaevna. What sort of deadly noose? I was terribly frightened. A vague but terrible idea set my whole heart quivering. Tatiana Pavlovna looked at me searchingly. "What are you up to there?" she asked suddenly. "What are you meddling in there? I've heard something about you too. You'd better look out." "Listen, Tatiana Pavlovna, I'll tell you a terrible secret, only not just now, there's not time now, but tomorrow when we're alone. But in return you tell me the whole truth, how and what you mean by a deadly noose, for I am all in a tremble."
much I care for your trembling!" she exclaimed. "What's this other secret you want to tell tomorrow? Why, you know nothing whatever." She transfixed me with a questioning look. "Why, you swore then that Kraft had burnt the letter, didn't you?" "Tatiana Pavlovna, I tell you again, don't torment me." I persisted in my turn, not answering her question, for I was beside myself. "Take care, Tatiana Pavlovna, that your hiding this from me may not lead to something worse. Why, yesterday he was absolutely turning over a new leaf." "Go along, you idiot! You are like a lovesick sparrow yourself, I'll be bound. Father and son in love with the same idol. Phoo! Horrid creatures!" She vanished, slamming the door indignantly. Furious at the impudent, shameless cynicism of these last words, a cynicism of which only a woman would have been capable, I ran away, deeply insulted. But I won't describe my vague sensations, as I have vowed to keep to facts which will explain everything now. On my way, of course, I called in at his lodging, and heard from the nurse that he had not been home at all. And isn't he coming at all? Goodness knows. Facts, facts! But will the reader understand? I remember how these facts overwhelmed me and prevented me from thinking clearly, so that by the end of the day my head was in a perfect whirl. And so I think I must say 2 or 3 words by way of introduction. The question that tormented me was this: if he really had gone through a spiritual change and had ceased to love her, in that case, where should he have been now? The answer was, first of all, with me, whom he had embraced the evening before, and next with mother, whose portrait he had kissed. And yet, in spite of these natural alternatives, he had suddenly, as soon as it was light, left home and gone off somewhere, and Darya Onisimovna had for some reason babbled of his not being likely to return. What's more, Liza had hinted at the last chapter of some same old story, and of mother's having some news of him, and the latest news too. Moreover, they undoubtedly knew of Katerina Nikolaevna's letter too. I noticed that, and yet they did not believe in his resurrection into a new life, though they had listened to me attentively. Mother was crushed, and Tatiana Pavlovna had been diabolically sarcastic at the word resurrection. But if all this was so, it must mean that some revulsion of feeling had come over him again in the night, another crisis, and this after yesterday's enthusiasm, emotion, pathos. So all his resurrection had burst like a soap bubble, and he perhaps was rushing about somewhere again now, in the same frenzy as he had been after hearing the news of Boring. There was the question, too, what would become of mother, of me, of all of us, and finally, what would become of her? What was the deadly noose Tatiana had babbled of when she was sending me to Anna Andreevna? So that deadly noose was there, at Anna Andreevna's. Why at Anna Andreevna's? Of course, I should run to Anna Andreevna's. I had said that I wouldn't go on purpose, only in annoyance. I would run there at once. But what was it Tatiana had said about the document? And hadn't he himself said to me the evening before, "Burn the document"? These were my thoughts. This was what strangled me, too, in a deadly noose. But what I wanted most of all was him. With him I could have decided everything. I felt that. We should have understood each other in 2 words. I should have gripped his hands, pressed them. I should have found burning words in my heart. This was the dream that haunted me. Oh, I would have calmed his frenzy. But where was he? Where was he? And as though this were not enough, Lambert must needs turn up at such a moment when I was so excited. When I was only a few steps from my door, I met him. He uttered a yell of delight on seeing me, and seized me by the arm.
I've been to see you 3 times already. Enfant, come and have lunch."
Stay, have you been to my rooms? Was Andrei Petrovitch there?
No, there was no one there. Drop them all. You're a fool. You were cross yesterday. You were drunk, and I've something important to tell you. I heard a splendid piece of news this morning about what we were discussing yesterday."
"Lambert," I interrupted hurriedly, breathing hard and unconsciously declaiming a little, "I am only stopping with you now to finish with you for good. I told you yesterday, but you still won't understand. Lambert, you're a baby and as stupid as a Frenchman. You persist in thinking that it's the same as it was at Touchar's, and that I'm as stupid as at Touchar's. But I'm not so silly as I was at Touchar's. I was drunk yesterday, but not from wine, but because I was excited. And if I seemed to agree with the stuff you talked, it was because I pretended, so as to find out what you were driving at. I deceived you, and you were delighted and believed it, and went on talking nonsense. Let me tell you that marrying her is such nonsense that it wouldn't take in a schoolboy in the first form. How could you imagine I should believe it? Did you believe it? You believed it because you have never been in aristocratic society and don't know how things are done among decent people. Things aren't done so simply in aristocratic society, and it's not possible for her so simply to go and get married. Now, I will tell you plainly what it is you want. You mean to entice me so as to make me drunk, and to get me to give up the document, and to join you in some scoundrelly plot against Katerina Nikolaevna. So I tell you it's nonsense. I'll never come to you, and you may as well know that tomorrow or the day after that letter will be in her own hands, for it belongs to her, for it was written by her, and I'll give it to her myself. And if you care to know where, I can tell you that through Tatiana Pavlovna, her friend. I shall give it at Tatiana Pavlovna's, and in Tatiana Pavlovna's presence, and I'll take nothing from her for giving it her. And now be off, and keep away from me forever, or else I shan't treat you so civilly next time, Lambert." As I finished, I was in a slight shudder all over. A very serious thing, and the nastiest habit in life, which vitiates everything in all one does, is showing off. Some evil spirit prompted me to work myself up with Lambert, till rapping out the words with relish and raising my voice higher and higher, in my heat I ended up by dragging in the quite unnecessary detail that I should return the document through Tatiana Pavlovna and in her lodging. But I had such a longing to crush him. When I burst out so directly about the letter, and suddenly saw his stupid alarm, I immediately felt a desire to overwhelm him by giving him precise details. And this womanish, boastful babbling was afterwards the cause of terrible misfortunes, for that detail about Tatiana Pavlovna and her lodging was naturally caught up and retained by a scoundrel who had a practical mind for little things. In more exalted and important matters he was useless and unintelligent, but for such trifles he had a keen sense nevertheless. If I had held my tongue about Tatiana Pavlovna, great disasters would not have occurred. Yet when he heard what I said, for the first minute he was terribly upset. "Listen," he muttered. "Alphonsine will sing. Alphonsine has been to see her. Listen, I have a letter, almost a letter, in which Madame Amakoff writes of you. The pock-marked fellow got it for me. Do you remember him? And you will see. Come along." "You are lying. Show me the letter." "It's at home. Alphonsine has got it. Come along." He was lying and talking wildly, of course, trembling for fear I should run away from him. But I suddenly abandoned him in the middle of the street, and when he seemed disposed to follow me, I stood still and shook my fist at him, but he already stood hesitating, and let me get away. Perhaps a new plan had dawned upon him. But the meetings and surprises in store for me were not yet over, and when I remember the whole of that disastrous day, it always seems as though all those surprises and unforeseen accidents were somehow conspiring together, and were showered on my head from some accursed horn of plenty. I had scarcely opened the door of my lodging, when in the entry I jostled against a tall young man, of dignified and elegant exterior, with a long, pale face, wearing a magnificent fur coat. He had a pince-nez on his nose, but as soon as he saw me he took it off, evidently as a mark of politeness, and courteously lifting his top hat, but without stopping, however, said to me with an elegant smile, "Hallo, bonsoir," and passing me, went downstairs. We recognized each other at once, though I had only once seen him for a moment in Moscow. It was Anna Andreevna's brother, the young Kammerjunker, Versalov's son, and consequently almost my brother. He was accompanied by my landlady. The landlord was not yet back from his office. As soon as he had gone, I simply pounced on her. "What has he been doing here? Has he been in my room?" "He's not been in your room at all." "He came to see me," she snapped out briefly and dryly, and returned to her room. "No, you can't put me off like that," I cried. "Kindly answer me. Why did he come?" "My goodness! Am I always to tell you why people come to see me? We may have our own interests to consider, mayn't we? The young man may have wanted to borrow money. He found out an address from me. Perhaps I promised it him last time." "Last time? When?" "Oh, my goodness! Why, it's not the first time he's been." She went away. The chief thing I gathered was the change of tone. They had begun to be rude to me. It was clear that this was another secret. Secrets were accumulating with every step, with every hour. For the first time, young Versalov had come with his sister, with Anna Andreevna, when I was ill. I remember that perfectly, as well as Anna Andreevna's amazing words the day before that perhaps the old prince would stay at my rooms. But all this was so mixed up and so monstrous that I could scarcely gather anything from it. Clapping my hands to my forehead, and not even sitting down to rest, I ran to Anna Andreevna's. It appeared that she was not at home, and I received from the porter the information that she had gone to Tsarskoe, and might perhaps not be back till about this time tomorrow. She was at Tsarskoe, and no doubt with the old prince, and her brother was examining my lodgings. "No, that shall not be!" I cried, gnashing my teeth. "And if there really is some deadly noose, I will defend the poor woman." From Anna Andreevna's I did not return home, for there suddenly flashed upon my feverish brain the thought of the restaurant on the canal side where Andrei Petrovitch had the habit of going in his gloomy hours. Delighted at this conjecture, I instantly ran thither. It was by now 4 o'clock, and was already beginning to get dark. In the restaurant I was told that he had been there, stayed a little while, and had gone away, but perhaps he would come back. I suddenly determined to wait for him, and ordered dinner. There was a hope, anyhow. I ate my dinner, ate indeed more than I wanted, so as to have a right to stay as long as possible, and I stayed, I believe, 4 hours. I won't describe my disappointment and feverish impatience. Everything within me seemed shaking and quivering. That organ, those diners, oh, all the dreariness of it is stamped upon my soul, perhaps for the rest of my life. I won't describe the ideas that whirled in my head like a crowd of dry leaves in autumn after a hurricane. It really was something like that,
and I confess that I felt at times that my reason was beginning to desert me. But what worried me till it was a positive pain, in a side current, of course, besides my chief torment, was a persistent, poisonous impression, persistent as a venomous autumn fly, which one does not think about, but which whirls about one, pesters one, and suddenly bites one painfully. It was only a reminiscence, an incident of which I had never spoken to anyone in the world before. This was what it was, since it seems I must tell this too. When it was settled that I was to leave Moscow and come to Petersburg, I received instructions through Nikolay Semyonovitch to wait for money to be sent me for the journey. From whom the money was coming I did not ask. I knew it was from Versolov, and as I dreamed day and night of my meeting with him, making exalted plans about it while my heart almost swooned within me, I had quite given up speaking about him aloud even to Marie Ivanovna. I remember that I had money of my own, but I proceeded to wait expectantly for the money to come by post. Suddenly, however, Nikolay Semyonovitch, returning home, informed me, as usual briefly and without going off into explanations, that I was to go next day to Myasnitsky at 11 o'clock in the morning, to Prince V.'s flat, and that there Andrei Petrovitch's son, the Kammerjunker Versolov, who had just arrived from Petersburg and was staying with his schoolfellow Prince V., would hand over to me a sum of money for my journey. On the face of it, the arrangement was simple enough. Andrei Petrovitch might well send the money by his son rather than by post, but the news crushed me and filled me with alarm. I had no doubt that Versolov wished to bring his son, my brother, and me together. This threw a light upon the intentions and feelings of the man of whom I dreamed. But a question of the utmost magnitude presented itself to me. How should I, and how must I behave at this utterly unexpected interview, and how could I best keep up my dignity? Next day, exactly at 11 o'clock, I turned up at Prince V.'s flat, which, as I was able to judge, was splendidly furnished, though it was a bachelor's establishment. I was kept waiting in the hall, where there were several lackeys in livery, and from the next room came sounds of loud talk and laughter. Prince V. had other visitors besides the Kammerjunker. I told the footman to announce me, and I fancy in rather haughty terms. Anyway, he looked at me strangely, and as I fancied, not so respectfully as he should have done. To my amazement, he was a very long time in announcing me, 5 minutes, and all the while the same laughter and the same sounds of conversation reached me. I waited standing, knowing that it would be impossible and unseemly for me, just as much a gentleman, to sit down in a hall where there were footmen. My pride would have prevented me under any circumstances from entering the drawing-room without a special invitation. Over fastidious pride, perhaps it was, but that was only fitting. To my amazement, the 2 lackeys who were left in the hall had the impertinence to sit down. I turned away to avoid noticing it, and yet I could not help quivering all over, and suddenly turning and stepping up to one of the footmen, I ordered him to go at once and take in my name again. In spite of my stern expression and extreme excitement, the lackey looked at me lazily, without getting up, and the other one answered for him. "It's been taken in, don't disturb yourself." I made up my mind to wait only another minute, or possibly even less, and then to go. I was very well dressed. My suit and overcoat were new anyway, and my linen was perfectly fresh. Marie Ivanovna had seen to that with a special view to the occasion. But I learned for a fact, much later, when I was in Petersburg, that these lackeys had heard the evening before from young Versolov's valet
that the young gentleman's bastard brother, a student, was coming. I know this now for a fact. The minute passed. It's a strange sensation when one decides and cannot decide. Shall I go or not? Shall I go or not? I repeated to myself every second, almost in a fever. And suddenly the lackey who had taken my name returned. Between his fingers he held fluttering 4 red notes, 40 roubles. "Here, sir, will you please take 40 roubles?" I boiled over. This was such an insult. All the night before I had been dreaming of the meeting Versalov had arranged between us 2 brothers. I had spent the whole night in feverish visions of the demeanor I ought to adopt, that I might not discredit the whole cycle of ideas which I had worked out in my solitude, and which might have made me feel proud in any circle. I dreamed of how proud, gentlemanly, and sad perhaps I would be even in Prince V.'s society, and how in that way I should be admitted into that circle. Oh, I'm not sparing myself, and so be it, for it's just such details that I ought to record. And then to be given 40 roubles by a lackey in the hall, and after being kept 10 minutes waiting, and not even in an envelope, not even on a salver, but straight from the lackey's fingers. I shouted so violently at the lackey that he started and stepped back. I told him he must go back at once, and his master must bring the money himself. In fact, my request was, of course, incoherent and incomprehensible to the man, but I shouted so that he went. To make things worse, my shouting was heard in the room, and the talk and laughter suddenly subsided. Almost at the same time I heard footsteps, dignified, quiet, unhurried, and a tall figure of a handsome and haughty-looking young man. He seemed to me then even thinner and paler than when I met him today, appeared in the doorway, a yard from the door leading into the passage. He was wearing a magnificent red silk dressing gown and slippers, and had a pince-nez on his nose. Without uttering a word, he fixed me with his pince-nez and proceeded to stare at me. I took 1 step towards him like a wild beast and began glaring at him defiantly. But he only scrutinized me for a moment, 10 seconds at the utmost. Suddenly I detected on his lips a scarcely perceptible but most malignant smile. What made it so malignant was that it was scarcely perceptible. He turned round without a word and went back into the room, just as deliberately, just as quietly and smoothly as he had come. Oh, these insolent fellows are trained by their mothers from childhood to be insolent. I lost my head, of course. Oh, why did I lose my head? Almost at that moment the same lackey reappeared with the same notes in his hand. "Be so good as to take this. It is sent you from Petersburg, but his honor can't see you. Perhaps another time, when he's more at leisure." I felt that these last words were his own addition, but I was still overwhelmed with confusion. I took the money and walked to the door. I took it simply because I was confused. I ought not to have taken it. But the lackey, no doubt wanting to mortify me further, ventured upon a regular flunkey's impertinence. He flung the door extra wide open before me, and pronounced with exaggerated emphasis and dignity as I went out, "This way, if you please." "You blackguard!" I roared at him, and I raised my hand, but I did not bring it down. "And your master's a blackguard too. Tell him so directly," I added, and went down the stairs. "Don't you dare! If I were to report that to my master, you would be taken that very minute with a note to the police station, and don't you dare threaten me." I went down the stairs. It was a grand open staircase, and above I could be watched as I went down the red carpeted stairs. All three lackeys came out and stood looking over the banisters. I made up my mind to keep quiet, of course. To brawl with lackeys was impossible. I walked the whole length of the stairs without increasing my pace. I believe I even moved more slowly. Oh, there may be philosophers, and shame upon them, who will say that all this is nonsense, the irritability of a milksop. Let them say so, but for me it was a wound which has not healed to this day, even to the present moment when I am writing this, when all is over and even avenged. Oh, I swear I am not given to harboring malice, and I am not revengeful. No doubt I always, even before my illness, wanted to revenge myself when I was insulted, but I swear it was only to revenge myself by magnanimity. Let me revenge myself magnanimously, but so that he felt it and understood, and I should have been avenged. And, by the way, I must add that though I am not revengeful, I have a good memory for injuries, in spite of being magnanimous. I wonder whether others are the same. Then I went with generous feelings, perhaps absurd, but no matter. Better they were absurd and generous than not absurd but mean, vulgar and mediocre. I never told anyone of that meeting with my brother, even Marie Ivanovna, even Liza. That interview was exactly like an insulting slap in the face. And now I came across this gentleman when I least expected to meet him. He smiles to me, takes off his hat, and says bonsoir in quite a friendly way. That give one something to think about, of course, but the wound was reopened. After sitting for more than 4 hours in the restaurant, I suddenly rushed away as though I were in a fit, again to Versilov's, of course, and again, of course, I did not find him at home. He had not been to the house at all. The nurse was bored, and she asked me to send Darya Onisimovna, as though I had thoughts for that. I ran to mother's, but did not go in. Calling Luceria into the passage, I learnt from her that he had not been there either, and that Liza too was not at home. I saw that Luceria too would have liked to ask me something, and also perhaps to give me some commission, but I had no thoughts for that. There was one last hope left, that he had gone to my lodging, but I had no faith in this. I have already stated that I was almost out of my mind, and lo and behold, in my room I found Alphonsine and my landlord. They were coming out, it is true, and in Pyotr Ippolitovitch's hand was a candle. "What's this?" I yelled at the landlord almost senselessly. "How dare you take that hussy into my room?" "Tiens!" cried Alphonsine. "Et les amis?" "Get out!" I roared. "Mais c'est un os!" She whisked out into the passage, pretending to be alarmed, and instantly disappeared into the landlady's room. Pyotr Ippolitovitch, still holding the candle in his hand, came up to me with a severe face. "Allow me to observe, Arkady Makarovitch, that you are too hasty. With all respect to you, Mademoiselle Alphonsine is not a hussy, but quite the contrary indeed, is here not as your visitor, but as my wife's, with whom she has been for some time past acquainted." "And how dared you take her into my room?" I repeated, clutching at my head, which almost suddenly began to ache violently. "By chance. I went in to shut the window, which I had opened to air the room, and as Alphonsine Karlovna and I were continuing our conversation, she came into your room simply following me." "That's a lie. Alphonsine's a spy. Lambert's a spy.
Perhaps you're a spy too, and Alphonsine came into my room to steal something." "That's as you please. You'll say one thing today, but tomorrow you'll speak differently. And I've let our rooms for some time, and have moved with my wife into the little room, so that Alphonsine Karlovna is almost as much a lodger here as you are." "You've let your rooms to Lambert?" I cried in dismay. "No, not to Lambert," he answered with the same broad grin, in which, however, the hesitation I had seen in the morning was replaced by determination. "I imagine that you know to whom, and only affect not to know for the sake of appearances, and that's why you are angry. Good night, sir." "Yes, yes, leave me alone." I waved my hand, almost crying, so that he looked at me in surprise. He went away, however. I fastened the door with the hook, and threw myself on my bed with my face in the pillow. And that is how I passed that awful day, the first of those 3 momentous days with which my story concludes. End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Recording by Linda Johnson.